Hello guys, welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel. I am Frederick, as you know, and I'm happy to have you here today. I have received a project from a company that I'm working on currently, and that is employee management system. So I have planned to do this project with you. Maybe at the end of working on this project, you might have learned something which is more relevant to you. But there's one problem. Do not tell anybody, okay? Yes, do not tell anybody. Okay, so let's actually go through the details that I got from this company. I'm not going to actually reveal everything to you. Okay, the diagram here tells you what this is going to do. We have the company, we have general departments, we have department in here, we have branch, we have employee, and within the employee, it's going to have vacation table, overtime table, doctor table, and sanctions table. So there's going to be a cascaded drop-down list. As soon as you select department, general department, you must select, or department must be available for you to select. As soon as you do that, you must have a branch you also select. This has to relate to each employee. Now you must have these 4 tables, whereby the vacation time for each employee will be kept. Overtime, over 2 will be kept here. Now, doctors table is going to handle all information about doctors. And also the sanction, that is in case there's any restriction, we're going to put it over there, which is related to the specific employee. So this is going to be a relational database, meaning database tables with relationships. Okay. Also, when I quickly go through this, let me just review small. You can see we have authentication, we have add pages, and it has been given us the kind of property that they need to handle that. So we are going to follow this, and at the end of the day, we're going to have a print and also export to PDF or even Word. I believe you'll love that. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. It's going to be a simple project for you and I to work on. All right, so once I do, you also do it. I'll put it in a small videos, and at the end of the day, I'm going to put all in one video. So even if you couldn't watch or you missed any part of the video, you check all in one video and you're going to find it in there. Also, maybe I'll leave the description. That is the link, the source code. When we are done with this project, I'll leave everything, because since this is a company project, maybe I'm planning not to push it. But well, let's see what will happen at the end of creating this project. So the model that you're going to use here is the company is demanding for a web API with Blazor WebAssembly. And definitely we're going for .NET 8 because that is what we are all using. So we're going to use .NET 8 WebAssembly standalone, which is going to consume data or info from the web API, also .NET 8 web API. I believe you know already that I do offer training sessions for people who are interested in Blazor and .NET technologies, talking about the web API service, Blazor WebAssembly, and also the Blazor server app, .NET Mari, and our Mari Blazor hybrid. I have a link in the video description and every video description. So if you want to hook me up, just check the description, and I have a mail in there. You can write me through it. So this is going to be an interesting project. It's going to be a stepping stone for everybody, you and I. Okay. So before we jump right into this, please do not forget to subscribe and also hit on that notification bell so you never miss out any of the content from this Netcode-Hub channel. Also, if you are okay and you like what I'm doing, you want to support me, you can just click on the like button to give me thumbs up to this video. Also, you can buy me coffee to support, to give me a lot more energy to sit down and I'll think and I'll come out with some beautiful ideas so we can implement in this. So if you want to buy me coffee, I'll love you so much and I appreciate it a lot. Check this video description or any of our videos in here description, and you're going to find the link over there. All right, so now that you've seen the view, you've had the view of what you're going to do, let's jump right into this. We're going to create a project in Visual Studio, either in the preview one or the normal Visual Studio. So let's hop into that and then let's start doing something. So in here, launch your Visual Studio. Could be Visual Studio 2022 preview, or it could be the 2022, the stable one. You can use any of them. So click on create new project. And first of all, you're going to create a solution, and we add the project to the solution later on. So let's pass in here a solution, and that's going to be a blank solution. And here I'm going to say the name of this is going to be Demo Employee Management System Solution. So click on create to get this project created. Once you are done, we're going to add the server and now the client itself. So let's click on new project. We're going for web API, and now here I'm going to say this is a server. And also we make sure we choose the same .NET 8.0. Authentication type going to be none because we're going to create our own GWT custom authentication. Click on create to get it created. Aside from that, you also need to add a client. So let's do it quickly. Add a new project. And we need Blazor WebAssembly standalone. And now here say this is the client. And also the same type. Authentication type going to be none. So click on create to get this project created. So once we are done here, we want to put all the repository and the services in a separate project. So maybe later on, if you want to use it in another project, you can make it, or we can make it possible to use it. Okay. So in doing so, we are going to create a separate project for each, and I'm going to name them as client library and also the server library. And we're also going to have a base library, which is going to have models which are going to be shared by both the server and also the client. So click on add new projects, and we go in for C# class library. And now here I'm going to say this is base library. So click on create and .NET 8.0, so we can just clean this off. So let's add this to the projects, and let's go to the server. And now when I click on the server, we are going to add this base library project. So I click on the dependencies, and I click on add project reference. And now in here, we're going to choose the client. That's a base library. This is what you're going to choose for. So click on OK. And let's also do same to the client as well. So I click on dependencies, add project reference, and now choose the base library. So we see both projects are using the same class library. Now the client is going to have services folder. The server is also going to have a repository folder. So why can't we create project for each so we can handle everything in there? So let's do that quickly. So inside this solution, we are going to add a new one. So let's add a new project. And now it's going to be the same class library. And I'm going to say there's going to be a client library. So this is a client's library, and this is limited to only the client. So here I click on dependencies, and that's going to be for the client. Dependencies, go to add project reference, and now add the client library to it. So we have two libraries added to this, the general one and also the limited library. Let's do same to the server as well. So let's also add one and project. So here the same, and now there's going to be the server library. And now this server is going to be added to the server project. So I click on the dependencies, add project reference, and I'll choose the server library. So you can see the server has a base, it has the server library. So two libraries added for each of the projects in here. Okay, good. So we can clean the default classes created. So from this class library, we have also this, can make some cleanup in here. Okay, so that is it. Now the next thing to do here is we can run the client, we can also run the server separately. And so in order for us to get communication happen between the server and the client, we have to establish calls between them. When we get there, we're going to do that. So currently this is the server. We can choose the client, and we can run the client here. And also while this is getting ready to run, we can also run the server alongside here. So I click on the server, and now let's wait for this to get. Then you can now go to start without debugging. We can also run this. So we're going to work on the server first, then we also work on the client as well. So let's wait for this to get run. So while this is preparing, let's see. So solution, right click on the server too, and now we can click on debug, and I'll start without debugging. So this is also going to start with that again. So that is this is going to be the client. So let's wait for the server to also get loaded. All right, so you can see when you check here, we have our client here and we also have our API. So defaultly, this is what we have, and we can test this out, and you can see this also working. When you check the weather forecast, you can see this also working. So we have our two projects configured, and they have their dependencies separately. Both have one shared library. It's going to be used by both projects. Aside from that, each has a separate project that it's going to inherit it from, either as a service or as a repository. Is going to derive from that project. Okay, so now let's close this. Now let's what we're going to do here is we're going to create our folders which are going to be used in this project. So first of all, we are going to work on authentication and authorization for this. Okay, so in doing that, you first have to install these packages to the application. And now this is limited to the server. So because we have a server library, we are going to install them here. So I can right click on this, then go to unload project, and now in here I can create an item group. So I'm going to have an item group, and I'll paste in this. So we can see we are installing these packages, breakcrypt.net, and we're installing the JWT bearer, EF core server tools, and also the tokens and token.jwt. These are the packages that you want to use in the server library. So save this, right click on this, and now load project with dependencies. You can also right click on the server library. You go to the add or manage NuGet packages, and now you can just install them one after the other from the browse section. By doing this, you're going to install this once and for all. Let's wait to see they are all installed peacefully in. Also, okay, so aside from this, we have to also go to the server and I install same packages in there because you are going to be using the same package as well. Okay, so let's go to the server, and in here we click on this is a server. So I'm going to right click on this, then you see unload project, and in an item group. So I'm going to paste them here, and here too we are installing this. We don't need a component server because I'm not using core hosted projects. We're using the EF core SQL server tools, and as you can see we have the token, we have filter for add authorization to the Swagger, we have token, and we have the JWT bearer. So make sure you have this also installed. Now save this, right click on this and go to reload project with dependencies, or you can also right click on this dependencies and go to manage NuGet packages, and you can install them from the browse section one after the another. You can install them in, as you can see from here, I have them installed. Okay, now once you are done here, the next thing that you're going to do here is we're going to create our models. So let me close all this, let's save them. And now when you check this, we have this base model. So the models which are going to be used by both client and server, we put them in the base model. And now the models and methods which are limited to each project is going to be put inside the limited or its private project. Okay, so from the base project, we're going to be using DTO. So we have to create our DTO. This is going to be the base project. So right click on this. Let's add a new folder, name it as DTOs, and you also have to create a new folder, and I name it as entities. So these entities are going to be used by both. So let's say this is going to be used by the server. Okay, so the entities can be in here, but since it's going to be the shared one, we want to put the entities in here. So add this, then the new folder, and now here is going to be the entities. Aside from that, you're going to have our responses. So let's also create one folder and name it as responses. So we have our responses in here. Now let's right click on this base library, and we have to install one package to this library. We're going to use as a converter to convert this DTO to entity. So it's going to be the auto mapper. So let's install auto mapper in here. So let's wait to have it installed. So maybe if you're going to be using it here, we have to install this package in there. And also where we need to use, maybe even in the client section, we also have to install this package in there. But don't worry, when we get there, we see what you're going to do next. So once you have this installed, we have also our DTO folder and our entities and responses folder created. Now we need to create folders to each project, because from the client section it's going to have services, and also from the server section it's going to have a repository. So let's put them to their projects, that's their libraries. So here when you go to this client section, it has the client's library. So in here right click on this and we can add a new folder to this. And this is going to be services, because since the client is going to consume a service from the API, and in the service you're going to have a contract and interface. Contract are the interfaces. So we have contracts and we're going to have our interfaces. So these contracts are the interfaces, and we're going to have the repository as implementations. So let's have a name in here, implementations. Now within the same thing in here, we can copy this folder. And now from the server section, server library, we can also paste them here. And now this is going to be our repositories. So this repository is also going to have the same contract and implementations. Okay, so now we have this set. We are going to create our entities. So the first entity that you're going to create is going to be an employee. So right click on the entities and then click on add a new class. And this is going to be an employee. The reason why we are creating entities and DTO is that entities are the database models. So DTOs are the user models. So whenever you are communicating data from database to the user, you're going to use a DTO. And whenever you want to communicate data to the database, they're going to use the entities. Okay, so entities are the native of the database, but the DTOs are what are going to be used to transfer data from the natives to the user. All right, so let's keep moving. Now we have this class created. We can remove all this, but there are some properties which are very common, or it's going to be common to all models. So in those properties, we can create a base entity and now put those properties in there so we can inherit from them. Okay. So we are trying to skip repetition all the time. I normally say try not to repeat yourself. So let's have this base entity. And now in this base entity, we want to have an ID and our name, which this property are going to be available in all models that we are going to be creating. So let's say we have this, and that's going to be the name. And in here, then we're going to have a relationship in here. So let's also add a relationship to it. And this is going to be one to many. So we're going to have this relationship here. Let's say when you create a different model, we're going to have this relationship. So now let's move on. Now we have this employee. Okay. Now this employee, it has this list of employees, but we're not going to inherit this employee. We're not going to inherit this base entity inside this employee, because this employee has its data, its properties already. But when you get to the other models, that is where we're going to inherit from. So let's keep moving. Now within the employees, we need, or maybe we can still simplify this. You can see we have this relationship as one to many. So within relationship, this is what we can do. From this entity base, we can add another class and now name it as relationship. Okay, so this is a relationship. And now here, we can just grab this, make it as public, and from this base entity we can then move this relationship here and now to this model. So this is going to be, this model is handling the relationship, and that is one to many. Okay, so let's remove this here. And now when you go back to this base entity, it has name, ID, and a name, right? So when you check this employee, we can now inherit from this base entity, because this base entity has, if I peep this, it has ID and a name. That's going to be employee ID and an employee name. Okay, So we can add the rest to this. Also, we want to add the following properties in here. We have civil ID, file number, full name, job name, address, telephone number, phone type, and also the other. These are the properties, or these are the instructions given from the company. So we are doing according to what they provided, okay? So maybe you can customize to suit what you want, or you can follow this, and at the end of the day, we are going to achieve the same thing. Okay, so we have this created. We need to also create our cascaded models, and it's going to be the general department. So let's create our model. So the first one here is going to be entity, and let's add a new class. And so this is general department. This general department is going to inherit from this base entity, and that's all. We have everything because the department needs an ID and our name, and this base department has it. So there's no need for us to repeat it again. Very simple one, you see. Let's also create the next one, and this is going to be department. So the company needs general department, and it also needs a department. Let's add a class. And this is going to be department. And now this also is going to inherit from the base entity, because department has a name and our ID. So we save this. So we are trying to skip all the repetition that you're going to be making. So try to do that. Do not repeat yourself. Keep it in mind all the time. Okay, now once you've done this, you can also handle branch. Branch also have the same ID and our name. So let's handle the branch in here. Now branch will also inherit from same base entity, and this is going to be public. Very simple. The next one here, you have town, and now this town is when user is registering. That is where we need this town. So we're also going to have an entity. So let's create that. And now a town is going to have an ID and also ID and our name. So we make this as public. And now since it's going to have ID and name, we can inherit from this base entity. And that is all. Very simple one. Okay, so we have our models in here. Now you can see from the relationship, we have one relationship in here, and that is from one to many, meaning we have a list of employees who is going to have a link to this employee that we have specified in here, the models that we have in here. So well, example is here is branch. So branch can have a list of employees. So one branch can have a list of employees under, isn't it? Department, one department can have a list of employees. The same thing applies to general department can have a list of employees. So we're going to link them in there. So in order to do that, you go to the base entity, and that is where we specify this relationship in here. As you can see, aside from that, we go back to this employee here, and now we need to specify also the relationship in here as well. So down here, we going to specify that here is going to be many to one. And so you can see we have the general department. So one general department, one ID, department ID is going to have a list of employees. That's a many to one. So many employees is related to one department. Now, that's for the general department. And also we have the department going to have a list of employees. Branch is going to have a list of employee. Town also going to have a list of employee, right? Because many employees can live in one town, isn't it? Yes. So we have the relationship also established in here. So you can see that the base entity here does not have the relationship created. It has only two properties in here. Now, when you go to each of the properties for the department, it is inheriting from this base entity. Now, this base entity has this ID and our name. But how do you establish the relationship also here? That's where we need to add the relationship. Okay, so it means that it also has a list of employees in here. So this relationship here that we are creating, when you check this, but I think there's an error here because one class cannot have a multiple classes as a base, right? So maybe this is what we can do. Since we have this base entity, we can just modify this a little bit. So we can just go in there. Once we have the employee ID from this section, this base entity, we can just copy this and let's put into this employee, because the employee data here is a unique, so we can put it in here. Now in this base entity, we can remove it from this section. Okay, we save that. We go to this relationship. We can just grab this from the relationship model. We go back to this base entity, and now we leave this in here. So this means that employee model is not going to inherit from this base entity, but the others are going to inherit from. So we can just remove this relationship in here. And now when you go back to the department, you can see we cannot remove this, and it's inheriting from this. If I right click on this and now pick definition, it gives you this. So it's having a list of employee. All right, so that's the property that also going to inherit. When you go to the department too and now check, it's also going to have the same list of employee in there. So we create it once and I use it multiple times in the various models. All right, so we have our entities here created, and these are what you're going to be used to create database table, okay, for separate model that we have specified. The next thing that we're going to do here is we go to the DTO, and now we are going to create an account, because you're going to have authentication system to this. So user must register, administrator must have overall boss. Aside from that, administrator can assign people as managers. These managers have roles and they can edit or delete employee. They can manage the employee as well. And maybe an employee can also update its data, its information. Okay, so there's a hierarchy of roles and need to also do that. So for now, let's handle the registration first. Then we see how to handle the roles too. So in the DTO, we need to create one model, and that's going to be the user. So let's create a model to handle that, and this is also going to be saved. Okay, so this is going to be an identity entity. So let's add to the entity. It's going to be a class, and I'm going to say application user. Now this application user is also going to inherit from something. Let's also create an base entity as well. Now application user is also going to inherit from this base entity, because the base entity, the base entity has a list, right? A list of models or a list of employees. And in that, you don't want to inherit from this. So maybe the application user, we can implement our own. We go to this base entity. Now it has, we need an ID, and now we need the name. We can just make a copy of this. And now in here, we can paste it here. Okay, then let's make this as public. And also, we are done with this one. Let's go to this application user. So we have the name, we have the ID, the name, and we need to add few more stuff. So that's going to be the email and now the password. So maybe we're going to have this email and we're going to have the password here. So this is what we're going to create in a table form. That's going to be for any person who registers in the account, whether the person is an administrator, the person is a manager, the person is a normal employee. We're going to take in the ID, the name, the email, and the person's password, so that maybe if the person wants to log into the application to update his information, you're going to use the same credentials specified in here to update that or to log in and access his or her information. I believe this is clear. Okay, now let's go to the DTOs. So within the DTO, we're going to create login and registration, right? So let's create our login. But before that, we need to also create a base model here, because you're going to be using in both. So let's have a account base. Now this account base, we're going to have something like email and our password. Now the email and password, we're going to decorate it with this validation attribute. So you can see we have this, we have email, we have password, because when you check the registration, you're going to need user email and user password. When you check the login too, we're also going to use user email and a user password, isn't it? So it is better you put them in a class. Now we can inherit from this class as well. Okay, so it is an object-oriented programming. Okay, put them in separate classes and I'm calling them, inheriting from classes, and do a whole lot of stuff in it, making the application very simple and easier to read as well. So once you have this account base, we also going to have our login. So in a DTO, we're going to have our right click on this, and this is going to be login. Now in this login, you know, when the person wants to log into our application, this is public. The person must provide his username and email address and password. And now we have this specified in the account base. So here we just inherit and we move on. Let's go to the register. Let's add a new class. And there's going to be a register. Now with the register, we're also going to do same. And in that, you're going to need person name, person's email, person's phone number. Maybe not phone number because phone number is going to be taken already from the employee data. So maybe in here, we need these features. We need a password. Okay, so we're going to compare this. We need name of password. We need just a full name. We need confirm password. And also we need a password and confirm password. And also we need an ID, isn't it? And they can be found in the account base. So we specify them here. So you have two properties in the account base, and they are going to be added to this, making 4. So that's going to be the ID, name, password, and our email and our confirmed password, right? So these are the properties that we need in here. So these are the models that you're going to be using for now in this. All right. So maybe we have our models created. The next thing to do here is we're going to create our AppDB context class and try to perform migration to start working with the authentication system. So let's see, we go to the client server library. That is where we're going to add the data to handle the migration. So inside that, we can just create a folder to the server library, and I'll add a new folder as data in here. Now within that data, let's add a class known as the AppDB contest. You can name it any name that you want. Okay, so name it here AppDB contest, and let me just format it well. Okay. So AppDB contest, and now this is going to be a public class, and this is going to inherit from DB contest. So DB contest class, and it's coming from EF core. So install that. We can just create a constructor from this and pass in this option, but with the help of the C# version 12 new method introduced as primary constructors, we can use it here in just one line of code, very simple one. Aside from that, we need to specify all our models to create a database table for us. So in that, what can we do? We can specify the following models in here, and within each, we are going to create a table which has this name, and I'm going to use the various properties in this model to create the columns for that table. To control period, we have to add a reference to this base library, and all these are going to be solved. So that's added, and now everything is going to work. Okay, so we have application user for the application. We have town, branches, department, general department, and etc. We have more to add it, such as the sanctions table. We have the overtime table. We're going to be adding them as soon as possible. But let's going to start from scratch. Then we keep pushing, we keep pushing, we keep pushing. Okay, so don't worry. Let's maintain what we have in here. Let's save this. Now the next thing to do here is we have to specify our AppDB contest. That's going to be our connection. So from this connection, we go to the server, and as you can see from here, we have a file known as the app setting.json. So in here, let's specify our connection on top here. And now with this, I'm going to say there's going to be a demo employee DB. That's going to be the name for the database. So just specify yours, and I'll do same, and now let's move on. So once you're done with this, we need to register the database connection and also and perform migration with this first. Okay, so to do that, you go to the same program from the server session, and then in here, let me give space here. So this is starting, and this is going to be builder.services. So .services.add DB contest. And now there's an AppDB contest. And now in here, we need to specify an option to it. So this max to, we're going to say options.use SQL server. And now the SQL server, we can have our builder.configuration. So builder.whoa. Let's do it again. So we have builder.configuration, then .get connection string, and then in here, let's have it is null, then throw new invalid operation exception, and now tell the person that sorry, your connection string is not found. Okay, so we can throw new exception when it is null in here. So with the builder.configuration.get connection string, we must specify, we have to terminate this, and also we have to close this. So here, let's go to the app settings, copy the name for default connection, save that, go to the program.cs file, and in here, just paste it here. And that is all. So we are done with this. So once you have this, you can now go ahead and perform database migration. So to do that, let's make sure we have a server selected from here. And now let's run this application. So build solution. So while this is done, you can see we have 5 succeeded. We go back to the package manager console from here. If you can't find it, go to views, not views, go to tools, and you can see we have it here. You get package manager and then click on the console. So in here, let's make sure we make the server library project. Make a startup one, because when you check this, you can see that from here we have the app.db context class in this project. So we have to select that whilst we make the migration. So let's say add migration. And now let's say -o, that's going to be the output. There's a folder called data, open it, create another folder as migration, and do all your stuff in there. So we need to specify name, and I'm going to say this is first. So let's do that. While this is building the project, let's click on the server and now go to this. And now from this invariant globalization, set this to false, because trust me, if you don't do that, you're going to have error trying to update the database. So let's update it, update-database. Quickly, let's do that. And it's going to run the command to create all these tables in a database for us. So while this is running, we can just go to SQL Server Object Explorer. If you're not finding this, click on Views. And you can see it's over here. Click on this, and here, let's wait for this to get loaded so we can see our server. We see we have this, the desktop. Click on this and open it. If you're not finding this, click on this icon, this plus. So add a new connection to this, and maybe you can select the local and also set this trusted connection or trust certificate to true and click on connect, and that is all. So we have to open, that's the demo employee DB. We open this tables. And these are the tables that have been created from this migration file in here. It's going to be listed. Let's give it some seconds to get loaded. Yes, we have application user, branches, department, employees, general departments, towns, and etc. Right? So these are the tables that we have. Now, this application is going to handle from administrator to managers and to employees. So it's going to have this hierarchy of rows. So it means you have to create a table that can handle the rows as well. So quickly, let's go to this. Let's clear first what we have in here. Now the next thing to do here is we go to the base library, which contains the modules. And you can see we have these entities. So all modules in this area is going to be kept in the database. It means that you're going to have a table representation of all these modules here. We need a table to handle rows. So first of all, since we are not using Identity Manager, we have to create our own or customized Identity Manager for ourselves. So let's quickly create a class. And on the class here, I'm going to name it as System Rows. So this System Rows is going to have only ID and our name. So we have system rows ID and name. So we have this. We can just remove this and make this as public. So it means you're going to have an ID, administrator or user, any other role that the administrator want to add and assign people to. It's possible here. Now let's save this. And we also have to create a table that's going to handle user row. As soon as you assign a user to a row, it must be updated or kept. So anytime that we are generating the token, we can come in there and now fetch the user row and use it. So we can create a class to handle that. So here we need an ID, we need a row ID, and also we need user ID. So these are the two tables that we need. Now, when we are done here, we have to go to our server library, and this is going to be the data access layer. Now, that data access layer, you can see we have this appdb context, and that is the name that I have given to it as server library. It is a data access layer because it gets interacted with the database, and I retrieve data and do a whole lot of stuff as well. So within the appdb context, we need to also create another 2 rows here. Is it 2 rows or 2 tables? So let's create 2 tables. So we have them in here. So system rows and our user row. Now each is deriving from the respective model that we created. Okay, so we have this. All right, so we are done with the models here. We can now save this. But before we continue on, if you haven't subscribed, you make sure you do that as well. And if you want to support this project as well and want to buy me coffee, you can do that. Check the video description and the link is over there. You can also like this video and to also support this video as well. Okay, so let's move on. Now we have our models here created. We now have to create our repository, which comprises of an interface and an implementation. Now this is going to happen in the server library. That's going to create our repository in. So let's go to the contract. And as you can see from the repository, we have a contract and implementation. So in the contract, we're going to handle all the implementations or all the interfaces. We create a new interface and I rename it as iUser account. So this iUser account, you want to have 2 methods for user registration and also for user login. So we have this public, and we have to create a responses here. And we know we have this model that we need to add from this base library from the DTO. We have this. So let's see if we can add it to this base. Now, when you go to the base library, you can see from here we have this DTO, and that's where we have this register. So within this, we can right click on dependencies and add project reference. We need to add this base library, and it has been added already. So click on OK. And now once you're done, control period, we can include the namespace of this. So let's see. So in here, we have to include a namespace for this. That is from the base libraries.dtos. This is the folder that we are looking. And also we need to create these responses. We have the general responses and also login responses. So in order to do that, we have to create a folder and I name it as responses. We have it already. So we're going to create models. The first model is going to be general responses model, and this is going to be a record. So right click on the responses. Let's add a new class, and I will say general response. So in here, we are going to have this as a response. So let me just paste it here. We have general response, and it's a flag and it's a message. You can now save that. So from that, we need to also create login response, which is going to handle token and the refresh token in case everything work. We want to handle that. So you have to also create one model for that, and you're going to name it as login response. And now in this model, we want to have a message. We want to have this a flag, a message, token, and a refresh token. So that is what you want to have for this response. Now let's remove this. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's go to the interface, and now we can add this to the response, and now this is done. We need to also create the implementation, and you can see we have this folder in here. So you're going to make it as user account repository, and let's quickly create a class and I'll handle that in there. So right click. Now let's add a class in here, and it's going to be user account repository. Now within that, it has to inherit from the interface that we created, so our user account, and we have to implement the interface in here. So when you check our app-setting.json from the server section, you know, we have our JWT section in there, and we have to specify it here. So we have our connection. The next thing here is we need to specify our JWT, and this is the audience, the key, and also the issuer. These are the sections that we're going to be using for our token generation. So we have to put them here. So here I'm going to paste this here. So because we have this JWT section, and this is our key. So you can have a random key, minimum is 16, and have to get an issuer and the audience. So you know the issuer is going to be here we set the issuer and the audience to the same API address. If you want to have the port, you go to the server, go to properties, line settings, and you're going to have the port in here. From where we have this HTTPS, we have the port as 7294. Can just grab that, go back again, and now change this. Good. So we have a key in here, and we have our issuer and the audience. Now in .NET 8, there is an I option which can be used to map this. And this is a strong type. It means that when you make even an error here, it's going to alert you to rectify before the application can run. And so let's try to use that. There's a new one in the .NET 8. So let's see if we can integrate that. So in order to do that, we have to create a folder, and now to this server library, that's going to be data access. We can just right click on this, create another folder here, and I'll name it as helpers, or let's say helpers. Now within this helper folder, we also need to create a class here, and now let's name the class to the name of the section here as JWT section. So right click on this, let's add a class, JWT section, and now in that we need to specify properties that we have in the app-setting.json. So let's make it as nullable. So when you check this app setting, you can see we have key, issuer, and our audience. We want to map it, so we must have the same name in here. So we go to the program.cs file from the server section. And now in here, we are going to map this. So we can do that from here. And we're going to say that builder.services.configure, then JWT section. This is a module that we created. We want to get a section name as JWT section, and now map the key and our its value to the property that we have here respectively. All right, so once we've done this, we can now be using this anywhere in our modules or in our classes that are going to be created. Let's have a look at the next one, and what we want to talk about here is going to be the interface implementation for the user repository. So let me close the rest. So save this. Okay, so let's open the implementation again. So yeah, what I'm going to do here is we are going to inject it in here and now start using it. And it is not only the JWT section module that's what we are going to inject. We also need to inject AppDB context class as well. Now, with the help of C# version 12, you know what you call as primary constructors. So I'm going to inject them here. Very simple one. Okay, so let me just, so very simple one. Now control period, I can just remove this and I'll show you using in here. So you can see I'm using this I options, and I pass in the JWT section in here, and I create an instance of it. So anytime that I call this, I'm going to have access to the keys which I have in the app-setting.json value. So let's see, first of all, we're going to create an account. So you know we've injected AppDB context, but let's have a look first. So when this register module is null, maybe you want to return something, because it is the best practice to always check if module is null before you even make any operation. So we check if it is null, then you want to return. But in case it is not, you want to find out and check if the email already exists. So in order to do that, we create a method that is a find email or find user by email. Now in that method, we can specify a very simple method which is going to handle that for us. So I'll put it down here, and it's application user. It's going to return an application user. So we're going to look through the database as an application user, and I'll search for email and I'll return. So we are saying that if it's not equal to null, I mean person is registered already, you want to return that. But if in case the person has registered or the person hasn't registered, then what are we going to do? We want to now save the user. So how do we save the user? We have to create an instance of this application user, and we need to populate it. The property that it has, we need to specify models values to it. Here we need to specify application full name. So let's make some edit in there. We go to the application itself from the base library where we have this entity, application user, and here we can make it as full name. I thought I copied that. I did not. So we can make this as full name. Definitely we are going to apply migration, so don't worry. And you can see we create email, full name, email, and password. And the password, we are using this bcrypt to hash the password. And now we create this method as add to database. So this method is going to handle this model, and I'll add it to the database and I'll save it. And it can also return the entity. So let's create that method down here. So what we have this method is going to save the data, and it is a tax of T. So it means you can pass in any model to create a generic class that we are creating. So we add it to the database, and I receive changes, and I return entity of this tax of T. So once you come here, this is solved. So we add it to the database, and after we are done adding, the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to check and assign rows. So how do you check and assign row? Let's say the first person to register an application here, you want to create an admin row and assign it to that person. And this application is going to handle one administrator initially. So the first person to register is going to be an admin, the rest are going to be user. As administrator, you can assign another rows to people, maybe when we are done. Okay, so this is going to be the default one. And later on, the admin can assign multiple rows and even change the row of a user in here. That's going to be identity manager. I'm going to handle that as well. Okay, so here in order to save the admin test and also the user test, you have to create as a constant. So you're not passing raw or raw string in here. Maybe we might have it in the wrong way. Okay, so it's better that we create a class. And on this class, let's make this as constant. So we can just go to this place where we have our helper folder. We can just right click on add this, make it as constant. Okay, so this is going to handle all our constant properties. And in here, we want to have a static method for this. We have our admin and our user for admin user. So anytime that we need admin user, we are not going to type it. Maybe you can type it and make it as lowercase as a, and in that case, it's going to have an error in it. Okay, if you do not ignore case. So it's better that you put it in a constant like this. Anytime that you want, you can call this, and the value remains the same. Let's save that, and we are checking from here that if we have an admin row, then skip it. In case you do not, then create an admin row, and the current person assign the person to an admin row. Okay, so we call the same add to database method, which is going to add the data and I return the entity, and I will assign the row ID to the return entity in here. The user ID is the return type, and then the row ID is also the return entity. Remember that here we are creating admin row, and this is going to return an entity, so you can have an ID here. And now this user ID also going to return an entity when you call this add to database. So the application user, we can also have the current user ID in here. The reason why we are having this underlined is we did not make this as public or static class. So this must be a static because we did not want to create multiple instances. Create it once and now start using it everywhere. Okay, so this must... Okay, so it's saying that it's an ambiguous reference between the helper constant and the Visual Basic constant. Okay, so maybe we can include a namespace for this control period. You're not using this. We want to use the server constants. Okay, so that's what you want to use. All right, so we have it stored in here. Control period, we can remove necessary ones. Okay, so whilst you're doing that, this is going to store the admin. But in case an admin role has been created already, meaning admin has been registered, then you know what you're going to do. We are going to check and add a user. So admin is registered, check. If user is not created, create it and add a person. If the user also created already, then add a person to it. So we see we have find the system row and check if you have user in there. If row it is null, then add it. So here we have to add the user, not the admin. Okay, so constant.user, we add the user. And now also we also assign the row over here, the row ID, and we have the user ID as well. So the same thing that we are also running from the user row. Aside from that, we have to add it to the database, meaning if the user if the user row is created already, then add a person. Do not create. So it's going to skip this. It is not going to create a row again. It's going to skip it and now add the user here and assign the row. Return account created. The very simple one. So this is what we are doing. Now we can save this. And what we're going to do here is let's register this in the program.cs file by creating dependency injection in this. So program.cs file. And now let's register this here. So after registering this in here, we need to control period. Let's see if we can include this user account repository. It is coming from this server library, that's the data access layer. So if I right click on the dependencies, let's see if we've added that package reference, base server library. Okay, so let's include it here. So using server library dot repositories. Okay, so let's see user account. Let's check the name in here as a user account repository. That is the name that we created. It is inheriting from this user account repository. So we can copy this. We check it in here. Let's paste it here. And now what is this saying? This cannot be found. So let's see why it is not found. We need a repository in here. Dot implementation. Okay, so we have the implementation, and that is where this model is found. Now, when you check here, there's going to be an internal, so we need to make this as public, so it can be accessed globally. And this is supposed to, yes, so we have it set. Now, let's create our controller to handle this. So let's quickly go to solution. Now, in the controller, let's open this, right click, let's add a new one. And it's going to be an API. Empty controller, and now with this we're going to name this as an authentication controller. So here, let me just paste this. Now with this authentication controller, we want to inject the interface contract as a primary constructor, and in that for the registration we want to create one endpoint and I name it as registration. And you can see we pass this a payload. You call the account server.create async and I return the response. So once we have this, let's save this, build this again, and I perform migration to get the tables or the models that are recently created. Then we run the application and test the registration or the account session. So this is done. Let's add a database. So let's add migration to this. So say add -migration. Let's do it again. Add -migration. So add rows. Let's say that's going to be the name. Let's choose the server library, that's the data access layer. Let's run this. While this has finished running, we are going to update the database. So this is also done. As you can see from here, it is done. So we can now run this application and now see what we have now. Okay, so the API is ready. Now let's click on register and I'll try to create an account in here. So let's maintain what we have, user@example.com, and then the password is the same. We have full name as string as well, and a confirm password to the same. So you can see we have to arrange it well, but let's say when you're working with the UI, we can arrange them well based on the form that you're going to create. All right, so once we have this, we are going to execute this. The first person to register the app, it is it is this one. So here we must have a role as an administrator, as an admin role. And let's see, so you can see from here that account created. Let's add one more, so user 1, and this has to be assigned with a user role. So this account created, let's say this is the same thing. If I click on execute, we must have user registered already, and maybe we can specify 2. Let's say execute it, and our account created. If I click on it again, user registered already. So the user cannot register with the same email twice. Let's go to the database and now check and see if it has been added in here. So this is going to be the application user. If I refresh this, you must have 3 records now, and that's what we have in here: user 1 and user 2. These are the respective password that it has been created for us using the bcrypt. Aside from that, when you check the system roles, 2 roles has to be created: admin and our user. Admin is 1 and our user is 2. When you go to user role, when you refresh it, you must have roles assigned to the various users. So you can see ID 1, row 1, that's the user 1. So row 1 is administrator, user 1 is the user. Now row ID 2 is a user. Right, row 1 is an admin. Now row ID of 2 is a user. User ID of 2, it is a user, and also user 1 and a user 2. So only one person has been assigned as admin. The rest have been assigned as what? Row ID of 2, and that is the user row. Good, so this is working. Now let's handle the login. So that's not a person logs in. We can now check, verify, and now generate token, and so add a reference token to it. Let's go to the interface and I'll add one more. You know, we have it already, so we go quickly to the implementation. Let's see. There's a create async, and now here's a sign in async. So let's handle this. So in here, the first thing that we do is we check if it is null, then return. This must be an async, I believe. Remember that. Aside from that, we're going to find the user and see if the user's email is found in the database. If it is found, then we want to continue, but in case it is not, then we want to return user not found. In case it is found, we want to verify the user's password that is coming in. Take note that we have the password already, so we want to check it using the same bcrypt.net. They want to verify the password. We're passing the current password now, the database password. And this password is going to be possible as soon as the user is found in here. We can retrieve the person's password. In case they do not match, that is when we return false. It means they do not match. We want to return email or password not valid. In case it is valid, we want to get the row. So get the user row from the user row table. Aside from getting the row, we want to get the row name. You know, user row has only the row ID and the user ID. So once you have the user ID in there, you can retrieve the row, and now you can find the row name from the system row in here. Once you do that, you can now generate a token and also generate a refresh token by passing in the application user object that we have. And also we can pass in the row to get it created. So we call 2 method generate token. You pass in this application user, which is an instance of this app user. We have this row name also as well. So we are adding these 2 properties as a payload. Then we can now generate it. And this is returning a string. This is also returning a string. And I can see from here, we return a login response, whereby it specifies the JWT token and so the refresh token in here. Let's generate the 2 method. So what we're going to do here is, first, we're going to create a method to generate the token. And as you know already, this is what we've been doing since. We pass the application user, and now we get a security key from this config.value.key. I hope you remember now. So you're not using without configuration. Then we pass in the section of the app setting. Rather, I want to use the I option object that we created. Then we also do same to the issuer. We specify our issuer and also our audience. Okay, these are our claims that we have. We want to send a person's ID, the person's name, email, and our role. So these are the ones that you're going to use to authenticate the user based on the app that the person is registering. If the register registers and the person is administrator, we want to show all features. If the person is the manager or any other user, we want to hide some and I'll show some. We can do that using this role. So that's what we are adding here. After that, you want to return the token in the form of a string, and that's what this is doing. Now, from the reference token, we're going to generate random numbers, convert to a 64 string, and I'll return. So in order to do that, just one line of code is going to help us handle this peacefully without having any issue with it. So you can see we use this random number, and this is coming from cryptography. That's security.cryptography. So we have to include that. We get a byte of a 64 string, then we want to return as a refresh token. This is the simple thing that we are doing in here. Let's go to the controller in here and also specify our route in for this login. You go to the controller. The next one here is specify the route. Is it the route? The endpoint? Okay, so it's a login user, and now you can see if it is now returned, but in case it is not, then call the sign in async interface and also return the user. Let's save this and let's run application again to check it out. So this is also ready. Now let's check this out. If I click on try this out, we have the same user, which is an administrator. Now let's log in. But before we log in, we want to check the role as well. The token that you're going to have, we want to verify from jw2.io to check if this token is valid and what are the claims that this token have. We want to check it up and see. So let's see from this user. Normally we know this is an administrator, isn't it? Now let's click on execute. So you can have the token generated and also a refresh token added as well, which is going to come as a response, as a login, a response. So let's wait patiently for this. Okay, so we have a token ready. You can see we have the flag as true message here, and this is a token. We have a refresh token in here. Let's grab this token from this section. And you know, there's the administrator, we know already because of the email that we created. So let's say from jw2.io. Let's clear this. And now let's paste our own token that we copied. Now let's check it out. You can see we have the name identifier. The ID here, it is 1. The name here, it is was string. Email is user@emailexample.com. Let's come to the claims. You can see we have an admin as a row. This is the expiry date. We're adding 1 day. This is an issuer, and that is an audience. So you can see we have the admin row here. Let's have a look. The next one here, we're going to check for the user and see if this is also going to give us the user or admin row. Let's grab same. Then let's check this out. And now you see this also user. This is an email, that is a name, and that is an ID. So our authentication system is working. We can generate refresh token. We can also generate our JWT token as well. Okay. So now that you have this working, let's implement the refresh token definition. You know, we have the refresh token key here, but you can do nothing with this key yet. So we have to implement it. Now, there is the overview of this refresh token. When the user logs in, a token and a refresh token will be generated to the user. The user is going to keep it in the local storage or the cookie storage. When a user makes a request and added this token to the header of an HTTP client from the Blazor WebAssembly, the server is going to authenticate the user and now give the user an access. But when the token expires, the server is going to issue 401 status code, meaning unauthorized. When that happens, then the client will send the refresh token to the server. The server takes in the refresh token, verify from the small table that has the refresh token, and check if it is found. Then it calls the token generation method, so the refresh token generation method, to generate a new token and add a refresh token. it updates the refresh token to the table and now send the token to the user. So the server does not save the token. It saves only refresh token, because when the request is coming in, the token has everything that the server needs to authenticate. So it doesn't need to check from any database to make sure it is what he created or not. So it is stateless. So anything that comes in from the client must have all the necessary information that the server will see, get, retrieve, and now authenticate that specific client. I believe this is clear. Now let's have this done. So I'm going to close this, and we have to create a class. That's what we're going to use to handle the token in a small database table. So let's do that in the entities folder. Let's add a new class, and that is a refresh token info. In that, I want to have 3 methods in here. So it's going to be a public, as you know. We're going to have ID, the user ID, and the token. So this is a token, and that is a user ID. This token here, it is not a JWT token, rather it's a refresh token, because it is limited to the refresh token here. Okay, so whilst we have this, what we can do again is, let's save this. Let's go to the AppDB context class, and I'll add the row, a table to the database. So we go to the business layer, and here you can see we have this AppDB context. We are going to, or we have to add method in here. So we can just make a duplicate of this, and I'll change it to this AppDB context. So you can see we have here refresh token info, and now that is a table name. You have 3 properties in here, and that's going to have 3 fields or columns. Let's save this. Now let's create our data transfer object. That's a DTO. So the DTO, we're going to name it as refresh token, and let's do that in the base library. So you come here to the base library, and in here you're going to have our DTO. So right click, let's add a new class to this. It's going to be refresh token. Now in this, you're going to have only one property. That is what the user are going to post it anytime the token expires. And this method has to provide the server with the token as a refresh token. So we save that. After doing this, let's go to the iUser account interface. And now in that contract file, we need to add one method, and that is known as a refresh token. So it is returning a login response, because we're going to return a token and then the refresh token as well. So we pass in this refresh token, which has only one property so far. We save that. We go to the implementation in the user account repository, and in here we have to implement this control period. Let's implement the interface in here. So when you come down here, we have the refresh token here. Now this is what you're going to do. The first time the user creates an account, or the first time the user logs into the account, the refresh token which is going to be generated has to be kept. So we have to go with the edit the sign method, and now keep the refresh token which was released the first time the user created an account. Okay, then later on, when the refresh token is being made, it goes to the database first, get the token, and now update it, and I return the new token to the user. So let's have that done. And to do that, there are some methods which have been created in here, and we don't want to repeat it. So you want to extract this method into this statement into a method, so we can be using them normally. You can use them more often. So because you're going to need some of this method in here. So you want to extract this method and then put them here. So put them here. So we have these 3 methods. The first one here, that is a find user row. So this is going to get the user row. Now this is also going to get the user row name. So here you're going to provide only user ID, and now to get the specific user, because you know it is making a search from this user row table. And now here we want to find the row name. So the row that we have created, we want to find the name of it. This user row here, this user row comprises of, if I peep this definition, you could say it has only the user row ID and now the user ID. So once you have access to the row ID, we can now go to the row system rows and now find the specific row name. So if I peep on this, you can see we have the row ID and I have the name. So you can now find the name by looping through and getting this row ID. Okay, so this is what we are doing. Now we can make some slight changes here. Whilst we're making a search out of this to get the row ID, we can just remove it since we have a base class that we can be calling it from. So this is what we can do. From this row name, we can just call find row name, call this method, and that is it. We can also do same to the find user row. So with this, instead of writing this, we've created one base class and we have to use it here. So await find row, we pass in application user in here. So once we've extracted this method out, we can also be using them in here. So in the refresh token, what are we to do, or what are we going to do first? First, you want to check if the model here it is null, then you want to return. Because you want to check, okay, maybe it's not going to be null, but let's check first for security sake. Okay, so let's check it. If it is null, then we don't want to even proceed at all. We want to return. In case it is not, or it is not empty, then let's find the refresh token in the token info table. So make a search from the refresh token info table and then get a token which has the same key or ID or the same string as what is coming in. In case it is found, what is the next thing to do? We want to get the user info. So the specific user who has access to this refresh token. And since this table has a token user ID, if we check this token info, it has, let's see, this token info, it has user ID. So we can now make a search from this and now get this user ID. So we get from the application user and find the user ID here. In case this is found, then what are we going to do? We want to now find the row, get the row name, and also call the token and our refresh token again. So you can see that this method, we've created them once and now we are still using them again. That's the best practice so far. Now, aside from that, we need to update we need to now check if the refresh token table contains that specific user info, because as soon as the user logs in, the info must be added there. That's the token or the refresh token. So it's going to make a search from it. In case it is there, then we want to return something like, if it is there, then that's what you want to do. You want to update it and return, so that we keep the refresh token, we keep the current one and discard the old one. So you can see we are setting the old token to the new one that has been created in here, then save changes. I told you earlier that we are not going to save the JWT. You don't have to save it. The server is stateless, so it doesn't have to save any info about this token before it gets recognized the specific client. No, it doesn't have to do that. So we don't want to waste our memory or our database storage. So we have to store the refresh token and I return this to the user. Okay. So now that we have this implemented, let's go to our controller and we are going to have our refresh token endpoint. And now there's going to be a post whereby user has to post this to this endpoint, and I'll call this service and try to get a refresh token. So that's what this is doing. And let's save this. And the next thing to do here is we need to add database migration. Now adding the migration, we're going to help us add a new table that we have created to the database. So let's first run this. Let's build a solution. So this is done. Let's add migration to this. So down here, I'm going to say that add dash migration. Then I'm going to say add rows. No, add token info table. So let's update the database. So this is done. Now we can now run this application and check it out. So this is ready. You can see we have the refresh token in here. Now if I click on this and try this out, and it is asking a refresh token, pass in anything as a refresh token. Let's click on execute. It's going to search through the database table and now find if you could find this. In case you couldn't, it's going to tell you some info in here. So refresh token is required. So it means what you specify, it is not a required token. It is not a valid one. Okay, so let's log in first so we can have access to the token. So click on execute. So this refresh token is not going to be called by the user. It's going to be called by the application itself. So computer to computer communication. That is what this refresh token is going to do. So maybe that's what you can actually do. You can also add date to the refresh token so that at least when there's an incoming of refresh token, you can just check and see if it has expired or not. Okay. If it hasn't expired, you can just return something to the user. And if it has expired, then you call the new token. You can modify it or you can customize it to suit what you want. But this what is going to fit what you're going to do. Okay, so let's maintain this. We have our token, so let's grab our refresh token in here. Now let's call this refresh token endpoint. So let's paste this, and now let's execute this. So now let's check this token. The refresh token ends with DWG, right? Let's see the new one. The new one ends with, so you see, okay, so you have refresh token required. The reason is when you check our code, maybe I believe you saw this already. So let's see, we have a refresh token and token in here. Okay, so we get this. We call this refresh token async. When you go to this user account repository, refresh token async, it comes in here. And now we are going to make a search from this. And now check if token is there, right? So token won't be there because when we're logging in, we did not save it to the database table. So we have to do that. So we can do that from this session when we log in. So let me just minimize this. So here you can see before we return this response to the user, we want to save this refresh token that we have to the database table. Okay, so what are you going to do? So here, first of all, you want to find if the refresh token is found or if the user is found in that refresh token table. Okay, so if the user is found, then we want to check and now update it. So let's see what we're doing. So we are saying that if the user here, it is not null. If the user is found, then we want to update the token to the current refresh token that has been created here. Maybe the user can log in today and now log out the same time and then try to log in at the same time the next day. Some users, as soon as they are done with what they are doing, they want to log out. They don't want to keep their session open. They want to log out. So when they log out, this refresh token is still there. It's not going to be deleted. So when the person tries to log in again, it's not going to check if the user in there already. If the person has a refresh token there, then update it to the new one coming, save changes. But in case it is not, then you want to add a new one. You want to add the current token. If it's the first time of you logging in, you want to add it to the database. Then I return it to the user. So this is what we want to do, or we should have done this to save the info to the table. Now let's see, and now we can run this. And for now, trust me, there won't be any issue here again. Let's check it out. So let's log in here, try this out, and we have this user. So let's execute. So let's check the response. We have a refresh token, and now let's copy this. Let's go to the refresh token here, and now paste this token. So before that, let's click on execute this and I see the response. So refresh token is required, that's fine. Now let's paste this, execute this. So let's check this token. You see we have a token refresh successfully. That is a current token, it ends with ES. The current refresh token ends with EQ. Let's check this old one. This ends with BQ. So the first one, current one is the EQ, and then this one is BQ. The first token is ES, and I can see this one is 10. So you can see that we have a different token and different refresh token altogether when a request is being sent or made from the client to the server. And that's what the server is doing in here. So this means that we have authentication system done. Both our JWT token and also our refresh token plus our rows also has been assigned and now added to the token. So the next one here is going to be trying to consume this into the client section, and that's going to be the Blazor WebAssembly. Let me close all the tabs in here so we can have a fresh view to handle this. Now let's go to Solution Explorer. We have our client service. We have all our projects added. Now we have this data access layer. So this contains all the mechanism, the contract, and the repositories, whereby you can have access to the database. This is going to handle the client library, is going to handle all services related to the client. So what we're going to do here is, after creating these services, we go to the client and we consume the service from this client library. Okay, so that's what we are doing. Now, before we jump right into this, we have to install some packages to this client and now its library. That's going to be the service project. So let's do that. I'm going to click on this client. So, and maybe I'll just unload this. So once I have this item group, I have these packages that I need to include, or you and I need to include, and that is, let me put them here. So we have to install Blazor, the local storage. We have to install Microsoft.ASP Netcode.component.authorization. You need to also install WebAssembly. Is there already, so we don't need that. It is there. We need 3 packages, and we need Microsoft.extension.http. So we need to install these packages. So let's save it. So after saving this, what we're going to do here is go to solution, then right click on the client, and now click on reload project with dependencies. This is going to update all the necessary links that we added, the packages that we added here. If you don't want to do this, you can just copy the name of the package here. You go to the same solution, open the client, and right click on dependencies. Go to manage NuGet packages. And now in here, you can just paste it to the browse tab and I'll try to install them. Now, since I did that, I have them installed, as you can see over here. Let's also navigate to the client project. That is the service project. So let's go to solution. And I can see we have this client library. So I click on this. And maybe we can just go to manage NuGet packages. Now in here, we can install the system.identity models.token. Let's install this package from here. Aside from this, we also need to install the same local storage from the Blazor local storage by Cascading. So let's do that. And that is this one. So let's install this package to the client project as well. Okay, so we have our packages installed, and the next thing to do here is to create the service. So go to solution, and I could see, let me minimize all this. Okay, so you can see from the client library, when you open it, you can see we have services folder. Click on it and you have this contract. We need to create an interface for this. So we need to choose an interface, and the name of this interface is going to be iUser account service. Now this user account service is going to handle, let's say, for testing purpose, I want us to add this. We're going to be testing this. Later on, we're going to modify this. So for now, let's have this method in here. We have our general response to control period. Let's see, we have to link the reference to this. Remember that we created this general response for registration, and we did that for the login. Okay, so we have this. Now let's see. So let's go to the base library, and I want to check the responses. We have a general response method here, and it's a public record. And we have the login response, also the same public record. So these are the models that we are adding as a response. Now, once you have this, let's see, we have also same. So using responses. Okay. And now here's a using weather forecast. So just for the testing purpose. So, when you check the API, when you check the server, we have a default weather forecast. So we are going to move this, then put this to the DTO. Actually, when we are done, we're going to remove this. You're using this for a test purpose. You put this in here. Now let's change the namespace. Yes, the namespace of DTO. Now let's put it to the same weather forecast. .dto. So that's the namespace in here. Okay. Now when you go to the weather forecast, we can now make change in there. So when you go to the controller, and you can see we are now using from the base library. So we need to include the link in here. So control period, we have to include this. So let's use, okay. So this is solved. So we have our interface in here. We want to create async, create an account, sign in, and also get a refresh token, which is handling with this refresh token as a payload to be posted. This has only one property in it, that's a token, and this is where we're going to pass in our refresh token when we have a 401 that is and not authorized. Okay, so we have this for testing purpose. Now let's go in there and create implementation for this. So do you know where you're going to create the implementation? Yes, I believe we do. When you check, we have implementation folder to the service project, and that is where we are going to have all our implementations in here. There's going to be a class, and the name is going to be user account service, and it's going to inherit from the interface that is the user account service. So here, control period, we have to include the contract namespace. This must be public, and we have to extract or implement all the interfaces, the 4 interfaces that we created. So control period, you can see, let's implement our interfaces. So we have 4 interfaces here for get weather forecast. I want to put this at the last because when we are done, we're going to remove this. So this one will be the last one. So we have registration, we have login, and we have signing async. So this is going to be signing. Okay, so I want to rearrange it well. Registration comes in, then we have signing before refresh token. With this, what we're going to do here is with the create and on the sign in and also the refresh token, we're going to make an API call. And now we are in the client project, so it means that we're going to have access to the local storage of the browser, because when the user logs in and a token and a refresh token is being retrieved, the best or the good practice way is to keep the token. Now, where are you going to keep it? You can keep it in the either a cookie or a local storage. This time, we're going to use local storage to save the token and also the refresh token. So we need a model to handle the token and the refresh token. After that, we need a class whereby we can inject it or register that class, so we can be injecting into other components or other classes, so we can have access to the token from the local storage. So anytime that you call that service, you can retrieve, you can update, you can remove the item from local storage. Aside from that, you need to also get an HTTP client. That client, we have to have it, we have to add the token to that client header before a request is being made. But when you create or when you sign in, this time around, the header has no authorization because we're going to make it as allow anonymous on top of the controller. So if the user tries to create an account, the user doesn't need to be authenticated before he can perform that. Sign into same. And for the refresh token, the user must log in and the user must receive the refresh token. This refresh token must be kept. And anytime that you want to make a refresh token, we have to go to a local storage, retrieve the refresh token, and I make a post on an API, and I retrieve a new token and a refresh token, and I'll do it again. So that's what this is going to handle. Now let's have a model to handle the method or to handle the token and the refresh token, which is going to be kept in the client local storage. So with this, we're going to create a class. We're going to name this class as user session in the DTO. So let's put the DTO here. Let's add this class as user session. Now this is going to handle only 2 properties. And that's going to be the token and the refresh token. So we have token and the refresh token. This must be public. We don't want to store any information again onto the client's browser, because the client can go to the local storage and view all the information over there. So we don't want to save some crucial information in there. What we need here is the token and the refresh token. If the user tries to make a change to any of the token, it means that the authentication state here is going to be damaged, because the token won't correspond to what we have in the database, especially that is going to be the refresh token. So that's what we are doing. Let's close all this. Let's save that. So yeah, since we are going to be serializing and deserializing models, we want to create a separate static class to handle that. So in the client library, let's create one folder to this. We're going to name this as helpers. Mine is helpers, but maybe you can also change it to what you think is suitable for your project. So here I'm going to create this class, and that's going to be serializations. Now this is going to be a static class, and now in that class you're going to have this. Okay, so we have this serialization, and we're going to serialize this object of t, so it means it's going to be a generic. So any model that we pass in, we can serialize that. And aside from that, we are also deserializing this the same model here. And at the end of the day, there's going to be a list. In case you want to have a list of models, we can also deserialize the list of models in here. So for now, we're going to concentrate on the first two, and later on to talk about the last one. So here we can control period, remove all necessary usings. Okay. So we have this serialization model done. The next thing that we're going to create here is going to be the local storage service. Now this local storage service is going to handle all local storage CRUD, remove, get, and also set. Okay, so let's do that from the same helper. Now you know that this is a static class, so it means each instance is going to be created once, and now we can be using it often. Now with this, you're not going to make it as a static because this is going to handle with an async. So let's have that also created. Let's add a new class in here, and this is going to be local storage service. That's the name that I'm giving to this. In that, we want to include a local storage service. This must be a public. We can remove all this. Then in here, we also want to have a local storage service. We create our local storage key here. Let me remove the things. We have a duplication. Okay, so we have a local storage. This is the key, and this is the key that we're going to use in the local storage. Then here get token. So local storage.get item as async. We pass in the key. Then here set token. So this is going to be the string of items going to come in here. Then we have the key already. We specify the key, and now in here we specify the item. Then remove token. We get the key here, and I remove from the local storage. So that's what it's going to do. It's going to set, get, and now remove. Okay. Now the next module that we need to create here is to get an HTTP client. Now this get HTTP client, we are going to fetch the data. We're going to fetch data from the local storage and append it to the header of an HTTP client. So anytime that we call the HTTP client, it's going to get the local storage data, check if it has it, deserialize it, and append it to the client or the header of an HTTP client before it makes it a request. Okay, so let's quickly also create that. And now with this, I'm going to make it as get HTTP client. So with the same helper, I'm going to create it in here, get HTTP client. Now with this, since we install package of Microsoft.extension.http, we can now use HTTP client factory. Okay, so in that factory, we can create our own client and give it a specific or a specified name. This must be a public, and this also won't be a static because it's going to be a task. We are going to first create. Let's have our method in here. Now the first method that we are creating here is going to check this. Let me remove this here to clear all these spaces. Okay, let me just include this too. Okay, so control period did we install this? Okay, so we have to install this package. To this quickly, let's do that. So right click on that's the client library, that's the service project. Go to manage and get packages, and in here we need to install Microsoft .extensions .http. So we need to install this package. Okay, so now this is installed. Let's come here, control period, and now as you can see, it is gone now. So you can see we are injecting this HTTP client factory, and also we are injecting the local storage service that we created. Aside from that, you have a header key as an authorization. We want to get a private HTTP client. Now, what are this private going to do? It's going to get, you see, we first create a client in here. Then that client that we are creating, we are getting get token from this local storage service. This is going to return a string. So we check if string is null, it means that the user has not logged in, meaning there's no token found in the local storage. I want to return a client. This time is going to be a new client because here authorization header has not been added, so it's just a normal client. But in case it is there, we want to deserialize it into a user session, which is going to be the token and the refresh token. And I will also check if it is null, we want to return. But this is just a check purpose. It is not going to be null because as soon as it's found it, you're going to have a data in there. That's the value in there. But let's say maybe if there's some issue here, we have it as null, we want to also check it. But in case it is not, then you see we are adding the authorization header to the client. So we are saying equal to new system.http header.authorization value. And then in here we specify the bearer, and now we specify the serialized token. We can extract the token from it. So we add the token to the header, and after doing that, you want to return the client. So this client here is going to have header appended. So this client here is different from this client here. This client here has no authorization added, but this has it. Now this is a get public HTTP client. So here it's going to check maybe if header it is there, this header key is there, it's going to remove it because with this we don't want to add any header. This is for a public endpoint like create or register account, login, and even refresh token. It's a public one, so we don't need a header attached in the client before we can make a request to it. And that is what this is doing. So it's going to check if it's there, going to remove it, then it's going to return a new client here with no authorization header added. So this is what we are doing. So anytime that we call this method, we can have two methods in here: get public HTTP client and also get a private HTTP key client. So now that we have this, we can now go to the implementation and I'll start doing some things in it. That is the user account service. So user account service. So first of all, we're going to do here from the create async. What are we going to do? We have to inject the get HTTP client here. So let's inject this. After injecting, we want to just create URL, and that's going to be the public constant. But this is what we're going to be using for the authentication. So it's better that we put it here in order not to be typing to skip typos. So we can just put it to one line here, and we can be using the auth URL. So what we're going to do here is first we want to check. You can even check if user model is null, then run a return. But here, when they use data annotation, that's the form validation, it's going to check. So maybe we can check it, but for now, let's skip that. So you can see we are creating an instance of this public HTTP client. So this public here has no authorization header attached. And if you're making a post, this must be an async. Now with the post that you are making, you can see we pass in the auth URL, and the endpoint is going to be the register. We pass in the user in here. We check if the status code is not equal to success. Then we want to return error occurred, but in case it is, we want to return content. We want to read the content, and now in the form of a general response, which has a boolean as a flag, and also a message as a response from the process. and that's going to handle the create async. Let's do same for the sign in async too. So with this too, we're going to have, we create the same public clients, and this must be an async. I believe you know, since it's going to be a task. Then here I return a login response. So we check there's a route in here specified with the payload, and I will read the response here in the form of login response. Okay, now we're going to test it with the refresh token. We come back to this later on, but with the get weather forecast, maybe we can just also create the same public one, but this time this is going to be a private. So this will be a private because, you know, we are going to decorate this with an authorized attribute to the endpoint. So let's make this as private. And now in here, let's go to solution. We check the server and now the weather forecast controller. Let's make this as an API / controller name. And now with this, we can specify this as authorized. And now even we can add, I want us to remove this. So we can have a get method. And now this, you want to have authorized. And now in here, let's specify rows as only admin. So only admin can have access to this. We can also change this to user. Okay, but for testing purpose, you're going to make it an admin later on. We can also switch to user and now test it in there and see. So we have this set in here. Let's go back to the user account service. So here we create a private HTTP client who is going to add token to the header. And now after that, you can now make a call from this and now return. This coming with an array of list in here. Okay. So let's go to the pages in here and let's try to modify that. But before we modify this in the Razor component, we have to create a custom authentication state provider. What are this going to do? The custom auth state provider is going to handle all user authentications when switching between pages. So moving from page 1 to page 2 is going to check. It is the duty of this custom auth state provider to check if the user is authenticated or not. And if the user is authenticated, then it's going to use this authorized component to hide and now show to show features that you want to show based on the role that we have added to the user. So it is very important in this. So we have to create the custom auth state provider, and you're going to put that in the same helpers folder from the client library. So in the client library, you can see we have this is a helper. Let me close the server. Now the same helper, let's right click on this. Let's add a new class. And I will say custom authentication state provider. Let's add it. Now after adding this so it is going to be a public. I believe you know that, isn't it? And this is going to help from custom authentication state provider. So this is an inbuilt from the component authorization, and it has one abstract class that we can implement in here. So authentication state provider, and it is saying, okay, so let's see, control period. So we have no method, meaning that we have not installed this component dot authorization. Let's try to include the namespace here. Okay, so we haven't installed that. It means you have to install this package in here. So let's grab this. Let's go to solution. Now from this client library, right click on this and now manage NuGet packages, and let's install this package here. Yes, so we have to install this. Now when we go back to the custom auth state, we have it now. We can implement an abstract class from this, and that is a get authentication state async. So anytime you are switching between page 1 to page 2, this method is going to be called. So anytime that you move from one page to the next page, this method will be called. So that is where it's going to check if the user is authenticated or not. Okay, so let's see. Now that we have this, what can we do here? We have our local storage service created, which get token from the local storage, and we also have a serialization where we can deserialize and serialize models. And we have our get HTTP client, which we can retrieve public and private HTTP clients with header and with no header. So what we're going to do here, we are going to inject them and I'll start using them here. So first, let's inject the local storage service because we're going to retrieve token from local storage service. We can do that from this section. So local storage service, then we create an instance of this. The first thing is we're going to create an anonymous as a claim principal, and now it's going to have with no identity, as you can see. Now we check if we want to get token stream from the local storage initially. So anytime the page loads, check communicate to local storage and get a token. This must be an async in the form of a string. So we are checking if token here, it is null, meaning user is not registered. They want to tell the app that this user is not registered. So you want to return tags from results, new authentication state with anonymous, you want to do that. But in case the user here, this token is found, what can we do? We are going to visualize this token. So first, let's visualize it into model. So into this user session model. And now we're also going to check if this model is null. Then what are you going to do? You want to also do same. Okay, although it is not, but it is good that we check it check it out. Now the next thing is after visualizing it, we're also going to decrypt the token. So how can we decrypt the token? We have to, because the token that we create comprises of the claims. We want to decrypt token and retrieve all claims. And these are the claims that we need to set into this authentication state provider. So we want to create a method here to decrypt this token. We pass the token in here. Then after decrypting the token, this is going to return with the get user claim. So this claim, in case this claims here, it is null. We want to also return anonymous as user, it is not authenticated. So anytime that returns null, it means user is not authenticated. You want to return null or that's anonymous to the user, and that anonymous here is a new instance of claim identity, which tells the user that, or which tells the component that the current user, it is not registered or is not authenticated. Okay, so we need to create this decrypt token. Now this decrypt token we're going to decrypt the token that we have in here. So we need to create a private method to handle that. But before we do that, we let's also add the next method to handle it. Let's say after we've retrieved the claims in here, what we're going to do here is once you have the claims, we are going to set the claims and return it as a claim principal. So after return the claim principal, then we're going to pass it to the authentication state. And at this time round, we're going to return the same tags from results. And now we pass in this claim principal. So this is going to tell the app that the user is not authenticated. It is no more anonymous, rather it's authenticated because you have the claims in here. Let's define these two general models here. Now the first one here is a decrypt token. Let's have it down here. So what are we doing? There is a private static custom user claims. This custom user claim is the model that we need to create. So quickly let's get this created. And let's create that in the user DTO. So that's going to be the base library, which contains all the models and the DTOs. So let's add a new class. And this is going to be a custom user claims. Now this custom user claims is going to handle few properties. And it's going to be a record type. So let's grab this. And in here, we are just having an ID, name, email, and a row. So this is what we need. We need a name, ID, email, and a row for this token. So this is what we're going to use to authenticate the user. These are token, or these are claims, not token, these are claims that we set during the authentication or during token formation. So if I could remind you, let's go to the data access layer, that is the server library. Now you can see from the repository and the implementation folder, you can see we have this user account repository. And now when it gets to this create async, or that is a login async, we are creating claims. Now where are these claims? Let's see from this generate token. So you can see from the generate token, we are creating these claims. We have an ID, we have name, email, and a row. So the same token, the same claims is what we are decrypting to retrieve. So we are retrieving them in the user service. No, that's the user service, the custom auth state. You see, we are retrieving the same user ID, name, email, and a row. So create it in the server and I'll retrieve them in the client. That's what we are doing. So in case you are checking if this is null, then we want to return new instance of this. But in case it is not, then we want to get a token, decrypt it, read the claims from it, and I'll retrieve all user ID, name, email, row, and I'll return a new custom. Since the record type, we can specify this as a parameter to this method. And that's what this user claim is going to do. So here we have this user claim as an object. Once we have this model here, we are going to set this model into the set claims principal. So let's also handle that set claim principal method. We also create another private method in here, and this is going to return a claim principal. And here it is accepting this as a payload. This is a model that we accepting it here. So this is a custom user claim, and that is what we are passing here. So the output of this decrypt token is going to be an input of this method here. That is a get claim. So this is going to set the claim to this claim principal, and that's going to return, as you can see from this, it's going to return a new claim principal with these claims in it. So we have the ID, the name, the email, and then the row. Now we give the name here as a JWT auth, meaning JWT authentication. And aside from that, we can save this. So that's what we are doing. So we are getting data from local storage, decrypting it, and now we visualize the token. We get the claims in it, set to the claim principal, and now return that. So anytime the page loads or navigates from one page to another, this method is going to be called all the time. But what if in case the user tries to log in, what can we do? We want to now set a token to local storage and also call this set claims, and now set the claim to token and refresh the page. Okay, so we want to handle that in here. So this method is not going to be private because you're going to be calling this outside the scope of this. So we're going to make it as public, and I will say public async task and update authentication states. We pass the user session as the refresh token and at the token. And aside from that, we create a new instance of this claim principal. Now here we check if token is null. If it's not equal to null, and our user session also user session.refresh token is not equal to null. So we are checking from this. If it is not equal to null, then we want to serialize it. As you can see, we serialize into a string. Then we set to the token to the local storage. So you can see we have set token local storage service.set token. We pass in the string in here, and also we want to get all user claims. So we decrypt the token that is coming in, and we set to the claim. So the claim that we created an instance in here, we call this set claims to return a new claim with a new claim which has retrieved the claims from the token and now set it. Aside from that, we call the notify authentication state change. Then we pass in the claim that we have created in here. Okay, but in case this user session it is null, it tells you that maybe the user wants to remove or not want to log out. So if the person wants to log out, then we still call this local storage service dot remove token, then notify authentication state change. So after the token has been removed, this is going to get reloaded. As soon as this page, this component gets refreshed, check here, it's going to come to this, and I get the token from local storage. In case it is null, then it's going to return anonymous, meaning the user is not registered. So that's what we are doing for this custom auth state. So the next to do here is we have to register the services that we have created. So in order to do that, let's go to the clients, and now we go to program.cs file, and in here let's register these services here. So we are using this authorization call, and now we add this Blazor local storage. Since we installed Blazor the local storage, we also want to register this get HTTP client, so we can inject it as we've done. We do stay into local storage, and now we also create dependency injection in between this auth state and the custom auth state that we created. Aside from that, we have this user account interface and we have 8 implementation service. We also register that. The next thing to do here is, in order for this client, which has a different port, to communicate to the server, which also has a different port, we have to register calls. Okay, so calls will help it to communicate from the client to the API. So in here, to handle that, we go to the server first, then where from the server, that is it, is over here. Now let's go to the properties. Let's go to line settings. And from here we have from HTTPS. Since our app is running on HTTPS, we want to grab this. Okay, now let's go to the program.cs file from the client. So this is a client. Now in here, instead of this beta.host environment.base address, we want to remove this and now specify our own. Okay, so in here, let's add the first line like this. So it means the base address is going to be the API. All right, now let's go to the API too. That's going to be the server program.cs file, and also handle that. So we go to the server program.cs file. Now in here, we have to add calls to this. So in here too, we're going to add the calls of beta.services.add calls. And now here we give it a name as maybe allow Blazor WebAssembly. Okay, so allow Blazor WebAssembly. And now here we need to configure some options with this. So here's going to be the endpoint for this Blazor. So to get the URL or the address, we also go to the client and now go to properties, and from the line settings, from the HTTPS, it is 7239. So let's grab that. Let's go in there and I'll change it in here. So for HTTPS, it is 7239. And also when you check from the HTTP, it is 5245. So you can also grab that and I'll make a change 5245. But we are running on HTTPS, so there's no need for us to even do this. But in case you want to run on HTTP, then you have to include this as well. Then allow any method and any header, and also allow credentials so that the authentication section or the authorization section can be added, and now send it to the API. Okay, so we have this done. Let's use the code that we have created. We can do that down here where you have this app middleware pipeline. So let's implement app.use calls, then pass in the name of this call here. Okay, so that is all that we need to do here. The next thing to do is to handle or to surround the cascading authentication states around the route. The route is found in the app.razor. So go to the client. Now you can see from the client, we have this app.razor. So within here, we can surround it with a cascading authentication state. So you can just make a copy of this. Then we have this cascading auth state, control period. We need to include the namespace in here. And now this must be an authorized route view. And now in that, when we authorize and you want to just display a custom message, so please wait a moment whilst we authenticate you. Anything that you feel you want to include in here, you can pass it within. Okay, but this is mine. Maybe you can also specify yours. Okay, so now we have this. Let's see, I want us to display something on the screen. So as soon as the user logs in, we can see, isn't it? So let's go to the solution, and from the client, you see we have pages. From the layout, we have nav menu. So here when you go top here, because we have this as client. Okay, so with this client, maybe you can remove this and you can just paste in here. So hi, if you are authorized, you want to display the name. If you are not, you want to display hi guest. So you see you're using this authorized view, and if you are authorized, display this. If you are not, then display guest to the user. So this is going to be displayed on top of the nav bar. And maybe when you count down here, we can have our login and our logout. So instead of having it on top there, we can also put them here. Okay, it's possible, but let's check it over there. Let's put it on top. So let's go to main layout, and then in here we can remove this, and now we can just create one. So this is going to be a class. So let's say btn none. And now with this, we can just type in something. There's going to be an href, and it is navigating to identity. Let's say account/login. That's going to be the route for our login. Then let's say this is login. We can make a duplicate of this, and I'll make this as register. So register. Let me make this as sign in. Okay. Even login will be okay, isn't it? All right, so we have this, and maybe this could be, let me make this as test danger or test this. Okay. Okay, so let's maintain this. Now the next one is, let's make a copy of this too, and now display btn. This is going to be test danger, and then this will be logout. So with this logout, we are not going to implement this. We're going to have an on-click event. So let's have at on-click. Then we say logout clicked. Let's define definition for this. So at the code section, we can have async task logout clicked. Good. So when I click on logout, this is what I want to do. So to implement this method, we need to, let's say logout model is equal to new, and here we need a user session. So we need to include this new user session model, which contains the user, the token, and the refresh token. So let's save this. Let's go up here, and we can include the namespace. So using client library, or let's say if this is the base library.dto. So that is where we have this user session. Then custom auth provider, it is coming from the client library. So let's say at using, and this is the client's library. So let's see this using. So client's library dot, we have the helper. That is where the custom auth is coming from. Now we need to inject this auth provider. So we can have at inject, then authentication, state provider, and we say this auth state provider. So this has to come from the namespace of, I think, Microsoft.component. Let's see. So at using, so Microsoft.component ASP.NET Core.component.authorization. Yeah, that's where this is coming from. So we can move all these. We can cut this, save that, then put it in the import so we can use it in another page as well. So go to the import.razor. Now down here, let's paste this. Okay, so I want to group them. This is where we have all the inject. This is the usings. And now in here, let's also inject our user account service. And I will say this is account service. Okay, So this is also from the using of this, as using is coming from the client library dot services dot contract. That is where this is also coming from. Okay, so we save this, we go back to the main layout, and now you can see we have it. So you can see we are calling an update authentication state method that we created. We pass in null or empty object in here, and now when it gets there, if the object is empty, if the person wants to log out, then it logs the person out. And now navigate to this page, that's the home page, and I reload the page again to get the token from the local storage. And in case you couldn't get it, then it's going to return anonymous from the custom auth state provider. Good. I believe you are good, right? So now let's see. The next thing to do here is we're going to create our component, that's the login, and now the register component. So let's go to the solution, and now here where we have the pages, this is a page that we have. We are going to create one folder in this, and I name it as account pages. So account pages. Inside this account pages folder, we want to have just a login component. So right click on this, then add a new component as login component or login page. Now inside this login page, we want to have a simple edit form in here. So when you check this, we have this error that we specified, and now we have this simple edit form in here. That is a handle login, and we use this validation to validate the model or the form. We have a user email and a user password. When you check it, so you have this user, and now that is an instance of the user detail that we have created. So we're going to use that user as the model for this edit form. If I click on login, I want to submit, and you're going to submit to this method. That's the reason why we specified it here. Aside from that, we need this nav manager, so let's include it. Even from the custom auth state, this nav manager, so that is the main layout. Yes, you must have this nav manager, so let's include it here at the same inject. So inject, this is going to be navigation manager, then we say nav manager. Okay, so when it comes to the login, as soon as we call this, we see we do the same thing here. When we have the response as true, it means the user has now logged in. Then this result is going to retrieve the token and the refresh token. So you want to push it to this update authentication state. This time around, we are not going to specify as null, right? I want to populate it in here as a token. It's equal to the result of token, and then we have the refresh token is equal to this result.refresh token, which is coming in as a response from the service in here. Aside from that, you want to also navigate to the home page and then reload the page so that the custom auth state can retrieve it from the local storage and now append it to the header and do a whole lot of stuff with it. Get the claims and now set claims to the claim principal and I return it to the component. Yeah, so that's what we are doing in there too. Okay, so we have this the login. Now let's handle the registration. But before we do that, let's navigate to the login page. Let's run this application and test the login. If it works, then we can also handle the registration component as well. All right. So let's quickly check it up. So I'm going to make this as a client, not a server. Choose the client here. And now we have to set the client as a startup project. So I click on the server. Let's run the server. So debug, start with that debugging. So once we have the endpoint ready, we also go in there and now start the client. Okay, so it is run, but you can see from the client we have an error in here. Let's check this up. We check the console, and it is saying there's no service type for this HTTP client factory. Okay, so let's do that quickly. So I think I forgot this. When you check this, where is it? Our service, user account service, you can see from here that we create this public client, right? Now when you check this get public client, that's the service of this get HTTP client. Let's check that service. You see that here we create a new client and I will give it a name as system API client, right? So when you create this client, we have to register that, and I did not tell you, so that's the reason why we're having this error. Now let's register that. So we can go to the same client session, program.cs file. Now instead of this one, we can now use this. So builder.services.add HTTP client, then we specify the name in here. Then with this, we can copy the name of the port, and I replace the port. Let's close this. We can comment this. Let's save this. Let's run it again, and now check it out. Yeah, so you can see this is ready, but we have login, register, and logout. Wow. We did not sound it with the authorized component, and you did not tell me. I hope you've done yours, right? So let's quickly do that. From this, where I have this login, this is going to come in as an authorized. So authorized view, and now here, if I am authorized, I want to see this. If I am not authorized, I want to see this. You see, so if I am not authorized, I want to see login and I register. If I am authorized, I want to see logout. I hope it is clear. Okay, I believe this is not the first time I'll be hearing this. You know this and you'll be using this over, isn't it? Let's save this and now let's do it again and see for now if you're also going to see this again. All right, so this must be a register. Yeah, do that before. Okay, before you forget it. So that's going to be a register, although we haven't created a register component, but we specify the name here, and as soon as you create it, that'll be all. Okay, so since we are not registered, we are not authenticated, you can see we have login register. I see. So let's go to the login. Now I'm going to click on this inspect element. We're going to call this endpoint. So let me expand this a little bit. Go to the network tab, click on register. And now here we have user at user4 at example.com. You remember we have string as a password. Now if I click on login, you can see it is calling an endpoint here, but the response here is 204. Okay, so you see in, and it was 200, and the page got refreshed. So you can see here we have the logout. When we check the, because we have hi string, right? So that's going to be the name. When you check our app, where can you find the app? It is here. Let me open it some more. Yeah, so when you check this, go to local storage, open this, and because you have the token in here, this is our refresh token, and that is our token. So we are not authenticated. If I click on logout, you can see it has been removed, get refreshed, and now you're going to see hi guest. Yes, meaning you're not authenticated. And you can see you can now see login and now logout. So this is working. Now if I click on weather forecast, we have an issue here. Why? Check the network tab, and now check this weather forecast. Click on it again. Let's see, it is not making even a call. When you check this console, it is saying that an invalid request URI was provided. Okay, so let's handle that so we can retrieve this. As soon as you make a call to this endpoint, then we can retrieve it from the database, or that's an API, because now we have a token added to the header as well, and you can now make a call to this endpoint. Now let's see, we decorated the API, that is the weather forecast endpoint, as the role as admin. User 4, it is not an administrator, it's rather going to be a user. So when this works, we must have 403, that is forbidden. Forbidden means you authenticated but did not have access to that specific API or that specific endpoint. Let me put it that way. Okay, so quickly, let's also handle that. Let's go to our source code here. Navigate to where we have this weather forecast component, and that can be found inside the client pages. And actually we have weather.razor. So here we don't need to use this HTTP client anymore. All we need to do here is we have to also clear this, because you're going to be using this weather forecast from the base library.dto. So with this, we have to use the namespace here. We have the namespace already, so we can now remove this. And I will say that there is an await account service dot get weather forecast. So we are now calling from an API. Let's save this. Now this is going to call from the private HTTP client, which is going to get from the local storage, append the token to the header, and I return an instance of the HTTP client, and now we can make a call to it. Let's run this again. So as soon as the app runs, it goes to the text and now say, do you have any in the local storage? Yeah, we have it. And now we have hello guest, right? So with this hello guest, let's log in. Let's log in here. We are going to authenticate it. Now we're going to have the data stored in the local storage. So let's check it first. After getting the weather forecast, we're going to check how does this work. Right click on this, go to the inspect, and in here from the console, not the console, this network tab, click on weather forecast, and here we have an issue 500. Let's check it out. So this is an internal server error, but you see when you check the token, you have the token added to the header. That's fine, but the real issue is, why are we having this? Let's go to the API here, the user service, and now from the refresh token, we are getting it from an API weather forecast. Okay, let's check the controller. We have the role as admin, authorized attribute specified, and now here this is get. So let's check the endpoint. Let's try to get data here and check it up. So no authentication scheme was specified. Oh, okay. So we have not specified any authentication scheme yet. Yeah, so I did not also tell you that. All right, so let's also do that. You know, I keep forgetting things. All right, so let's quickly do that. This should have been the first thing to even do before we handle this. This has to happen within the server, and I will go to the program.cs file from the server, and that is where we have to add authentication scheme. So down here, you see we have authorization. So authentication must come. We have our authorization in here. So authentication and then authorization. Let's save that. Now let's add the scheme. So after the registration of the service, the connection, we want to add authentication. Then after adding this, we have to also add the bearer. That's going to be the JWT bearer. That is where we are going to specify our issuer, the audience, validate, etc. and etc. So you see we have validate issuer, validate audience, validate issuer signing key, validate lifetime, and now there's a JWT section. So where are you getting the JWT section? Do you remember that in the second video we made mention of JWT section as a model? We are using options to map the section in the app.json. So we don't need to use the config anymore. We can use this I options. And to do that, we made a registration here. This one. So let me just remove this and put this on top here. And the next thing we need to do here is we have to cache this so we can be using it in here. So this is going to be used outside the program.cs file, and now this can be used inside this file. So the JWT section, we get a section of this, we map it to this. So that is what we're doing in here, and we are getting the byte of the key. So if you don't know where this is coming from, when you check this app.setting.json from the server, we have this specified in the app settings. There's a JWT section, we have the key, issuer, and the audience, and that is exactly what we are using in here. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Now let's save this, and I believe we can stop everything and I'll run this again. Okay, so let's stop this and I'll run this again. So I will first have to, let's save all. Let's run the server. After that, we're going to run the client. And I believe this is going to solve the problem. So even here, when we test this get API, we must have 401. Let's see, 401. Yeah, we have 401, meaning it is unauthorized because we have not registered. Now let's go in there and run the client. All right, so it's ready now. Right click, let's go to inspect element, and now let's check it out and see if there will be any issue again. What do you think? If I click on this, get weather forecast. Okay, so you can see I have 403. And what is the definition of 403? It is forbidden, meaning this is only for administrators, but here you are a user you want to have access to. Let's log out. You're going to admin, then you're going to make a call, and now see it's going to go through. Log into this. Instead of this user, it's going to be user. Let's log in. There's going to be an admin. So let's log in. Okay. So check this because you have a new token, and that is an admin token for this. And now if I come to a network tab, let me clear everything, click on weather forecast, and that's fine, we have it. So check it out. If I click on this, you see we have the token in here. And if I decrypt this token, you're going to have it as an admin. We did that in the previous video. So go to jwt.io, paste this token. You're going to have all the claims. You're going to have all the scheme, the header, and etc. Okay, you're going to have them in there. Okay, so this is working. But here, when you check our token formation, we made it as, let's go to the user repository from the data assets layer. And in here, where we have the user account repository, when generating the token, we specify the expiry date as 1 day. So maybe this is too long for us. We cannot be waiting for 1 day to get this. So let's say add seconds, and maybe we can add, let's make it as 2. So as soon as you create this account and try to log in, this account, it has to expire. And when it expires, it means the user cannot have access to the resource again because the token giving the person access has expired. Let's check this out. So I'm going to try this. Now let's run this and see. All right, so here we are going to log in again. So let's log out so that the token will be cleared up from the local storage. And now when we log in, it's going to assign a date and time of an expiry date and time to the token. Okay, so it can expire at the date or the time specified. So log in. So once you're in, right click on this, let's go to inspect. And now let's see if when you go to the network tab, you can just click on weather forecast, and I'm going to retrieve it. So anytime that I click on it, since the token hasn't expired, you see I can able to retrieve and any code that it makes, it appends, it has the authorization header added. So you can just be clicking on it all the time. Now let's give ourselves some time so that this token will be expired. Alright, so I went offline and tried a couple of times, and you can see from the last end that it is successful now. We have a call made, token has been added by the store 401, meaning you are not authorized. And when it checks the www authenticate key, the value tells you that the bearer error, invalid token. Now the description here is the token expired at this date and this time. So the token has now expired. Any call that you try to make is not going to go through because the token is now has expired. There comes in the refresh token. As soon as the token expires, then we have to call the refresh token. Let's have a look on how to implement the refresh token. There are so many ways of implementing this. I'm going to also show you the other way around today. Normally, I do handle that in the service section, but this time around, you're going to create a custom HTTP handler, which is going to inherit from a delegating handler. And now within the handler, we're going to override the send async method. We're going to check from the request if the response or the request has a status code of 401. We want to call the refresh token. Let's see how to go about that. So let's go to the source code of this project. And now let's close everything from here. Let's go to the solution. And now where we have the user service from the service project, that's going to be the client server. So the client library, so we have this services and we have this user account service. So in here, we need to implement the refresh token, and it's a post method. So we can just grab this without wasting time. We can just grab this one, and in here we can paste it. So we get this is going to be a public HTTP client also, because for the refresh token, it is anonymous. Let's go to the SQL. The solution. Now, when we check this authentication controller, we can set here as allow anonymous. So it means all the endpoints here can be accessed by anonymous. But this needs a key, and that's a refresh token to get access to this. Let's save that, and let's go back again. And saying this a task, you must have an asynchronous method. And it is also retaining the same login response. Now here, we are not converting, or we are not returning this. We want to rather return a login response to the refresh token. And now we are going to post this token, not the user. That's all that we need to do. And now here, it is refresh token. So from the controller, you can just grab the name in order not to make a big mistake here. Let's paste the name here. That's all. Copy this. And I return login response if it works. That's fine. That's all that we need to do here from the service. Now let's go in there and I'll create a custom HTTP handler in the helpers folder that we created. Right click on the folder, add a new class, and I'll name it as custom HTTP handler. Or you can name it any name at all you want to do. You can put it that. Now this has to inherit from delegating handler. So this has to inherit from this delegating handler. And there is a class. So if I click on this, it has pip definition. It has this method, and it's also inheriting from this HTTP message handler. And in that, you can override a method known as a send async. If it is not here, then there is a method that we can override. Then we can now have access to this request. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. This must be a public. And now, once you have this as a public, we can override the method known as. So here, you see we have this send async. This is a method that you want to override. Now in here, we want to check. So first of all, if it is if it is login, register, or if it is refresh token, we don't want to append header. you want to call a public and return it. So this is what we are doing. First, we check if the request contains, there's a refresh token. So login URL, let's make it URL, refresh to register URL, and a refresh token URL. So it is going to return if it contains refresh token. Okay, then we want to return. So if this contains any of these name here, it means you are calling a public URL, and in such that, or in that case, we don't want to append the authorization header on top because these are public endpoint, and even without authorization header, we can still make a call to this. So there's no need for us to append a header, make a call to a public endpoint with authorization added to the header. You can okay skip that, but for now, let's actually make it clean. So we want to remove that. So to do that, you want to check if say if login URL that is true, or if register URL which is also true, or if refresh token URL which is also true. So if any of these is true, then this is what you want to do. We want to just return this. Okay, that is when it is true. So skip this, return, don't add any header. But in case it is not, and it is either like refresh to get weather forecast, get employees, or any other method or any other endpoint, then we want to append a header. So to do that, you want to cache or store the header in here. Let's store this here as a result. So let me remove this. Okay, so this must be an async, take notes. So we store it as a result. Now the result, we are going to check if the status code is equal to 401. So if status code is equal to 401, so here must be an await, don't forget. If status code of the result here is 401, that is where we want to specify or return all this. You want to handle this, but in case it is not, then you want to return the result that we cached. And you know this result, that is this one. So if this result status code is equal to unauthorized, that is a 401, it means that the token has now expired. It could be that there's no header append, or there's no authorization section append to the header, or the token has expired. So there are two ways. First, let's check if token is there, meaning that the link or the token has expired. But in case the token is not there, then we can add a token and now make a request again. Okay, so that's what we are doing. We want to check first, and here this could give us error. So maybe we want to check if token is available. Okay, so here we're checking if token is available. But first of all, if it is unauthorized, maybe we can get token from the local storage. So let's first get token from local storage. Okay, so here we have to inject this local service. So in here, let's inject the 2, so that anytime that we need an HTTP client, we don't need to create any more because we have one in here. Let's append it. So this must be yes. So we need get HTTP client, which returns 2 methods. That is a private and public. The private one contains the header. Now local storage also allows us to set, get, and now remove. So we get the local storage in the form of a string. If it is not, return results. But in case it is not, then we are going to check if this token here is empty. So this is going to empty. In case there's no header, it's going to be empty. So if this is empty, then what are we doing? We want to just add the token to the header, and I'll make a request again. So we add the token. From here, we have to decrypt this. Okay. So in order to do that, we are calling this method the visualization visualize token dot token. So here we are going to decrypt this token. And now to decrypt this token, we have to just create a simple method which is going to derive from this. Let's put it on top here so we can use it within the scope of this if. So you can see we initialize the token of user session of this string token that is coming in as a string. Then we check if it is null, return, but it's not going to be null, but let's check for check's sake. Then in here we are passing in the serialized token .token property in it. We pass to the header. Then at the end we want to call it again. So here the second if the response status code is 401. First, let me check that the HTTP has a header known as authorization. In case it is null, then fetch the token and I'll add to the header and I'll make a request again. That's what it's doing. But in case it is not, in case it has it, that is when if this is not null, meaning that the token has expired, that is where we need to call the refresh token. Okay, endpoint. Okay, so to do that, we have to now get the refresh token. So let's create a method in here to call the refresh token. And under the refresh token, we must define it here. So control period, we can just generate a method for this as a refresh token. Now this refresh token is going to come in with a token that's going to accept a token as a parameter. So we pass in a string in as a refresh token. Now in that, let's change this v to give it as an appropriate name, refresh token. Now in that, you want to make a call. So when making this call, what is what you're going to do? We need to call this. We have to inject. Let's inject one more. So maybe I can then, maybe let me put this here. Let's inject iUser account. And I say this is account service. Okay, so with this account service, we can have a method in here. So var results is equal to, we can have an await account service dot then get refresh token async. This needs a model, so we can say new refresh token model. Then with this, we can have token is equal to this refresh token. Okay, so this refresh token, that is just one. So you pass it over here, then we make a response to this. Now with that, we can check if response is null, because it's going to return a response. So here we can even check if this result is null, because this result is going to come in with a login response. If I click on dot, you see we have token flag, we have let's see token refresh token message. Okay, so if this is null, then this is what you want to do. You want to return. Okay, so let's return this in case this token here it is null. But this token, it will never be null, because as soon as you pass in a correct refresh token, and it's going to come out with a new token and a refresh token. This is not going to be handled by the user, rather it's going to be a computer to computer or machine to machine communication. Okay, so in case it is not, or even here, we can, this must be, let's make it as a string. Okay, so let's return as a string from the token. So instead of this, we can return this null here. We can return null. But in case this is not, then you want to return, or maybe instead of doing all this stuff, you can just return results straightforward, then we go our way. So we can make a check in there. So return this result, very simple one. So here I want to return the result from this. Let's see, with dot refresh token. So this is a token. So before we return this token, we have to also set it to the local storage so that anytime the person logs into another page or navigate to page and come back, the token will be there, the current one. So in order to do that, let's serialize the new one and set it to local storage. So in that, you can have these two methods to handle that. So you see, we serialize the token coming in, then we call serialization.serialize this object. Then this new user, we have token is equal to this result dot token. And also, when you check the next one, this is going to be the refresh token. So we have the model populated here. Then we call this local storage service dot set token. We pass in this serialized token as this is going to set it. At the end of the day, we want to return only the token, not the refresh token. We want only the token. Now in here, we are going to check if this token here, it is not null. So we check if, okay, so we can say if string dot is null empty, that is the new token coming in. Definitely we know that it is not going to be null, but let's see. If it is null, then you want to return result. And now this result is what you have in here. Okay, so that's the result that we cache here. Return this result. But in case it is not, then we want to append to the header and also remake a request or remake the code again. So append to the header. So we append the new token, that's the new GW token. And at the end of the day, make a request again. So as soon as you have 401, it's going to pause, call the refresh token API, get the token, add to local storage, remove the old one, append a new header to the HTTP client, and now remake the same call again to get the current data that we want. This is what this custom auth is going to do. Now, after doing this, the next thing that we're going to handle here is going to be, let's register this. So we have to do that in the program.cs file from the client server. Not the client server, the client section. So we go to the program solution. This is the client. Where is it? This is the server, client, program.cs file. That is this. Okay. So in here, all that we need to do here is to add an HTTP message handler to this. So let's add HTTP message handler to this. Then call the custom HTTP. Before that, we need to also register it as a transient. So on top here, let's put this as a transient. And that's all that we need to do. So we are good to go. Let's save this. And now let's try this again. So I'm going to close everything. So let me close all these. Okay. All set. Now let's save this first. Now let's go to solution. And now from the server, right click on the server, debug this without debugging. Let's start it. After that, we are going to also start this client. Then we're going to make a call as we did earlier on. We're going to wait for some time. If the token expires, we click on it again. You're going to see that it's going to make a call to the refresh token. And you're going to be having a new token. So let's see. We have this. Let's run the client too. Okay, so now we are still in. We navigate here to the inspect. Now let's even check. So here, you know that when you run this, the token expired already, isn't it? So if I click on weather forecast, let's see. Good. So you can see now we have a refresh token called up here, right? So now let's wait for the response of this refresh token. Good. Yes. So this is working. Have you seen that? You can see the first one we made the call to this. We had 401. This is the token. Check the end of the token. It ends with 2s. Now, the refresh token was called. And now you can see there's no authentication header attached to this. Now, when you check this, when you check the payload, we send this is a refresh token, and now this is a response from the server. We have a new token and now a refresh token, and now the same it came, and now we made another request to the header, and now check the refresh token here. It is the OG, so check the old one, it is 2s. Now the new one here, it is what? OG. So it means that the refresh token was called, and now a new token has been retrieved, added to the header, and now make a call, and now we have it. So all the time, anytime the token expired, a refresh token is being initiated, and now we can now have a new token for ourselves. This machine-to-machine communication, the user has no duty here. Okay. All right, so let's see. Now we left one, that is the registration component. So quickly, let's go in there and I'll create our registration component. Let's minimize this. So let's go to the solution. Now where we have the client's pages, we have our account page. Right click on this, add a new register component, and this is register page. Now in this, we want to paste in this. It is the same edit form that we created. This is a route that we have, handle registration, the same as the edit form for the login that we did, the same thing. Just that here, we are using the register component, the register model. Okay. Then when you check this, you have the full name, email, password, and a confirm password. We have data annotations and the validation summary to get or to validate it for us, and we have a register button as a type as what submit, and now that is just going to handle it. So this is what we are saying. In case it's true, meaning if it works, you want to clear the model. In case it is not, you don't want to do anything. Yes, we are going to be using either maybe a notification and message handler to handle this, but for now, let's see. So this is what we are doing. Let's save this. Let me close this and reopen it again. So let's go to the register page again, and now yes, so we have it. That's what we need to do. Very simple one. You call account service dot create async. We pass in this user model. That's fine. Now let's run the client only. We know that the API is on the way. It's alive. So we're going to run the client. Then we're going to register and also log in and now test this up. So let's log out. And after logging out, we are going to log in again. We're going to register, create new account. So let's click on register, and as you see, we're in the registration page. Let's pass in Netcode. Then maybe let's have an email in here. We have 5, then password string. Let's maintain the same string. Now I click on register. As soon as this becomes, it means registered, right? Now let's go to login. And now in here, passing Netcode the password, click on register login. And now you're gonna have Netcode-Hub channel on top here. Okay, this works. We're gonna have it here. So maybe later on we can use some buttons to display this. As soon as I click on this, we can have some running feature to tell the user that there's a process going on. So click on this, and let's see, and we can now make a call to this. But let's see, send this a user. Let's see, token is be append to the header. Click on this, come back again. Yes, 401. Although the token is having appended here, but it's not 401 because the endpoint is restricted for only admins. All right, so in our application that we are creating, you can see there is a client section that we have opening on the screen. We have just a login and log out, and I can just click on this login. Now, when I log out I go to the same home page. That is not the best. This is an employee management system. So before you have access to even the home page as you see here, you must be an authenticated user. So this is what we're going to do. We are going to extract the login and the register into 8 layouts. And now a user is going to authenticate himself before the person gets access to the home page or the front page that you see. And aside from that, you're going to have another page which is going to authenticate the user. Maybe if I've registered already, whereby I have my token and a reference token stored in the client library. That is it client library or the local storage? Yeah, local storage. So if I have my token and refresh token I've stored in there, as soon as I open a large application, so far as the token hasn't expired, it has to give me the access straight to the home page, but it shouldn't send me to the login page. We're also going to handle that as well. Okay, so let's do these things, then we see the way forward. Okay, so I'm going to close this and let's go back to our application. This is where we stopped the other time. So defaultly, this application, all the components are using one layout, and that is the admin layout. So when you check the Solution Explorer, you go to the client. So that's the WebAssembly, and now when you check the pages and check a folder name as layout, you can see we have this main layout, and that is the layout that each and every component is using. And that is where you can see we have this logout and our login and register. You don't want this to happen here. You want to have just a login screen only. You want to have a registration page only on the screen. Before a user gets to the home page, the user must be an authenticated user before he or she can have access to all the other features of our application. So let's extract this out. But first of all, in order to do that, we have to create a layout first. So let's create a layout, and now I'm going to name it as Authentication Layout. Well, you can choose your own style, okay? So maybe you can name it a name of your choice, but for me, I'm going to name it as Authentication Layout because it's going to check and authenticate the user, and that is a page that is going to happen, or is going to contain the authentication component before a person get access to the other component as well. So that's the reason why I'm giving it the name like that. So we go to the same layout in here, and let's add a new result component. And now with this, as you know, you need the name already. I do not to have it here. So let me just paste it here, and now let's move on. So that is the authentication layout. So you can just rename with your own one. Now with this layout, this first thing that we're going to do, a layout inherit from the layout component base. So this custom layout must also inherit from the custom component base. So let's first do that. It's very important. Aside from that, you want to have something like container fluid from just a small bootstrap classes. We have a container fluid and we have the row, and this is a column large 12, meaning you're going to cover the entire page. That's what we have in here. Okay, let's save this. Now this is what I want us to do. I want us to add some images as a background. So I've prepared some images here. I went to the internet and I grabbed some sample images and use some Photoshop to set as a blur, and that's what I'm going to use. All right. So maybe if you are good at that, you can just do same, or maybe at the end of the whole video, I'll put the description. That is the source code at the description too, so you can have a look at that. But you can just grab any image of your choice and use it. So, I downloaded a couple of images in here, and these are some of the images that you're going to be using. Especially this is you're going to be using for the profile picture. As you can see, default profile image. And I'm using this as a BG. So this is the image. I'm making a copy of it, and now that is it. So with this, I made it blur. So this is blur image, and I just moved these two images from here, and I moved them to the solution. I created a new folder in here. So I have to create it, right? So let's create a new folder in here, and now let's name it as images. So I've added a folder. Then with this, I'm going to say images. In that, let me also create one folder. I want to organize this very well and neat as well. I'm going to say this is background. So this is background folder. Okay, so within the background folder, I'm going to copy the one that I shown you. I'll paste it in here, and that is an image. As you can see, it's the same, isn't it? Good. So this is a background image. Now in here, you want to have a default, a general design for login and logout. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to create this style. I like using styles within components, okay? Okay, so I have this starting here, and now that is a body, so affecting the whole content here. And I set the background to the image in here, and I say no repeat. It shouldn't repeat itself. It should just stretch it to fit the entire page. Aside from that, I use this WebKit to make it as a cover, to cover the entire page neatly and now nicely and also beautifully. Okay, so that's what we are doing in here. Now we have a layout created, so we can peacefully close this. The next thing that we're going to do here is we are going to use this custom layout that we have created in the login and register component. So we go to solution, and now in our pages we have an account. Pages we have login. So here we have to use the layout that we created together, you and I. So on top here, let's paste what we have. That is the name, that is a layout, authentication layout. So this is a layout that we created, isn't it? So maybe in case it needs a reference, you can hit on control period or control plus dots and now add the reference in here. But this is supposed to be green, or is it light? Let's see, but I'm not seeing that. Let's try to close this, and let's reopen it. At times that's how this visual, so that's how it is. You need to do it again. So log in, and I have it in here. So control period, let's check it out. Okay, so it is still not giving us access to that page. Let's see, maybe it is going to be here already, or what do you think? So using is it client? This is not, so there is a, I think, client or so. Want to check the namespace here. It is a client. We have this, a project is a client. We have layouts, and now we have this here, right? So maybe it is here. So client, let's check it out. If not, we have to build this and see. Whoa, it's not giving me. Let's save this. Let's run this and see first if it is working. If not, then we see the way forward. Okay, so I have it in here. Now this is what I have to do. I have to just close it and I'll open it with the stable version of the Visual Studio, not the preview, before I got this. So maybe if you're also having the same thing, then it's better you use that Visual Studio. But I'm sure you're not having the same issue as I'm having now. All right, so once we have this is what we're going to do. We want to divide this session into columns so we can have this login centered in the middle. Okay, so you know that we're going to use some Bootstrap classes, and the same thing as we've seen over here. We're going to have column LG5 and LG2 and also 5 again. So there's going to be 2 here. We want to have 5. So I can just make a copy of this. That is the easiest and the fastest way. So let me just close this up. Now this will be 5. So the whole thing must be 12. So 5 plus 2 making 7. I'm going to have 1 at the end here. So making 12. So when you do that, this is going to be in the middle. Okay, so 5 here, 5 here, 2 in the middle. That's fine. Okay, so once you have this, we have to, I want to use the div, and now this class that we have here, I want to apply some little bit CSS to it, having the opacity to 0.5 and small design. Okay, so you can see we have the BG dark. Opacity is the half of it, so going to be a little bit blur. We have the margin top at 50% to just push it, and we have the radius as 10%. Is it 10%? 10 pixels? Yes, to just connect the edges together to have it in a rounded shape. Yes, the rounded style. We have the font width as bold, and the color here is white. So from that, maybe we can have no more please fill it login. Rather, you have simple login with maybe an F5 from the font size as 5, and that's what we want to have now. Okay, aside from that, maybe I want to add a campaign logo, but since I'm not having a campaign logo yet, I want to use the Netcode-Hub logo. Okay, so in that I have the logo stored somewhere. I just go in there and I make a copy of this, and after the card body, maybe I can just put it somewhere here before we can move on with what we are doing. So for me to center the image in the middle of the div or the content, maybe here where we have this card body, I can do so. put it somewhere here after the container, so it doesn't get involved in the card body section. And then here I'm using also a container, and I'm also making a division, as you can see, 4, 4, 4, making 12. So I'm going to use the middle one, so making 4, the middle one is going to be 4 for the image, and I have a 4 for the last one, making 12 in here. And you know, I also have a folder called campaign logos, and I have this, but I have not created that. So let's go in there and create it to the image. You say add a new folder, and then this is going to be campaign logo. Now let me show you the Netcode-Hub logo. If you don't know, let me show you. So that is the logo over here. As you can see, this is a logo. So maybe you can just rename this and now name it as Netcode. Yes, so let me grab this logo from this. I just have to go to campaign logo, right click on this, and now paste this here. So you can see the name is the same, netcode.jpg, and you can see that's the same thing in here. All right, so we have this beautiful done. When you run it, it's going to have it nice looking. Yeah, well, is it nice looking to you or to me? All right, so let's save this and let's try to, because we are going to navigate to this account and check it out. So let's click on this to see. All right, so the app is now loading. Now let's wait and check it out. Okay, so let's navigate to the login page and now let's see. Yes, so this is what we want to do, or we wanted. Okay, so we have this, the login, and we have just an email and password in here, and we have just login. So passing everything now, because we have this login button. So this was a small design in here for this, and that is the blur image that we use as a background. Okay, so now that we have this, maybe you can decide to resize this or increase the size of this or do a lot of stuff. You can customize it to suit what you want, okay? But let's maintain this for the sake of this video. Okay, so we have the campaign logo as well, and that is this over here. You can just, so let me just reset this. Okay, so email, and we have our password, so we can just pass it down and log in. All right, so we have this, and let's have maybe a display down here to link the page to sign up or register. So where we have the card, you know, this is a card, and now we have this is a header, and then this is the body is around here. So at the end of the body, we want to have card footer, and now we want to use, so we want to add the validation summary down here. We tell the user don't have account, then sign up. Give a reference to the component, and that is it. So here, when you come here, we have to remove this validation summary. We want to have the summary on beneath, not on top of the page. Okay, so let's do same to the register component too. And now let's remove them from the home page. So we go to the same folder, that is the pages, account section, and register component, and let us also do save to this. So here too, we're going to make it as column MD5 and 2. Then you're going to make here as 5. So this is 5, and let's make it as 2. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just edit this. We can cut this and put inside this column LD2. We're going to have 5, 5, and now 2 in here. You can expand this and make it 3. To make sure the divisions must, when you add them together, you must have 12. So we have it here nicely. That is it one. Okay, let's also have same as the background, where we can have the validation summary beneath. So after the card body, we want to have the card footer as well, and we have the validation summary here. Here it is also linking to the sign in. I hope you know that, and we've done this earlier on. Now let's remove this. As we did to the login, you have to do the same. So we're going to change this card and also change the header as well. So from the card, I just have to grab it from my resource here and just have to make a paste. So it's the same thing that we are doing. Okay, now the fill this form to register, we can just type in register an account. Very simple one, no long talk. So very simple. Create this account to login. We also need to include the image as well, and in the card body, we want to have an image section from the card body. Maybe we can have an image section here, or maybe on top here, we can also have the image section. Let's check where we pasted the login. So when you go to the login, we added it in here. From this, we have the card header, and then between that's where we added it. So here too, we can do same, not within the card body, but before the card body, we can also paste in this. Control KD, you can format it as well. And it is the same campaign logo that have been added in here. Okay, so this all that we need to also do from the register. Now let's also save this, and we have to include the layout as well. Do not forget, it's very important. So authentication layout, let's save this, and now let's run this again, and I'll check this up. All right, so we go to the same register, and now let's check it out. Okay, so this is very lean, isn't it? But well, if you want to make it like this, or you can extend it in case you want. So you can see if you want to extend it, it's very simple. You go here where you have this column MD, you can make it at 4. So 4 will be okay. So this is going to be 4 will be okay for this. And you can also make this as 4. So 4 for making 3, and that is it. Or you can make this as 2 or 3, etc. You can make this as, well, it depends on how you want it to be done. So you can save this, and I want to check it again unless you refresh this, because it's too lean. Yes, it's very, very lean. So let's see if we try to reload this. Let's check it out. All right, so I expanded it. I made it 4. In case this is okay for you, you can also do that. In case you want to have the sign up, this also, in case this also for you, it's okay. You can also do this, and now we move on. Okay, so that is the register section. We are done with this. So what you should do here is we go to the page, and I will try to remove it from that nav menu. So this can be done from the solution. You go to layouts, I think so, can be found in here, layout, and our nav menu. No, that is the main layout, I think so. Yeah, that's where it is. We can remove it from here because we don't need it anymore here. So what you can have here is the logout. So as soon as you get to the app, you can now log out from there. The next thing that you want to do here is when you check the page, if I click on register, I want to have some button spinner to tell the user that there's a process going on. So please do wait for us whilst you process your request. All right. So maybe let's try to do that. And in order to do that, we have to create a component to handle that. So quickly, let's close this. Let's go to solution, and in here we go to pages. We can just create a one folder and I name it as other pages. So maybe all other pages, you're going to put them in here. So right click on pages. Now add a new folder to this, and I name it as other pages, or give it a name. You can decide not to follow what I'm doing. Okay, my rename is still going to make it. So let's make that button loading spinner. It's very long for you, isn't it? Now in that, it's just a bootstrap that we have in here, just a button with this processing, and that is it. Okay, so you can see it's a spinner and it is disabled. Okay, we save that. We go to the login, and that is where we need to include this. So maybe let's navigate to the register page that is near to us, and in here we can have a button or just a property to hold it, show loading button. Set this to false. So initially when the page loads, you want to set this to false. Okay, now aside from that, maybe you can override this button, the register button, that is this. So here I'll just copy this and I'll make it in this form. So if this is true, then show this button. So control period, we have to include the reference in here. So if this is true, then show this, else then show this one. Very simple one, using if else to switch between them. Now when you come to the create async, that is if I click on the button, the first thing I'm going to do here is I want to show this, show busy button to true. So you're going to have that loader, and after every process is done, down here, I want to set show loading button to false. That's what I'm doing here. Let's go to the login too and do same. So there's a login page. Within the down here, I believe you can do that. So pause the video and try your hands on it. Let's see if you can do it. Okay, so once you have this, you come to the section where we're going to have the submit button. We're going to make the same changes, right? So login, let's include the namespace, and that is it. Okay, so if it is true, then show that. In case it is, then hide it. But how are you going to show it? We have to click on or set the value to this variable when the button is clicked. So if this is clicked on, show that. But in case everything is done, then please do not forget to close it up. Okay, with even here, it's going to navigate to a page, and I'll reset the force load to true. So I'm not sure this will even get to run this. As soon as it gets here, it's going to direct us to a new page. So here, that's what we have. Now, the next thing they're going to do here is, after adding this, do you want us to try this and see? Maybe. Let's give it a try. So we have not. Okay, so let's save this. Let's run the server first. So debug, start with the debugging. That is for the server. And as soon as this runs up, you're also going to run the client. So this is running. Let's also run the client as well. All right, so let's see, both are running. And now let's navigate to the identity account, and now log in. So we're going to navigate us to the page. Okay, so in here, if I click on login, let's see what happens here. So I'm going to click on this. Okay, so there's nothing happens. Why? Let's check it again. Email is okay, so this not. Let's pass in the correct email in here. So maybe we can just do ex@gmail. Whoa, so let me make it again, gmail.com. Now if I click on login, yes, so we have it here. Now I'm processing, and now since this is going to be you don't have this name or this email registered, maybe there won't be a call, or what do you think? If I check this network and I click on this again, let's see. So login is being called up. Let's see the response from the server. Whoa, it tells you that, hey, user not found, and that's fine. So maybe we're going to have a mechanism to display the information to the user. But as soon as it finished the processing, you can see it turns back, and the spinner is off. We have the real button looking up to us. Okay, so that's working. When you check the sign up to, we can also do same. Let's see, from net at mail.com. We have 123. There's a creating new account. And let's see, you want to have an account, an email which is already registered. All right, so you're gonna say it is user at example.com. I think so. So example.com. Yes, that's fine. So let's see, if I click on this Netcode, click on register, and I can see we have the same. When I check the response, it is telling you that user registered already. Yes, so it is also working. That's fine. So now let's go to the next one. So this is what we're going to do. Now we want to display the message to user. So we're going to use a Sanction component that is known as a SF dialog. So this dialog component is going to enable us to display a response to a user. Now let's install that component quickly. So let's close this up. Then we can navigate to Solution Explorer. Now from the client service section, dependencies, go to manage NuGet packages. And in that, we are going to install Sanction.blazor.popups. Let's install this. And I'm going to choose 23.1.6. You can choose the update one, okay? You can choose that. And now let me install this. Aside from that, maybe we can install buttons too. So buttons. And you have to make sure the versions are the same. So if I choose 23.1.36, the same version must be installed all packages. And now the next thing here is Teams. So we have to install Teams too. Now let me go in for the same version, 23.36. Install this. Okay, so they are installed. Once you're done, we have to include the CSS and the JS file in the index.html. So click on that from the www folder, then you can see we find it in here. So in here we have to install this. Later on, we're going to be installing Bootstrap because we don't use this old version. So maybe it's better that we do it now. What do you think? Yes, since we have here, let's do that now in as well. And let's do that. You go to the www folder. That is this one. Right click on it. And now let's add client-side library. And in here, type in Bootstrap. We have Bootstrap. That is this 5.3.2. Click on install. Aside from that, we also need to install Bootstrap icon because we're going to be using icons in this too. So let's see, once you have this, let's add the client-side library again. And now here we have Bootstrap. You're going to see the icons here. Also click and install the icons as well. And you can see they are installed, so we can now close this peacefully without having any issue. Once you're done, we have to also include the Bootstrap CSS and the JS and also the icon CSS link as well. So we go to the same index.html, click on it. And now once we are in here, let's add this Bootstrap. We have the Bootstrap css.min, we have the min.css, and also we have the icon.min.css because we have a default one, so we can remove this one. We have to also add maybe the bundle.js file, so let's also add it down or even here. Okay, so this is done. Now let's go to program.cs file. Now let's register Sanction dialog service. So this is going to give us access to have this dialog by giving access to the show alert, show prompt, and all those guys. Okay, so let's add it. Beta.services.add-scope SF dialog service control period, and now we have to include a namespace from this. So you wait for the loading suggestions to be completed, then you're going to choose from what we want. So that is it. We need to use Sanction.blazor.popups until we have this. We can now save this peacefully. Now the next to do here is we're going to include the provider into the main layout component. So in order to do that, we're making this as global, so we can be using it anywhere, anytime, right? Even when we are asleep and you wake up, you want to use it, it has to be possible. It has to be available for us to use. We go to the main layout in here, and now down here, paste the component here as a SF dialog provider. Save that. Now let's go to the login. Now we have to inject things. We've registered it. It means we've created dependency injection, and we can use it in the login page. On top here, inject it here peacefully without having any issue. SF dialog service control period. Maybe you can add the namespace, and that's fine. Down here, we can put it in here. So when you log in successfully, this is what you want to do. We can just create a base method where it's going to call this service for us. So we're going to use an alert. You pass in content and title. Then when you have it done successfully, when we log in, we want to tell the user that, hey, you are logging successfully. So passing the message that is coming from the API. In case it is not, then you want to make this as an alert. So this time around, we need an else statement. So since we have the if already, let's add the else, right? So we add the else here. Then call this method and now display. So instead of calling this method twice, we put in the method, then we just have to call the class, and that's all. Okay, we do same to the register to, and now let's check it out. So let me just go in there. Let me grab this. I'll grab the SF, this dialog service. Okay, so we go to the register component, and then in here we do same on top. So you make sure you paste this, you include the namespace, control period, you add the pop-up. Okay, so now when you come down here, we are going to also do same. When it's successfully registered, this is what you want to do. We also copy the same method in here and I'll paste it at the base of the app. Maybe here will be fine for you and I. Aside from that, in case there's any error coming from the API or from the server, this is what you want to just display. Call this method and pass in the message. But in case it's working, then clear the content here, and I'll display something beautifully to the user that is coming from the server. Okay, so do that quick. Okay, let's save this, and this is all that we need to do to use this component. Very simple. The easiest way to implement a dialog service is this, and also to use the inbuilt dialog element from the .NET 8 Blazor team. All right, so now let's run this again, and now check what we have now. So we run the client, and also we run the API as well. All right, so you can see from here that you have an error. Now I want to check the inspect element. It is saying something. Let's check it out. Okay, so object reference not set to an instance, and also what again? All right, so simplifying pop-up provider, there's no reset service. Okay, so let's go. I've seen the issue. You can see that here we added the main layout, we added the provider to this, but we did not, since the login and the register is using different layouts. It's better that we put in there, yes, to make it work. Let's run it again, and it has no issue. It has nothing to tell us. It must work now. Yes, it must work. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. So it seems I was lying before. All right, so yeah, I do remember when you go to program.cs file, we have to also register Blazor itself. That's the syncretion component itself, right? So it is builder.services.add syncfusion. I think so. Syncfusion. Where is it? Is it found here? So syncfusion Blazor, think so, control period, it has been included already, and that is the reason why it was giving us these errors. Now let's see, and for now, trust me. If I say trust me, do trust me. There's no issue again, okay? So no fear. Now let's wait for this to get ready, and let's see what it has for us. Whoa, fantabulous. So you can see we have it in here, and there's no issue anymore. So now let's navigate to the login and see, so identity account login, and as soon as we log in and it made success, we might see login succeeded or something like that. Okay, if I see any error too, let's see, so processing, let's wait and see. Oh, so alert user not found. And why are we having this pop-up here instead of having it in front here? See where we're having it. Oh, so let's have a look quickly, and I'll see where we pasted the, when you go to authentication layout, we added it in here. We have this is supposed to be, isn't it? All right, so I've seen the issue. I have to clear the browser history. So do same, click on history. If you're also facing the same issue as I'm having now, as I was having now, click on this, clear browser data, and I click on clear now, and I get it cleared. When you're done, come back again, run it, and I can see if I type in login, let's see, you can see user not found. Fantabulous. Now let's pass in the correct name and see. So user at example.com, and this is going to be a user. And now the password here, it is just string. So if you remember, processing, and now let's see, successful. That's fine. So you can see that is it. It is going on well, and the same thing. So try the registration, and it's still going to work. So this is what you want to do next. As soon as if I run this application, I don't want to get to the homepage like this. I want to go to the login, and I'll wait for a component to check up background to check up if I'm authenticated. Then it navigates us to this page. If not, then please go and register or go and log in. It sent us to the login page. Okay, so that component is going to authenticate. They're going to switch us between the home page and now the login for logging in and also as a login user. Let's have a look on that. So let's close this. And now in here, let's go to the solution. And from the solution, you can see we have home page here. Let's change this home page name to authentication page. Now within the authentication page, if you want to, since we have the reference already, we want to inject authentication state provider and also the nav manager. These two guys are coming from the, this we know already. This is also coming from the authentication state. So as soon as you log in, we can now have access to the user details. And now we are getting the user here, and now we checking if the user is authenticated. Then please go to the home and dashboard. In case we are not, go to the login. You can see we know this, but we don't know this, right? So let's create a component known as home page, and now the route must be a dashboard. So while we have this the pages folder, right click on this, let's add a new folder. Now you see I'm going to say content pages, but it depends on you. If you want to have same, then you can name it content pages, and in that let's create a component as a home page, and that's going to be the home page for authenticated users. Okay, so within this home page we can specify the route on top here, and that is a home/dashboard. So if you are logged in, come in here, but if you are not, then go to the place, go and log in, isn't it? Good. So now let's test this and see that this is the home page, and maybe I want us to have something here to display h1, and I will say this is home page. All right, now let's see if I run this again. Let's see what's going to happen. All right, so you can see that we are here now. Since we are logged in, you can see we are inside the home page. Let's log out and see. Now I'm out. Now let's wait and see what's going to happen here. So it's going to navigate to the home page. Now home page is going to check, is this person registered? No. Then please go and register or go and log in. Now we are in here. Click on sign out, and now we are in here. Now if I decide to go to see home/dashboard, let's see home. Okay, so this is wrongly spelled. Home/dashboard. Now let's check it up and wait and see what's going to happen. Okay, so we are in here, right? But when you log out and now you want to navigate, you can't go there. But when you pass in the route, it means it becomes possible. How do you handle this? So if you specify the route in the address bar and try to navigate whilst you're not logged in, you can see how I guess whilst you're not logged in, then we want to navigate you back. Okay, so back to the sender. That is what you want to do. So quickly, let's go to the same home page again. So let's minimize this. Now with the same home page, let's create a method in here. When the page initializes, we're going to call this method. Now what is this method going to do? Is going to check if the user is authenticated or not. Then after that, second, if you're not authenticated, then go to the login. Very simple one. So that's what it's going to do. Now also, let's check from the login. So maybe this is what you're going to do with the login. We check if you're authenticated, then please, when try to access the login page, navigate the person to the home page, because the person is already authenticated, and we don't want anybody who is authenticated to also access the login page again. Okay, so we have to also do same. We're going to copy the same code. You go to the login, and now do same to the register as well. Now when the page loads up in the initialize async, we cascade this, and we want to call the same method in here. Now this method, what we're going to do here is, all that we need to do is to change the route name to dashboard when you're logging. We can do same to the, let's see, we can do same to the register as well. So register page, we can just have this method in here, and now we go to the login, and I make a copy of this very fast and quick, because I know you know this already. So you have to also, you are running like a horse. So you go to the same register page, and now in here, when you try to access this page as authenticated user, it tells you you're not allowed to do this. So please go back to the dashboard. Very simple and fine. Let's try this out. So the page is now ready. As you can see, it is now loading. So let's it is loading, and it is the home page that is, so it is authenticating us. No, we are not logged in. So you can see we are in here. If I try to access the dashboard, let's see. So this is going to be is a home dashboard. Now let's see what's going to happen. Oh, beautiful. You see? So when you try to access it, and this was giving us. Now let's log in and see. So if I click on login processing, let's wait. Okay, fine. So I'm logged in. Now let's see. So it's navigating us to the home page. Now hi string, that's the name that I use. Hi string, string, that's me. Now let's see. So here we want to also navigate to the login. Now I'm going to say identity/account/login. Now let's see. I want to log in. Whilst I'm authenticated user, I want to still log in. Is it possible? Okay, so this. Okay, so because we added home shouldn't be there. So identity, account, and login. And now let's see the outcome of this. Oh, fantastic. So you can see we are still inside the dashboard. So it has navigated back to the dashboard. So this page is protected both the login and now the home page, they are protected. That's fine. So in here, we are going to include a nav bar here. Now you can see this is a home page, so we have to use the main layout page. You can see this is not giving us the nav menu, right? So we go to the page itself, and that's the home page here. And we have to use the main layout, isn't it? Because this is the home page itself, and we have to include the layout in here. Let's check the other pages. From the login, we are using a page. This is a layout page. So from the home page, we have to also use layout. Then this is going to be the main page. So main layout. Now let's run this again, and now let's see if we're going to have the nav bar. Because when you check the main layout, you can see we have this nav bar here waiting for us. Okay, so you must have that too in that page. All right, so we have the pages in here. We have our home, we have our counter, and our weather forecast, and are working. Yeah, so let's close this. We have error because our token has expired. So when we check this section, you can see it is 401. Where is it? 401. Type to fetch error. Maybe our server is also down. We have not run it. All right, so that's not what we're talking about. So let's create our page. Now in the home page that we have, you want to actually have some design section here for the admin, and also an user can also, admin can add users or add general categories based on the instruction that I got. So let's start to work on that as well. So let's create a folder for as an admin. So we go to the pages in here. From the client section, because we have our pages folder, we right click and then we also add another page here. There's another folder. Okay, let me close this up first. And now with this folder, we are going to name it as administration pages. So all administration pages, that's where we're going to put them in. The first thing we're going to have here is let's create a table banner. Now the table banner, if I shown you the, no, I don't want to show you now. So the instruction that I got, you can see we have sections, we have vacation, we have other tables as well. Vacation, I think vacation, we have doctor table, yeah, another table. So let's quickly do that. Create a table tab, which is going to be displayed as soon as the page loads up. The home page. In that, I want to create just a simple 4 or 5 tables in here. And now the first table, you can see we're using container flow, so we can spread it across the entire page. We have a row, and you can see we're using 2, 2, 2, 2. So there are 6, making 12, and that's for a full page. So we have the employees, the number of employees. We're going to display the number of vacations that we have in there. We're going to put them there. Over time to doctors table, sanctions, and a department. So all these tables are going to be on front of the application. As soon as you log in, you're going to see the count of these people who have be added to that specific table. Okay. So once you have this, we go to the home page, and very simple, we are going to use this in there. So we go to the home page, and where is it? This one. So that's our home page, and let's use this table banner. Control period, we have to include the namespace for this. And this can be found in administration pages. So let's say it can be found here in the client.pages.content pages.administration pages, I think so. So administration pages, and that is this one. So let's see. It's still giving us error. Let's check it out. So content pages. Okay, so this is not content pages. This is rather administration pages. Okay, and we have pages. Then we have our administration page. Then we have our table banner. I think so. Let's control period. Let's save this, and I'm going to close this. At time this, what you just will be doing. Yes, so maybe I haven't saved that. Let's check it again. And now, yeah, it is solved now. Okay, so when you run this, what you're going to have. Aside from that, we want to create the home page that we have. When you run this, let's see. We're going to have these boxes. They are just the boxes that we have created. You're going to have them displayed in there. And aside from this, we want to add a logo that's a profile. So that specific person that we are calling or has login, we can include the profile picture in there. We can also update the profile of that person. Okay, so let's have a look on that too while this finishes running. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. You can see we have the employees, we have vacation, overtime, doctors, sanctions, and our department. So this is going to be a banner which is going to display the quantity that we have in that specific table. Okay, now you can see these icons are that's a Bootstrap icon that we installed. So how did I add them? That's the question. When you go to the table, where is it? That's the table banner, solution, administration. And now when you check this table banner, you can see it is just an I, that's one icon, BI for people. So if you want to know a lot of these icons, that's a Bootstrap icon, search on for it on the internet, and you're going to have a lot of icons. You can be adding them based on what you are looking up for. Okay, so once you have this, when we check the page in now, we have this dashboard in here, and you can see we have this logger, but you want to actually add the person information, or that's the person image or something like that. Okay, so defaultly we have not added that yet. We're going to do that later on, but we can add maybe a default image as soon as the person hasn't added any image. You want to display that. And remember that in here I added an image here that is known as default profile image here. So when you check the images campaign logo, that is this one. And when you check my photos, the one I shown you, you can see that you have this image, that's the default one. So this one I'm going to use. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and in that I need to create maybe a folder as profile inside this images folder. So let me stop this first. Yes, and this must be profile. So let me add this as profile. And let me paste this here. So paste this. So we have the image in here. Okay, so that's what you're going to use as soon as the person creates it, or the person doesn't have an image, we don't have an employee image, we're going to display that. So how do you implement this? Let's create a simple component to handle that. Okay, so we go to, that's going to be under other pages. Let's add a result component. And maybe you can make it as profile dropdown, because the reason why I named this is when you have that dropdown, that's you're going to have logout and also update employee profile. So you can just change the name or do a lot of stuff with this. Now in here, what can we create, or what can we add to this component? So we can add just a split button from Bootstrap. As you can see, it is just a split button copied from Bootstrap. So if you want to check Bootstrap docs, you're going to have this split button. So you can see we have here. And now what is what I'm doing? This is just a button group, and I'm having an image here. I having profile image is if it's equal to null, then I want to display the default image. So here I have the weight as 30 and the height is also 30. Aside from that, you see I have this a button that I'm using, and it's just a drop down toggle split. So that is this one. Check the Bootstrap docs and you're going to find some in there. If you don't know how to get it, I'll put maybe the link at the description. You can just click on it and I'll grab the link in from the Bootstrap docs. Okay, and then here we are having just a profile and also logout. So I have two buttons, update profile and also just logout. Now if I click on this logout, this method is going to get fired. Let me close this and open it again, so I do not have this black and white. That's the old style. All right, so let me open it again, and I'm thinking I'm going to have the correct one. Yes, so logout, clicked, and that is it. You can see we are injecting this custom auth state provider. That's what we created in the second video. And now we want to check update authentication state. We pass in an empty model, and now we're going to navigate to the login and replace it with false load the same page as well. All right, so that's what we are doing for this. It's on the page load. You're going to have the image displayed beside, whereby if I click on the drop down, I'm going to have the two menus in there for logout and also for profile. For now, we're going to work on this later on, but this is working already. So we can just run this and check it out. But before that, we have to include this in the home page. Now I believe this should be, yeah, that's the home page, I think so. So let's go to the main layouts, and where we have this logout, we are going to remove this, remove everything from here, or maybe send is going to be something we're going to be using. We navigate to, we can even well, we can remove everything and now paste it here. Okay, so this is the profile drop down control period. We can include the namespace in here. Okay, and also maybe here we can include the add attribute, this attribute, and now this is going to be an authorized. So it means that before you have access to this, you must be an authenticated user. Yeah, so we have to do that, and you have to include the namespace for this. Let's see, control period. Yeah, so let's include the namespace in here. That's fine. All right, so you can run this and see. Beautifully. So you can see we have the image in here, and that is, if I click on this, I have this drop down. So log out and now profile. You see, so if I click on this log out, I'm logged out, and as you can see, it is directing us to the login page. So we have to log in again, and now, yes, so that is this. Click on login again, and now we wait, and it's going to authenticate us to the same page, right? So I believe the server is down. We are not running the server. That is the reason why. So fail to fetch. I have not running the server yet, so yes, fail to fetch. So there's no problem, just that the server is down. Okay, so we can handle the try catch here to handle this exception that's given us when it fails to check. But maybe later on we're going to do that. All right, so once we have this implemented, let's see what we're going to do next. Is when you check our home page, we need to have a site. You can see we are having this nav bar from a default one, and in here we want to have some buttons in there. Okay, so how do we get those buttons? Let's see how to work on that. So let me close this, and now let's navigate to the nav menu. So there's a nav menu here. So this is what we have for this. When the page, we want to change this, and I'll make it as maybe welcome, or yeah, welcome will be okay. All right, so if you authorize, we want to use welcome to welcome you. Yes, welcome you, and that is it, what we want to do. So this is coming from the toggle. Okay, so let me replace all the stuff in here with the simple one. We're using this authorized attribute, and as soon as you log in, we can just have the name and welcome you. So maybe at the end here, we can have this authorized. So this is an authorized, and the last end, we're going to have an authorized route view. Okay. So aside from this, we are going to have some buttons in there. Okay, so with these buttons, I'm going to, it is a button that we are going to, the same button from this. So, you know, here, that's what I'm going to do. Let me just copy this, and I replace this with the new one that we have. It is the same thing, just I made a copy and paste. And as you can see from here, let me close this and open this again. Don't run yet. So nav menu, Control KD, format it well. Okay, so why are you having a problem here? Let's see. Okay, it's because you have not implemented this. So we see the same thing. We have the same nav, and I'm making a copy of this one. This is a 2, and now 3. Now with this 3, we are having this. It is administration. Now the 4th one, we are having departments. So you want to add the administration, and in administration, we want to add user. So I want to just do click to hide, and I'll click to display. Okay. So as you can see, I'm adding a CSS style of visibility to this as hidden, and also visible depending on the state of the variable that we're going to create to handle that. We do the same thing to this navbar too for the department margin, and here we're going to push it upwards a little bit. And so as you know, when you see margin top, you know it is pushing it up, isn't it? Yes. So that's what we are doing. And there's also a nav link. If I click on this, you're going to also push this up, and to do that. And here too, we just have a general. That's a general department. We have department itself, and we have a branch. So we're going to be adding department, general department. You can be adding the department itself, and we can also be adding branch. So before a user can create, or you can create an employee, you must have general department, you must have department itself, and you must have branch as a cascaded drop down before you can have access to create a new employee. Okay, now when it comes to the code section, what are we doing here? This is very simple. We are going to create two properties here to handle the department itself. Department margin we set to 3.5 rem, and you can see we have the CSS style as hidden. So defaultly, when I run this application, this CSS style here, this is hidden. This is not going to be shown. If I click on this, I want to show this. Okay, so I have also show high to false, and that is this. So I don't want to show this, get it hidden. So if I click on this, if I click on that button, I want to show this, because see, I said this show is equal to the opposite of this. So initially this is false, the opposite is going to be true, and if true, then add this and now do that. Okay, so this, in case it is false, then do it. So you want to just move it up and move it down. When I run this, you're going to understand this better based on what you are going to see. Okay, and also the next thing is you're going to also have departments. So if I click on department, I want to also expand the department itself. Hide this default is hidden, and if I click on show, you can see I'm setting this to the opposite. So the same thing that we are doing from here, set it to the opposite of each other, and we check if it is true, then set it to visible, else meaning it is false, then set this to hidden. So that's what we are doing in here. Okay, so if I save this, we have this general department clicked, meaning there's a button here. If I click on this general department, meaning I want to create this general department. So in case of that, what am I going to do? Maybe with this, we can pause this for now. Let me just remove this one. Let's save this, and now let's run this application and see. Okay, so we need to rebuild this. So I think we have to run the server because we are not logged in. So let's run the server first. Okay, so I think let's try to log in and see if the server is active. Yeah, the server is not, it is still running. Let's see. So let me just do it again from here. Right click on the server, debug, and now, okay, so it's still running as you can see from here. So let's wait. Alright, so the server is now active. Now let's refresh it so we can try again. So reload this page. And let's see. So let's log in again and see. Alright, so you can see login successful. Now let's click on OK. And we are going to authenticate it. So when we get there, let's see the nav bar that I'm talking about. Okay, so you can see this is what we have. If I click on this administrator, this should move down, and that is going to add some CSS style to it as margin negative 3.5. Now let's see, you can see that's gone down, and now this has popped up. Have you seen here? And we're using margin left of -5 rem to push it over here. If I click on it again, you can see it's off, and now this push back to negative. That is 0, not -0, because you don't have -0, isn't it? That is 0. So if I click on this too, this also get popped up. General department and our branch. All these are icons from the Bootstrap icons, and that's what I added. Alright, so if I click on this general, what I'm going to do, that is where we have to add an event up to display a section where we can add maybe general department, okay? Because here it is going to be by administrator section, or any person that administrator gives him or her the ability to work here, meaning that person is registered as a user or as a manager, and that will happen if and only the admin gives that person that role. Okay, we're going to do that as well. So here, if I click on general items, I want to add a general department. Okay, so we must have maybe a box so we can add and now save to database and now make a query, get them, and now we can now add employee and now select this and do a lot of stuff with it. So let's see how to also work on that as well. So we go back to the page where we were, and this button, remember that here I clear some button from this drop down. That is this one. If I click on, so this is general department, this is user administrator department, and now here it is general department. Let's see, this is general department. So here you must have a button here for a click event to happen. This. Okay, so you see that you have it in here. Now if I click on this, what should happen? We have to write that event to this. So let's have a method definition to handle this. But you know one thing, this is when you check this is just a layout, and now this is a page, a body page. So how can we get connection, or how can this page connect to this page? We have to use state containers with action event. Okay, so as soon as I click on this action gets invoked. When this action invoked and this page has been subscribed, then it's going to receive the message and now transform it and start using it. So that's what we need to do. So we have to create a folder again. This is going to be the last folder for this video. Okay, so let's create one folder. I know you are tired of folder. Okay, this is going to be the last one for this, trust me. So let's create one folder for this, and we can name this as application state. So let me just close this up. So all the links in there, the tabs in there that you're going to be clicking, general, department, and now branch. We have to also be creating the same state for each of them. Okay, so try to understand this, and when you get there, even when you're offline, you can even do it yourself. So let's say from the client, right click on this, let's add a new folder to this. And now this is going to be application states, because we're going to be adding more state to this. Now in this state, let's have department, this for department state. So let's create a class for this. Let's name this as department state. So in this state, we want to have, it's a class. You want to have few properties and one simple public method in this. We're using an action, and I will say this is general department action. So we can invoke this anytime that we want. We set this to a boolean, that's a show general department. So you want to show this, or you want to hide it. So this is going to toggle between this general department that you're going to create. And we have the department event here. So if I click on this, you want to first reset, or currently we have only one reset here, but when we start adding them, we have to reset all and now show the current one. So this is the current one. If I click on this, I want to invoke the general department. So show everything, hide everything in case you have two or more, hide them, and now show only one of them that I want to display. After that, invoke this. So any page has to subscribe to this by using this iDisposable interface, using the public void dispose method, and now subscribing and also unsubscribing from this. And that's what that we need to do. Now, once you have this, let's go and register this first to create dependency injection, so we can inject it and I use it a couple of times in all pages. So go to program.cs file, and now in that we have to register this beautifully in here. So let me create a var space here for this and for you, so I can just space this. Now control period, let's include the namespace for the department state. It is coming from, it's even there already, it has seen it already, so that is it. Now let's go to, no, we don't want to run it now. The nav manager. So where the nav is, that is the nav menu, and in here we are going to call this, we are not going to pass in any value. We are just clicking on this to invoke the method in here. So we have to inject this on top. So let's inject this here, so we can have, we're injecting the interface. So let's say this is an interface, we inject it here, so we can have access to that method control period, and this has to come from application state. And in that, we are calling this method. So when we call this method, what's going to happen? Check this. When you call this method, you want to set this to what? To true. Defaultly, this is an undetermined. So when you set this to true, it means the state here has changed, and we have to notify any component you're going to subscribe to this. So which component going to subscribe, and that's going to be the home page, right? So let's navigate to that. But before that, we have to create the last component. That's going to be the general page, general department page. So I told you that you're going to create a last folder, right? And trust me, this is the last one. Okay, so pages here, and let's add the last folder to this, and this is going to be department pages. So all departments are going to come here, and now in that we are going to create a department page. So department pages, right click, let's add a component, and there's going to be department, general department page. This only for general department. So in that we have to implement the iDisposable from the interface. So you can see we add it in here. Aside from that, we inject the space, the namespace or the container that we created earlier on. We add them here, and in that we can include. So let's say I have just a simple here that I want to copy and paste it. So let me here. We are just using the table. So this table, we are yet to format this table. I just copied this from the Bootstrap and I just pasted it. So it's a Bootstrap table that you can see from here. Let's save this. Okay, so let me also save this. Now let me open this again so I can have it in a colored form. So we have department state.show general department. This is going to render either true or false. If it is true, then it's going to show. If it is false, this is going to get hidden. Okay, aside from that, we have a button, and this button is known as what? Add department. So it's an add department button that we are showing on top of the table. So down here, we want to include, let's create a department here. Well, there is going to be departments from the code section. So department, general department DTO, we have not created this department DTO yet. Okay, we're going to create it soon. Aside from that, when the page initializes, we have to subscribe to this page. That is the general department action from the state service that we created, state container, Control KD. And when the page is about to dispose, we also have to dispose it as well. So we also dispose it. That's how we are subtracting. So it is plus and subtract, plus and minus. We subtract it and also we add that. All right, the next thing here is we need to create our DTO. That's the general department DTO. We have the DTO entity already. So when you check our base library, you can see we have this entity, and that's a general department. We don't want to touch this because these are for the database sake. We want to create our own DTO. So let's create it in there as general department DTO. So let's see, but before that, maybe we can also create our base department DTO, because all of the departments are going to inherit from this, and this is going to be a class. So let's have a look at this as base department DTO. And in that, we want to have just only two properties. So when you check the entity, it has this relationship, but for now, since we are adding, we don't want to retrieve any relationship, so we add the required ones, what we need. So that's the reason why we have to use the DTO to transfer. When you check the previous one, let me show you this. Let me remove all this from here. Save this. When you check this base entity, you can see it has a relationship here. And when we are adding department, we don't want to add employee. No. We want to add department when adding, or when we want to add department if and only when we are adding employee. But when we're adding department, we don't want to add employee. So we need not to include this. But if you don't include this here in the database relationship, you're not going to retrieve department or employees which have a specific department. But in the DTO, we can skip that. So this is going to be the base DTO. Let's go in there and create our general DTO for that. And you know what it's going to do? The general DTO is going to inherit from this base. That's going to be the inheritance, and that is all. So we don't need to specify any property again. Just make it as inheritance to let's inherit from the base. So base department DTO, and that is all. So make it as public so we can have the method in there. Okay, so save this. Now let's go back to the general department component, and that is this. So we say it's already solved. Okay, so what is the next thing to do? Once you have this instance created, we want to add a dialog component so we can be adding this department. Okay, so remember that we've installed popup and also the button, so we can have a dialog from those packages that we installed. So quickly, let's go in there and create a component in here, and this is the last one. Trust me, if I say last, trust me, it's the last one. And from here, from the department pages, let's add one component in here, and this is going to be general department dialog. So for this general department dialog, we are going to have just a simulation component. So first, let's include the namespace from the simulation. This is going to be the namespace because we are using the button, the pop-up, and the dialog service from the simulation. Aside from that, we want to use this SF dialog, and this is going to be the SF dialog from simulation. I just copied from the simulation documentation. So we have this. Let me close this. I hate this tab and open this again. Well, let's see. Okay, yes. So it's our one. We have the bind visibility. We set it visible. So we're going to create a variable to handle that. There's a width. We have the close button. So maybe we can set this width to 300 or 350 depending on what you want to add. 350 is okay. This is an event. So open dialog. We have show close event. No, just an icon, not event. And here we have our department. So because we have an edit form, simple edit form with just one property in here as what name. Then we have a button as submit as a dialog event button. Okay, so let's handle this. This must be a parameter coming in from the page, main page, from the home page. Aside from that, when that's what you're using to retrieve it in here, then we are going to, if I click on open dialog, what am I going to do? There's a method. If I click on this, I want to show the dialog. So that's going to be the event. So open dialog and set this visible to true. Where from this is visible, we have not created that. And that is what I'm going to create next. That is visible to false initially. So the page is, the dialog component is down. As soon as I set it true, it's going to be up. Then add the state has changed because the state of this has changed. And I need to reload the page to get this dialog box up. Aside from that, if I click on save, that is a save button. What do I want to do? That is why we call the database service to handle that. But first, we're going to check. If it is null, then return this. Tell the user that it needs to provide department name. It's an alert type. Okay, so passing the content and on the title. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. Maybe later on, we're going to talk about getting the database service. Okay, so also we're going to continue with this. All that we've done here, we have to include this dialog service in the general department component. So we go to general department.razor. In here, we have to include this, create a reference, and then we can now call the method in it. So down here, that is the general department.razor. Down here, we can use at ref attribute to call a method in it. So far as the method is a public type. So when you check this, you see this is a public type. Where is it? You see it's a public type. That's in the open dialog. So we can have access to this using this reference, the reference, okay? Reference and the reference. That's what we talk about. Okay, so we have to create an instance of this, and very simple one. We can just make a copy of the name here, then we reference it to this instance. Then if I click on open dialog, what am I going to do? Open dialog, where is it? There's an open dialog. So if I click on it, we have to while an event up to this. I want to call the method known as the open dialog in this component and now display it to the user. So get it open, and that's what I'm doing in here. So you see this general department dialog dot open dialog. Okay, and that is it. So in here, we can run this application and let's see what you're going to have in now. Okay, so let's log in here. So succeeded. Now, for this, the notification that you see in here, it is from Syncfusion. It means that you don't have a license key. So I have a video done on how to claim free community license key from Syncfusion and register it in the components, so you can have this message removed. Okay, check this video description. I'll put it there so you can watch it and do it. All right. So once you have this, let's have a look. Now that's the department. If I click on that, I have this drop down. Now if I click on this general department, let's say I must have this pop-up, but you see I'm not having it now. Yes, general, and they should call, but it is not. So let's figure this out quickly. So let's minimize this here. Now when you go to the nav menu, where is it? Can be found in the layouts. Open the layout nav menu. Now here we call this to invoke it. So it means when you go to the home page from this, it has to get notified from this home page. But we see we are not adding the general department component. So let's add it. You have to add it first. So let's add it here. Now this, do we need to add namespace to this? Yes, of course. So let's save this. Now let's run this again and see. Okay, so let's try this out. Department, general department, and that's it. Yeah, so we have it. So you can see we have this is the default one that we added, and this is not what we want. When you check the Bootstrap documentation, it's the same thing that you're going to see over there. Okay, so we're able to show this component in here. Now, if I click on this add department, you must have this. Yes, so you can see add name, and I don't know, they're going to have save. For now, there's nothing in it, as you can see. So if I click on save, I must have, you need to provide department name. And that is a SF component that we are using from the same Syncfusion, and it is working perfectly. If I want to close this, click on this, and that is it. Fantastic. You know, this is just a project for a company, and I am not actually sure that the company will love if they see the document that they gave to me on the internet. Okay. But because of the love that I have for you guys, I have to even sacrifice and help you guys understand. So let me just flash it quick and be honest, you can see it. So let's see. From the project design, I want to only show you the diagram. Okay, only the diagram. So I want to check the diagram. You can see that here we have the company, we have general department, we have department and a branch, employees, and with each employee is going to have access to vacation table, overtime table, and now the doctor table here, it is the health sector. So, and we have the sanction table. So these from general up to branch is going to be a cascaded style. So we're going to be the cascaded drop down. Let me put it in that way. So as soon as you choose a general department, then the department will be available for you to select. It goes to database and I'll make a search. And also as soon as you choose a specific department, it gets the ID, quickly runs the database, and I'll make a search and I'll retrieve all related data to that department ID and I'll fill it as a branch. So without selecting the general department, a user cannot have access to department. Without selecting department, a user cannot have access to branch. Are you getting it? And now an employee here has a branch. So if I pass in a branch ID of 1, I know branch ID of 1 has a department ID of 2. And now when I go to department ID of 2, it also has a general department ID of 1 or 3 or any number. So we see they are interrelated. That is what we known as relational database. So you need to understand this first before we can actually move on. Else it's going to be a hectic for both of us. That is the reason why I have dedicated this video to help you understand and now establish this relationship. Also, when you have a look with the vacation, overtime, doctor, and Sanction, they may have some few properties in common. So in doing that, you know, when you check the principles of developing, you know, normally I do not follow the architectural design. Rather, I do follow principles so I can create my own custom architecture. One of the principles that I always talk about here is a dry. Do not repeat yourself. So there are some properties found in this vacation, also in this overtime, and up to the Sanction table that we can extract it and create it as an inheritance. So we can inherit it through all these 4 modules that you're going to be creating. So that is what you're also going to have a look. We did that in the department here. I also go through and I'm going to do the same to this. After that, maybe the next video, when you have enough time, you're going to talk about how do you create generic interface. So we don't want to create, you can see we have a lot of interface to create. Here, we want to learn how to create single interface and use it across all over the repositories. Also, we want to create just a single generic controller. Then we can use it across all the other controllers. So we have a lot to talk about, but it's going to be in pieces. So let's first handle the one-to-one and our many-to-many relationship. As I said earlier on, if you haven't watched any of the videos, please do that because they may help you understand this better. Also, with every episode that I do, I put the source code under the video description, so you can just go in there and grab that specific episode source code. So let's say we have done from part 1 up to part 4 or part 5. When you check the update one there beneath this video, we're going to see the source code which comprises of the part 1 to the current part that we are handling. Okay, so you're going to find it over there as well. Okay, so quickly, let's see. So this is what we did. We were able to design this very simple one, adding classes and removing it. There's no JavaScript here. It is just a CSS and a C#. You see, so it's working as expected, as you can see beautifully. Custom. This one is custom made, right? From Netcode-Hub. All right, so and you can see from here too, we have this that we can update profile. But now we haven't. We have only the logout, and which has access to the login and also the registration, and that's what we have now. So let's close this. This is what we're going to talk about today. Let's close this, and now let's start with the models. So when you have the look at our project source code, you can see from the previous video that we created our classes, and these classes, we have the data access layer, and that is a server library. So it contains all the repository, the contract for the server as a repository. And also when you check that is the client library, that is where it has the services for the client. So that's where we make an API calls and I return it to the UI, that is a component. Now, when you check the base library, it is the domain, which has access to our models and our DTOs. You know, one of the principles that I want to talk about here, it is case. Case, K-I-S-S. I know you know the case, not the case that you know. This case here, it means keep it simple, stupid. So keep it simple. So meaning when you create your application, in the source code must be simple for everybody to read. Do not make it too complex or complicated for reading, else you're gonna have a problem in future if you want to scale the app, you want to add more features to it. So in doing that, I decided to actually make some slight changes in this. Instead of creating all our DTOs, we want to remove our DTOs here, which are not necessarily needed, and we want to use the models from this entity. The reason is we are not doing database first approach. So database first approach is going to scaffold all the database columns and turn them into models. So if you want to check here and we've applied some properties or some rules such as required and maybe other properties to it, as soon as we apply database first approach, we apply migration, it's going to override that. We're going to clear everything. But here, you know, we are not using database first approach. We are using code first approach. So it means that we are going to perform our migration here, and that's going to affect the database. So in doing that, there's no need for us to create a DTO, in which we have the same properties as we have in the entities, and whereby what we have in entities, we want to display everything to the user. You can create DTOs whenever you want to hide, you want to select a specific properties to the user. But in this case, we want to display everything. Because when we talk about the general department, it has only 3 properties. It has, I think, 2, the ID and now the name. So when you check this base department, you could see it has only ID and now name. And now you want to display this to the user. So there's no need for us to create DTO for this. So in doing that, I have to remove some of the DTOs. Then to make it simple, as you know, one of the principles that is case, keep it simple, stupid, it is. Okay, so let's try to handle that first. Then we start with our relationship. So let's go in there now. All these account base, I want to remove them with also the base department and this general department DTOs. So I want to remain the custom user claims, and that is what we are using to hold data to prepare data or to set the claims to the authentication. That's jailbreak authentication. We did this in the part 2 of this series, so you can check that one out. We have a login, and login is very important. It's coming from this account base. Okay, so that means the account base shouldn't be deleted. It's supposed to be here, and I have deleted that. So let's get it back. Okay, so for the account base, I think, do I even have it somewhere? And maybe unless I check it out. Okay, so I got it. So this is the DTO from here, and I'll paste this as account base. And now let's see if I could change the name in here. Yeah, that is even the same. Okay, so the account base is there, and that is the base for the login and so the register. Both are inheriting from this because the account base contains these models, and now these properties are going to be used by the login and the register component. Is it the component or the class or the model? Also, we have this refresh token, and as for this, we are not going to edit any. We're going to maintain them as here. So that's what we want to do. We wanted to clear those guys above. We want to clear them. And now let's start to include or create some of these models and add to what we have in here. So as soon as we delete that, you can see we have some issue here that we need to fix. So general department DTO, it is not found. That is when we're trying to create this component in the for video. So instead of the DTO, we are going to use the main boss, that is the DTO itself. So let's see this general DTO, we can have it from this entity. So we have to include this as an entity, and that is all fixed now. Also, let's check this up. Now here too, we need to modify this. So when I'm done with this too, I'll put the source code will be available. So check the video description too, and you're going to see it in there waiting patiently for you. Okay, so that's what we need to do. Now we can build this, and let's see if it's going to work as expected. Oh, that's fine. So you can see that it worked, and you can see one succeeded. So 4 updated, meaning you have 5 projects, and that is it. Okay. So let's see how to go about this. And I want to check the diagram that I've shown you. You can see we have a lot of tables that we need to create. And now let's see how to go about this. So when you check the entities here, you can see we have the general departments, and we must have the branch, because when you check, you can see we have general department, we have branch, okay, and we have department itself. Aside from that, we have country, we have city, and we have town. So these are all cascaded, and we must have a relationship established between each of them. So let's first have a look on creating this. Now we have our general department created, which is inheriting from the base entity. So within this base entity, let's try to modify this a little bit. So when you go to definition, you can see it is having, in connection with this, it is having one-to-many relationship, meaning any model that we make a reference or inherit from this base entity is going to have a list of model, which is going to be one-to-many. So with this is what you want to do. You want to remove this first. Then the question is, why am I removing it? We want to have it in a cascaded form. So a user, an employee is going to have a town ID. The town ID also has a city ID. The city ID also have country ID, right? So you can see they are in a hierarchy form. When we talk about the department to the general department, we're going to make a reference to the town. The town ID has in connection with the branch. Not the town, the branch ID has in connection with the department, and the department also has in connection with the general department. So what you need to do here is you need to reference only the base, the bottom one. That is here. When we talk about the city, the country, or the town, you have to make a reference to the town in the database to the employee. And also when you talk about the department, you have to make a reference to the last one, and that is the branch. So when you do that, it's going to have in a hierarchy form of relationship established between them, and we can drive any data that we want when we start to implement our real logic. So let's have a look. So we're going to make an edit here by removing that list or that link from this base entity. So here we have only the ID and now the name. Now we go back to the general department, and now in here we want to pass in a specific model related to only general department. And now with this, you want it to have a list of departments. It means that one general department is going to have a list of sub departments in it. So let's say we have IT section or IT as a general department. Now we're going to go into IT general department. We have some department inside this IT or any giant department. You have sub departments in it, and that is what you known as a department. So this is a big department which is going to have a list of these small departments. Okay, now let's also check how to create connection with the department to the general department. So here is a one-to-many relationship with the department, and now when you check the department, it's going to be a many-to-one. So with that many-to-one, defaultly here of course is going to create an ID for us. But you know what? We like to specify it ourselves. So we rather want to include the general department, and now there's a general department ID. So this is a link, and we're going to link it together. So anytime that we are filling a department here, we must have a drop-down list of general departments such that when we select the general department, you're going to retrieve the ID, and now this ID is going to be stored in here. So when you check the department table, you're going to have the department name from here, department name, department ID, and also we're going to have the general department ID. Now this general department ID here, it is making a reference to this giant or this parent general department, and in that you can make a search through this general department using the ID specified in this department. That is what we are doing, and you know we are using one-to-many and a many-to-one relationship. So anytime whether you make a reference to this, because we are using the many-to-one relationship, and now in the general department there, whereby you have this list, we are using one-to-many, meaning one of the general departments, we're going to have a list of this department. Okay, that is for this. Now let's have a look with the next one. So once you are done with the general department, let's see with the department itself. Now we have this in here. What of the branch? What can we do here? We're going to have one department is going to have a list of branches. Okay, so let's also have a look on that. So let's create a class. Now the name here is going to be branch. So let's wait then. So that is a branch in here. Okay, so the file name branch is already part of this. Okay, fine. So it is here. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, so this branch also defaultly is inheriting from this. That is the ID and now the name. Fantastic. Aside from that, we want to have a list of this. So this is a many-to-one relationship to the department, many-to-one relationship in here to the department. Now you can see we have department ID. So many of these branches is going to have access to one department. So that's why we say many to one department. Okay, now let's check the department itself. And also when you check there, what can we do to establish relationship in here? We have to establish one-to-many relationship between the department and now the branch. So go to the department, and now in here we establish that relationship. So one-to-many. So one department is going to have a list of branches. I believe this is cool, right? That's fine. Now let's go to the next one. We have general department, we have department, and then we have branch. So a branch is going to have a list of employees. So one branch is going to have a list of employees. Let's say in Ghana here, maybe I have in Accra. There's in Accra here, you have one branch. Now within that branch, there are a list of people, or we have a list of employees working in this company or at this sector. So this branch is going to have a list of employees. Let's also have this figured out. So you go to the branch in here, and now in there, we need to specify the list of employees as a relationship in there. So what can we do? It's very simple. We establish one-to-many relationship as we did for this department. That is a branch. So we go to the branch in here. Okay. Now here we have to establish it to the employees. So you're going to have one-to-many. One branch is going to have many employees. I believe this is clear. Thank you. Let's move on, okay? Let's save this and let's check it up. So once we have this created, established, how do you receive it from the employee section? Let's navigate to the employee model. So that's the employee model. Now in here, we want to remove what we have in here. So let's remove this one. So we have the branch. It is a branch. So with this branch, it is just a many-to-one relationship. Because when you check here, many employees is going to have one branch, and we have the branch ID in here. Okay, so we are done with the department. Now let's go to the country, the city, and also that is the town. Okay, so let's have a look on how to also do that. So if you actually go back again, the department has a list. You can see this is dependent. Okay, so this is independent. I think so. It doesn't depend on anybody. There's a inheritance. So you can see it's just having a list of departments. And now when you go to department, it is having this relationship in as many-to-one. Okay, referencing general department ID. And also it's having a list of branches. So when you go to branches, it also has this many-to-one relationship specified in here. Now this branch also has a list of employees. So we have to also make a reference to this employee. And now that's what we have in here. So employee with the branch ID, because making a reference to the branch. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. Now let's go to the town first. But first of all, let's have a look with the country. So let's create a class for the country. So add a class, and the name is going to be country. So we're going to have a list of country. And now within that list of country, let's see what we can do in here. So for country, we can also inherit from the base entity, because country is going to have an ID and the country name. So we inherit from the same base as you've seen, and as you know, we've done it before. Let's make this as public as usual. And aside from that, you're going to have relationship. And now this is going to be one-to-many relationship. And you're going to have a list of cities. Okay, so one country, you're going to have a list of cities. Ghana here, and talk about Ghana is a country. It has a list of cities, like it has Accra, it has Kumasi, it has Cape Coast, it has a lot of cities in here. Okay, so that's what it's also doing, and it's a list, so we call it as cities. We have to also create a city class, so we can also accept the relationship in there. So quickly, let's add a class, and we say this is city. So with this city class, what is going to happen? We're also going to have, it's also going to inherit from the same base entity, because city is also going to have name and ID, isn't it? ID is defaultly for the primary key automatically. So by all means, we have to include that. As soon as you want to save it to the database, it's better, or it's a must that you have to add it. So here we're adding just one complementary property, and that is the name. So we inherit from here. And aside from this, since we are making a reference or in connection with the country, we have to also receive this in here. So in the city, what can we do? We need to make many-to-one relationship from this country. So we pass in the country ID. So from the city table, we're going to have country ID. And this country ID is going to represent the actual ID of this country model or object or instance that we save to database as a record. Now here, aside from this, the country, it must also have a list of towns. A country, not a country. So that's going to be the city. Okay. So city is going to have a list of towns. So a list of towns in here. So meaning that we have to create a town model. We have it already in here. So check it out. We have this and inheriting from this, because town is going to have ID and our name. ID is automatically primary key, isn't it? Good. So let's remove this from the top. And now when you go to the city in here, we have a list of town. Now, how do we accept the town? Let's see how to handle this relationship in here. So you must specify city ID in the town field. So where is it? There is a city, town. I'm going to open this, then go to definition. This is a town which has the ID and now the name. And aside from that, you must have city ID and now city name. Okay, city ID and now the city object itself, making as a reference. That is the many-to-one. So as you can see, we are establishing one-to-many, many-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one. Okay, Now, aside from that, a town must have a list of employees. So maybe in Accra here, the section or the company that we have, the brand that we have here may have 20, 30 people from this city or from this town. Okay, so we have to also establish that in here. And that's going to be one-to-many with the employee model. So one town is going to have a list or a lot of employees. Okay, let's remove one of these. Control KD. We can format it well and now save it. Fine. Now, once you have this, let's check the employees field. Now, the employees, so let's check it in here. So you can see we are making a reference to the town and our town ID. So when you check this is making a reference to this town. If I pick this town and I click on pick definition, you can see this town also have a list of city. Now, if I pick on this city and I go to definition, the city also has a list of country. Have you seen? Good. Now, when you check the branch too, the branch has a list. Let me pick definition. It has a list of employee, okay, or department. Now, this department also has a link to general department, as you can see. So you can see it's in a hierarchy form of relationship that we are establishing. So as soon as we pass in the ID of a specific employee, we can retrieve the town. We can, from the town ID, we can retrieve the city. We can also retrieve the country. The same thing applies to when we have access to the branch ID. The branch, we can retrieve the department from the branch. We can also retrieve the general department from the department table using the same ID. So we are creating them and are using a relational database. So we are linking them using the foreign key among them to stick them together as an whole entity. Okay, so let's say we have this done. Let's close this up. The next thing to do here is, we don't want this to be empty. As soon as you decide to start, we want to pass in some stuff in there. So let's specify an attribute known as required. And in that, I'll just have to remove all this and now paste this in here. It is the same thing. Here I have the civil ID, I have the file name, the same full name, job type, address, telephone number, and phone number in here as well. So maybe even here, we can also specify data type as telephone number. Here could be an address, job name, you can specify the minimum, file number, you can specify this as well. So quickly, let's have a look with the data. That is the address, so data type. Then we say this data type dot, and that is phone number. You see, so we have phone number in here. And with the address too, we can specify the same data type. These are all attributes that we can use them as an address. So okay, this is an email address. So we can have, okay, so here we are not having, this is just a test and it's normal test already, so we don't want to include that. Okay, so we can specify a lot of stuff in here, but for now, let's maintain only this. Now, as you can see, if you're asking yourself, where is the ID, where is the name? It is coming from this entity base. Is it base entity or entity base? So that's the base entity. This base entity has in the ID and our name. So we can make a reference out of it. Remember, do not repeat yourself. So try to create an inheritance, try to inherit from other models. So you make your code very simple, as Kate says. Keep it simple, stupid. Yes, you want to keep it simple as well. Okay, now from this base, we want to also apply some instruction or some this to that, and that's going to be the required attribute. So let's go to this base entity, and in here, let's make it as required and also set this as string to null. You see this, and where is an ID? The ID must be there because that is what each model needs as a primary key. Fine. All right, so we have this. Let's save this. Now let's see the next one to talk about. So we are done with the department. Now let's go to the other tables, and that is the overtime table. When you check the so when you check the table, the diagram that we have, you see we have other tables. So these are what we've worked on. From the employee table, we've worked on this. We've worked on the branch, the department, the general department, and also the country, the city, and the town. So we are done with them. Now let's go to these 4 tables in here: vacation, overtime, doctor, and now sanction. Now we say these tables are related to the employee. Now what does each table take? It takes in the same information or part of the information from the employee data, the employee model, and it adds extra 3 or extra 4 models which are unique to it. So in order to do that, we can extract the common properties and now keep it as a base entity for that too. So maybe since we have a base entity, we can also create one class and I'll name it as other base entity, meaning it is making a reference to the other table, which are the 4 tables that I am talking about, or you and we are talking about, okay? Yeah, so you're going to have this base entity created, and it's going to hold data for the vacation, the overtime, the dock time, and the sanction table. Okay, I believe we know what it does, isn't it? Vacation is your vacation time. Overtime is when you overwork at the time. Doctor table is when it's about your health setup. Whether you've seen a doctor, you've been given some medications and etc., the dates and etc., a whole lot of stuff. And also the sanction is maybe you've committed something wrong and you are under punishment. So the start date, the end date, the punishment type, and the whole lot we can also specify in there. So now let's create a base model to handle all this. Remember, dry. Do not repeat yourself. Case. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay, so let's follow these 2 principles today. Maybe later on we talk about the other one that is a solid. We talk about that too. All right, so let's create a nice model. And on this nice model, we're going to name it as other entity base. So you can just add new class. And now with this, you say other entity base. Now I'll just have to make these models available. Maybe be asking yourself, oh, we do have these properties already in the employee table. So why are you putting it in here? Yes, we do have. But let's say when we display the employee table, when you display the vacation table, the overtime table, the doctor table, and now the sanction table, the etc., we want to display user data. And this data, we want to actually use the server ID. You see, these are server ID, file number. The user is not going to type in file number anymore when trying to access this table or when trying to fill up data to this table. All that the user needs here is either the server ID or the file number. We fetch the database, we fetch the employee detail from the database so we can provide the other one. So in case you provide server ID, this is going to be a unique, and we can search through that, grab the ID. We can also grab the file number. And in case the person wants to add any other related message to it, can just type that and I'll add the current data. So it doesn't necessarily mean that here we're going to be adding the same data again. No. Provide a server ID, and now we can fetch from the database, from the employee table, and now we have to populate it and now go on our way. So don't worry. When we get there, I think I'm going to make things clear, or you're going to make things clear for yourself. Okay. Based on what you're going to see, you're going to understand that. Okay, so let's move on. Now we have this base entity created for the following table that I just mentioned on. Let's copy this, and we need to create the first one. That's going to be the overtime table. But first, let's have this overtime type. So you're going to have overtime type table created as a class. So this is a type of the this. Now this type is going to inherit from the same base entity because we're going to have an ID and our name. We can clear this from the screen to make it simple. Let's save that. And now with this, let's make this as public too. Save this. Let's create our overtime model. Now we right click on dependencies. You go to the add new class. And it's going to be overtime. Okay, so this is overtime. Now with this overtime, you want to have the following properties, which is going to inherit from this, the default class that we have created. That is the other base entity. So meaning in other base entity, we have about 4 properties in here. And now these 4 properties are going to be inherited by this overtime. I hope this is clear. Good. Now let's see from here. Let me remove all this to make it simple so it doesn't scare you. You can see we have start date, we have end date. So over time, the start date, the end date, now you have number of days. So in here, you want to grab only days. So this is what the instruction is saying. The company said they want the user to type in, select the start date, and now also select the end date. Now the system might automatically calculate for number of days for the overtime. So in doing that, we do not have to set these accessors against this. It's rather we have to grab the data. As soon as we have access to this, we can calculate it and now append with the date. So here we are extracting the date, and now we want to get a number of days from it. That's the reason why we use the days. I hope it's clear. Now with this, we want to establish relationship as well. Okay, so here it is many to one, and now you want to choose, because when adding overtime data to the table, you must select the type. Okay, I don't know the type yet, but maybe the company knows the type that they want to create. But for now, in the testing section, we're going to add any type to it. Then we can now test it out. So you have to select type before you can add the overtime data in here. And now you need the overtime type ID. So that's the overtime with 8 entity. And that is with 8 relationship. Let's go to the next table. And what is going to be the next even table? We can talk about sanction table and our sanction type. So sanction type is going to be the same as what you've done. So right click on this. Let's add a class. Sanction type, and this is also going to have the same ID and our name, so we're going to inherit from the same base entity. It has the sanction class, so let's create that class and establish the relationship between or among them. Sanction class, and now within that sanction class, it is also going to inherit from the other base entity, because it is the default properties for all models. So we have to also inherit from that. All right, so you see we have date, punishment, punishment date, and now sanction type. So we can also select that, and now you move on. Aside from this, what is the next step? We can also have a look on vacation. So vacation type 2, we can create a model for that. So vacation type, and now within vacation type, we are also going to create the same relationship here with the vacation model. We have to clear this, and now with the vacation, let's copy this. Let's create a class for that vacation. So add a new class, vacation, and now within that vacation class, what can we do? We can specify few properties and also inherit from the base class that we have created. And that's the other base entity. Now in that, what are the properties that we need? We need the start date, the number of days. Now we have an end date. So end date 2, we are going to add automatically and now get the date for the user. And vacation type, and now we establish the relationship that is a many to one, and now one to many in the vacation type in here. Okay. Now the next one I'm going to talk about here, it is the doctor's table. So whether you have any medicine, a doctor within your period, we have to create that. I did not actually like the name. I could have made it as health, but well, that is the instruction from the company, so I need not to change it. What programmers do here is you do what I've given to you, and at the end, you have any suggestions, then you can work on that. But for now, let's do what the company says. So let's create a doctor table. And now this doctor table it doesn't have any doctor type. Okay, so it has only the inheriting from this other base, and also it is having this medical diagnosis and a medical recommendation. So this is what it's having. Okay, so these are the models that we need for this application so far. Well, we are not yet done, so I cannot promise you that this is going to be the end of these models. This domain, maybe we might add more domains. We must remove some of them, but don't worry. Let's leave that one up to you and I. When we start doing it, both of us going to think together and I'll see what you're going to do, whether to add new model or to maintain or remove some of them. Okay, but for now, this is what we have. So you know that since we have created these models, definitely we're going to have in a table form. So in order to create a table, our data says whereby we have our appdb context class, we have to make a reference, and I'll use a db set to call these models, and it's going to use them to create a table based on the name that we specified and the model that we use. So let's see how to do that too. We've done this earlier on. I believe you can do that. So even close your eyes and I'll try it and let's see. Go to the data access project, and now from the data access, we see we have this AppDB contest. Now we specify this, and we are going to let's group this. Okay, so we can see as soon as you have your eyes watch them, you know, oh, this coming from this group, this from this from that. Okay, let's simplify and also group our code once you organize it as well. So we have the employee sitting on top, and that is this employee. We give a space in here. We have all department, and it is the same. So that's an all department. So we can also create space between, and that's an all department here. Let me just group them. All department. It is general department, departments, and our branch. We also, aside from that, we're going to have so maybe here we can have general department. Then we can have this department, and now we can have branch. Aside from that, when it comes to this side, what are you talking about? Or what do you think I'm going to write? We have this country. Then we have what? Again, city, isn't it? Then that's right. You've got it. We have town. So we have this too. And now this is going to be the authentication. So here we have just authentication. And this authentication, you're going to have rows too. And we have user rows. And that's the rows as the same as the user rows. We have system rows. Okay. So not the name rows, rather going to be the rows in authentication. Then let's have a look with the other table. So here we have other table. And this other is going to be the vacation. You're going to have the sanction. We're going to have, what again? The doctor. Then, one left is what? We have sanction overtime. That's fine. Thank you for remembering me. So, overtime. So, let's have that also specified down here. And within that, we see we have, each has a type. So, we have this type. We have a type. Its type, and there's only doctor which doesn't have a relationship here. Okay, so we established both one-to-many and now many-to-one. Here we are not having many-to-many. It is just one-to-many and now many-to-one relationship. Okay, so this is what we are doing. After doing this, you know what the next thing to do? We have to run this, save this, build this, and now perform database migration to get these models created. But since we are establishing new relationship, I suggest we delete everything, because so we do not have error in writing this, or we can even try this and let's delete it first. So I want you to go to this space where we have the database system. You can try it. Okay, you can try it and see in case it worked, then that's fine. We are not having this here. I'm going to click on this plus. If you're not having, do that. And with the pop-up, choose the local. Now this is my machine, so I choose the security as true. Yes, do trust it, and then click on connect, and that is it. So open it and click on database, and you can see we have this demo. So I open this demo, open tables. So I want to just clean this demo DB, close existing connection, and then clear it out. Okay, so it is gone. And now here to go to the data and our migration, I'm going to remove this. So it's going to be like the app is fresh. It is fresh, like fruits. Okay, so let's see. Now the package manager console, let's start a new migration. But make sure you choose the data access layer. Okay, it's not the client, it's not the server, rather it's going to be the server library. But that's where we have our EF core installed and our AppDB context class as well. So add migration. Now let's make it as first thing. This is going to be the first one. Then -o, that's going to be the output, a data folder, open it, and now create another folder known as migrations. Make it simple and put everything in there. So we're going to create a file and now paste it there. In case we do not have any error, then we're going to apply database migration. That's an update database to turn the code into a real thing that we can see. Oh, okay, so we're having an error here that specify dev.json. So let's do this. Let's clean the solution and we can rebuild this project again. I'm going to clean it again once more. Let me make sure everything is in order. Okay, so I think 5 succeeded. That's fine. Now I'm going to rebuild this. Do same, okay? So rebuild this solution. Now let's see, restoring some NuGet packages, and I run this again. And aside from that, we're going to run the database and see the migration. If this is working, then we see. Okay, so it is done. Now let's try again. So let's clear screen and add migration. Let's see. We still have the same issue. So client.dev.json does not exist. So why can't it doesn't exist? Let's see. Debug on this. I'm going to. Okay, so this is what I did. Maybe let me tell you, I just had to close and open the app again, and I did nothing again, close the application and open this again. So if you're having the same issue, then please do that. Okay, pause the video and undo it. But I believe you're not having, because maybe mine could be some errors that I made somewhere else, but not in this video. So let's update database and let's have this created. So this is going to run all the queries that we have specified in here. As you can see, we have a lot of table that has been created. Or this is going to be the code that we have, creating primary keys, creating foreign keys. You can see referential action, cascaded. It means as soon as I delete this, this is also going to be deleted, and etc. You have all this in here, and that's going to a database. So we're going to have about 20 or more tables in the database. So we say it's still running. As you can see, yeah, that is done. Check it up, and now let's make a refresh to the database folder. Now let's see the current database that we have. Demo employee DB, that's fine. Open it up and now let's check it up. Tables, oh, let's see, we have about 10 or 15 tables. Guess what? Oh, that's right, fantabulous. You can see we have it for branches, for application user up to vacation type. Can just pause the video now and try to count. We're gonna have like 20 tables, yes. So this is a small application, but I had a lot of tables. So there's no small application, okay? There's no small application. Any application is a scalable one. It's a big one. Okay, so let's say we can just close all this. So once we have all this working, it means we've done with our relationship and we've done with our models. But I think we have enough time. We spent about 48 or 45 minutes now, so we can start working on our generic repository. So this is what you want to do. You can see we have a lot of models in here, from application, from user up to vacation. We have to create interface and generic type for each and every one. Aside from that, we have to also create a controller for each and every one. You can use a generic repository whereby you're going to have a generic interface, you're going to have a generic implementation, and you're going to have a unit of work. Then we can use them, we can inherit from each of them and use it once and for all. We can also have a generic interface, only generic interface, but we're going to implement the other one's implementation, specify the model, and now inject it, create dependency injection in it, create a generic controller, and I'll start using. So I want to start from the known one. So let's start with a generic interface. So we're going to create only generic interface and generic controller. Take note, generic interface and a generic controller, but the rest, you're going to implement our interfaces for each and every model that you want to create. Take note. So that's what you're going to do. So once you do it, try to learn how to create generic. If you don't know how to create generic interface, I'm going to teach you today. If you don't know how to create generic repository, not a repository, generic controller too, then I'm going to screw you today. So sit tight, get some water, and now let's move on. So in order to do this, first, you're going to create a generic interface, which is going to be used for all the models that you have created. These are the basic ones. So we can specify, we can customize each of them in the application. Okay, so let's say from this, we can have something from the contract, from the data access layer, that's a server library. You can see where we have this contract folder, we have one already, and that is the iUser account. This iUser account, we want to separate the authentication from the system, because authentication is on its own. We don't want to have any confusion or any issue between our other models and our processes and the authentication. So that's the reason why we are not implementing this generic interface inside, or we are not inheriting from this generic interface. The model has its own interface, and that is what you see as our user account. So you're going to create a new one, and this is going to be an interface. So take note, I choose a class, but I'm going to pick interface later on from this section. And now in here, let's make this as iGeneric interface. So iGeneric repository interface. This is going to be generic for everyone. You can use this. So let's make this as public, and you can just remove this to make it simple. Okay. Now in here, since we don't want to create it for only a specific model, we're going to make it as T value. So this is going to be T value. It means anytime that you call the interface, you must provide a specific model that you want it to relate. Aside from that, you're going to have these properties. Is it properties or interfaces? Yeah, interfaces. You know, it's very good to use tasks anytime that you want to deal with database. I see a lot of people trying to get access to database. They do not use tasks. When you use tasks, it gives you the access to use an asynchronous, meaning a task will wait for a process to be done before it gets returned. It's very good, and it's a good practice to use tasks. All the time, try to use it. General response is a method, or it's a service response that you and I created earlier on in the first part video. So if I pick this, it has just a flag and the message. That's what it has. Okay. And now here we have a task of get by ID. It is returning just the model. This is getting the list, and that is all. So it gets all get by ID, insert it, update, and now delete by ID. Very simple generic interface. If you have any custom ones, you can create a custom interface and inherit it to the base, that's implementation, and then create that one too. When we get to the employee, whereby you're going to create a custom interfaces attached to this, I'll teach you. Okay, I'll show you how to do about that. So for now, let's stick to this. I hope this is simple for you, isn't it? So pause the video and type them, and now pause it. If you're done, let's move on. Are you done? That's fine. So let's go. Let's keep going. Now, the next thing that we're going to do here is, once you have this in the generic, you're going to create our implementations. So first of all, let's create our general department repository. We can create that. Let me just close the details, because we are done. That's the domain. So here, check this. The implementation, you have only one here. We want to add one more. Not one more. We're going to be adding more. Not one more. So this general department repository. So it's a class, and this class is going to inherit from this. It's going to inherit from this, the interface that we have created. Okay. So you can just increase, remove this to clean up. And now with this, it has to implement the interface. So let's implement all of the interfaces. You know, here we specify the model, and that's the general department. Okay, so in here, delete, get, or get by ID, insert it. What we can do here is, in C# version 12, there's a new introduction of primary constructors. Anytime you specify this, this is going to be available in the whole scope. So there's no need for you to initialize it again. Very simple one. Keeping your code simple and stupid. That is the case. Take note. So we have this delete by ID. So in case I want to delete, what can I do? First, we want to have two methods. These methods are going to be used often, and that is what is known as dry. Do not repeat yourself. So try to put all methods which can be called often in just a class that you can be calling it all the time. So I'm going to have these two methods down here. These are general methods. That is, in case a model is null, I want to return this. In case it works, everything is successfully done, a process is completed, I want to return this. Okay, it's a new general response that you are returning. Also, I want to have this method that is a commit, because we're going to be using await save changes async all the time. So I don't want to have it in just one class, so I can be calling it all the time. Also, I want to be checking create this. Okay, so let's move on. I'll teach you what to do. Okay, so let's see now from the delete. There's a delete by ID. We're going to supply the ID to this method. Now this method is going to call this repository. That's a context class as a gateway to the database. And now in that we want to have this simple method in it. This must be an async, so do not forget, because it's a task, so it must wait. Then aside from that, you're going to have this method. So we're going to check for departments. We check if the general find async, going to find it from the table. In case it is not there, it means it is not found. Then return this method. Check down here. That is a method. Sorry, department not found. Very simple, isn't it? Go back again. In case it is, then remove it. And now commit, await save changes. Call this. After that, return success. Call this. We are done. Let's move on. Now the next thing here, it is to get all department. And now with this, we can use this lambda expression. This must be an async, I believe you haven't forgotten. So you make sure you add an async to this. We get the data from the database, make it as a list, and I return it to the user. Very simple way. Okay. So using lambda expression, we can close that. And now here we have to use, I think, the EF core. Yes. The next one is the find async. That is find user by or find department by ID. This one. So we can just replace it with this. Getting the ID must be an async, then find async. Find async, right? So we're going to be passing the ID. It's going to make a search out of it, and I'll return the response. Very simple. In case it is null too, it's going to return it. The next one here, it is an insert. So if you want to insert it, what can we do first? We can check it. This must be an async, so you have to take note here. Then in this, we are checking check name. So you call this method. This method has to return either true or false. So if it is true, if the object, or when you check the name, you want to skip repetition. You don't want to add department which has already been added. No. So we check the name. The name going in there, we're going to check from database and check if it is there already, then we want to return. So the method which is going to help you understand this is the method. I'm going to write it down here. So check the name. We pass in the name, and now we check from database if it is there. If it is there, return null. So return null means here this is null, and if it is null, return true. But in case it is not null, return false. Okay. So if it is null, here what we are checking here is if it checks and now it is null, meaning that here the name, the object is not found, and it is going to be true. So if true, then we want to come here. But if it is false, then return this, meaning the data is already there. We want to return this to the user. But in case it is not there, then we add it to the database, we commit it, and then we save it, return this information to the user. That's what that we're doing. Now, when you get to the update tool, we're also doing the same for the updates. Let me just grab the update in here. And for the updates, we are just updating it. We also check it and return not found in case it is not. If it is there, we update it. You can see we have only one property in there. That's going to be the name. So we commit it and we return success. Very simple one as well. Okay. That's what that we need to do for this module. That's it. We are done. Very simple. Now we save this. You can now close this peacefully. The next thing we're going to talk about here is, you can see we are still implementing from this, isn't it? We are going to talk about the next one. And this is going to be the branch, not the department first. So here, what we're going to do here is we're going to create a department repository for this. So add a class to the implementation. This is going to be department repository. And now with this is what I'm doing. Very simple one. So here, I'll just paste it. It's the same thing, just copy and paste. Now we see department repository, we inject the same thing. And now because we're doing the same thing, just that here we have to change the department table. And we change the table in here, and also we change the object. That's the model itself. That's the only thing that we are doing. The value is the same, as you can see from here. It is the same. So pause the video and I'll try to do the same thing as well. Okay, now once we are done with this, we're also going to handle the next one. That's going to be the branch. So let's have a look with the branch repository. We also create the same class. Add a new class for this branch repository. And I know the branch repository. First thing is going to inherit from the same interface, and I pass in the branch, as you can see from the branch. In this, we're going to specify that is the delete. It is the same. So let's go through one. This is a delete. Aside from that, you're going to have the get all and also get by ID. While it tries to make a search from this, get all, get by ID. We have it in here. The next thing here, we have get response or insert it. So for the insertion, we also want to specify the insert this. You can see we change the branch, and now the module name or the database table is going to be the branch or the branches. Then here is an update. So we have to also make an update in here. The next one here is we need to include the general method that we specified or we do specify in the H method. So this is what I want to do. You can see that here we are making a repetition, but maybe if we use the generic implementation, we could have skipped this. We could only create one structure, then we can be using it all over. But when you get to the controller, we have to also create controller for each. It is the same, but I think that one will be better than this. Don't worry, let's focus on this, okay? There are several ways to do it. Maybe the next project that we're going to be doing, when we have it in a large quantity, we're going to learn how to use the generic repository, which comprises of the generic interface and the generic implementation with the unit of work. We're going to learn how to do that. But for now, we are having only generic interface and we are having generic controller. That's the other thing that we are having now. Okay, so this is also working. We are done with this peacefully. We can close this. Yes, so that is this. Okay, so let me increase the size more. Now save this. We can just close this. The next thing that we're going to do here is we are going to work on, we have the branch. So we have department, general department, we have branch. Okay, so we have the next one as country. That's going to be the country section. So let's have a country repository. So I'm going to add this class. No, it should be the implementation instead. So country repository. Now let's add this. Now it is the same thing that I'm going to do. So I just have to grab this and I'll paste it. Okay, just I change it to countries. That's going to be the table name countries, and that is it. Change this and now and off you go. Okay, so that's the country repository and this is the country repository. It is the same. So why am I having this? Just that maybe I did not specify this in the database. So let's check it out. From the AppDB context, do you have country, city, country? Oh, okay, so you see, I hope maybe you've done the correct thing, right? I forgot this. So let's make a duplicate of this. There's going to be country. Then in here, you're going to have countries. Then you have city. And here it's going to be cities. Okay. Then I want the town to be last one because the town is going to be the smallest among all. So let's have this. Okay, so let's save this. Go to the repo, and I think it is working perfectly, as you can see from this. Okay, now let's update perform migration so we can have those also created. So in here, add migration, add country and city. Update database. So here, let's update the database. Yeah, so this is also done. Now, when you check repository, we have to get that. If you want to check a database, I did not check that. So if I refresh this, I have to now get the countries and now the cities in the towns. I have it here. Cities and now countries, that's fine. I get them. I believe you also have the same, isn't it? Now let's also create a next implementation, and that's going to be the city. So now we have country, we have to add a new class as implementation, city repository. And now within that city repository, we want to have it as a city. So the same thing, can just make a copy and paste, and now we move on. Okay, the same thing. So here, just I have to change the city, as you can see from here, and you change it The models are cities, you change them. And also the database is cities database, so you have to also change them as well. Okay, let's see the next one. And you can even pause the video and then try this yourself, because I believe you can do that, isn't it? It's very simple too, and I trust you that you can make this work. We have city, we have town. Have you created the town repository? Not yet. So let's quickly do that too. So town repository, and within that town repository, it is the same. So you don't have to waste time here. I believe you're also doing same. So you just have to copy and paste it, and it's the same as you know. Commit, submit, you see the same thing, the whole stuff. So you shouldn't waste time here. So now we have these repositories created. They are inheriting from one base generic repository interface, and that is the generic repository interface. So the next to do here is let's go in there and create our generic controller. Okay. Later on, we're going to add the rest. Okay. But for now, let's maintain this. Let's go to the server where we have this controller. We have authentication controller already. So we need to create the controller for the tables or for the repository that we have created. Now, the first thing to do here is we're going to create a generic controller. So how can we create the generic controller? Let's go to controller and I click on this, and I will choose add a new controller. Choose an API, empty one. The name, make it as generic controller. Click on add. So with this is what we are having. We need not to inherit from this. We want it to inherit from that. So you can see from here, check what is happening. Generic controller, it is accepting of a t value, and now we are injecting this interface. You know, this interface needs a t value, so that you specify the t value in here, and now we create an instance of this. So defaultly, or the normal way here, we are using a primary constructor. Okay, if I click on this and I click on let's say create and assign this, we could actually create a constructor and assign it, but I think this is the best one. So let's keep ourselves updated. So this is what we are using. So it means we are injecting the interface that's going to pass here. It's going to must be a generic. So it means you can be using this controller for any type of model or the repository that we have created, where T is a class, and I believe you know that. Okay, so in here we are going to have our HTTP get, and now we specify the route as all. So get all, and it's a task of action resolves an interface too. And get all, so we say repository.get all, because we have this get all from this repository, so we get all. And now this depends on this interface based on the T type that we're going to specify. Aside from that, you want to have the delete, and now with the same thing, we can now have the delete in here with just an interface. So we see from this, we have this. We're checking if the ID it is less than or equal to 0. It means the ID is invalid. You want to return bad request. But in case it is working, then you want to return OK with the response of this get by ID or delete by ID. And that's going to be the delete. Now, when you have a look on the next one, that is a get by ID. We're going to make it at single. So get by ID, as you can see from this. And here we're going to supply as a parameter as ID. And in here, we'll do the same thing in here. So maybe we can check this. We can create this in private model in here. And now we can just return. Okay. But for now, let's maintain, because you have it only used twice here. You want to return OK with this. The next thing here is the addition. In case I want to add a new data to this, you can see we specify the T model in here, because this is a generic, so we are not making a specific model name. We use a T value to check the T type to check that. And now if it is not, then return this. But in case it is not, then insert it to the database based on that type that I'm going to provide. And the last one is the update. So in case I want to update this, I can also use the same thing in here. So update it, and I can call this update to update the model from the generic repository interface. And now it is inheriting from this. The payload is a T model, which has the I result interface to handle that. Okay, if it is not, to return this. So this is our generic interface that we are creating. This is the interface, generic controller, not the interface. We are done with the interface. Take note. Don't let me confuse you, please. This is the generic controller. Interface is what we've done already. Okay, so fine. Now we have this. So what we're going to do next here is, in order for us to have access to the department, the general, the city, the country, we have to create a separate controller so we can inherit from this generic interface. So let's do that as well. So we go to, let's tackle with the generic or the general department controller. Let's create a controller for this. So API empty one, and now the name here, it is general department controller. So paste it here, general department controller. Click on add. Now what you need to do here is, you don't need to write anything, okay? Just inherit from the interface, and that's all. Very simple one. Yeah, this is very simple. So all the time you're trying to make it simple and stupid. Keys, yeah, very important. So see, this is what I'm going to do here. I just have to, this is the name. Here I'm using a primary constructor. So I pass in the interface, and the interface needs a t value or a t model. So pass in the value in here. And aside from that, we create an instance of this, and now we pass this instance to the base of this. So you can see inheriting from this generic controller, and now we pass in this model. So repeating the same model from here and now from this, and now passing this to the base, and that is all. Okay, so in case you need extra customized endpoint, then you can specify this here. Okay, but for now you want to have only the ones that you have specified. So let's save this. Let's do same to the others as well. So the next one is, you're going to have the department controller, and now with that department controller, let's also create same API empty. The name is department controller, and now with that too, we are also doing same to this. We change here to department, and that's what I have to do. Save this. Let's go to the next one, and it's going to be the branch controller. Right click on the controllers. Let's have the next one. So I believe you can do this. So pause the video and I'll do it. Once I also do it, let's see who finished first. Okay. So branch controller, you're on a top speed. So let's see who just finished writing all this first. So we have this, and that is it. Because you pass in the branch and the branch, and that is all. Now we are done with the department. So we go to the others, which are they? Do you remember? Country first. So country, let's do that. Country controller, and you're going to the same thing. So anytime we want to add any or extra interface or customized interface, we add it here. If it is not going to be used by all the interfaces, all the repositories, then specify it here. Okay, that's going to be the endpoint. If you want to have an endpoint which is going to be used by all the controllers, put it in the generic one. But in case you want to have it a specific or limited one, put it to the specific controller that you have created. Okay, so let's see the next. We have a country. Let's have the city. So add this to controller API. Now let's see from the city controller, and now we're doing same here. Nothing changes. It is the same thing. Passing city model, and that is all. Let's see from now the last one here is the branch. Oh, we have branch already. Okay, is the town. I think so. You're not done with the town, so let's have a look with the town too. We do the same. And now here too, what we're going to do here is we're going to make the same copy and paste. Copy and paste is so sweet. You don't need to type, copy and paste everything, and off you go. Okay, so now that we have all this, what is the next thing to do? I think we have almost 1 hour 40 minutes to spend that. So maybe we're going to be ending this session soon so we can continue next, but I want us to run this and make sure that it's running before we can close this up. We need to register this and create dependency injection among them. So let's go to the program.cs file in the server, and now in here we need to register each and every one. So I'm going to grab all this down here where you have this. Let's register them. So we are registering. You can see you're passing the generic proprietary, passing the model, passing the model, passing the model. Now you see they are inheriting from the same generic proprietary, but they have a different model and are passing the corresponding implementation. This is a very simple thing that we're doing. Now it is saying this has a problem. Why? It is inaccessible due to age protection level, meaning that we did not change from internal to public or private to public. Did you do the same? Let's have a look. Yes, I believe we did not, or you followed me. Okay, so we have it set, and that is all. So now let's check it again, and not set and done. So let's save this. Let's run this. The server is already set up. Let's run this application and let's test the API. You're going to have access to all the, I think, 6 endpoints that we can have access to: general, department, branch, country, town, and now city and town. Let's have a look. All right, so we have it in here. Let me increase the size here so we can see it well. Okay. There's authentication, branch, city, country, department, general department, town, weather forecast, home. Just for testing purpose. Okay, so this is what we have. Now let's check the scheme. Now the schemas tell you what it has. Now let's first check the branch. If we see the branch has an ID and a name, it has connection to the department. You see, if I click on department 2, department has ID and a name, it has connection with general department. So if I click on this too, it has ID and our name. So you can see, have you seen the hierarchy of it? So the branch here, we can retrieve the general department from the branch by getting the ID of this department, searching through this, and then getting the branch ID of that specific record. We can get a department ID. Fine. Check the city too. It is the same. City has country. Country has, that is it. Where is the town? So we must have town in here. Or we did not establish town, isn't it? Let's have a look. So we have country must have a city. When you check this, a branch must have department must have general department. So a town must have city. The city must have country, but we did not do that, right? So let's check that one up quick. Let's check the models. Entities. Then let's see from the town. So from town, it has city, it has list of employee in here, city ID. Let's check the town. So we have city here, everything is here. This working. Check the town and then see it must reference city ID and our employee. Okay, so that is it. Now let's check back again and see. Maybe I did not see it well. Okay, so you have city. Let's close it again. So here we have the city. Then from the city we have country. Okay, so from country we have this country. Do you have town in here? So country. Okay, so we have towns. Click on this here. That's it. So you have town, and I have town ID and also city ID. Now if I click on this, city, employees, you see, now there's the employees. So we see the relationship that is going from country to city, from city to town, from town to employee. And the employee also has branch. Now branch also has department. Department also have general department, as you can see. So that is the order. Now when you check, the same thing applies to this. When you check the employee too, it is the same. You see the employee has a branch, it has a town. So from branch you can have department, you can have general department in here. From town you can have city, you can have what, country. You see? So that's what we have in here. Okay, now let's test our endpoint here and now check things up and see. So from the branch, if I click on branch get all, try this out. Now let's see. Okay, so you can see, yeah, it is working. It is empty. Let's add one. So add this. Now all of this, you see these are dependencies, and we're going to remove everything and leave only this. Okay, so I can just copy this, click on execute, and now let's see if we're going to make success. Oh, we have an issue here. It is saying that an error occurred while saving the entity changes. So see the inner exception for detail. This conflict occur in database. Insert statement completed with the foreign key constraint. Okay, the conflict occurred. Okay, so column with an ID. So let's have a look first and see how to solve this. Let's go to this table and let's see the country. That is, was it the city or which one? So this is branch, right? So let's have the branch. So where is it? There's the branches, view data. And we must have the ID, department ID. Yeah, we did not provide department ID. So it means we have to provide the department ID. Now, before we add department ID, we must add department itself so we can have the IDs to this, because it is dependent. It is depending on that. So let's see. Now, department, where is it? We close this general department. That's the first part. So let's try this out. You can just copy and paste this. So this is, let's say this is general. Department name. Let's click on execute this, and I can see process completed. So I can even copy this. Let's go to get all, execute this, and we have it in here. You can see department is null, but we have the ID. Then if I click on delete this, passing the ID of 1, let's see. Yes, success. Now click on all, empty. Let's add this again. So here, add this again. The ID is going to be 2. So let's see, get by ID. Let's pass in 1. Once you know the thing is 2. We have what? So 204, we did not handle that. Maybe later on we're going to handle that. But when you pass in 2, we have the data in here. Okay, so let's go to the department and now add this. So we come here, this is general, we are done. The branch, we must have department first. Okay, so this department, let's have add department, and then try this out. So we have a lot of these guys here. So we need to add only general department. So we can just close all like this. Then general department here, it is 2. So take notes. Now let's save this and see if it's going to work. Okay, so it is saying that the JSON value could not be converted to this. One or more validation error occurred. The model field is required. The department, and let's see, name is a string and ID is this. The department is 2. I think this will work. What do you think? So this is an ID. Okay, so let's see, execute this, and I think, yeah, so it completed. Maybe we did not include the department ID well, so we have to get this. Now as soon as I click on execute again, you can see we have department already added. So it means we're able to add the department. Now let's go to the fetch all department, and let's try this out. And you can see we have department ID here of 2. We can also, we have branches as null and our general department as null, but we have the department ID in here. We have the branch, the department name. When adding, so this one, the ID is 1. When adding the branch, we have to also add department. So let's see. So try this out. This is a branch. Now this branch, if I click on execute this, you're gonna have error here. So let's reset this. And now when you check this one, we have to remove all this because here we need department ID. So department ID, this is a department ID. This is general department ID. We are looking for branch, and branch has to get department ID, not the general department. So we're going to have to use this one. So we're going to clear all this, maintain this, and I remove this one, and I'll clear the rest. So department ID is 1. Let's click on execute, and now let's see. Yes, you see process completed. Now when you click on get all branches, try this out. You can see we have department ID as what? 1. Now you can see, and we have employee as null, and that's the ID 3. So you can also do same to the rest. Now when you go to the country 2, you can also add you can also add country first. Let's see. So if I want to add this, country must be the first thing to be added. Then aside from that, you can add city and etc. So here too, you can also do same. Let's try one more and see. So I'm going to remove all this. And now here, there's a country. So I'm going to use, let's say this is Ghana. And then click on execute. Like you see, saved. The ID is 1. If I want to add city, I must provide country name, country ID. So this is a country. I must clear this, remove all this, and now I must provide country ID as 1. After that, I must remove all this, then remove this trailing comma, execute this, and I can say this is done. Now if I want to add city, I must provide the country, the city. If I want to add town, I must provide the city ID. So from here, come to the city. No, that is a town. Where is it? The town must be in here. So town, and add, and here I must provide the town ID. So with all this, I have to remove all this. And now where can I get the city ID? I think it must be here. Department, branch, city ID will be around here. Let's see. So that's city ID. So remove all this. Then the city ID. I'm going to remove this too. Then you have city ID as 1. Click on execute, and I can see it being completed. So you can now click on get all, try this out, and now you can have access to, you can see we have city ID as 1, the town ID is 1, and that is the name. Employee and city, they are all none now because you have not added the include statement. Also, when you check this country, get all country, you must have Ghana in here. And when you check that's the country, when you check the city too, you must have the city ID and the country ID as well. So you can see they are linked together, and because of the relationship that we specified as 1 to many and many to 1 as well. This time around, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be creating our service, and also we're going to implement this service in the client, and you're going to perform all the CRUD operation. That is a create, read, update, and delete. So a manager or a user can add department, can update department, and also delete department. This applies to all of the various sectors in here: department, general department, branches, countries, cities, towns. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Now, this is what the next thing to do here is from the country and town and the cities. You can see there are some API that we can even call, or there's some app that we can call to get the countries. But here, we want the company to add their own countries. It might be that not all the countries that they need, they have branches or they have employees in. So they want to add a respective or what they want, required countries with their various cities and town. Okay, so that's what we're doing for now. Maybe if later on they want us to include that, we can also make that possible. But for now, let's focus on the CRUD for this. And also, see, when I check the administration, we have this user. So the administrator can able to also change the role of a user to an admin or to any other role as far as the role has been created. Okay, so this is what we're going to do today. You can do any of the following to support this channel. You know, you can subscribe and hit on the notification bell so you never miss out any of our upcoming content. And also, you can like this video by clicking on the thumbs up icon beneath this video. You can also buy us coffee to support this as well. And if you want to do that, check the video description. The link is over there. Alright, so I do offer training sessions for people, or coaching or mentoring, whatever, for people who are interested in Blazor and .NET technologies, talking about the Blazor server WebAssembly, .NET Web API for web service, and so forth. So check the description today. I have the link over there, or the email link. You can write me through it. Alright, you have a lot of work to do, so let's quickly jump to what you're supposed to do today, and now let's start. So you better get some food and eat and get better, because you're going to work today a lot. Okay, alright, so let's see. Now I have to close this up, and because this is what we did the previous videos. So if you haven't watched any of them, please check the description. I have the links over there for you. So when you go through the previous project, is it previous lesson or previous project? The same project by previous lesson, isn't it? Don't mind me. So when you go to the previous lesson, that's what we've done so far. We created our generic controller, and now we are inheriting the other controllers from. Okay, so this is a generic controller. It has all the CRUD operations in here. Aside from that, we created our generic interface, and now we created separate repository, which each inherit from that generic interface. Now this is going to be the server side. So if I run this and I run the API, now you see the API, we have all the CRUD in here for branch, city, country, department, department, town, and etc. But when you go to the client service or the client section, it is not consuming this API. So let's have a look on how to do that. But first of all, we have to create a DTOs to handle that, and also we have to create a service in the client, which is also going to have an interface and implementation. But maybe I'll try much as possible to create a generic service and generic interface, so that we're going to have the interface once created, and now we can be using them multiple times, because we have a lot here to do. Department, country, what else? City, branch, and etc. If you have to create an interface for each of them, it's going to take us about 3 days to finish this. Okay, so let's have a look on how to create this generic interface for service and also the implementation, so we can inject them very simple way and also try to use them. So let's go to the service. That's the client library whereby you have this service. Now in that, let me just close this. Okay, so there's a server, there's a client library, as you can see from here. Now you can see we have this implementation and the contract from the service folder. Inside this contract, you see we have one default service in here. There's an interface service, and this for account authentication. So we don't want to add authentication system to the other ones, okay? Because authentication is very important, and I want to handle that specifically in application. So we are not using you're not inheriting from the same CRUD or the same interface that you're going to create. No, we're not doing that. So let's say once you have 8 separate interfaces created, let's create the other interfaces for the other guys I spoke about. General, department, branches, countries, cities, and etc. So let's add a new item here. And now this item is going to be an interface. So take note, you have to choose an interface for this. So do we have interface here? Alright, so now I'm going to give you the name as iGeneric Service Interface. So you can give it any name of your choice. But here, iGeneric Service Interface. Now in that, it's going to inherit from a T object. So let me just grab this here. So we make this as T because you're going to pass in. It's a generic. So the T here stands for a model. Okay, so we're going to pass in separate models, individual models, different models. So we are not making a specific here. Here we make it as a general one. So any one that you pass in is still going to work. Okay, so once you have this is a public type, and let's specify our this or our method in here. So you see from here, I have this. So this is a tax of get list of t. So that's a get all, and we pass in the base URL. We have get by ID, general response, and that's for insert. We have update, and we have delete by ID. Now the next question is, I believe you guys, you do understand this, right? But maybe we're asking yourself, why are we passing base URL as a parameter to this? Yes. The reason why I am doing it, or you and we are doing it, is that this is going to be a generic. Generic inside its implementation, we need to call the API service, isn't it? Now the API service, since we are creating this interface, we want to also create generic interface, generic implementation. Okay, so we can be using it, we can create it once and use it all over. So we have to make it specific to their respective base URL, because they are not having one URL. The API is an API / the controller name. Now we have general interface controller, we have general department controller, we have department controller, we have branch controller, we have country controller, we have department controller, we have city controller, okay, and now we have town controller, and we're gonna also have user controller. So this means that we are not having one specific API that we're going to handle all this. So you're going to have separate controllers, and in that you have to specify the URL. So that's the reason why I put the URL in here. So you're going to create a separate class, and I'm going to store all the URL in there. So as soon as you call this method, you pass in the URL, and that's a very simple one. Okay, so this, don't worry about this. As soon as you create this and start working on this, it's going to be made clear to you, and you're going to love it. Trust me. Okay. So once you have this, we are going to create our implementation, and this is also going to be a generic implementation. When you check the server, you can see that we created only the generic interface, and I created separate implementation to handle that. But this time I don't want to create different implementation. I want to create one implementation which is going to handle all the other models that we have. Okay, then so let's see how to work on that. We go to the same implementation, and we have to create our own class, which is going to be generic service implementation. So from the contract implementations, right click here, then let's add a class. This is going to be generic service implementation. It's going to inherit from this generic type. So in here, what are we doing? We can just specify changes to public, and this has to inherit from the interface that we have created. I believe we can do that. So pause the video and I'll do it, and let's see. Are you done? Did you get the same thing as this? Oh, that's fine. Okay, so now we have this. We have to inherit from this generic interface here. We specify the T object in here. And now this too, since I'm going to make it as generic, you need to also specify the T. I believe you know this get HTTP client. This returns two methods. The first method here is going to be the public and then the private. If I click on pip definition, we have what? Public. Where's the public? This is we have public. And now we have private. This is a private one. Okay, so from the private one, it gets from the local storage, the token from the local storage, append it to the header, then it returns as an HTTP instance. Okay, from the public too, it just returns just an HTTP client from the client that we created using the HTTP client factory. Yes. Okay, so the HTTP client factory will returns an instance, and that is all. So here we are not specifying any header. What we're going to do here is, in case the header, we have a header attached already, then we want to remove the header, because when calling a public HTTP client, we don't want to add any header because it's unnecessary. So we want to trim it, and I'll make it simple as well. If you don't know how to work on this, we've done this earlier in the third or the fourth video or the fifth video. Well, I'm not actually sure, maybe the third video, so you can check this out. I have all the video links beneath this, so please check it out in there. Okay, so once you have this, we have to implement all the interfaces for this. Okay, so we're going to implement it one after the another, don't worry, but you can click on control period and generate or implement all the interfaces. We're not going to do that, so let's see. Now, aside from doing this, you can also create constructor and I'm passing this. You know, this is just a C# version 12 primary constructor. That is what we are using. I keep saying in all my videos since this C# version 12 was released. So if you've been watching my videos, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a primary constructor, so we are using, making things easier and more friendly to us. Okay, so the first thing that we're going for here is the delayed by ID, or should we start from CRUD? So create, isn't it? Let's have a look. So that's going to be the insert. We have our, so this is going to be create. Okay, so this is our create. Now in our create, we have the insert t item, and you know it has in this base URL. It must be an async since it is a task getting data from the local storage, local database, right? So you can see we are getting the private HTTP client because from this insert, it is only authenticated person can handle this. Admin or anybody whom the admin has delegated power to, that's the person can have access to this. So if you just bump into the app and I want to insert data, no, it's not going to allow you because you are not authenticated. You don't have the right to do that. So we get a private HTTP client which is going to append HTTP. I do make errors here. HTTP, right? Which is going to append the token to the header of this client. Now I'm not going to say HTTP client anymore. I'm going to say client. Okay, so if I say client, you know what I mean. HTTP. And that, okay. So we're going to make a post async to the base URL that we specify, and now the route here all going to have the access to this route as add. Okay, so all they have it add, and now you're passing the model in here as an item. If you want to check out this, when you go to the controller we created from the generic, you're going to understand this. From the last video we did that. So see, this is a generic controller, and I could say all of them. This is an all to get all, delete by ID, single by ID, then add. So all of them going to implement this route. Is it endpoint? Yes. So that's what we are doing here. Return the results, catch the results, and I return peacefully with no issue. Aside from that, the next thing is read. So let's say this is read all. So with the read all, what can we do in here? Do you have any idea? Can you do that yourself? Well, pause the video, try that, and let's see. Are you done? How was it? Or should I continue on? Okay, so this is what we're having for the read. Is very simple. We get the same private, and now we have to return this. But you know, I want us to catch this to get this now issue. So let's say results equal to this. Then let's return results peacefully. Okay, so that's the read. Then we're going to have read single by ID. Do you want me to pass in the ID? Okay, I'll do that. So we're going to read by ID, and now in here you see that from here we are specifying the base URL to each endpoint or each interface method. So you can see from here we have the same thing, and I want us to catch this, catch this, catch this. So var results equal to this. Then let's return results with no issue. Save that. So that is it. We specify, you pass in the ID, and now here you can see we are specifying the base single and the ID. Don't forget the controller single.id, isn't it? Fine. Let's move on. Now the next thing here is we have this read single ID, and so we have CRUD create read update. So this is going to be an update. Okay, so update, and now this is going to be model. We're not going to pass in an ID here. It's going to be the whole model. Okay, and with that update, let's see, I believe as for the update, very simple that you can work on that. You're just going to use put at async, and that's what we have in here. Put at JSON async is an update, is an async task, and you can see we have the same base, and now this is a model. As you can see, it's coming from this T. It's an instance of this T object. Okay, so when you check here, you get a private HTTP client. Maybe you may ask yourself, can we cache it once and be using it? You can try it yourself. Okay, so you can call this once. You can see anytime I make a call here, we are creating a private. Can't we make it one? Yeah, we can. You can create a simple method here, and I return that, and you can use it in here. Well, try it and let's see. Now let's see. So here we have this var result as usual. I want to cache this to remove this null issue, and I return results peacefully with no issue. Okay, so using put adjacent async, passing the base URL and the item, and that is all. You read the response and I return in the form of a general response. Okay, so aside from having this, what else? CRUD. So we have for U and now D, that is a delete. Now this has to take in with an ID. I hope you know that. So from the ID, we can then have the first method that I wanted to add. So this is the first method that I wanted, but it's going to be the last one. Delete my ID is a task of async, and I can see we passing the ID. And here using delete async, not delete adjacent async. Delete async. Read the response. So var results equal to. Then in here, let's return peaceful results. Has no issue with it. Okay. Then we are done. So this is going to be the base for every module. Okay, so every module is going to have the same thing: create, read, update, and then delete. Create, read, update, and delete. Find single, find all. If you want to have a specific one, then you can create a specific interface and try to link it up later on. Maybe we're going to have a look on something like that later on in the near future. Okay, but for now, let's focus on this. I believe this is very simple and clear to you. All right, that's fine. So let's save this in here. Now, once you have this, we need to register this. We should not forget this. Okay, so that's very important. We have to register this in the program.cs file in the client service or the client section. So in that, let's see how to work on that. But before we do that, we need to specify. You see, it needs a t value. So we have to specify the various t values in there. Now let's go to the program.cs from the client server. No, this is a server. So let's close this. Now there is a client and this is a client. Let me open it. Close this, the library from the program.cs file. We are going to specify them here. You know that we have this, the interface specifier from this user account and now with the various repositories or interface. So we have this for general department, and branch. You can see we specify the general department as a model. Now we have it in here from the implementation, which also needs the same model. So the interface and the implementation both need model. So passing the same model in there. Do not say general department and passing branch here. No, you're going to confuse the app. Okay, so it will never work. So you have to specify the same thing. Then department to department, branch to the branch. You can see we have the same generic, but using it multiple times. Okay, so this is going to be for what? General department, and a branch. But if you're asking yourself, well, we have country, we have city, we have a town. Pause the video and then try that. I give you 1 second. It's up. Are you done? Let's see if we're able to do the right thing. So the same thing is in here. Well done. I believe we got it, right? Country, town, city. And that is it. Okay. So maybe you're going to also add employee. So let's also add an employee to this. Because so we don't come here again to specify this. We have an employee, and that is it. So here, I'm going to specify an employee. Okay. So let's save this. The next question is, when you check the interface, it needs base URL. You have to specify to this anytime that you make a call to this. Okay, we're going to inject this interface and its repository or its implementation class in the component, the result component. So in this, we have to inject, or you have to call you have to pass in the base URL to it. So how can we do it? It's not better that we create another class which can be a static or a constant class, so we can include or we can handle all the links in there? Yes, it will be. Let's do that. Let's go to the client library. You see we have helpers folder. Now within helpers, let's create one class. Let's name this as a constant, not the name Constance. Okay, this constant. And now we can specify all our constants in here. Constant links, or this is going to be an API route. So you can see we have a static class. and the name is constant. We have public constant. You see general department. So this is a API route. You can see. Are you getting it? That's fine, isn't it? So are you okay with it? All right. I believe this is clear. Let's save this. Anytime that we inject the interface, we have to also call this because they work hand in hand. If there's no constant, there's no API call because there's no route to work on. Okay, so there must be this and the interface in here. So now in order for us to have this work, we need to inject this in the import.razor file. Now when you do that, it's going to make it as a public to the whole component that you're going to create, even the feature component that you're going to create. So it is a matter of that putting it in there. So let's say from the client service or the client section, go to the import.razor here. Let's put them here. So in here, we're going to make some nice arrangements so you can see it well. Okay, I don't want to add them together so it confuses you. No, I don't want to do that. I want to make it very simple and readable to you. Here we have, we have this authentication state provider, and that's for this. It already. We've done this in the authentication system. This is a navigation manager as a default one, so you know this. Now in the authentication service or authentication services we need to inject it in here. And that is it. I use our account service and the account service. We've done this already. Now what we're going to do here, the next here is we're going to be using SF dialog service. So from that dialog service, we have to include it here. We're going to install this. I think you installed this already, or haven't we? Let's see. Okay, so using pop-ups. We have this already installed because that's what we've been using for the add or register, and I'm giving that the response. And aside from that, let's have our general department and the branch and etc. Okay, so we pass it here. We have our general department and our branch. We need to use this model, so now to use that, it is coming from control period. Let's see this, where it is coming from entities. Aside from having this, we need to include our the next one. So you can see the same interface. We are using it for all the models that we've created, almost 6 models. General department, this is a GD, D, a branch for B, C, C, T, right? Country, city, town. We have all of them used from the same generic interface. And we need the last part, and that's going to be the employee. So we have also this. And this is going to be an employee too. And that is it, an employee. Okay, so we have this set and done. Now let's go to our components and start consuming this. So when you check this pages, we have department in here. And now this department, we have this general department dialog component, isn't it? So here we have the dialog component, and now this is a page. The dialog is what we're going to use for add and for update. And now we have the page to handle or to display all the list of the various general department that we have. I want us to just format the location here well. We want to actually group them very well. So from this account, let me close this up. So if you check here, the department should be in the content page. So let's move that folder inside this content page. Okay, so it is in here. Now you can see from the administration, we have a table banner, and that is a table that's going to display the total employees and etc. So here we want to move this to the other folder. Okay, so now let's remove this administration. So you can see when you open the content, if I open the pages, we have account pages, that's for authentication. We have content, that's the actual component which is going to be rendered on the screen for the user anytime. We have other pages, these are the supplementary pages that we need in order for this to work. And we have this authentication page, counter, whether we don't need any of them, so we can remove this weather to maybe, well, we use that for testing, so we are done with the testing. We can also remove this weather. Okay, so you can see we have this. The authentication page is going to be let's say outside here, because that's going to be the first thing to even work on before you're going to have access to the content and the other pages. So let's open each. Let's click and then let's see. In case we have header specified on top, we can just remove that and then specify all the headers in the program. The program import.razor. So from the general dialog, we have all this. We're going to clear this because we are going to specify them inside. We've done this in the program, so that's the import. Sorry. Let's save this and there won't be any issue here. We have this already, as you can see, SFDAL service. It's in there. We have the general department too, and now with this, we are going to also remove this, except the interface for this are disposable. Now the department service, we have to include department service inside. Let's see where to work on the department state. Okay. So that is the department state from the app state. So we're going to work on that. This from the application state folder in here, and that is where it's coming from. So we're going to work on that soon. You go to the home page, and now here too, we want to remove all this. Okay, so we have this set, and I think all done. So check login and register. We can also remove this because we have this already. So we want to remove, we want to make them clear. You go to the same thing, and then here we have to remove this dialog service and also this. That's fine. Alright, so account section done. Content pages are department and home page also done. Now when you check the department and on the general dialog, it's also done. Let's see the other pages from the button profile drop down. We do not have any header. Table banner, yes. Authentication page, yes. So we have to also remove this because we have it specified already in there. Okay. So once you have this, let's see. From the app state, we want to check this. That from the client, since you have the application state, we want to rename this and then make it not only app state, but it's going to be all states. Okay, so you want to create one class for all, so all states. So let's check from the general department page where we use that all state, or that's application state. Let's figure things out in there. Okay, so here we're going to use all state. Okay, so this is what we need to use, all state. Now when you click on this all state, what are we using this for? This is what we're going to use to hide and now show the component. If a user click on it, it's going to hide and show based on the movement. Okay, so here we have to use an action which going to notify a component and also going to render it based on what we have specified. Okay, so there's going to be the general department click, and we have reset or to set this to false default, and now we want to show the specific one. With this, we can modify or make a few changes in here. So we have our action state already, and this action is a scope action, meaning it's going to be available for the entire scope. So I can say it's a scope action here. Aside from that, you're going to have the general department. Now this general department, I want to modify something small in here. So for this, we can say this is general department, and I'll give it a title here as a general department. So this action, instead of saying general department action, we want to say action, general action. Okay, so we invoke it here. We show only general department if you want to show that. That is the general department. So you see, we're going to have one the base page, and we can be showing and hiding this department, general department, branches, cities, country, and etc. So you want to make a dynamic movement with the pages. Okay, so we have this for only department. We have to also create one for the department itself. Then from this action method, since it's a scope, we have to use it, or we can use it all over. So here is a scope, and you can see show department 2. Then we're going to hide the rest and now show all. So let's say from this we need to add branches. So this is the branch. We show only branch as well. We show only branch. As you can see, show branch is set to true. Okay, set the rest to false, and show branch set to true, invoke this. So any pages and subscribe to this going to re-render, retrieve the current value, and now use it based on what you want the page to be done, or to do. So we have this country, and at the show country we invoke this action in here. If you don't understand this, don't worry. Let's finish this, and when you start implementing this, you're going to love it. Trust me. You keep loving this project till we finish. Okay, so you have the city. Show city is set to true, and now we want to reset all to false. Then we have our town. So this is also the town. We have it set here. Show town to true. And we see the same repetition that we are doing, just that here we need to specify the specific property that you want to set in the form of a Boolean type. And this is going to be the user. So if I want to manage user, add or delete user, I have to show this on the screen. And now this is what I am using to show user. We show the user set to true. And the last one here is an employee. So show all employees. This method is going to be visible to all the users or managers, also to the admin as well. And now the last one here, it is this, that is a reset all department. We want to set all department to false. So let's say if I click on show town, show user is already open, I want to close it. So I have to call this method, which defaultly closes all the method. Then when they come here, show user will write the first method as show user set it true. Then only this will be shown. If I click on this, show user is also true. If I click on show town, this is true. Reset all method, so close all. Then only pop up the show town. I believe this is clear now. That's right. Thank you that you've understood it. Okay, so we have this state created, and now we have to inject this state in the import.razor too. So go to this import, and now let's also inject the state here, so we can be using it all over in our components or the application. So this state, we're going to make this as a nav bar. So where should I even put this? Aside from this, I think authentication first. So let's put this here as inject all state, then all state. Did we change this? Okay, so we have this all states created. We have not included the folder reference. So let's do that. And that's a nav bar tabs communication state handling. Okay, so this is a component, or it's the state container handling with this action, which invokes anytime the value in that component gets changed, and the page subscribing or the subscriber get notified, re-rendered, and I'll get the current value and I'll use it. Very simple. That is what it is doing. We spent 34 minutes now. Take some break and I'll come back. I give you 5 minutes. Okay. Time is up. Now let's continue on. So let's start working on the department. So we go to this department page. Now this department, you have the page and the dialog. The dialog is what we're going to use to add and perform the CRUD. You know, we add it here now. We can add from the previous video. We see that here. If I click on save, we check if department name is not specified. We want to tell the user something by using this dialog service. But in case everything is working as expected or it is in order, what are we doing in here? We need to invoke this method to the parent component so we can handle the savings in there. Okay, so in that we have to use this event callback method. We're going to pass in the model of this general department. So let's add it here. And it is passing returning this general department. So anytime that we retrieve this data or this method, we're going to come in with this general department as a model so we can retrieve what we have in there. Okay, since you're going to be using this component for adding and now for updates, we want to also set the default title in here as add. When the page runs first, definitely the user going to add. But if the user clicks on when this page is re-rendered again the second time, whereby the ID of the model coming in, that the general department is greater than 0, it means that you want to now update. So you're going to change the value for this title. Okay, but for now, let's see. So we can use else here if everything is working. If user pass on the correct thing, else we want to invoke this method, then we can pass in this. So invoke this method and I'm passing general department. So this general department is this one. Let me be specific so you don't get yourself confused. So we have this general department here. We want to invoke this method and I'm passing this one. So it is saying it is not a valid given context. General department. Let me make this as maybe small g. And let's see. It is still saying same thing. Okay, so if department name, so general department. Let me just change this here. General department name. So let's grab this and let's go to the method in here from the department name. Let's paste this, change the name in here, and now this is the model. So we have to also specify the model in here. Okay, so you can see this is solved now, and that's what we have. So you're going to invoke this. So this means that as soon as we open this dialog box, it's going to pop this up, and we can now start adding some data in it. Let's go to the department pane. Let's try to handle this very well. But before we go in there, I think we have one thing left that we can do from this department dialog. From here, once we're saving, we can have this open dialog. You see, we have this open dialog, and aside from that, we must have a method to also change the title. So we can be using this reference method to change the title called method in the chart component. We pass in the title, and that's going to be assigned to this title. And as soon as the value of this changes, we have to specify the title in here too, so that the title can also change. So instead of saying making a static type like add title, we want to say this title department. So it's going to be switch between add or update. Okay, and I'm going to make it work. Okay, let's save this. Let's close all this because we don't need them. Okay, so let's save those one that you haven't saved. Then let's go to department page. So from this page, you can see we have this inheriting from the disposable. And now in the second, if show department is true, then it's going to show this. Okay, we have our button, and this is going to be the add, as you can see from add department. So from that, we have this. There's a card header, and there's the body system. There's a card. You can see this is a container, which is a card header, general department. And now from the card body, you can see we have this table. So this is a table that we have, and we are going to specify the data in here. For now, this is just a static one that we copied from Bootstrap. We're going to make some changes in here. But before this, we have to include this. This is a general department that we have in here. Let's specify the ref attribute. So we have the ref attribute in the general department dialog. That's fine. Aside from that, we need to specify the save method that we created. So we can also have it in this way. Handle saved, save method. And also we need to provide the department itself. So department, and there's going to be general department, right? So this general department is better that we make it in an uppercase. I think so. So let's see, check things up here. From this must be a general department. And with this, capital G is very important to make it this states. Now let's make some slight changes here. Fine. We go back, and now in here it is not. So in here we need to specify the same object as general department. Then okay, so that's what we have now. Now let's create this. So first of all, we have to set a title, because you know title is going to be changed often. So we have to set this title in here so we can keep changing this. Default is also add. So add, the already one is add. It's going to override that and no problem. It's fine. So here this is going to be action. Remember that we made changes to this. And here is an all state instead of department state. We have to do same. So let's copy this. Okay, so initialize. Okay, so action. That is when the page is disposing. We want to quickly unsubscribe or revert the process before it dies up. So we have this, and we have to create a department for this. Okay, so we must have a general department first. So in that, we need to create and now initialize it. We have it here, and I don't want to say department must be equal to general department. Okay, so it never confuse us. And we have the title, so it's specified beautifully. Aside from that, we need to get a list of department, because as soon as I add data, I want to get a list so I can see a live event as a real time. I need to get it as soon as I add, isn't it? Okay, so this means we have to call a method known as an await get general department, and we do that before we initialize the whole component, or is it initialize? Re-render. It's because here we're going to subscribe, so anytime the changes happen, we're going to re-render this. By then, get department might have finished getting all the department, so we can show. Aside from that, in here we're going to have this is a simple method that's return get department in here. And now check, this is the first time of us using the constant class that we created beautifully. Let's see how I did that, or how you and I we're going to do that. So this is very simple. This is a list await general department here dot get, or passing the URL, general department base URL. So if I peep this one, general department here, it is what? API/general department. It goes to the interface passing this URL, and this also uses as a post as JSON or get async to the API to this specific route, and I get the data and I'll give it to us. This is very simple thing that we are doing here, isn't it? So get department, and there's a method, but the question is, why is it still having red line? Await operator, and this must be an async tag. I believe you know that. Async, so uninitialize async. I know this have to have an async in here. Fantastic. Okay, so now we have this add button here that we need to. So this is a handle save operation event. In case I want to do that, what should I do? I can just create a simple method to handle that. But it's better that I copy this. Let me just remove this, because you're going to handle with add or update together. Yes, let's do that. We don't want to waste much time in this. So here we are saying that, let me put this to the next line, update, so you can see everything yourself, feely. Okay, so what here? This is what we are doing. Now this is a method that is coming from the endpoint, from this endpoint, okay, from this chat component, save. It is coming in with what? Let's see, general department as a model. So here, as soon as it returns, this is what we are doing in here for that. General department.id is greater than 0. So where are we getting this ID? We have to get it from this, because this is just a save. Okay, this is coming with a general response. So when you create this method, we have to retrieve that, isn't it? Let's see. So we have to pass in this general department, and we say this general department. Okay, so with this general department, we have to check. We have this in here. Then there's the boolean is set to false, and we check if this department has an ID. So let me make it like this, or should it be like this? Let's make it like this. Okay, so we have to check if the ID here it is greater than 0. It means that you want to update this. Then you want to call the general department.update. This is a service.update. We pass in the model that is going in as a general department. Then we pass in the base URL. This is a success in here. Defaultly it is false. By this, we call this method as display message. We pass in the flag in here from the response from this result, and I read this message, because this is coming from the general response. These two guys here from general response. Now this message is going to display an information to the user. Now we store it here, so it's going to return at the end. Let's see what it's going to do to return. From this, we need to create a simple method known as what? Display message. Let's put it down here. So display message is going to take in a flag and now a message. It's going to return a boolean expression. So if it is true, we want to change the title to success operation, display from the dialog service and alert, passing a message, and I return true. Very simple one. In case it is false, meaning something went wrong, you want to say alert the message in here, and I return false. So if this is false, you want to skip it, because if this is false, we want the user to modify the changes that, or the data that he or she has added. We don't want to kill the container. But in case it is true, meaning everything is working, we want to set the general department to null. Okay, and since we are passing, you can see this general department, we pass in here as a model to this. So if this is null, definitely going to also clear the container in there from this add general department dialog component. So let's see. Then we also call await get general department. This is also going to get us all the list of the general department since we've added a new one. Then this get general department, you know what it's going to do, isn't it? Check here. It is getting from the API, passing in the base URL, and now boom, that is it. Aside from that, I want to change the title to add. So if I click on, so this means that when we get to the editing section, we're going to change this. So as soon as we click on save and it finishes saving, defaultly change to the default state. That's going to be the add. Okay. So this is going to handle our save. It's going to take in this parameter as a model, coming from this event callback method from a chat component that we have initiated or initialized in here. Okay. So this is now working. Now let's work on the edit tool. Then we run the application and then see what we can do to make this work. So from this edit, we have to create a method known as edit. And I definitely know that this edit is going to come in with the same model. So that's a general department, and I say DEP. And now we have to change the title here, update. As soon as you're getting the idea, isn't it? So there's an update. As soon as I click on edit, the form must change to update department. Then we specify this general department to the object coming in here. And aside from that, we open this dialog. Now, as soon as you assign the output, the value of this to this object, that's the general department in here. This department, let's see. So I have to change all this. Don't want to use this and that. So general department, this my department, and yeah. So here. Okay, so for this, we're going to clear the container itself, and now that is it. Alright, so in here, you can see this general department, it is an instance of this department that we created. And that's what we are assigned to this as a parameter. Okay, so anytime, as soon as you pass value to this, definitely it's going to also supply the same value to the chart, and it's going to work in there. So from the edit, we assign the value of this to the department, then we open the dialog, where it's going to display the content that we have in here. Okay, so once you have this, let's run this application and see what we have now. So save this, and now let's run this app. But before that, we have to make sure our server is active. So right click on the server, then debug, and start with that debugging. Let's start it first, then we start the client. Okay, so it is ready now. As you can see, let me minimize this and let's start the client. That's the client is what we want, not the server as well, because server, we know it is working. Let's see. Oh, as you can see, we have an error here. Let's check it out. So the name dark service does not exist. Yes, I know, because it is D like this. And which one again? This one too, it is D like this. Which one? That's all. Okay, so it is now loading, and this is what we have. So if I click on department, I have the general department for now. Branch department, we have only for this department. Now if I click on this, I think this must shown here, but it is not, because of maybe we have not included that. Let's check it out from the home page. We go to the home page, and in here we have these tabs. Okay, so we haven't included these pages, so let's include them here. So we can grab this, cut this, save this, go to the import, and I'll keep it there. So the next time that I want to use it globally, there won't be any issue anymore. So in here, we can, let's paste this here, save that, go to the home page, and you can say this soft, refresh this, and we are good to go. Okay, now let's click on department, general department. Okay, so I have it here. Now, oh, it's all right. So we are not using this here, but if I click on this add department, you can see passing the name of department. So let's say this is an IT department. Click on save, and now this is going to wait to see process completed. So click on OK, and now it has cleared this. We can now close this. We can also add another one. Let's add the same IT and C. So same IT department. Click on save, and it tells you process completed. Whoa, really? We are not checking. So let's say IT again. Click on this. Okay, so there's an issue here because we don't want to save this more times. Let's have a look from the dialog component. Okay, so in here, that's where we have the save. The ID here, so we add a new one, isn't it? So we add this. From the insert, we pass in the department, and now we get it. Well, let's go to the repository. Well, let's first run the interface, not the API. Now let's see from this general department. So get all. Let's see what we have from the API. Okay, so we have all this. You see IT. No, it's not the best. So you want to add. So we add in departments, and all you need to do here is you need to clear all this. Okay, so try this out. What we need is only the name, nothing much. We need only the name. So this is an IT again. Let's see. I can just copy this, click on execute, and press complete. Okay, so the issue is coming from the endpoint here. Okay, let's have a look with the endpoint. Let's go to the process repository. Oh, the process dialog component or the general department repository, and this happened in the server repositories and under implementation. From this general department repository, in here we get by ID, we insert it, right? And that's where the problem is coming from. So let's check it out. We first check the name. So here normally what I do here is let's cache it. So let's have check if null. So check if null is equal to, then we can now call this name await. So check name, then pass in this item.name. Not this item, okay, that's the item.name. Now this is going to check. So here we can say that. Okay, so check this if null. Now when you count down here with return item is null, it's going to be true, but unless you can do this. If null, return true, else then return false. Okay, so that's the same way, but here for us to get a better understanding, maybe you can do it like this ternary operator, you actually get it, isn't it? So it's second from this, not department, this must be a general department. Have you seen? Good, so now we can return back to the normal state, fixed formatting. Okay, simplify this, we can make this very simple. Return item is now from this general department. It's going to check if the name is not equal to that, and in that we can now return. So here we can just go ahead, we can just grab this, put it here, or we can do like this. Anyone that you feel you want to do it, by the time try to cache it before you check, so that it makes checking very easy, debugging very easy, or easier for you than putting this whole method in here. Okay, so I won't say department, this must be a general department, isn't it? I believe you've done this already, isn't it? Good. Okay, so this is now working, and let's close this up. We are going to run the server again, then we run the client. Okay, so this is working, the server is ready. Now let's terminate this, and now let's run the client. Not terminate, hide it. Okay, so department, general, and I'll click on add. Let's add same IT. Click on save. Okay, process completed, the same thing. So provide name, IT, the same thing. Oh, we have to check this one again. So in here, let's see what we're doing. We check from the department. If null, return. Okay, so if this is false, that's the right thing. Defaultly, this is null, meaning it's not found. But in case it is found, it's going to be false, right? So return this. I got it. So we have to refresh this up. Alright, so this is now ready. Click on general departments here and I'll add departments. So with this, we're passing an IT. Let's see IT with this. It tells you department already added, right? So this already added. Maybe you can specify this IT. Then tell the user that's already been added or something like that. You can customize it the way that you want. Okay, I leave that one up to you. But this is what I'm going to do. This okay. Now let's display them in here from the UI. So in that we go to the department page, and now where we have this, we're going to clear from the table body, because it is a table. We have table head, then we have the body, so T body. We're going to clear this, the content here, and also from the TR with this, we're also going to clear the header. And now let's specify our own custom header for this, and that's what we're going to use to display this to the user. Bear in mind that we have installed Bootstrap icons already, and that is what we have been using in this project. So with this is a header. I'm going to pass in this header as an ID. ID is this is a number ID, and now the general department and now action, so that you can add or you can edit it. In this, the T body, I'm going to have something beautifully simple as this as well. So from the T body, that is this one. In here, I have, can't you see this? Is this okay? Okay, so we have just a scope, and you can see this is just a looping through this general department list, and we're checking if it is not null. That's why you want to run this. We have a count here to get it, count the number of items that we have, count and count plus plus. I believe that's for this, you know, isn't it? Then we have delete async or delete click, and also edit clicked. So if I click on delete, if I click on edit, I want to pass in the whole object and I'll try to edit it. In case this is null, we want to return no department added yet. We have this edit already created. Now what is delete? For now, we can comment this and I'll work on this later on. So Control K C, comment this, save that. And let's run this and see. Now there you go, it is ready. Click on department general, and I can see we have the whole list department in here. As you can see, from 1 up to 18, isn't it? Check it out, 18. From 1 up to 18. And if I click on this, see what happens. There's an IT. If I click on this, it has to pop up IT. And now let's say if I want to change this to maybe customer service, click on save, and now let's see process completed. Save it, and that is it. Check it up. So edit is done, isn't it? To the next one, edit this. Let's say customer support. Save this, save success. You see this, add department. Check this one, edit this, and you see just update department, right? So let's say this is cleaning. Or don't you have cleaning in your department? You have, isn't it? Okay, so you can see now it's working. Let's refresh and see. Maybe it is not getting to the database. Let's refresh and see if it is getting to the database. Now, when you have this done correctly, we're going to copy and paste this to create all the others. So as for that, I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to run as fast as horse or rabbit or snail. Rabbit, right? So you can finish this on time. Now you can see it's still there, right? So you can see we have this. These are the IDs. These are the numbers, and that's what we can see from here. But maybe this is what you want to do. You want to when it's too long, we want to just have a system to scroll this up from the header. You want to scroll this. You don't want to be having it down there. Okay. And after that, we have to work on the delete icon too. And change the indicators here. This must be a pointer, right? But you see this, it must be a hand. But it's a pointer. We can change that. And this one too, we're going to change that in there. Okay, so let's go in there and let's start working on this. So to have this done, we're going to have the card header. We're going to set this max height or max height. This is a card header. set this max height as a, you can create as a style that you can apply, but I like using this inline one. So you set the height to 580 pixels, overflow on X, you want to hide it, but on Y you want to scroll. Very simple one. Now let's have a look with the delete. If I click on delete, this is what I want to do. I'm setting, passing the method with what? The current item object, and that is talking about the general department model. Now in here, let's handle the delete method in here, down here. You know this edit, right? So this is edit. And now on top here, I'm going to say this is add or update. So 2 in 1. This edit, and now this is delete. So CRUD is done. This here is going to be delete. Now for the deletion, what can we do or what are we doing? Do you have any idea on implementing the delete? It's very simple. You want to actually confirm. Are you sure you want to do this first before we do that? So in here, it has to accept a method in here. And now this method is coming with the general department, as you can see from here. Then we're using the dark server that confirm async. Are you sure you want to delete? You pass in the name, confirm delete. It's a title. Then if it is false, return. But in case it is true, we want to call the response, the server service, general department service, or delete by ID, passing the ID itself, and here passing the base URL. And check, we have this method already to display the message, right? So you can see we are using, what is this? Classes. Oops, object-oriented programming is not that. We have these classes whereby you can call these classes, put the common ones here, then you can be calling it as well. Remember also one of the design principles, dry, do not repeat yourself. So we try as much as possible to do that. At times we may repeat, but not all time. Okay, trust me. But maybe there are some better ways to do that. You can also search on that and implement it. Okay. Now let's see. So we have this method done, and aside from that, as soon as you delete, you want to call get employees. Oh, employees, get general department, because one has been removed and we want to remove it from the list. Okay. This is all that we need to do. Now when you check this interface, we are using these icons. Check it out. From the Bootstrap, it is an icon of what? BI pencil. Bootstrap icon of what? Pencil. Bootstrap icon of trash. And that is going to be give us the trash can and the pencil to delete. Alright, so let's refresh this and let's see. When we have this done, we're going to make a copy of this. Simple, and try to edit it very quick. From this department, you're going to clear the general and I'll leave all the departments, and we're going to duplicate itself and now work on it very fast and quick. So let's see, it is now ready. I expand, and guess what? Let's wait for this to get run. Department, general, and I can see we have this. If I click on this, see what's gonna happen. Are you sure you want to do this? You want to delete cleaning? No, it sticks. IT, are you sure you want to do this? Yes, it's removed. Check it out. Okay, it's 2 minutes, so you can't see, isn't it? Now let's see. Now before we do that, check out. You can see that here the header doesn't go. See, you can see the header is stuck, isn't it? Then scroll time. Fantabulous. Working well. So let's delete this one. IT. Are you there? It is not, isn't it? Check here, it is 16. Let's do this one and see the rest. 15 now. You see this working, right? 14. So I'll leave it up to you. Delete the rest and now let's move on. I believe we did not delete all the ITs. You leave one there because also departments. Okay, so now we have this. We have to go in for this general department, right? So how do we work on that? When you close this up and when you check in here, you can see we are adding this ID, cursor style. And that is what we need to do. Let's specify this cursor style down here. Okay. So changing cursor from normal cursor to pointer. Okay. So that is it. So this completed. Now the next to do here is we have to work on this department. Now this is general. So for department 2, let's close all this. So we're going to use the same idea. Alright, so here I'm going to run like a rabbit, as I told you earlier on. If you want me to slow down, then put the video light and so I can slow down if I'm running. Okay, so when they come to, let me open this. I don't want to open this libman. Close it up. It's a mistake. You go to the solution. Now from the same pages, we have this department. So we're going to add another department. So department is going to be, this is the general one, you're going to add department itself. Okay. So let's create this. Inside the department, we add a new razor component. Then we say department dialog. Inside this dialog, you want to still have, it is the same thing that we are doing. So I suggest if you actually understand the first one, general department, then you're good to go. We have an object here. We have a list. It is an event callback and passing in this general department. And this is, we are getting a list of general department, because here it's going to be a cascaded dropdown. This department has to have an ID, general department ID, before you can save it. So we have to include the general department in here. Alright, so we have this visible. You know this already, title. You know this already from the previous one. So no need for me to explain it. Let me explain the important ones to you, and that is it. You know this already. You know this already. We invoke it, department in here. Open dialog, you know. Change title, you know. And now here, this comes in using the simulation dropdown. So we want to change this on value change. We pass in general department, and now here we want to specify the ID to this. This is going to be the string defaultly. So converting to integer using n.pass to pass it to integer. We have to create this dropdown to have this change event x, which passing a string, and now with the object as general department. And it is based on the general department list that you have in here. And this is going to be a supply type. Okay, as you can see, there's a parameter here. So you need to supply it from the parent component. Okay, so once you have this, let's have the design. Very simple one. We are using a dialog component. Is it dialog? Yes, that's a dialog, SF dialog component. I'll have to grab this so I can explain it up to you. So let me paste it on top here. Oh, very simple. So control period, let's include it first. Or we have not installed the component, have we? No, we haven't. SF dialog box, we have SF dropdown list. This is the same thing as we copied from the first general department, so I need not to explain this dialog. You know what is going already. But what I'm focusing here is we have the same title is this. When you get to this edit form, we have department as a model, on submit as saved, and now from the department ID department name, we have select general department. That is a problem. Is it a problem? That is a task. So we check if department.general department, it is not null, we want to display this. But in case it is null, meaning that it is the first time of us adding data. So this is add, this is update. You know, update department is going to have a source of data, right, to 8 values respectively. But with the addition, there's no data from this. It's going to be a null to contain the current selected item. So we display it. So we are switching from based on the department, general department. Okay. Now, in order for us to have this, we have to retrieve this general department, and we're going to do that. So here, we have to install this first. SF dialog box.popup, I think so. So let's save this. Let's install this component. So right click on this client, you go to dependencies and stop this first. Manage NuGet packages. So in here, we're going to type in simulation.blazor.dialog. So we're going to have this. This is a dialog. Let's see with a drop down. This drop down is going to come from. Okay, so you have this drop down. And now let's click on this. No, you don't want to install this version. You can actually install the update one, but I have a specific version that I do use. I want to go in for that specific version. So install this. Maybe we need to also install button as well. So simulation Blazor buttons. Let's also, okay, so we have it already installed. That's all that we need for now. When we need any package again, we come back and install, so don't worry. Now in here, control period, we can include the namespace here. But since we're going to be using it for the whole application, let's cut this. You know where you're supposed to paste it, right? So do that quickly. Let's see who finishes first. So import.razor, and then here Let's paste this. Yeah, I'm done. We go back to the dialog, and in here we have this soft. And when you check this, it is just we have a selected item. If this is not now, we want to retrieve the department name. Okay, from the department, we want to retrieve the general department name from the department, and we pass in the general department as a T item. The same thing for the T item in here, and then there is a field. So we want to get the ID as the field. You know how we use this option. Select option. Option has a value and it has a name, right? So the value is this one. This is going to be bound to the object, and this is going to be displayed to the user. So we have this. Can I close this? Okay. Then we have the data source as this. So you see the data source is the same. Just that here, if it is not now, you want to pass, instead of saying select, you want to pass in the name. What has been selected already. If it's a new one, then select general department. This on value change and value change can also handle the same thing. The same method is going to handle that. And that's what we are doing. We have this dialog button down here and it's saying submit. You know this already, so let's skip that. So you see it's the change here, it is only this. And that's what I've taken you through. Okay, that's fine. So let's save this. And now it is the same. We have, it's going to invoke. Let's go into the same dialog and now let's create the component for this. And this is going to be the dialog component or department page. You know, we have the dialog already, so we need to create the page itself. So from here, we have department, we have the department dialog. And now here, add a new component. And this is going to be department page. Alright, so the same thing as we've done. So the same thing, and I believe if I say the same thing, trust me, it is the same. So from this, I can just grab all this from here. Okay, so here we have the same style. As you know this, we call this department dialog, and you know it have the same reference, the same save option, the same department here, the same general department. So you're going to supply general department to the dialog. If you check this, it is accepting a general department as a parameter, which is a list. So we need to supply it. We have 1, 2, 3, right? So we need to supply the same type 1, 2, 3. This is a reference. This is going to make us have access to this method down here, change title. Since the public type, you can have access to it using this at reference. Okay, so we have this title set. We have the object created, department initialized. We have the list created here, the same department to display. On initialize, we call these two methods get department and I get the general department list. Subscribe to hide and show. We have get department to get the department here. We have get general department to get all general departments. Maybe you'll be saying, why can't you put all in one? Yes, you can. But the reason is here it is used for add or update. This is going to be used for, no, this is used for add or update. This is used for display. At times you don't want to add, you want to display, you want to just, you don't want to add, you want to update, you want to just display. If you want to call this again, then you have to call this again. Alright, but since we are calling them the same type in the initialize, so we can just put the same here. Then maybe you can say low default. But for specific sake, for you to get a better understanding what it does, that is the reason why I did this. You can modify it the way to suit how you want it, okay? Then we have this add button click. You want to change the title, display the dialog, and now there's the open dialog, call this method to display. Now I click on save. You can see the same thing, right? So I need not to explain this. Just that here we need a department service, not general department service. Update passing the object department. And now with this, it is coming in with this department since we're invoking, and we say department. Copy this in here. We can now paste. Okay, and that is all. So in here we're going to say this department equal to null, and now change the title. If I click on edit, this department that we have created initializing from the section. Okay, so assign it to the department as an incoming payload, and now open the dialog box, change the title to delete update, and that is all. To delete, do same, confirm, and now call the department service, passing the department base URL, and now department ID. Display the response, get the whole department again, and this is a section. This you know it already. dispose it when dying up. Alright, so that is the same thing. Now what we need to do here is how to display this. So first of all, we go to the home page. So home page can be found in the pages. You can see that's the end here. Home page, that is this one, right? So there's an other. We have department. There's a home page. Now this is the home page. You have tab table. Oh, table banner. We have the department. So guess what? We have also this department. Let's save this. This is going to show on the screen, but how can we hide and show? When you check the department page, we must have a UI. So this is the code section. Now in our UI, we need to use a method that we created in the state container, so we can hide and show this anytime that we want. So in that, it is the same thing that we've done. So the explanation won't be too much here. You can see we are using show department. So it is a state from the all state. Okay, so the same thing, add button. I can just move to the next line so you can see it well. You can see the same thing, isn't it? Check it out. Here, we add the general department. Then we loop to the department, and I will check if this is not null. We have a count to initialize as a counter. We get a department here, item to department.name. So here we are calling from the link. You know, when creating a relationship, we say list of departments is going to have list of department. We made a reference in the general department. So one to many and a many to one. So one general department is going to have a list of departments. That is one to many. When you go to the department, it's going to have a list of departments. Going to have one general department. That is a many to one. We did that earlier on, and that's exactly what we're doing here. So we have this edit at on click. We have this edit and delete, the same thing that we are doing in here, and the department selected for default one. But when we run this, we might have an error. The reason is we have not included this. So definitely when you try to go to edit, there will be an error. We don't want to see that first. So let's run. No. Let's edit it first. Okay, so let's go to the server, not the server itself, the server library. That's from data access. And now in the data access, go to the general department. No, that's the department repository. So in here, when you go to this get all, you can see we have this. I would like to, you can put this in a dot form. Okay, so we have this, and that. But in here, we must have as no tracking. So let's use as no tracking. Then we have dot include general department. Maybe you're asking yourself, why am I using as no tracking? If you check the community, I have posted the programming tips from this Jara. Now it says that this as no tracking actually tracks it. You know, when you get data from the database using the context, it keeps tracking the data so that anytime that you want to make an update, it makes it possible. Here we are just reading the data only. So to include or to improve performance, we have to set as no tracking to halt it. So anytime that I start to track it, say no, don't track this. Let the memory be free. So no tracking, no cache data stored, nothing else. Then we can now move on. Okay. So this is there to improve performance, but you can decide to also skip it. Okay, it doesn't matter. But when you have in a large scale application, these small things actually improve the performance here for data retrieval and query and a whole lot. All right. So we are including general department, and now this is going to make it work. So save this, and you know what? Let's run the server again. So save everything. Make sure the server is closed, and also the instances created is also closed. You know this one. Make sure you close it up. Then right click on the server. Let's debug this, and now start. But before we start, I think I've remembered one thing. We're not going to see the display because default is going to set you off unless we click on the button. So to do that, let's handle this first. Let's go to the nav menu. The nav menu can be found from the Solution Explorer. You go to the client service or the client section. And in the client, you can see we have the pages, layout, and there's the nav menu. So you want to handle this in here. So you don't want to inject these states. Let's close this. Authorization, we can cut this. Then let's remove all this from the top here. We go to the import. Authorization is here already. So with this, we need, okay, this is already, so we can remove this one, no duplication. save the state also stated already. So from here, this is what we're doing. Let's see, we did this in the last video, so you know this must be when this is clicked. So this is going to be an all state. So general department clicked. That is if I click on general department. Now where from the general department? It is this one. So this is general. Alright. So if I say general DEP, that's going to be general department. So that's what you're going to make some change in here. And also we need to let's finish all this quick before you move on to the next one. Once you have the general department, you're also going to have department in here. Now that department, let's also bind it to the department click. So maybe department click also has to work from here, and that's the department clicked. So this for department. Aside from that, you can also have branch. So branch clicked. There's a branch, as you can see. So branch clicked. Let's have this method so we can wire it up. And in that, let's have this line as a line separator to separate it up. Then let's go to the next one. That's going to be country. So we're going to add one more for country. Aside from that, you're also going to add one more for city. Then you're also going to add one more for town. So this is going to be the city now, city clicked. And then the last one here we're going to have is, let's see, this is going to be the town. Okay, so town clicked. You know, we are using the bootstrap icons. So when you check the icons, then use the one that suits what you're doing. Aside from that, let's also have this line separator to separate this. Then we have the department. So at the end, we are going to use authorized view to hide some of them from the users, normal users, and let's administrator. Then we show everything. Okay, so this is what we have. Now let's have a cursor style, so we can change the cursor to pointer, and we can put that down here. Okay, so aside from that, we need to have the department or department stated down. So we know we have general department stated down here already. So this I'm going to do. I'm going to use this lambda expression for department. We have let's say we have general. Then this is going to be department, and we have branch. The next one we're going to have city, country, city, and town. So you can see that we are using the state container here, right? Then let's have the user and now the employee. So if I click on user, display user, click on employee, display employees. So when you check down here, let's have a look with the user. So here we have this counter. You can remove this counter, and now the home is there. So counter shouldn't be here. We don't need it. Then you can see we have administration, and now this administration, maybe we can manage it a little bit. So this is going to be manage user, something like that. Okay. So manage users, click on that. You're going to have this drop down as users. Then let's have this click attached to this, to the user. So we have this user, and this is going to be click attached to. Okay. So this is what that you want to have it. And now instead of saying department, maybe this must be available for only admin, right? So here we can make it the same, administration. Then here let's say management. So with this, some of them will be available to users that the admin assigned to work with it or to work with them. We can have management, and inside the management you have this general department, you have department, you have branch, and all stuff. Okay, so this is now set, and that is it. What we want to do here, we can save this, and now let's run this up. Let's see if the server is already on. No, it is not. We have to run the server again. So the server is ready. First of all, let's have a look. So click on department and I'll get all. We want to include all general departments. But you see here we have this cyclic event was detected. Let's go to the source, go to Solution Explorer, then go to the base library. From the entities, click on, let's see, from the base entity, no link here. From the branch, you see we have this link, so we have to include this JSON ignore. Okay, so let's grab this because we're going to be using it all over. Copy this. Let's go to the city 2. It has a list of towns, so let's include that. Go to the next one, countries. Does it have a list of cities? So let's also include this. Let's go to departments. It has a list of branches, so let's include this. We're doing this for so we won't get any problem. We go to doctors. It doesn't have employees. It doesn't have list. From here, the department has it, a list of departments, so let's include. Go to, okay, this one doesn't. You go to overtime, it doesn't. Okay, so here, base, refresh token and sanctions. It doesn't have this. Sanction type has a list in here, so we need to include. You go to towns. It has a list of employees, so we have to include. Then user roles doesn't, vacation doesn't, and vacation type does, so we have to include it here. So if you actually check all this, you can see that we have all this JSON ignore should be specified on the list type, so we can skip this cyclic error, which goes like a runabout. Okay, it loops till it gets 34. So let's include system.test.json. We have to add that. Let's check the other sanction. Overtime type has it up. So this overtime type, it has only ID and our name. We did not then overtime. So here I want to check this. Even there must be, you know, from sanction type we have this one to many. We have to include the same. Because when you go to overtime type, it is inheriting from this base entity. If I pick definition, it has ID and name. And now since there's a relationship, we have to also establish it in here. So as a list, so from overtime, list of overtimes. I think that's this how it's supposed to be. We have to run migration when you're working on that. Then we have the set to overtime type, then overtime ID. Okay, we go to general department, we have it. Then we go to department, this is the doctors, we have the department, so we have to include this too from this general department. Then country has a list, let's include. Then city also has it, branch also has it. Okay, so doing this, it is now going to work. Let's run the server again. Alright, so let's check it up from the department. That's where we have the relationship created or established. So click on execute. And I can see we have the general department in here, and we have the department. So we have only one department for now, and that is department. And you can see that's the general department ID of 2, and that is an ID. So this is the general department. The name is general department name, and you can see there's an ID of 2 here. Okay, so we have it work. Now let's run this client too and see what we're gonna have. So the app is ready. Now let's go to departments, and we have all this. So this is general department. That general department is too long, so we have to make some change. I can make it as only general. Okay, general will be okay. Or either I have to expand this, but I'm not going to expand that. Or I can move it a little bit here. Okay, so maybe many of them still going to work. Want to check the solution from this? We can do that. Check from the nav menu. And if I actually check it well, you can see from here it is having from this management, and from this drop down it is having a left of 5, margin left of 5, isn't it? And each is having, I think this is a list, right? So this is a div that displays the general department. So maybe you can make it as 3. You save this, refresh this again, check it up. So you can see now you have it. Yes, so it is working. Yeah, and that's it. You can see I have the user too. Okay, so if I click on general deep, right? We have the department, we have the ID, we have the general department name, and I click on the branch. You can see we have it. This is a branch, general department name. Click on this. So you can see it is having a branch of ID of what? 2. So check it out. We have it, right? And this is the department that we created. If I click on edit this, let's see a pop-up, and you can see we have the edit the name, select department. So let's say this department is under let's say server handling. Well, I don't know. I'm just passing something. Server handling is a department in what you think will be an IT. So choose an IT. Now I'm going to change from this, click on save, and now yes, updated, process completed. Fantastic. Check it out. Server handling department is coming from this department 1, but this still remains. Okay, so that's a problem. We need to have a look on this. Let's go to the code. We have to navigate to the department repository. So in here, when we make the update, instead of updating the whole item and in there, this is what you're going to do. You know, when it gets to the database and I find out that the ID of this item it is not found, it's going to turn it as a new item, which is going to be saved. But I don't want to do that. Okay, so you want to make sure our app does what we expect. So let's let's use the default one. That is this one. Make a search from database by tracking. Then we want to update the department ID in here. I think this is going to solve the whole issue. So let's save this one. Let's find this app. Now let's see. So in here, let's first refresh this. Then let's have a look. Click on the management department. And now in here, let's make the edit and see. So let's choose an IT that we wanted to use. Now update this, click on OK, and I can see it has now changed. So meaning that when you use the update, the inbuilt one with a relationship, at times it gives you problem, and maybe we have to use a manual way of doing it. Okay, so let's add one more, or let's delete this too. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, I want to do that. So click on OK, and now it is off. Let's add another one. So passing the name as server handling, as you know, is from this and IT. Then save that, and it's going to be saved. We can also add another one, and this is going to be maybe. Well, this is going to be the home cleaning, and this is going to be part of the cleaning section. So cleaning in here, click on save, and you can see you're having it in here. Okay, so this is working. Now let's work on the branch, and we are done with that. Then we go to this country, city, town, then employees, and we have one in here, user. So these are the things that we are supposed to work on. All right, so we have a lot of work to do. Now let's have it done. Now you can see we've done the same thing. So we're going to make a copy of this and now use it for these branches. Okay, so for this branch, you're going to change the general department to just department, and now use the list of department instead of using general department in this department component. All right, so let's have a look on this and how we can also implement this. If you know you're tired, you can just pause it for some time, relax, and now let's start. Okay, I'm not tired, so we have a lot of work to do. So let's move on. Okay, So before we skip here, let's see, this is the department repository. So we go to the, let's go to the, go for branch repository in here, and now we have to make this change. So from this get all, we have to include dot, right? So dot include, let's specify as no tracking. So as no tracking, then dot include, let's include here department, so d max to d dot department. Okay, so let's do this, or you can just put it line like this. It's still going to work. Dot to list. Okay, so we have this. Now let's check the update. So here we add, whilst you update, we say department dot department ID. So this is supposed to be a department, this is supposed to be a branch, right? So let's say this is a branch. So we check branch, and this is going to be branch, and branch of department ID is equal to item.department ID. That's what you must do, or we have to do it. Okay, so let's save this, and I believe the rest is okay. It's the same. Let's go to the component for our class session, and in the component we're going to make a copy of this. So now we have department dialog. We're going to create branch dialog as well. So I click on department. Let's add a new razor component, and now this is going to be branch dialog. Now with the branch dialog, you know what it means. You're going to have the same thing, the same code, the same style. So that is where I like copy and paste. Very simple one. You can see we have branch, list of departments. You know, at first we use general department, but here we have department is an event callback in here. You had visible done already, and if it is saved done already, right, invoke it. And now so select branch, not department. Oh, okay, so the same department name, then dialog open, the same, invoke it in here, pass in the object, then title, change title, and you're going to have this. So branch ID dot department ID is equal to, pass the department in here, and I convert the value to integer. And as you know, you can say it's the same, isn't it? Let's have the UI. So that's why I'm just running like a rabbit. I told you earlier on, I'm going to run. Okay, so let's see, we have this done. And for the UI, we are using the same SF dialog components. Now if you check here, it is the same thing that we are having, the same title, department, and this is going to be a branch, right? So title, add department, not, this is going to be branch. So it must be add branch or update branch. So branch ID, branch name, we'll loop into branch. If it is not now, get the department name from this. Then in here, display this. And you know, it's the same thing, button. And now when you come down here, we have it. It's a very simple one, and it's the same. Okay, so no need to explain again because I've explained this more than twice. This is the third time. Now let's have a look on the next one, and that's going to be the branch page. We have to create this component. So within our branch page, we need to do same as we've done. So from our code section, what we did to the branch page, the same thing. You're going to have access to the title, branch dialog as a reference. You're going to have the branch as a container. As an object, you have a container department, and there's a department of what? This is a container of branches. So this is going to display to the user, and it's going to display anytime the user wants to add branch. We have get branch, get department, and you know, get branch, get department. As you see, we pass in the department base URL, branch base URL from the constant class, which is static. We have our add button, you know, it is showing change the title. Open dialog is calling this in the add button clicked. We have save if it is greater than 0. It means we want to update, call it passing the branch base URL. Else you're going to add it. So here is an update. This is add, insert, passing the base URL, and now if it is access, click the container, change the title to add, and edit container, edit click, change the title, open branch, set this branch here. But you know, from this handle save option, this must be branch then we say this branch. So with this branch, copy this branch. Then if the branch ID here, it is 1. No, it is 1. It is greater than 0. Then you pass in this branch. Else pass in this branch. Set the branch in new, and you're going to automatically override that. Okay. Edit, set the branch to this one, and now open the dialog. You're going to fill it up. Oh, that's simple. So this is what that we need to do. Now let's save this to. We need to create the UI, and the UI too in the same thing that we are doing. So we have to. You can just grab from the UI in there, and we can paste it here. Very simple and a quick way. Okay. So we have to also implement this interface disposable since we are using it. You can see we include a branch dialog, and we get a reference, a save branch model department list. We have it. There's a cursor star, as you know. We've done it already, you and I. There's a button, as you know, it's the same thing that you know. We have this height and an overflow, scroll, and etc. We have the column header. These are the buttons to edit and delete. And then you see we have that is the same. No need to talk much here. Okay, let's run this. Oh, so it is ready. Now I hit this small one. Let me open this. Now branch management department. So we're going to branch. We have it open in here. Oh, do you know the reason why we are not having this? Tell me. Oh yes, I believe you know it, but you can't talk. When you check this page, we go to the home page and we did not include this. So go to the home page and check it out. We did not include that. I believe that's what you're talking about, isn't it? So branch page, that is it. So let's run this again. Now let's have a look on this management branch, and we have it in here. Currently, department branch action, nothing happens in here. Add branch. Let's see. So I'm going to add branch here, and this branch is going to be which branch? Okay. So Kumasi branch. Well, this is a Kumasi branch. So here we have server handling. You see, we have these are the branches, and this is salad branch. This is salad department. So these are the department that we have, right? So which department does this branch fall? Is it home cleaning? Is it server handling? Okay. So this branch, Kumasi, from server handling. We then save this. So saved. Oh, but because we have an issue here. Have a look. It is saying that object reference not set to an instance from this branch page line 1. Let's check it out. Branch page line 1. Branch page. This line 1. So our state show branch. You have it. If branch is null, if it is not, then this is what you want to do. Branch name. Okay. Did we include the branch? Branch repository. Get all branches. Include department. Okay. Okay, so we need to just build the application and everything is working. Alright, so we have this branch. Now we can add one more to this. Let's see. So this is going to be an Accra branch, and this is going to be for this department. We are in Accra, home cleaning. The branch of this, let's save. Now let's see, completed, and I can see we have it over here. So you can see we have the department, then we have the branch in here. All right. Let's see if we want to add to select branch. So this is the select department. We have to handle that. Now from the edit to, if I want to change this to server handling from the branch, click on saved. Now let's see, you can see it has also changed. Now you have the same server handling from the same branch. Now let's see if I can also delete. Is it possible? Yes, I can also delete it. Alright, so this is also working. Now let's have a look with the next thing is there. So we are done with these three. We're going to the country, city, and our town. So before we go to that, I want us to make some changes here. From this dialog, branch dialog, instead of saying select branch, there's going to be select department. Right, select department, and maybe I'm sure When we check the other ones, so we must have the same issue. So department.dialog, and this might be select general department. Okay, so this here, and yeah, that is it. Now let's have a look with the next one. This is a department. That's going to be location. So from country, city, and now town. This must also be a cascaded style. So the first one is going to be country, must be selected first. Then you're going to have the city and then the town. So let's stop this application. And in here, we go to the same content pages. Now let's create another folder and I'll name it as location. You know, I want to organize this. Now in here, let's create the first one. Let's handle the country first. So we have country dialog. Click on this, add country dialog. And now within the dialog, we're still going to have the same thing. So the same thing for what we've been doing. Copy and paste is the best so far. We have countries, we have a country in here, and we have handle save operation events. That's for event callback. The same thing, then we invoke the country in here. So please, you need to provide country name. It's an alert. Then change this. Okay. Now let's have the drop down to give us a section for the country. That's the UI. So from this user interface, we have this simple one. So maybe I can just replace it well. So we have this, you know, it's a dialog box. It's the same. We have country as a model. On submit is saved. We have country ID, country name, the same, and there's a button. So if I click on it, you get this method invoked. Fine. Save this. Let's create this country page. We're going to use this chart component that we have created. So you can see in any we create a component, we create parent and a chart, right? And then we are communicating using event callback and also parameter communication. Right click on this, let's add a new component in here and country page. Now in that country page, we can have our style, and you know the style what we'll be doing. So the same Kaizen style. Maybe we can put this at the CSS. That's the app.css. Then we can be using it once. But well, you can do it that. That's why you're a genius. You can do it. So let's see. We have this country dialog, and you can see I get reference to this as country dialog when it's saved and at the country object. We have the same thing in here. There's a list of country that we get as soon as we add. We get the country from here. Then you can see we're getting the country from this country base URL from this constant class, static class. When this button is clicked, change the title and I'll open it. Call this method in here. Now when it is saved, we have to return this country because it's a event callback and it's coming with a model. Now this country, if it is null or if the ID is greater than 0, you want it means you want to update it, passing. If not, then add it, passing the country base URL, display the response, and if it is successful, get the list and I'll change it to title. If edit is clicked, then call this method, assign it to this country, and now open this dialog. It's going to automatically fill up. Delete is clicked, then confirm as the person if false return. If in case it is true, call the service, and now here passing the country base URL, display the message, get the list again because an edit has been occurred and you need to refresh it. That's what we are doing. Very simple one. Now in order to do this first, let's go to the home page and let's also add the country page. So yeah, this is what I'm going to do. Let me just cut all this. Control period, I need to include this because we're going to have country, city, and now town. So let's cut this. We go to the import. Where is it? Where are you, import? Where are you? Oh, it's not here. So go to solution. Then from this client, we have the import. And let's paste it here. Okay. Let's go to the country repo and I'll try to here. Let's see what we can do. So from the country repo, it is here. Do you have country repo? We have city. Okay, there's a country repo. And let's see from the save, delete, we have get all. We are not including anything from get by ID to the same. Insert to the same in here. And now for update, we don't need to do same. We don't need to do same, right? We are doing same as well. Okay, so that is this one. Very simple. So let's save this, and once you've added this to the home page, We can now run this and test it out. Run the client 2. Let me expand this. Okay, so management, now you go to country. Oh, we are not having the UI. Did we actually put in the UI? Oh, there's no UI. Let's check it out. So from the country department, oh, the country department, country page, country dialog, country page. Do you have the UI? Oh, we do not have the UI, you see? So let's include the UI. So the UI too is very simple. It is the same table that we've been doing, show country from the state container, add button, and the same edit and click, because we are looking through this country list, and that is what we are doing. You can see the same delete, and yeah, that's all. So I didn't know to explain this. Yes, trust me. And now I think everything's gonna work. Let's run this again. Now let's see, from management you go to countries, you have the form. Do we? No, we don't. Why? I know we have added this country page to the home page in here. Oh, okay, so there's a dialog. It's supposed to be the page. I know you've done this. You knew what the right thing, so you've done it. I did not see. The dialogues are the chart component. These are the parents, right? Now this parent also become a child to this home page. So it's a descendant star. So this home page is a descendant to the country, and now the country dialog. What the country page is, so it's a parent to the country dialog, and the country dialog is a child to country page component. That's how it is working. So let's see, from the management, now country, oh, we have it. Now you see these are the country. We have Ghana here, and maybe, let me just edit this. Tell me the name of your country, let me add it. I know India. Yes, India is one. I love that country. Yes, so let's see. And I love the programmers there too. Now let's see from here, what else? Let me come to Africa. I love that Nigeria is in here. And it is close to me. Okay, so which one again? Well, I know. By all means, I have to type United States, right? And let's see. So these are the countries that we have. What else? Okay, so whoa. I want the short ones. Kenya is okay for me. Very simple. I know. Togo is here. What is again? Okay. These are simple ones. So you see, we are able to add these countries. Okay, now let's see. If I want to delete this, I want to delete maybe Togo. So you click on this, you see, hi, it is done. Fantastic. If I want to edit this to maybe India, let's see, I made it. I want to add India. So save that, completed, and let's see, click on that. I have it, right? But it's not how you spell it. Go back, save. That is it. So that is working. We can do everything. Now let's go to the next one. That is the city. If I click on city, what should happen? Let's have a look. Before that, let's go to the repo, city repository. And now where we have this repo, let's go to the get all. Here, await dot city dot toolace dot as no tracking dot include. So you want to include country. So C mass to country. Now let's go to this. Insert. We have it done. Update. So this is supposed to be city. Now with this city, we first check if it is null. In case it is not, city.name equal to this item. City.country ID is equal to item.country ID. We map it manually, we save it, and that is all that you want to do here. Okay, so this means we have to close this, have to terminate it, because you have to run it again when we're done. We can also shut this down. Okay. Alright, now let's see. The next one is I have to close this too. Yes, it is done. Now let's go to the let me clear all this because you're done. Clear all these. Okay, so solution, we go to the client, pages, country. Now you have the country page, right? So we're going to also create city. So let's do that. Add a new component to location. The name is going to be city dialog, as you know. Now the city dialog, we need to have this our code section, and it is the same, just that here we need to populate the country and now passing as a parameter to this. You will see a list of country as countries, then country city city, and here is a handle save operation, the same thing, event callback. Then you need to provide country name. Yes, of course you need to do that. Okay, you can't do away with that. Now open change title, invoke it, get the country ID, invoke it. Now let's quickly have the UI. And now with the UI, you're going to have a drop down section where you're going to display the country so the user can just choose. So you can see I have title, changing title, dynamic title. We have city name, city, select city, no, select country. Then country name, if it's not now, display this. This is going to there for the edit, and this for a new adding. And you can see we have this T item as country, the value of ID and our text is name. And aside from that, when you check here, we have it. As soon as I click on any of the country, I want to set the ID to the city ID and city.country ID. That is what it means. Then, this is just a relationship. I believe you know that because this is a country ID which is making as a foreign key to the city and the country. Fantastic. Okay, so we need to create the page, the boss page itself, and this page is going to be the city page. So let's quickly do that too. Right click, location, add a new component, city page. Let's have a code section. So it is the same. We have this title, we have the reference, object reference, made component reference. We have cities here, countries to populate and return as a parameter. Initialize get to methods, city countries. When it is add, pass in the country base URL, and now from city service, pass in the city base URL. When this is open dialog, I open the dialog in here. When this is saved, it is coming in with city. So if city here, it is null, or if the ID is greater than 0, it means you want to add passing the city in. But in case it is not, then you want to add passing the city from the city service, passing the city base URL. Then save and now return if it's access, get to cities, click the container, and now display title. Simple one. If edit is clicked, then edit this, assign it to the city, then open dialog. Delete, confirm, then delete from the API. From there, the endpoint that we have, then after end, get cities in here. Okay, then that is it. Save this. Let's go to home page and add city page. So home page, then add city page. Do you want us to try this? Yeah, I think so. Let's see if there's no issue with this. So right click on this server. Let's run this. Let's run the client too. So we have a city page. It means we did not add. Let's see city page. This is a country, city page. Okay, so we did not include. I always forget this. Wow. Okay, so from the city page, you have to include the UI. So it's very simple way. I know you can do that. So pause the video and try and see if you can include a UI for the city page. Okay. So city page. Let's check first. Do you have the dialog? Yes, we have. City page. Now here. Okay. So it is the same. Add button. Then these are the headers. These are the buttons. Edit and now delete. Loop into cities list. then setting up counter, and that is this one. So you see it is the same. Now let's do this again. Alright, now let's click on management, cities. So we have cities in here. Now let me edit this because I don't have any city name as string in Ghana. We have an Accra. I hope you've heard of it, right? This is Ghana here. Okay. Click on OK. And that is add. You can see I can also add another one. So let's say I want to choose the same Ghana. We have another name as Kumasi. So save this. Now we have, when you go to Nigeria, I believe we have Lagos. Is it Lagos or Lagos? Lagos. Lagos, so it's coming from Nigeria. Save that. So maybe you can also add your country name. Maybe you want to go to, well, which one again? The same Nigeria we have, Abuja, I think. So it's a city. Or it's a state. Well, call it city. Okay, so that is this one, Nigeria. Save that. And you know, from NY, New York, and this coming from maybe United States. When I go to have Nairobi or so, is that so? Nairobi, maybe this coming from Kenya. Okay. And maybe you can have Paris from France. So Paris, it's over here. At least each has one. Okay, so India. Okay, so all of India. Maybe you know what of Mumbai? Oh, that is it. Okay, so save that. Alright, so now we have this in here. Okay, now I can delete any. I can also edit it. Let me add one more and delete it. So maybe country, city, HY. It is coming from Ghana. Save this. Save. Clear this. Now delete this. It's wrong one. So right click. Are you sure? Yes. Get it. It's off. Okay, so this is also working. We have the country here. We have the city. Okay. So now let's go to the town. We must have these towns, these cities, and I'm going to have a town related to each of the city. So town here, we're going to work on that. Let's see. So we go to the town repository. So town repo. Now from town repo, we go to the tool list, and now with the tool list dot towns dot town dot as no tracking dot include. Then this is going to be city. So dot city dot tool list. When you go to the update, there's going to be town copy this, copy and paste. So town.name, now town.city ID is equal to item dot city ID. Save it. That's all that we need to do. So sorry, department not found. This is gonna be sorry. It's town not found. And I can say that town already added. Okay. Or you can even include the name. So maybe if you want to include the name, let me show you one thing. Use the string interpolation. Then here, if you want to say that, maybe the name, so say item dot name. That is a very simple one. Save that. Okay. So this is working. We can now close this, although we haven't tested it, but it is working. Trust me. If I say it is working, trust me, it's working. I know you know that it's also going to work. Let's go in then and create our repos. So maybe in here, before we forget this, let's add the town page. Although we haven't created that. Okay, let's grab this. Then let's save that. We're going to create a town dialog and also the town component. Okay, so that's going to be the page component. We go to solution. Now from the location, Let's add a last one, and there's a town dialog. So town dialog, we need our code section. Then, you know, the same thing, town, list of cities. We have event, callback, invoke it in here, open dialog, and now get the city ID. Let's have the UI. On top, it is the same, looks same. We have the drop down list for city name, if for update, and now for add of new entry. So select city, or select your city in here. You're gonna start the city for this. You know, the IT item is city, and that is this one. Okay. Now let's create our city page. And that's going to be the parent page for this. No, the town page. So solution, location, right click, add town page. Then in order to skip this, I want us to first have our UI first. Let's create our UI before I forget it. So this is our UI. We have show town from the app state. Then we have add button clicked. We have the same header. We loop into the towns, displaying it and passing in what edit clicked. Then we have this town component down here, and we have town and then the cities we need to provide as a parameters. Now let's come down here and handle this method. So in here, you're going to handle it with this. We create our instance of this component that we have added. A town is over here. We create an instance. Our list container is here for cities. The same list container for towns to display the screen. Then if initializes, you want to call these two methods, and these are the definitions for them. And aside from that, you pass in town base URL and the city base URL for each. If button is clicked, change title, open dialog, set title to new, open dialog, open dialog, open dialog, then open the town dialog. If it is saved, it is come in as a parameter of what town. So pass in this town. We can now go ahead and check if town ID here it is greater than 0. You want to update it. If else, then you want to add it as a new response. Check and then get towns, change title. Edit is click, then change the update to the title of an add to update. Then assign a new one coming from the payload. Then open dialog again. Delete, confirm first, if false return in case it is. Then passing the town base URI, passing the ID because this method needs an ID of it. Then at the end of the day, if true, then get town. Then there's a method to display the message. Okay, this is saved, and I believe we've added it to the home page. Yes. Now let's also try this and see. So from our server, let's run it again. And now let's also refresh the client. Yeah, it's ready. So let's open it, management, and now town. We have it in here. So city and now town. So town, let me edit this. Now in Accra, we have that I say in Accra, it's a town. Save this. Aside from that, we also have let me use the ones that I know. Okay, so these are all towns. Then okay, you need to provide city name. Okay, so this is an Accra. So you have to add it to. Now maybe in Kumasi we have Tafo be okay for Kumasi. So Kumasi, I just select this, and yeah, that's what I know. For Lagos or Nigeria, I don't know the town from this. Okay, well, so these towns you can provide towns with this. Okay, so town that can be found in that. But let me maintain this too from here. Let me close that. If I add a new one that I want to delete, maybe I can also delete it. So I just want to do this, place, and I could see it is off. So we have 2 towns added in here. Okay, and these are the cities. So we have 4 sets. Now let's have a look with this administration. If the user want to manage it, how can we work on that? Then we come back to the employees. So we are completed with this from department up to the country. So you can just there's an entry point or there's a management point that you can manage it. When it gets to employee, you have to add all this so you can have it selected from this employee. This is going to be the master one. So let's have a look first with the user, and this can be accessed by only the administrator. You can just add user. No, not add user. Okay, user must get registered. We're going to be assigned automatically, and the admin's role here, it is to update the role. So if you are just a normal user, I can change you to be an administrator and to what I am. I can also de-administer you. Okay, yes. So let's see how to work on that too. So let me just hide this or minimize this once. And now let's go in there and I'll create user page. So from here, content pages, let's add a new folder for organization. We have to stop this first, else we can't rename this. Now let's check it up. So from this home page, we need to make it as user pages. Now with these user pages, we need to also create the same user dialog and now the user page. So right click on this user page and now let's add a new component. This is going to be user dialog. Now with this user dialog, we also going to do same. So let me just grab this. It's the same procedure, the same method. Now you can see when you check here, we have this manage user. Oh, I did not create that class, right? That's what we're going to use to populate data. So normally, one of my friends suggested that I should use a DTO, but this is a DTO, but I did not add a DTO to it. So maybe later on, I don't want to just spoil the whole issue with it. Okay, so I just maintain this. Maybe in a later project, later I want to create DTOs, I'll just have to add the name convention. All right, I'll be adding DTO to it. But well, you can start to do that for clarity's sake and also for readability. Well, it's good. Right click on DTOs and now they're going to add a new class in here, and it's going to be the manage user. So this class is going to handle all the properties that we need to get the user here. So in here we need only name, email. Okay, we need name, email, user ID, and now the row. These are all strings, so the row will be string. So that's what we need in here. This is what we want to display to the user. Okay, in case you want to add more, then it's up to you to add more properties here. Now let's go back to the user dialog, and now where we have this manage user, we say it's over there. Ready? We have system rows. That's what we created when doing the authentication. It is about in part 2, part 1, part 2. Yes. So part 2, part 3, you can check up. You're going to understand what system row is. But if I peep on the definition for this, it is just a row that stores from table to the database, ID and our name. That's what it needs. Very simple one. Then we have manage user. So you can see here is an event callback that to send the list to, or to send a model to the parent. Then we check, you need to provide user the provide row name. That is, the admin want to change the row name and decide not to select any, you will not allow the admin to save it. So we can see do the same thing here, and our system row we get the ID. Okay, so let's have a UI created. So for the UI, you can have the same what you've been doing. We have the same dialog, and you can see there's an update. This only update user, so you're not making this as a dynamic title or dynamic header. Manage user is a model that we're passing in, and you know we have manage user name. This is disabled. Email disabled. It is only row that is that has been enabled for the user to select. So if row is not empty, then we want to add. You want to get it, set the selected value to it. Okay, that's what we are doing in here. And I think this is supposed, yeah, it's gone. That's you display selected. That is for update, and that is for adding a new one. The T item is system row for the T item, and at the same thing, the value is a name, and at the text is name. You know, at first you have the value name as what the ID. This time, you're not going to have the ID. You're going to retrieve the row name. We go to the database, we search the list in there, or the columns which have the name that we have specified as a row. We can grab the ID from there and now update it. Okay, you can also make it as an ID in here. Now when you change this as an ID, unless you pick the ID, go to the database and now retrieve or a name or a row which has this ID. so we can display in the table, because you don't want to display just a row ID. You want to display the row name. The ID is hidden for you, the administrator, or for the developer, but the name is visible for the user or the normal user. Yes. So if this is clicked to, we want to have this value selected. In here we get the name. As you can see here, we are not using n.pass. We want to get the name straight, because this is a string. I want to assign it in here. We have it. We can also change title, but title, I'm not sure this important now, because no title changing. It's only update. And even this, there's no title needed here. Okay, so open dialog, set visible to true, and that is it. Okay, for the dialog, then we have this. So what we're going to do here is, let's create our user page. And where do you think we need to create a user page? Maybe I know you are just suggesting or saying in your head that we need to put it inside the user folder, pages folder, and that's correct. Correct for 3 points. Okay, so user page. And now with user page, let's first have the code section. That is the first thing I like to do most. So from the code section, you can see we are doing the same thing. We create an instance of this. We create a container. It's not a container actually, it is just an instance of this manage model. Then we get all users from manage users. We get our system rows. Then when the page initializes, get user row, get rows in here. Okay, so within this we have this get users, and now this manage user.account service.get users. Then get rows equal to, we want to also get rows. Open dialog in here to open dialog, and if I click on save, I am just returning from this. So here we have to, once you use this, you have to invoke, and it is coming in as let's see, tags user page. So when you check this handle save operation events, if it's coming from this user dialog, since we are invoking it up in here, we have to retrieve it from the user page. So here we pass in it is as a manage user, then we say it's a manage user payload from the chat component. So in here we update it. Okay, so here we're just making only an update, not addition. We are just updating, and that's exactly what we are doing here. Okay, after that we display message, and we click the container get all users, and if it is clicked, then you can see in here manager is equal to this, right? So we open a dialog. Okay, so you need not to, or maybe you can just set the title update user, but title is already set already. Title is already set already. It is set already, so you need not to override that, because it's just an update. In case it is deleted, you want to delete it, then as this, are you sure you want to delete, or you want to delete the user? If yes, then delete this user from the account. Okay, then it means you are invoking the account, you're invoking the person's account. The person will not have access to the system again unless the person registers a new account. Okay, then later on you call the service. Maybe later on you can decide to, you can put some blacklist on people using their emails or their staff IDs, so that they cannot have access to the account. It is an advanced, it is a scalable, so you can scale it to anything, any way that you want. Okay, you can add more features to this. Then display message here to use the dialog service, and I dispose it up. But you know, we haven't this delete user. These are the endpoint. Update user, get rows, get users. Where from this, yes, we need to include them. So we have to update the interface for the account authentication. Then we can now go ahead and use them, because when you check the import, you know, we have this in here, employee, we have account service, but when you check this account service, it doesn't have these interfaces. Check it out. So go to this account service, check the account interface. It has only create, sign up, refresh token, and get weather forecast. Okay, now with this, we want to remove this. We don't need weather forecast again, so let's clear that. So we are going to replace it with these ones. So you can see we have get a list of managers, we have this update user, and passing this the payload. We have get rows, is a list of system rows, and we have this delete user, and ID is a payload. Okay, so we have to create implementation for this. Now let's go to the interface implementation, and it can be found in the implementations folder from this user account service. So here we have to implement it down here. Okay, so let's come down here. We don't want this anymore, so we want to remove that. So first one is get users. We get all users here from this get from JSON as a list of manager. There's an auth URL and then the users. We're going to create an endpoint known as users. So you can see we are using this auth API. There's an auth URL from this API/authentication. That's what we are using. Okay, now let's see. And now this, we get the private HTTP client because here is a private type, and now you must add the token to the header. Let's have a look. That's an update. We also do the same, and here for the update, it is just a put a JSON async, and that is what we are doing. Update user passing the model coming as a payload. Then the next one is get rows. So for get rows, all that you need to do here is to get a system rows and then display it. So get private HTTP client, then system rows to the auth/rows. Then we can now move on. And the last one here, it is delete user. So for delete user, we just have to delete async, that is an API route, or the HTTP client.delete user, passing the delete user and now the ID. We return the response to the user. You can see these are the responses that's returned, the return type, general response, and the list of system rows, and etc. Okay, so we are done with this, but we have to create an interface and implementation repository for the data access layer. So we go to the solution, and now where we have the server library, that's a data access layer. We go to the contract, whereby we have our user account. We have to include the same interface in here. So we can just grab this interface from this session. Then we go to this user account. No, that is the user account repo. Then in here, let's paste this here. After doing this, when you go to the repository, we have to implement the interfaces for each. So user account repository, that's what I'm talking about. Now come down here. So we can just refresh token, minimize this. Okay. So in here, let's have the implementation of this. The first thing that we are doing here is get list of manager. Okay, so manage users. Now here, this is what you're doing. We first want to get application users, get user rows, get system rows. This method must be a private method that we can call within the scope of this application or this file. Okay, because we don't want to be repeating this method all the time, so we create one that we can call this all the time. Oops, object-oriented programming. Okay, so you create this as an object that you can be calling in a classes form. You can call it numerous times until we are tired. Okay, so let's have this method created. These are three methods which are going to be private. I'm going to put them at the basic here. Now these methods are what? Task get system rows, and is app db context dot system row dot as no tracking dot to list. So you want to return and user row, and also this application row dot to list dot async. Okay, so that's what we are returning. These are the methods that we need. And now here we get all the rows in here. After that, we're going to check if the all users count is equal to 0 or rows count is equal to 0. We want to return, there's an error, because as long as there's a user, there cannot be empty row, because defaultly when you create an account, you are assigned to a user row. So defaultly you must have a row attached to. So if this happens, it means there's a problem somewhere else. Then they need to contact me as the developer. Now check here, you can see we have the user is equal to new list of manager. We are looping through all lists of users, then grabbing the data, grabbing each row. So you can see user row is equal to first of default user ID is equal to user.id from this user rows. This is going to handle with this row ID and a user ID. When you have the user ID or the row ID, you have to get a row name, because that's what we need. So get a row name from all rows, whereby the row ID, okay, this is not user, so this is going to be the row ID. So row ID is equal to user.row ID. Okay, then we said we're going to create a new instance of this manage user, whereby we're going to have the user ID, name, email address, and the row name in here. Then at the end of the day, we return the user as a list. That's what we are doing. The next one that we're doing here is, once you have the get users, We can also have update user. So in update user, what are we doing? It is returning just a general response. We pass in we accept the payload, and now we check from this system rows. Okay, if the name here is equal to the row. So we are checking from the rows. If the row coming in from this user row, it is found in there. If it is, it means the user is found. That you want to grab the user. So get the user ID is equal to this user ID from this row, user row. Okay, so see what you are doing. We are having this user coming in with an user ID. Now we have this. So here, once we retrieve this user ID in here, we can have the user ID from this, isn't it? Now we want to get the user rows. This user rows contains the user ID and the row ID. So we want to grab the user from this. So here, user row dot where u.user ID. This from the column from this user row is equal to this user coming in as a payload.id. When we retrieve it, then the row that we are getting it from the new database, from the system rows, we want to update it. So you see user row.row ID is equal to this get row.id, this get row. So you want to get that, and now you can retrieve it or update it here. After that, you can save changes and now return this row, user row updated successfully. So that's what we are doing. So here, user is updating only the row, not any information, only row. So switching from admin to user or user to admin. That is it. You cannot change the email, you cannot change the password, you cannot change anything. Okay, that's what the system is going to do. So even your admin are limited. You don't have all the capabilities in doing everything. No, it's only the developer who can do that. Okay, so that's for the update. And now the last one, okay, not the last one, we have the delete. No, we have get rows. So for get rows, we want to call this method. So call this system rows, because this system row is going to have all the rows. So call it. Instead of using the context again, no, oops, use that. And now aside from that, the next one here is a delete. So if I want to delete, then you know the application user table contains the user info. So you're going to make a search from that and now delete it. So ID, application user, find it. When you get it, delete it, save changes, and now return user successfully deleted. So that's what we are doing. Let's go in there and now add our endpoint. So we go to the solution and I'll try to add our controller endpoint to this. So you know where controller is found, isn't it? Go to the server, then here from the controller, authentication controller, we have basically only up to refresh token. We're going to add the next one, and that's going to be the users. So to get all users, an API call is made to this. We call the account service get all users. Then we have to update user. So to update user, we have to call this endpoint. Then update the user in here. Then the next one is to get all rows. Call the same endpoint to get all rows. And the next one is to delete user. So call this endpoint to delete user. You know that the HTTP verb here, some of them, they have these are the routes specified. These are specific route that you need to specify, and these are the parameter that you need to specify as well. And the idea, the parameter here must sync with what we have in here. Okay, save this, and now our endpoint is ready. So let's have a look. Let's run the server and I'll see. So save all. Right click on the server. Then debug, and I'll start with that debugging. Alright, so let's see, the endpoint is ready. Now we go for the authentication section. You know, we have this update, rows, and now delete, right? Get all users. So if I click on this, try this out, let's see what it's going to do. Oh, so we have an error for not found. Why not found? Because we did not add header to this. This is protected, so we are not having that. We can do that from an endpoint where we have, or from the client where we can have access to this. Okay, because when you check here, we are not having this authorized attribute to include the bearer token here. So let's see, let's consume this in the client, and now everything's gonna work well, trust me. So now when you go to this user dialog, I think this must solve to see. Now let's see from this user page, where is it? There you go. So you see this is now it's working. Now let's run the client. So the app is ready. Now let me open it widely. Management, and now if I click on administration and our user, we have not linked this. You see this? Yes. Let's do this quickly. So we go to the home page, and now here we need to include the user page. I'm going to cut all this. And now with this, let me move this out. You want to have our home page as much as simple and readable. So we don't want to include all this whereby we have the appropriate place to include them. You go to the import. Then let's also add it here. Let's reload this. Okay, so here too, I believe user page, we did not include that. Have you see? Users page, user. We did not add the UI. So let's see. So now let's navigate to the user page. And now in here we have a UI with the same. And as you can see from this, we have the same column, ID, name, email, row, and action based on the properties in the manage user model. So you can see we're displaying them in here. And now we have the click, that is on edit. And now delete. When you come down here, this manage user is a list, and system rows is also a list. Get this method from here. You see we are getting them, get users, and now I've explained this earlier on. So this is a UI that we are creating, or we have created. We are creating, or we have created. Yes. So let's see. If I try to run this again, let's see what we're gonna have. Alright, so the app is ready, but you see we have an error here, but don't mind. Let's click on let's log out, and we're going to log in again. So log in here. I'm not sure, user not found yet, so let's create a new user. Let me use Netcode. So I have this password 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm using. So let's wait. Account created. Yes, update it. Sign in. Then here, log in. And okay, so successfully logged in. And let's wait for this to get loaded. Okay, let's go to administration. Click on user. And I can see we have one user in here. Right, there's an admin. Let's log this out. We are going to create another account, and now let's see. So create account in here, user. This is not Netcode. This may be code academy. Then it's user 1. Password 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Register. Created. Got it. Sign in. Email. So user 1, login. Okay, got it. Now have a look here. If I go to user, I'm going to have 2. So you can see we have users, right? Let's add last one. Log out. Register user. So this is, let's say, let me use my name, Frederick, and I have it as 3. Password, register, created, got it, sign in, use this user 3, the same password, successful login, got it. Administration users, you can see we have 3, right? Let me log in as admin. So this is Frederick. Now you can see here I am, although I'm not an admin, but I can see this. So maybe later I'm going to protect this page. Only admin can have access to this administration. But with this, if the user want to change this to an admin, check, see. If I click on this, I must have the dialog, but I'm not having it. Why? Out of the delete. Are you trying to do this? No. Dialog, open dialog, it is not working. Let's cross check. So from this user dialog, we have it in here. Okay, so this is a user dialog, and this open dialog is visible to true. State has changed. That's fine. You have it in here. Manage users, user page. We have this, but we do not have instance of that, right? So let's have the instance here. Let's paste it. We provide a manage user system rows over here as a list, and now there's an handle save or handle update. Okay, we have this instance of user dialog service, and that's what we are using it here to open a dialog. Aside from that, we have this manage user as a payload, and we update it. Now let's save this. Let's refresh this. So let's open this. So administration, users, and let's say, so if I click on this user, I must have yes. So you can see the name is disabled, email disabled, is only the row. I can now have access to 2 rows. I choose the admin, click on save. It has now changed to admin. So if this person logs out and I log in again, all the administrated features the person is going to see. I can also change it back. So let's say to user, save it, yes. Back to user. I can delete this. Let me delete this Code Academy. So delete this and delete it. And it's off. So we are done with the management, user management. Okay, that's what the admin can do. Only the admin. Now we go back to the main boss, and that is the employee. So let's close this up. Then you're going to work on the employees. So let's close all these tabs. And we have to create the interface for the employees in the server. So we go to servers, that's data access layer from the server library, where implementation, because this is also going to inherit from the generic interface that we created. Now this is going to be employee repository. So let's add this. Now in here, we have to inherit from the same interface and I specify the T value. So we do that. We pass in the DB context as well. Then for delete, we're doing same. So for delete, then employees find, then not found, commit, announce success. It is the same method that we are going to use. So here, let me also grab this. And this is what we've been doing from the previous video. So you know what I mean. It is the same for employees, check name, and etc. So here, from that is for the delete. Let's have a look with the next one. Get all employees. Then get all employees. You're going to have it here. So you can see it's a list of employees. Then we are including all this. So we first as no tracking. Then we include town. Town has a relationship with city. So then include. City has a relationship with country. Then include. Then when we come to branch, branch has a relationship with department, department with general department. So it's in a hierarchical form that we are including, or we can retrieve all data. So based on the employee, we can retrieve employees town, employees city, employees country, employees branch, employees department, and employees general department. I believe you love this, right? That's fine. That's what we are doing. Aside from that, we can get by ID. So get by ID, we get the user by ID, the same thing, we get by ID, and I return. Then update, no insertion or add. So we do same. The next one is an update. So with update, we have to do the same. But here, let's try this and see first. We want to update the user. we want to check if when you try the updates, user will work. But for this, I'm not sure the relationship will work. So we have to manage it ourselves. So let's have a look on that. So instead of doing this, we can just use this mapping. So we don't have any issue again. Okay. So we have this sets and we now commit this, we return the success. Okay. Now that's all that we need to do here for this user. We save this and now we can go ahead and now create a controller for this user. So for the controller, we go to the controllers folder. Then we're going to create a controller known as employee controller. So solution explorer. Then right click on the controller. Let's add a new controller. Now this is going to be employee for an API empty one employee controller. And now in that, since you're going to also inherit from the generic controller that we created, so you specify in the employee to the interface, and that is all to the implementation too. And that's what that we are doing. Okay, so when you run this, let's test this API out, and I'll see. So if I right click on the employee, the server, go to debug, start without debugging, and now let's have a look. But I'm sure you're going to have an issue. Do you know the reason why? Because you have not created dependency injection. There's no registration done to the endpoint that we created. So definitely when this runs, you're going to have a problem with this. So quickly, we have to include employees. Maybe if you haven't, let's check and see solution server program.cs file. Let's see if we have it. Okay, so we did not. We have to include this in here from this employee, and at the employee repository we have to include that as well. Okay, so with this we can now save this and I run this again. So this is ready. Now from authentication, branch, city, country, department, we have employee, then department, town, weather, close it. This is what we need. So if I click on try this out, let's see what we have. So it is not right because we have not added anything yet. Yes, and we can do that. So let's go to the UI and I'll try to consume this and add some employee to this. So let's close this up. Then let's go to the client, and in here from the pages, content pages, you're going to create another page known as the employee pages. So here you can see this is the layout. We have our pages, content pages, so user pages. Now let's create another folder here. So right click, now add a new folder to this, and there's going to be employee pages. Inside that, you're going to have add employee, add or update employee, component. So add or update employee. Maybe you can add a page to this. Then you can also have employee page. This add or update employee is going to be a chart component to this employee page. We are not going to create, you're not going to use a dialog box for now. We're going to use a different thing together. Now let's see what we can do. We want to have in the group session, as soon as the user finishes the first one, click on the next one. You want to hide or you want to show the second one. And maybe you're going to have some little bit indicator on top as you can load as soon as the user starts to type. That is what we want to do, something like that. So let's have a look on how to work with the workaround. So with this, we also go to, when you check this all state, you can see we have show employee down here. So show employee, right? So the first thing to do here is this page also going to inherit from this component disposable interface, and you want to say if show employee is true, that is only when we want to display this. Now, even with this add, we want to also say that if show or add is true, that is when you want to display. If you don't understand it, don't worry. It's going to be clear to you later on. Okay, so Control KD, we have it in here. So it is going to be the public one, the general one, to show the employee page and also the add or update employee page. But the second one is going to be used inside the employee page, the parent page. So you can hide and show this all the time. Now within this, you're going to have a container. Now in our container, this is what you're going to have. And it's going to be container in the middle. Then we're going to have the first one is going to have a row. So inside the container, let's have this row. So we have column LG1 and LG6. The one here is going to handle with we're using this X large, that's for close. So to close form, because we are building a form. Then if this is clicked, this is what you want to do. So maybe down here, you can see we have this close form here as a button click, which we are binding it to this icon. That's an I. So we have this add employee as a header. That's going to be the first row. Then in the next row, we want to have the first line. So the next row here. Okay, so let's have this a class row. Then in that we can close this. Now in the second row, we want to have this divs in here. And now it's going to load here just a bootstrap class that you're going to attach to. So you're going to have them load on top. As soon as the user types in, I'll finish the first page and I'll click on the next page. Now that page this has to get loaded. So I name it as first layer and now second layer. Okay. When we get to the view, it's going to make better or clear to you. Now aside from that, we have this. And you know it's an H tag format, so it's going to be in a horizontal format. Okay, so control period and K, you can format this well. So in here at the end, we're going to have employee 1. So you see this is the end of this. So this is the H tag, this is the column row 1. So at the end of this, we're going to have the first layer from this employee section. And let's see with this, what we need here it is. So this is just a row. And this is taking the LG12. So at the end of this, you can also extend another LG12. So here you're going to be the employee form. Okay, which include the first and then the second layer. So here, this is what I'm going to do. Then if you check this, check here what I have. Now this is just a column LG12. It's a container fluid. Now first layer, if it is true, then you want to display this. It's an edit form whereby we have this employee groupings. So we have group 1 and we have group 2. The form here, you have form 1 and form 2. Okay, this is what I'm doing. Now this is just a row and now column LG2. And as you can see from here, if I minimize this, we have column LG2. We have column LG4 making 6. Then we have column LG2 making 8. So let's see. All must be 10. So all must be 12. So 2, 4, 6. We have 4 here, right? Making 10 and now 2 making 12. So you're gonna have in the whole this is gonna be horizontal, right? Yes. So we have that in there. And now within each, you see we have this edit form 1 and we have edit form 2. Okay, so we have within the form 1, what do we have in here? So you can see from this, it means we have to create this group. Okay, so you can have group 1 and group 2. All right, let's put that in the DTO. So you go to solution where you have the DTOs. You're going to right click on this. You're going to add a new class to this. Then here we are going to paste it in here as employee group 1. Let's create this class. Then inside this, we're going to divide the employee page, the employee model, into 2. So let's make it as public. Maybe there are several ways that you can implement this. Okay, this is one. So we have to include this. We have the name, address, telephone number, photo, server ID, and file number. Now let's create the next group, and that's going to be employee group 2. So you can just copy this. Then let's go to the solution. Now the same DTO, we can add another one, and it's going to be group 2. So we are grouping them, group 2. Now inside group 2, what can we have? We're going to also pass the next one, that is the rest, and this is going to be public. And you're going to have the job name, the range, that's the branch ID, the town ID, and now the other. Okay, so this is what we need to add. Then let's save this. So when you go back to this add page, you can see we have this employee model. That's the model 1. So the property that we have in there, that's what we are assigning to this. We have the input text for the name, we have telephone number, we have address as a text area. Okay, we have validation message beneath, and when if it is submitted or if it is clicked, you want to submit to this form 1. All right, so let's see what we're doing. And the next one here, we are dividing this into, since it's a column edge 12, we are dividing this into first 2, second 4. So there's a second 4. Then we have the next 4 with this, and that is the next one. So it's an other information. The first one here is going to be the personal information. We have, you can see that we have personal information with this, as you can see from here, personal information. Then this is going to be the other information. So here we're going to use the text, input text, server ID, file number, and a photo. Photo, later on you're going to modify this. This is going to be an input file that is going to have to select a picture here, but for now you want to use a text box for testing purpose. Later on we're going to do that, convert to base-default string, and I'll save it to database. But for now, let's maintain this. And we have the submit button, and now you can see we have this the next. So this button here, we say next. When I click on this, I'm going to submit it to this form. That's the form 1. This. Okay, I'm going to submit to that form. So this is going to give us the form 1. Now we have the column edge 12 to make it 12. So if I also minimize this, we have 2, 4, 4, 2, making 12. Okay, that is the first layer. When it comes to second layer, we're also doing the same, form 2, and this is the model employee group 2, and then here it is 2, 4, 4, 2, the same thing, job information. We need the job name, as you can see from here, job name. Then here we need the department. Before a user can select branch, the user must first select the department, general department, then select the department itself, and now can have access to the branch. The same thing applies to selecting location. The town, you need to select country first, then you're gonna have access to the cities, then gonna have access to the town. So that's a cascaded drop down that we are creating. Okay, so here we are going to check something here, like if general department name is equal to null, then display select general department. Else we want to display this selected general department is equal to this. So you're going to use this for both. The top one is going to be used when you want to update it. Okay, so as soon as you click on update, this is going to display, as you can see from here, we're going to display the department name in case it is not equal to null here. We do same to the next one, that's the department name. So here is going to be the general department name, this department name, and this was the employee name. So from the, not the employee, from the branch. From the branch, we can retrieve this from the employee model that is coming in here. Okay, so you're going to work on that later on, but for now, you want to focus only on the add. So we have all this, and when you check this, you have select town. Then we can now select town, and now this is a branch. The T item is the branch, and now the T item for this is the branch, which has this on branch value change. So if you select any list drop down value from this method is going to get fired, this one going to get fired, so we can retrieve the ID of them. Okay, now we also have a button known as previews. So there's going to be a previous one. So since we have two forms that we are showing, we want to show one at a time, so we can navigate from back and previous. So if I click on the previous one, this is the method that I want to call, okay, to navigate to the previous one. And now the next one here, we have the next one, column LG4. This is the location information, and we say this for the country, we have this for the city, and then we have this for the town. You see, then we have the other form here, and we have submit type of what? Save. We have column LG2 and LG2 in here. This shouldn't be here. So we have 2442 for this view 2. So if I this, you see there's a 24, and then there's also 4 in here. So check this up. So you see that we have 2442 as 2442, the same thing, right? And these are all edit form. Okay, now let's handle the code section. Let's save this. Now from the code section, what are we to do? We first have our styles in here. That's what we're going to be using. So we have inactive span and inactive div, and as you can see, so we have this inactive div. That's what you are using in here. If you check this, we have the floating number, we have floating number 1, floating div 1, floating number 2, and now floating div 2, and now we have the same thing in here. Now I want to check, these are CSS styles that we have created, and we're going to be adding these CSS names to the variables that we're going to create. Okay, so let's have them created. So from the code section, we first have this, so floating number 1, we add it to the CSS class, as you can see, so we assign them to various CSS class. Now when you check this, you have a parameter show, hide, or update employee. This is going to be managed by the parent component, not this the container, the state container. Rather, it's going to be the parent component. Okay, so that you can just toggle between the show and hide for this add or update employee. Okay, so we have the first layer, second layer, and defaultly first layer is set to true. So meaning when you run the application, you want to see the first form. Then as soon as you click on the next, if it is filled correctly, you're going to see the next one. It's going to handle this. So how do we toggle between? Let's have a method to toggle between these forms to hide and show. So we have these two methods here to handle that. Okay, so if show layer 2 is clicked, you want to set, oh, this must be in. Okay, so when you check here show layer 2, then we want to set this first layer to false and the second layer to true. So we are using the true false to just hide and show them. If I click on previous, then here layer 1 is set to false, layer 1 is going to be true, and the second is going to be what? False, because previous may go to the start one. So that's the form in here. Okay, let's save this, and this is what we're going to do. Let's use this in the page. So we have to create the employee page so we can use this in there. Now let's go to the pages, employee pages, and now let's add another component. This is going to be employee page. So for this component, we're going to be using Syncfusion data grid. Okay, so let's install this. We go to the client dependencies, right click, go to menu, get packages, and now in here we need Syncfusion data grid. Okay, so that is this one, Syncfusion.blazor.grid. So data grid, this is what you need to install. I go for my preferred version 23.1.36, Now let's install this. Okay, so it is installed successfully. You can now close this. Now when it comes to this, we have to get list of employees. So we're going to retrieve the whole list of employees from here as employees. Now in that, when the page loads or when the page initializes, we want to call this employee list. Okay, so employee list. Then once you have this employee list, we want to look through the employee list that we have and now set them to the data as a data source to the data grid that we have installed. So we're going to implement an interface for this, and now that interface is going to handle with the state container that we have created, since you're using allState.showEmployee. Okay, and now in here we also have show main page in here. So you're going to toggle between this page and now the add or update employee page. So we can show main page, we can add employee, you can also show main page and do a whole lot. Okay, so back and forth. But as soon as I click on department, then allState.showDepartment.showEmployee is going to set to off, which is going to show all the pages. That's the two components as the employee and add employee. It's going to hide them and I display the third component that has been set to true with each property. Okay, so we need to, in the page load, we need to initialize this. So let's subscribe to this event when the page loads first, then we come back here. So when the page loads, you can see we subscribe to this and I will load employee. So we're going to remove this for now. We load this employee and that is this method. So it's better that this method can be beneath. Okay, so we load this employee, get all employee, then you pass in the employee base URL. Alright, so once you have this, when the page is about to die, we need to also unsubscribe to it, and that's what we need to do. Okay, now let's go through this. We are using this SF data grid. We need to include data blazor.grid. You can just move this up, then go to the import and paste it in there. Okay, so let's go back. From the employee page, we have this data grid. This is the source of employee. That is a list. In here, we are specifying columns. So first is going to be the employee image. We have the context here as employee. Then we can retrieve the image. But for now, the image is null. So we're going to do that later on. This add. If I click on this, I want to show add or update employee button clicked. So this is a button that I am clicking on. I can just move this to the next line. Okay. And we are using an icon to handle that. So displaying an icon as be a bootstrap icon plus circled dash dotted. That is what we are using as an icon for this as add employee. Then we specify the grid column. So this is the various field that you want to display. Then civil ID, file name, employee name, telephone number, job name, branch, and our town ID. But this is not our town name. Okay, so later on, if the user clicks on any of the employee want to view detail, that is where we're going to retrieve all the general department, the branch, the country, the city, the town. We're going to retrieve all of them and add it to or display it under the user's details. Okay, but for now, these are the header text that we specified, and that is all. So this is all that we need to do for now. Okay, but when we run this is going to get us a list of employees in that. But since you're not going to have any employee yet, we cannot see anything. But let's have a look on the add or update button click. So if I click on add or update button, what am I doing? I want to hide this and I'll show the form. That is the add form. I want to hide the main page and I'll show the add or update form. So in here, we can create a method down here. This will be down. So we can create this method. Now this method is going to have show main page and now show add or update page. So this is set to true defaultly and this is set to false automatically or initially. If I click on this button, then change the settings. So we do that in here, and that's going to affect the view. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for now. Let's save this, and now let's see, go to the home page. Let's include this employee. Okay, so in here, let's add this employee page. So let's put this in the import. Let's cut this. We go to the import. Now let's paste it here. Now when you go back to this home page, you have the employee page in here. When you go back to the employee page, we need to specify the other page in here. That's the add or update component. We need to add that. So in here, we're going to say add or update employee page. We need to add it like that. I know when you go to this add or update employee, it requires some parameters that we need to specify. Let's see if it does. It needs this show or update employee. So with this, we go to the home page, not the home page, employee page, and now in here, show or, we have to assign a value to this. So that's a show or update, and that's the value that this method, so show or update page. So let's grab this and I'll paste it here. So the value of this is going to set automatically to this. Okay, to show in this page. So when you check this well, you can see that when the page loads initially, add is set to false. So this is going to be false, it's not going to be shown. As soon as I click on add employee, that is where I want to show this add or update employee page. Okay, save this. Let's run this. So we have an error here. Let's check it out. Now let's see, it's saying that this page does not exist, does not implement this disposable page. So add or update, it has to, since we have this disposable, you have to inherit this, you have to implement it in here. So from when the page loads, now here we can have this method as override initialize, and in here we can see we add it. Now when the page is about to die too, we have to unsubscribe to this method. Then that will be all. So let's save this. Okay, so we unsubscribe as well. I believe poem solved, but let's see. Renaming get without for request and app. Okay, so here we do not have this method anymore. And now let's see from this. Okay, so let's see, saying it hasn't been captured before. Okay, so now let's restart this up. Let me close all this. Okay, now let's run the server. After that, you're going to run the client too. Let's run the client too. So before we run this, let's see, let's have to rectify some few problems in here. And you go down here, we could see our form, we have this closed form. So this closed form, when you come here, we are going to use it in the parent component. So we want to notify the parent that the form has been closed, and if the form has been closed, then we want to hide the child and display the component, the parent. Okay, so in that, you're going to have an event callback, which has no return type, then as soon as you click on this button, we are going to invoke it and now set this to false. Okay, so we can retrieve it in the parent and now perform an action in the parent later on. Okay, aside from that, let's have a look. When you go to this employee page, we have this employees. Let's specify the property for the grouping. That's for the employee grouping 1 and now the grouping 2. And now this has to come inside the add or update employee. So that is where we need to specify the groups. So I think these are going to be parameters. So we have to get employee grouping 1, then we create an instance, and now grouping 2, we also create an instance here. Okay. So when you also check this, the drop down that we have in here, you can see this drop down contains the following. So even with this label, we can just comment this for now. When you get to the update section, then we can update it from there. Okay, so let me also comment this. So comment all here out. Alright, so you can see from here that this is coming from the general department. And now if you click on this button, check this. It's coming from this on general department value change. And now check here on department value change, it is coming here, which are the data source of department and general department. So it means that we need to specify the list of this general department, and our branch, right? We also have to do same to countries, cities, and now towns. Okay, so in order to do that, we're going to have maybe this department, countries down here. Let's have it down here. Maybe we can minimize this CSS. Then where we have all this, that is for the country, city, and now towns. So you're going to provide these values or these models here from the parent component. We need to also do same for the department as well. So we have our department, general department, and we have branch. Okay, so that's all we need to do. Aside from that, since we have our employee group in here, we need to also add our employee itself. That's what we're going to use to invoke the method. So maybe we can put this on top here. Okay. Now let's go to this change event happens. If in case they do happen, when you click on any of them, what do you want to do? We want to invoke this method. So for country, city, and now town, we create this method and I invoke it to handle that here. So from country, city, and now the town, let's have a method down here to handle this. So with this, country, city, and now town, handle country selected event, we invoke the ID. Here too, we invoke the city name, and now here we also invoke the town ID. You see, then we are not actually invoking this, but we are storing this employee group in 2.town ID is equal to this. This is for the town. This is going to have access to integers and ID. Then the next one here is going to be the employee. So for this employee, we can have it down here. You know, it is the same thing that you're doing. We invoke it by ID. We also pass in the department by ID, and also by branch in here we store this. Now the reason why we do not invoke here, it is we don't need to invoke it. The reason is, check here. Now the first one, this is the department. We are passing in the department ID. When it gets to the parent table, we are going to search through departments and now retrieve all departments which have the general ID as equal to what is coming in. Then we populate that list to the department. Aside from that, if I click on department 2, we want to populate all lists, the department that I'm going to select. We're going to populate all lists in there from the branch and also return it in the drop down so that the user can now select from the department. So without selecting country, you cannot select city. Without selecting city, you cannot select a town. Without selecting general department, you cannot select department. Without selecting department, you cannot select town, because these are cascading and one must work before the other. Okay, so that's what we are doing in here. And at the end of the day, we want to get only the branch ID because that's what you're interested in. For the first two, we bring it for the user to have access to. Okay, but what we need here is the branch ID and the user ID. Alright, so let's save this. Also, when you check the error list, you see we have this form. We did not issue a method to handle that. Okay, so for now, we have form 1 and form 2. We have to handle this form down here. So let's say this is going to be the forms. So 1 and 2. Not 1 and 1, 1 and 2. So the first one is a form 1, and this is going to be maybe an async. For now, let's have it as void form 1. Okay, they're going to have the same form 2. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. For now, we are not implementing anything yet. We are not invoking the method inside the parent component. We rather want to test it and see the UI, how it's going to look like. Let's run this and see whether you have any other error to work on it. Alright, so the app is ready. Now let's click on management, click on employees, and now let's wait and see. Okay, so you can see we have this table form, and this is a data grid, and currently we have this employee image, ID, file name, name, telephone, job name, branch, and our town. No records to display. If I click on add employee, you can see this is a form that we have built manually. We have this the whole column LG12. We divided it here so we can have the displayed like this. Okay, now this is a clue. If I click on this, this is going to be handled by the parent. So this is from the child. If I click on this, it must send the signal to the parent that you want to hide this and display the list. So for now, you can see it is gone, but the parent did not get displayed the list. So you're going to also handle that in the near future in the next video. Also, let's see, let me refresh this again. So another one is, let's click on the same management, go to the employees. Once you have the list popped up, click on add employee, and if I click on this next, you can see this form you need to fill up, right? And unless I'm done, so you see, if I'm done filling this up, then I click on next, then I have to navigate to the next page. But for now, if I navigate to the next page, this side must get loaded, and then the background color must change from gray to this, is it light blue or etc. It must change to this color, right? So that's what we're going to implement next. But let's first have a look on this. If you want to solve the issue, if I run this or if I refresh this application, the first time the app loads, the screen is blank. Have a look. You see? So it is blank, and we don't want to do that. This application is mainly based on employees. So what we're going to do here is, as soon as the page loads, we want to have this employee as a default opening. So this must get opening. So as soon as you load the page, you're going to see this employee and page loaded on the screen. Okay, so let's handle that. So to solve this issue, it's very, very simple, and I believe you have an idea to do that. What kind of idea is that? What do you think we can do to handle this? You see, we have our container, right? A state container, and that is what we are using to handle this, using the event or the action. Okay, so we can set it to that. Let's quickly go to the source code of our project in here. Now when check this solution, you can see that we have the state container. Where is it? Have you found yours? Go to the client and you can see this application state or state. So you could also group yours in various states, but here I made just a default or general one. And now from this all state, you can see we have department, branch, country, city. We're going for looking for employee. So show employee. Let's set this to true, and that is what we want. Very simple one. Okay, so when you save this, that issue, it is now solved. So all of these are going to set to false, but only the employee default is going to set to true, and that's going to make it shown on the screen. You can also change it to user. You can change it to anyone. So when the next day, when the company calls me to set the user as a default, I just have to come in here, clear this one, and now add this one here. Very simple. And I have to charge them for doing that, isn't it? Okay, so that is it. So you can also switch between the view and then the hide default ones based on setting up this. Yeah, that's magic. So once you're done with this, what is the next thing that we have to work on? So if you check the app from this add employee, you can see that as soon as I'm done with this, I can click on next. But if I'm done here and I'll fill everything up and decide to click on the next one, see what happens. Nothing happens, right? So let's handle that. And also, if I click on this, I have to navigate to the list page. This page must get shown, but you see it is not showing. So let's also handle that. So let's clear all screen. Let's clear all the tabs here. And now that form, it is found in the add or update employee. So that is this one. We can choose that from this employee pages in the content pages. Okay. Now you see from here, we have two groups of models here. It is the same employee model that we have divided into two based on the form that we've created. Okay. So we have the first layer. We have the second layer in here. So that's the first layer. This is the second layer. And now we are switching between hide and show based on true or false that we have based on the name that we have stated in here. The second layer is set to true. Now the first layer is false, and that's going to make the second layer to be shown. When we set the second layer to false and our first layer to true, it means second layer is going to be hidden, and then the first layer is going to be shown, right? I believe we've done that in the part 6. Now the next thing that we're going to have a look here is to see each is submitting to a form. This is form 2 for the second layer. Now when you check the form 1, the first section, that is first layer, it is submitting from form 1. You can see we have this data annotation validator. When you create this method in here and then we bind it up to this, as soon as I click on the next button, this method has to get run from top up to down, from the top up to the bottom before it checks the validation system. And in this case, you want to click on that. The next button is this. When you're done clicking on this form 1, we want to check if this form is being validated. And also, we want to navigate to the next component, to the next section to display the form 2 if this page has no empty space. Okay, but if we try to create this form 1 method and I try to click on maybe show this and show that, it's going to have an issue. Although we have not added anything to the table, but it's going to move to the next table. So to do that, we have to handle the validation ourselves. So to do that, we're going to also check it. Maybe you can also do some customized check to this. If form 1 has everything, then we want to hide form 1 and I'll show form 2. I believe you're getting the concept, right? That's fine. So let's see. From here, let me just hide this tab because we've done this already. Now in here, we have show layer 2, show and the previous clicked. So maybe down here we can do the validation. So we are doing forms validation. Okay, so we have form 1. This is form 1. I have to comment this. Okay, so form 1, we want to create a simple method to check. You know, the model that we created, we divided into grouping 1 and then grouping 2. Maybe you can improve it by changing the name to maybe something meaningful, not this. So you can see we have private is returning. The type here, it is Boolean. So you can see validate employee group 1. Now we're checking if none is null. Okay, we want to return this. true. So we are saying if this is null, return false, meaning something is not going on here. That's why we're using or. So it means even if one of these is not it's null, we're going to have this issue. You're going to return false. If not, it's going to return true. So when this method returns true, you know we've retrieved or we've seen that the form 1 is being validated. Okay, so here this is what we are doing. So after doing this, we have to also work on the form 2. So let's also check form 2 as well. Now when we divide the models, you can see we have this form 2, or the employee group 2 has only the job name or the job title. It has the town ID and now the branch ID, which are cascaded drop downs. Okay, so we have this, and each is null if when you have the employee group for the job name is null, or if the group ID here, the town ID is equal to 0, or the branch ID is equal to 0, it means the user has not selected any of them. Then return false. So in that, we're not going to move to the next one, or we're not going to even submit the form to the method that we're going to create. Okay, else then submit it. So this is what we are doing here. So what of the question is, what of if each returns true and everything is in order, the person made everything available, then we have to extract. You know, we have two edit forms and we have two separate models, employee group 1 model and now the employee group 2 model. So we are going to extract both data and now put it inside the employee single instance that we've created. Remember that we have this employee instance created in here, and that's what we are going to invoke. Okay, we're going to return. So we have to ask for this. We created it up for temporal one, so we can set up the values in here. We can divide or split this and now set to this. After doing that, we have to combine this and now assign it to this employee, and this is going to be the sender. Okay, so the return type must be this employee, not employee group 1 or group 2. So in doing that, we have to have a single method to extract it. By saying this is going to handle this with an event callback, we have to create the parameter first, then we can handle that. So we have this event callback, and you're going to return an employee to the parent component. And aside from that, let's extract form 1 as soon as I click on submit, and I'm going to check first if check here. So we're going to extract this. Okay, so when you click on that, you're going to extract the properties here, and now then we're going to make a call to this. Or maybe we can also check this first, because maybe you don't want to extract while group 1 it is something is null. All right, or each or some of the forms in there or the text box is null. So maybe this is what we can do. We can firstly call this to skip some errors in here. We can call something like this. We call this method first. This is going to check if this employee group 1 is null. If each property in this is not, then we want to just call this method to extract it, right? This makes sense, isn't it? So we're going to say that if, okay, this is not, if this is true, meaning none of the properties here, it is null. So we can then extract this in here. Maybe you are asking, or you are saying, oh, we can simplify this. You can just copy this method and put it up to this condition. Yes, it's still going to work, by making debugging very difficult. I can put a breakpoint here and I can have the value stored here, either true or false. If I put this here, it becomes very difficult for me to debug it and I know the cause of this or the output of this method. That's the reason why it is better you have to cache it. You cache the response or the result, then we can now verify if only you want to verify. Okay. After extracting, then please show layer 2. So we can just move this to here. I hope this makes sense. Fine. So that's what this form 1 is going to do. So as soon as I click on this, this is going to show through. Now when you check this layer 2, maybe if I peep this, let's see if we're going to have the definition for this layer 2. Check it out. We're going to set first layer to false and now show second layer. That's what we are doing, right? So this is going to make that work. Now when we check from group 2, for the next session, that is the session layer 2. When the user also decide not to choose any, decide not to provide a value for each or any text box, since we are validating this, we're also going to have the same issue. In case everything is working, then we have to also save layer 2. Not necessarily layer 2, form 2. Now, when we are creating this form 2 method, we're also going to do same with this. We're going to also validate it. Then we can just have a look on that. Okay. So let's see what we're going to do in here. From the form 2, this is a form 2. Then we are checking. We could see we are extracting it first. And as I said earlier on, this is not the best. So we can make this happen in here. So if this is true, then we want to see validate employee group 2. If this is true, then we have to extract it. After extracting the others in here, we invoke this method. After invoking this, we want to set this container to empty so that it makes it available for other to type or to maybe do some modification and etc. or to add a new employee. So this is what we are doing. But maybe for this employee, instead of setting this to new here, you could wait. After sending it, and maybe there's a validation issue in there. Maybe the data has already been added, the name has been added already, and the person wants to change the name. You can make it available before you clear it. If not, as soon as we invoke this, we are going to clear. So when you have any feature error, the employee is cleared unless the person enters the whole data again. Okay, but this is what you want to do for now. So you make sure that before you type in, you know what you're doing. You don't want any try and error in the application. Okay, so let's save this. We have our form ready, and we are going to try this out. And now here, we're going to invoke it to this method. All right. So here, when you use this add or update chat component in the parent component, we can now extract this communication and extract the model property from it, and I use it in the parent component. So after doing this, definitely we're going to have an issue here. Check it out. When you go down here, this is what we did in the last video, to extract or to get the branch ID and then to get the town ID as well. We have this specified right here, so we need to remove this. You don't want any duplication. Then we have this dispose method. All right. So this is what we have in here. Let's remove all these empty spaces. And even with this, you can simplify this using this lambda expression. Instead of creating this and taking the whole space, we can make this simple, isn't it? Let's have a look on how to do that. So that's what I'm doing. Let's make this. Okay. So you can see this becomes cleaner and also simple as well. We don't need to be using this blocks. You can do this just one line, and that is it. Isn't that beautiful? Yes, it is. And I believe you like this, right? So try to use it all the time to make things up simple and easier to read. Or okay, this is the last one. Let's finish that up. I think this must have a weight, right? Oh, am I missing something in here? Let's see. Okay. So this is what I did. I think this must be on a weight. Okay, no, this shouldn't be. It should be like this. So what do you think? Yes. Okay. So all set. As you can see, very simple one that we've done. All right. So this is working. We are done with this one. And let's handle this component in the parent. So if I click on add, what am I going to do? What can I do? We have our UI created design already. We're using this drop down list to have this pop-up. Okay. So let's see. First, we are going to run this application again and now see what we have. So let's see, add employee. And now if I click on this, I have this issue. Let's try to pass in something. something in here, right? So let's see. You know, this must be number. If I click on next, then let's see, you can see yes, validated, and now we have the form 2 displayed in here. We have this. Take note, I have the job name. I have to, if I decide to click on save, see what happens. I need to select job name, I need to select town, and I need to select what? Branch. Now, why did I not show information or instruction or warning against this? Take note. Okay, fine. So let's see, I decide to pass in job name or job title. That's fine, it's working. Now, if I decide to forget this and I click on select town, see, nothing happened, no record found. No record found. Click on department, no record found. Click on city, no record found. The records are found in the general department. Okay, for now, there's no record found here because you have not provided it. But as soon as I click on this, I'm going to have all the records in here. As soon as I select any of the records, I'm going to have it populated in the department. And as soon as I select any of the department, I'm going to have it towns or 8 branch separated or displayed in here. So we have general department, we have department, we're going to have branch, not town. We have country, we're going to have city, and we're going to have town. So that's why we say it is a cascaded drop down. One must finish the task first before the other. So in a hierarchy form that you cannot skip, you must start from 1 and end up to where it's supposed to end. Now you can see that as soon as I click on the next, I have this form filled up. So if I click on previous, it goes back. So I'm the first session, click on next, second one filled up. So you can actually improve this. You can add, when you have maybe 3 or 4 forms, you can do this. This is a customized one. There are some third-party libraries that we can use to actually have the same idea. All right, but this is a customized one, and I like to build my custom one so I'll know the to and fro, what goes in, what goes out into that component or to that form that I have. All right, if I click on this close to, it is working. But let's handle this close system. If I click on close, I want to show this employee. Okay, so let's go to the code. Now down here. So if I click on, that is a form close, we want to notify the parent that, hello, a child component method has been clicked. So please, can you change yourself a little bit? Okay, so that is what you want to do. Now let me give it name as form closed. Notify parent form has closed. It is returning, it's a void, we're going to return nothing. It's just a message, it's an alert that is giving up. And let's have this method in here. As soon as I close the form, there is a method name. So closed form. All right. So this closed form, this must be capital F. Now with this closed form, you see that here we want to notify parent. We're going to invoke it in here, and that is it. What is it saying? Okay, so we have this already, right? Ambiguity between notify close and notify close, meaning that we have this created already. Let's have a look if we have it set. Okay, so that is this one, right? So you can see we have it set already. So I need not to, but I'm sure, let me remove it from this side. Yes, we want to put it on top here. Minimize this ones to make it clear and visible. Yeah, so form close form, this is what you're going to notify the parents. Then we're going to set this show or add update employee to false, and that is this current component. Set this to false, and then take note, if I click on this, check top here, the whole content is being surrounded with this. So in case it is set to false, so this set false here is going to be the internal one, and it's going to be the global one. Remember that the all state is a global, but it's going to be an internal one. Is it global or not global? Internal. Okay, so we have this. Let's save, and let's go to, we have this closed form, so let's make it, fix the name well. Okay, so before we go up to the parent to handle that, I want us to also finish the complete something in here. Check this for me. You can see from the photos, have you seen, or you can just come closer. You can see the photo here, we must have this input file. But what do you have here? That's fine. Input text. And is it the right thing? No, it's not the right thing. So we have to use the input file, and I want to handle that. Now in an image, you want to convert it into base64 string, then you want to store it in the database as a string file. Okay, so we can be using it all the time. So let's do that. So we are going to remove the input in here. So actually for this, where we have this input file, we're supposed to be, that is this one, we can just override this home method with this. We have the same form group, margin top as 3. We have a label, and on this label we are making a check. Okay, so using ternary operator, we're checking if this component is a component. If this property here is equal to empty, then display empty. Now the test is going to be our test danger, and we're checking up here if the same is equal to null. We want to display this upload image, and now image upload message. This is a test that you want to display. This is a property. Now with this, what we're doing here is a class. Take note, this is a class. So in case we have any message in here, we want to make it as red. Okay, test danger. In case you have any error message, we want to display it here. So this property here is going to handle all errors, which is going to happen during during image uploading. Okay, we have this input file, and under the onChange event, we call this method as upload event. This is a validation message. As soon as the user decide not to upload image, we're going to have with this issue. So that's a validation message, going to have a message to display to the user. Okay, so let's handle this one property here and our one method or event. So let's come down, and maybe what we have this validate here. Before the validate, we can actually have file upload. So in here we can have this method upload, and it is coming with an input file change event ask. So we're checking it over here. If the file contains PNG, it means we are allowing only PNG files. We create the format, we read the request, then we create the buffer, we resize it, then we're gonna convert it to base64 string. The size that we have, we convert to base64 string. Okay, then we set this property to null. That's when you have no issue. But in case this does not contain PNG, then we say PNG file needed. Then we will have to return. So we have to create a property to handle this. And maybe on top here we can just have a property state up here as an image upload message. So we have it set. Okay, now let's go in there and try to display the image. You want to preview the image to the user. The selected image, you want to preview it. So how can we handle this? So when you go up here, where we have this, the employee name, the telephone number, and the address, we want to create one and display the image preview in here. Okay, as soon as the user select it, we have it converted and now cache it in there. We want to now set it up in here. So 100 is not pixels, it's 100 already. So we want to set up the image as the source going to be the employee group 1.photos. And you know, at the end, when you check the code in here, when we are done uploading the image, you see we are setting the photo string here. That's a property to the image data. So as soon as this gets set, we're going to have it displayed in here for us. So get set and now get shown. That is what we are doing. Get set and now here is going to show it. Where is it? Where do we have this image? It's coming from the form 1. So this is second layer. Second layer, we have it. This is the input file, and that is this one. I hope you've seen that. Okay, so we're going to also show this. Alright, so once you're done with this, we want to now go in there and now see. Now once you have this, we're going to use it for only add employee, right? It's going to have an update and also add. So let's change this. Let's make this as dynamic. We set this as title. And once you have this, definitely it tells you that we're going to have a property to handle that as title. So let's go to the base where we have the code section, and in here we can have the title here, right? Or we can, let's see, I can just move this up from here, then maybe let's put it here, title. And also, aside from that, you're going to have access to the general department. That is, you're going to select the department, the branch, the city, the town. Okay, so in order to do that, let's also have some properties to handle that, so we can display them on the screen. The selected user that the user selected during adding that specific employee, because here the user can update the employee, and we want to display the various general department selected, the department selected, the branch selected, the country, the city, and now the town. So you can see that here we have it, what is selected from the location and also from the department. You have them in here. Then we change the title as well. They are all public, meaning that when we make a reference to this component, we can retrieve these properties from that component, okay, in the parent. Now for the title, we set the default value to add, because when the page loads or initializes, it's going to have add as a default, and that's what we want to do. So once you have this, we have to go in there and now set this on top of each of the drop downs in here. So you can see we have from here, we have, that is going to be the department, right? We have our this is the general department, we have department, we have branch. When you go to the second one, you have this country, city, and our town. So if it's an update, this is going to run when the form is adding a new employee. But out of if the form is adding a new or already is updating the already added data as an update, then what can we do? So from this, since the property that we have is going to contain values, we are going to check if it is null, it means it's an adding of new data. Then we want to display maybe select general department. But in case it is not null, maybe it has data, then we want to set it to the data that it has, right? So maybe we can remove this from what we have in here. Then we can hold on with this. So you can see we are having the straight gender. Oh, this is general, not gender. So this general, we have general department. If it's equal to empty, then display this. You see all of these, you're using this ternary operator to check that. If it is not, then display this. Then where can we use this? Just copy this. Now in here, just let's use the add, and now let's paste this here. And that is all. We are done with this. Okay, so when it is you're going to update, you're going to have this work in here. Let's do same for the other one, and that's going to be the department. So we have the department here, where from it is the department, right? So let's remove this. Then we're going to have select department. But I believe you must also have this. You must have a label down here too. So select department. You must also have a label. Select department. Okay. Then let's go to the next one. And this is the department. This is going to be the branch, so not city. So select branch. So in that, we're doing the same. So you can even pause the video and then try your best, your hands on it, if you can actually achieve what we're going to do the next one. That is this one. Okay. I hope you got the same thing, isn't it? Yes. Fine. So we can actually move on. So we have this set. Now let's go to the location, and because we have country, city, and our town. We do same, isn't it? So pause the video, and I'll give you some maybe 1 minute. Try your hands on it, and let's see who finishes it first. So I have this select country, and I'm going to paste it here. You know, copy and paste. It's very sweet, so I encourage you to use copy and paste all the time, not to repeat yourself all the time. Be typing and typing and typing. So select city, we do same. Okay. Then the last one is select town too, we do same. So town, we do same. Okay. Control KD, Then let's save it. Okay, so that is all. This form is available for add data, add employee, and also update employee or edit employee. It's going to work on that. So when I was working on it, this came to my mind. We want to actually dynamically clear the content. You can decide to leave the content and we can actually clear it. Okay, so it's better that I show you the way to clear. So let's have a property down here. There's going to be a public method which can be invoked in the parent component. You can see when we save, let me minimize this. When we save the form, where are we saving? Do you know where we are saving? This is the first. This is when we are saving, right? Form 1. We save it in form 2. That's where we invoke this. You can see we are clearing the content here, and it's not the best. So as I said this earlier on, we can actually have a simple method down here to clear the content, and it is the same. So clear content, and we put it in a single method in here. Okay, so that they become dynamic, and we can clear it. You can decide to clear. You can decide not to clear. Okay, and we'll leave it in there. Okay, so we have this. We can save this, and that is all done and set. I believe we have nothing to do again here. We can say goodbye to this add or update employee form. Yes, of course, we are done with this. So let's run this and now test it up and see if the form is working and everything is intact as you and I expect. Okay, so if I click on this add employee, we have our beautiful form displayed, and you can see nothing happens here. Maybe you can decide to show a default image if the person hasn't selected any image yet, but maybe you can decide to hide this. You can do it yourself, isn't it? Yeah, I trust you. Now let's say I'm going to pass in some names. I click on next, and you can see photo field is required, and you need to actually do some magic here to get the photos for me. Yeah, so that's what it's telling you, but you can't hear. I only can hear. You can see we have a default one is upload image. See, you can see from the list here, I have these images here as a background. So I'm going to select this. This is a JPG file. See what happens. It has a PNG file required. Okay, so it's going to update automatically, and you need to actually have it set. And let's choose another one. So I'm going to choose this guy and see what happens. Upload image, and that's fine. It's gone. Check here. You have the image watching you. Hello, how are you? Okay, yes, so we have it in here. Click on next and see what happens. Next page, so it has been submitted. Then we have the form being retrieved, the data being retrieved, and now save it to the employee model. We can now actually fill up here and also click on save, right? But if I click on save, you know what's going to happen. Job name and etc. has been provided. Okay, if I click on this, see, it has to, okay, so this has to be handled because we are notifying the parent, but we haven't retrieved it and we haven't called anything. So we have to also handle that. So our form is actually working as expected, and that is all. So we can move on from this add or update employee onto the parent component. So let's close this. Then we're going to, okay, so save this and everything is intact. Now we have this. Let's go to solution and let's have a look from this employee page, and that is a parents page for this add or update employee. That is a page which displays the list in here. So you can see when I click on this show menu, that's where we have our SF grid, Symfusion data grid, which displays the employee list in a tabular form. In that we have our add or update employee page, and that's what we have worked on so far. So in here we are going to specify this the parameter that we specified in this add or update. So when you have a look here, let me show you. When you check this add or update employee, all the properties that have this parameter set up to initialize it is what you're going to provide. So you're going to provide all this parameter or parameters to this component, right? So we need to provide this. And also when you come down here, we also have this parameter is over here for save form. We also have this parameter in here for handle count or country selected event, for city selected event, for general department selected, and for department selected event. So we have to handle all this. So we have about 10 or more parameters that we need to specify to this component, right? So let's go to this employee again. And now in here, we are going to have this property specified. So I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to specify all this. So if you want to do that, you see, as soon as I click on space, I have all these properties. We're going to do it one after the other. To skip time, I'm going to paste this in here. These are all the properties that we have, but the values that you set in here, we have not created them. We are yet to do that. So pause the video and try to specify the employee. Is going to specify it here. Show or update employee. We're going to create it in here. We have modify parent or notify parent form close collect. Do you remember all this? Country, city, towns, general department, branches. You know all this, isn't it? They are coming from this add or update employee component. We have handle, country selected, city selected, department selected, branch selected, town selected, and etc. Okay, so all these are the ones that we need to specify. That's fine. Now when we come down here, employees as employee list, do we have employee list in here? We are not providing employee list, so we have to create an employee to handle this. Let's do it one after the another. The first one is we have to create a reference for this component. So this is a reference, and we're going to copy this and assign it in here. Let me make this as nullable. Let me paste it here, and that's also, this is solved. All right, so from this employee we can make a copy of this. So let's make a copy of this. Send this a list. I can change this to this as a list. That's a new version, C# verse 12. We can now use this an array as a new list. All right, now here instead of an employee, it's going to be an employee. Take note, because a single object, and now let's remove the list. This also solved, right? That's fine. Now show or update employee. It is solved already because we have it in here. We have the property stated over here, and that is show or update. So this also solved. The next one is notify parent change. So let's also handle the notify parent change. And in case the user clicks on close form, we want to notify the user and notify the parent, and now call an event immediately. Okay, so here let's put the initialize form on top like this. Let's leave one space, and here we say notify parent when form closes, right? So which form is add or update form, employee form, right? Let's be specific. So in here, let's paste it. So it's good to add comment to your code later on in case you come back and want to modify it. You know where you're going, right? So comments are very important. So please do comment yours as I do mine. Okay, so we show page as true, then this false, all right? Then we call the load employees. Why are we calling? When the user finishes adding a new employee and click on the close form, we want to call the employee to load it again so we can retrieve the data in there. But maybe you can actually advance it, because it could be that the user may not add data, but the user want to close the form and then see the already created employee. In this case, do you have to load the employees again? No, you don't. But in this situation, it's going to load it. So maybe you can actually sit down and try to find a way to handle that. But for now, we're not going to do anything. You want to load it as soon as the user closes the form. Fantastic. Okay, this is solved. The next one is a country. So we need to provide default countries to this. So with the countries down here, we're going to have access to them. We have the country, city, and town, right? So you can see we're using this over here. The same gen department, and branch, we have them also in here. So all these are solved. We have country solved. We have default gen department solved, right? So we have these two guys also solved. Now the last one here is you have to provide this selected. Maybe you'll be asking yourself, why are we having so many lists in here? Let me take time to explain. Okay, now come closer, then listen. You know, we have this form. As soon as the page loads, since you're having a cascaded drop-down list, we don't want to populate each list or each drop-down with the data. No, we want to only load the first one. That is the city, no, that's not city, the countries, and now we want to also load the general department. These are the parent department. These are independent department, independent models or list. They do not depend on anyone. As soon as the user selects country, we pick the specific country selected ID. we loop through the list that we have already and now get the cities. Okay, as soon as you also get the cities and the user select the city, we get a specific city ID and now loop through the towns and now select the towns related to that specific city. So we don't want to get the selected country, then we now go into the database and now make an API call. No, as soon as the page loads, get all the API calls and now cache them. We want to have application to work faster. So we don't want to have a slow application. So we want everything to be made available before the user start to work on. So select this, the data is already there. You just have to go in there and make a loop, make some search, select and now display. When select the data is already, so make this and now display. No more API calling, etc. As soon as the page loads, call the API or the API, get all the list once and for all. We can now move on. I believe you love this explanation, isn't it? That's exactly what we are doing. So that's why we have this selected department, selected branches, selected city, and now selected town. These are the lists that you're going to select, and these are the what you're going to populate or you're going to provide to this text box, not the default one that you have in here. So take note, you can see we have default country, cities, and now town. The same thing applies to this. And in that you have selected department and now selected branches, selected cities, and now selected towns. All right. So these are the ones. Maybe you'll be asking yourself, why didn't I add selected department? Here we don't need to do that because here as soon as the user selected, you're going to have a method invoked which is going to select, which is going to return with the integer, the ID of that. Once you have this list here, we loop to this list, we get the specific selected ones and put them into the selected variables and set it to the model or the component, and boom, that is it. So let's say let's create a single method, and that is known as load default. So what is this load default? As soon as you hear default, what comes to mind? Yes, it means you're going to load default an application or a call that you're going to call anytime the application loads up. Okay, maybe this could also cause an issue later on because anytime the user tries to navigate to that page and come back, the pages method has to call, an API call must be made. Here we are just getting data only, so wouldn't be inappropriate if we cache this. So API call is made once. We can make another API call if and only this data have been updated or deleted or a new data has been added. But for now we are not doing that. We can also optimize this application. I leave it up to you. You can actually do that yourself, and I believe you can do that. Thank you for releasing me. Okay, so we have to call this because we have default countries, cities, and our town, general department, and our branches. When this page loads, we want to call that, and that's the reason why we're calling this method in here. So it's better that we copy this method before we forget. And now let's duplicate this, pass this in here, remove the old one, save it, and that is all. So the next question is, how do you get the selected data or the selected general department ID or the selected country from the user? We've invoked it already, so you can just create a single method and I'll loop through the list that we have in here and I'll make a sort. Just going to pick it up and I'll cache it or put inside the selected element that we have. So in order to do that, I have them in here quickly. I just have to go in there and grab this and I'll paste it, and we can just quickly move on. This is very simple in here. Okay, so this is going to be the select. Whoa, I hope you can see that, isn't it? Don't worry, I'm going to push it like this. So this will be, that will be, yes, I believe this is clear and simple. So see what we're doing, we are using this lambda expression. We're not using this block. No, we want to skip that. That's why it's at moded. So this is a new one. Let's use this, okay? So handle city selected event or select event, you could say it is coming in with an integer. Then we want to set selected cities equal to default.where this. Using the where clause means you want to get the list. So we have to convert it to two lists when we are done and assign to this selected city. Do same to the city, that's to the town. Do same to the general department, that's here for the department. That is getting the general department ID. And now do same for the branch, okay, from this department ID. So that's what you're making a check in here. So this the relationship that we created, that's the reason why we're able to do this. So you can see we created a foreign key that is a primary key of this general department, which is representing the data, or which is appearing in the department data, making as a reference or joining these two tables together. So we're going to check if this ID is equal to the department properties or the columns ID or the record ID, which is equal to the ID that is coming in as a general department ID. Gather all the records in here, convert to a list, and now return it. That is what we are doing. Very simple one as well. Okay, so that's what we do. We call this method when the page loads. And also we want to load this employee separately, because when the user decides to add a new one and click on close form, we want to load this. You don't want to put it to the load default, so that anytime that user close form, all this will be loaded. No, we want application to be faster or fast enough and smart as we are, right? So we want to separate this, so we can call only this method anytime that we want. So when the page loads, we want to call this. We have this even here already, so we can remove this, and I use this lambda expression. Let's grab this, and when you check, this method is in here already, so we need not to reference it anymore. So load employees, that is a method that we are creating. Let's save it. So now let's check and see what are some of the values that we haven't provided. That is a handle save employee. So if I click on save, what should happen? We want to handle that peacefully without having any issue with it. Okay, so we can do that by calling this one method down here. And where should we put it? Maybe here will be okay. No, here, show main page, here will be okay. So this is save employees. So this is save employee. You can see we handle it, and it is coming with this an employee model. Then we're going to call this access check as false. Defaultly, we check in here. So this method is going to handle update or adding of new employee, isn't it? So if the ID is greater than 0, it means you want to update it. So call this method, pass in the base URL, and now call this method to display, right? So to display the message to the user, like maybe user updated or added, process completed, and etc. We've done this already. You and I created this method earlier on. So we can copy this method again, and now down here we can put this method here. Since you're going to be using it often, we can put it in here. Okay, so that's the method. You know this already, isn't it? Yes, you know. So let's see, and that's what we're doing. So we cache it in here, and the result is going to override this. If it is true, we want to clear the content. If it is false, we don't want to clear the content, because maybe you want to change something in there and now to save it again. We don't want to be clearing content even when the operation is not successful. We want to remain it there so you can actually modify it before you save. It clears it when only this is true. That's fine. Let's save this. So as we are done with this one, we can run this application and check it out. So let's have a look. Okay, so let's see. Now I reset everything, so you can see you have the blank one. Let's click on add employee. Now let's provide the name. So I'm going to use the same name that I used, so Netcode-Hub. So telephone number is going to be just a random number in here. Address is going to be, let me just pass in Accra, Ghana. So civil ID, I don't know what they're using it for. So civil ID, passing number, file number 2. Passing something. Now let's use an image here. This is going to be an employee image. So I'm going to choose my best friend. Now click on next. So in here, let's have a job title. I'm going to be maybe as a software developer. That is the job title. Now here, I'm going to select general. So that's an IT. Department, maybe management is okay. Then a branch. Oh, there's no branch here. We have not created any branch. And country, we have Ghana. City, we have an Accra. And town, so we have all these towns in Accra. Can just select any of them. But if I click on this optional, if I click on save, I'm going to have issue here. So unless we create, let's say a branch, and there's no branch, so let's add a branch here. And this branch is going to be developers. So it's coming from management. Click on save. Okay, so being saved. Let's go to the employees again. Now choose here, and let's refresh this so you can make a search. So maybe you're not implementing that. As soon as you add, unless the app loads, so we can have all of these. But if you want to get the whole data as far as you add any, you can use a state container to also handle that from various components. Okay, so let's see, from the management we go to what again? No, it's an employee. Okay, so Netcode-Hub is going to automatically fill it for us, and I said Accra, Ghana. Yes. Then let's choose my best friend as an image, and that is just one, this guy. Click on next. What is the job title? Here is a developer. So there is software. And that is coming from the general department of IT, some department of management, and another branch as a developer. Country as Ghana, city as Accra, and I have town as maybe Adowenya. Will be okay. So optional, this is optional. So I'm going to say this optional message here. Okay, so click on save, and let's wait and see. Okay, so we have an alert, and it's blank. Okay, so nothing happened. Click on it again. There's an alert. If I close this and let's refresh the page and see if we're going to have it. Then it means we have an issue that we need to rectify. Then we see to it. Okay, so nothing displayed. It means it is not saving. Let's check from the source code in here where we have the employee.razor. Now that is where we handle the employee save. It is coming with this employee, and now we have this. It's calling this API, right? So this is an API that we have created passing this employee, and now the employee base URI. So let's see, we have it as API/employee, and when we check from the server 2, let's have a look if we have the controller also created. So from the server, this is a controller, and now do we have employees controller? Okay. Alright, so while this is working, let's see something. Let's check our solution explorer. Let's check the model and see if we have any mistake in there. So from our employees, DTO, not the DTO itself, that's the model itself. We are inheriting from this base entity, and now this base entity has properties of name and ID. That's fine. Okay, so you can see when they come here, we have this full name, and it seems like we are duplicating that property in here. So let's remove it because you're not going to provide any value to it, and we also add an attribute or required attribute on top, which is going to give us a problem. So once we've done this, we have to perform migration so we can have this taking effect. Okay, so let's actually perform database migration to that. I believe you know how to do it, isn't it? So pause the video and also try to do it, or you wait, then we all do it together. Which one do you want? Okay, so let's see. So first of all, we are going to build this project. So after building this solution, then we go to package manager console, and we are going to add migration. Okay, so build succeeded. Now let's go to package manager console, and in here we're going to say add migration. So add migration, and let's say update employee table. Okay, so once you have this, we need to set this to server library, and let's set the server to startup project. You can see the default is a client. So set this as startup, then we can now go ahead and undo it. So it's going to run the modification that we've done to this by removing the full name property from this employee entity or employee model. So you can see we have it, that's drop that. Now let's see, so update database. Okay, so this is done. So let's run this up again and see what we're going to do. So you first have to run the server, but first let's set the client to startup project. Then the server here, let's debug without debugging, so start it. And while the server starts, we can also start the client. So that is the server. You can see it is running, and let's wait for the client to run. And that is also the client. So let's see. Let's add employee. Now let's see. So first was Netcode-Hub. Then maybe the number is around here. Okay, so let's have an address. That's in Accra. Scanner. I'm going to choose the ID for now. C12, maybe F12 for the file number. And also we choose an image for this friend. Click on next. Then we can now go in for job title. That is software developer. We can choose the department as IT, department as management, and maybe developers. Country, Ghana, that's only one I have. Our city, Accra, and our town is Tesano. Optional, there's going to be an optional message. So, sorry, I do not have anything to say. Anything to say? So click on save, and now let's wait and see the output here. You can see we have process completed and success operation, right? So click on OK. Now, when you click close this up, you can see we have the data in here. So you can see this is working. And if you refresh this again, we're going to see the same data in here. All right, so our employee is working, and we can now add employee. The next thing here we're going to talk about here is if I want to update it, if I want to edit it, is it possible? Yes, let's actually have buttons in here to do it. When you check this department and department, you see they have these buttons in here as an action. You want to actually do the same. But you know, when you use data grid for this employee, it has its own add buttons and also update buttons and etc. Right? We want to make this as much as simple as well, so we can add that as a customized one that you're going to do. So we can add our own image in here, or buttons, so we can click on, and it's going to affect the context. Okay, so let's have a look on that. So let's close this, and now let's go to the source. So inside this employee page, let's have a look. So that's the employee page. Okay, so when you come here, you can see we have these are the columns. We have this grid column, and these are the various columns that we specified. Now down here, this is what you want to do. Let's add another one. And now within this, we want to specify, we're going to add just an icon with this. Okay, so this icon that we are adding, we have a method shown here, and that is a show menu pop-up. So we are passing in the context here as an employee, and that's what we are starting from the context here as an employee. Okay, we need to create a method for to handle this show menu pop-up. So let's actually have a look on how to work on that. So this is what you're going to do. We want to use it as a context menu. As soon as you click on that, you're going to use a dialog box to show menus that a user can select from. Okay, either edit it, update it, delete it, or even add to vacation, add to what's the next one? Add health, add have I mentioned vacation already? Okay, sanctions and etc. Okay, so that is exactly what we're gonna do here. So once you have this method, let's define the method for this, and maybe down here we can put it down here from, maybe this section will be okay. Load employee, this one is save. So aside from save, what's the next thing that we are doing? We are going to load the context. So here, there you go. So let's say this is context menu. Oh, where's the M? Okay, so in here we have this show menu pop-up. Then we want to select. You can see this method is coming with this object. So we want to create the selected employee, then we can assign it to that so we can hold it. Then context menu dot open context menu. Where from this guy, we need to create a menu, a context menu for this quickly. So we're going to create another component, and that is where we're going to handle all our menus in there. Okay, so we go to solution. Then have you seen the folder, the other pages folder? Yes, let's put it here. If you open it, you see I have this. Let's open this. Let's add another razor component. And now let's name this as context menu. Context menu. Now inside this context menu, what are we going to use here? We want to have this SF dialog because you know it's going to be a dialog automatically. Now in here, let me open it, increase the screen size. Now you can see when you check, close this up because we don't need close. Okay, so close all. That's right. So when you check this, let me save this, close this, and now open it again so you can see everything clearly. Okay, you can see we are using this SF dialog. Now we have, if it is open, you want to call this open context menu. We have it bound its visibility to this is visible property. Now in that we see we have this a content and it's a management menu, or maybe employee menu. Well, we can make it as employee menu. I think this one will make it more meaningful. And here it is what view, edit, delete. You see we have this at vacation, overtime, health, and our sanctions. So we have this menu in here, and this means we are going to create separate modules for each. Okay, so let's have a style, the CSS style that you have specified here as cursor. We want to have this here, and I believe you know what this is going to do because this is not the first time of me using this. And aside from that, you're going to have this code section down here, and now with this code section we want to specify this. Let's create an instance of this, and normally in order to we can make this as nullable, so let's use this. Okay, then we set this visibility to false. So defaultly when the app loads, it is false, not going to be shown. We are going to invoke all these methods. So what are these methods? The event that we've covered over here, we want to wire them up here so we can use them in the parent component. So this is what we are using. If we check this, clear this as well, you can see we have this parameters handle view. So if I click on view, you want to invoke it. If I click on edit, do the same. Click on add health, do the same. Vacation, do the same. For time, do same. Sanction, do same. And our health, you do same. So we're going to retrieve all this method in the parent. Okay, when you click from this chart component. Also, we're going to have two methods in here, and that is the show and hide data component. So open context and close context. We call state as change to get the current state here affected to this page, so we can either render or it can be hidden. Okay, so once you have this, we go to our employee in here. Now this, we need to make a reference to this in the parent component to make this work. Okay, so let's have it done. So in order to do this, we have to create this context menu top here, or we can even put it on top so we can, it will make you confused, right? So this is a context menu, and now you put it here, context menu is equal to this context menu. So when you say context menu.open context, you know what it means, isn't it? That's fine. Okay, so now we have this set. The next thing we're going to do here is we need to make a reference to that context menu and now specify all the method that we did in the chart component. So let's go down here. We are done with this add or update. So down here, we're going to use this context menu, and that is a context menu. We're making a reference to this context menu that we stated down there. Aside from that, we have this handle delete. Okay, so Control KD, handle delete. This is what we call delete click, handle edit, edit click, handle view, view clicked, handle health, health clicked, handle overtime clicked, add sanction clicked, handle vacation, vacation clicked. All right, so that's what we're actually doing in here. So anytime that you click on this, we want to add this specific user to the table, because you know that with this we have the data selected. As soon as I click on, take note, as soon as I click on show pop-up, I get a current context and I'll set it to this selected. So if I open that context, I still have this property full of data. That's the current context that we have. Talking about the employees, I believe you know what I'm doing, isn't it? That's fine. So let's handle the various methods that we have specified in here: delete, edit, view, add health, and etc. So down here we can start implementing each and every one here. Okay, so this is the default one, and now here let's start with it. So first of all, we're going to handle edit clicked. So if I click on edit click, what am I going to do here? Let's wait for this to get loaded. I think it's finishing some command. Let's wait. Now we're going to populate, since we have this employee object used in the form, the add or update form. We're going to populate that employee object here, and now when we are done, what we need to do here is hide the main page and now show the add or update employee page, and I'm going to have all our data in there. So see, check what you're doing. Now if I click on this edit click, you see we are, as you can see from it, is an add or update employee. Now this is coming from the instance that we created here. Let me just minimize all these things. We are done. So when you check this, you can see that we have this add or update employee. Where is it? This one. And we created a reference out of it as the add or update employee. So we want to have, this method has a property known as employee. We want to populate this, right? So that's exactly what we are doing down here. So when you check this, let me minimize this too. Okay. So when you check this one, you can see that if I click on edit click, you can see this employee.id, we assign to the selected ID, right? And we are doing same until we get to the civil ID. So this is a group 1. Take note, this is a group 1. Now we have to do the same thing to group 2. So group 2 also has job title, and on the other, we assign to this selected employee. Now when you go to the general department, remember that we created some properties known as general department, department, and branch. If you've forgotten, let me show you quickly so we can come back again. We created this property down here. So have a look. These are the properties that we created, general department up to the town. So we need to say, you can see initially they are all null. So we can set the properties to it here with the current one. So you can see we are using selected employee.branch.department.general department. And when you check, you can see .name. We do the same thing to department.selectedbranch.department.name. So we are retrieving the name from the relationship that we created according to the entities. Okay, then we can retrieve the department name, we can retrieve the general department name, and also the branch. We do same thing to the country and the city and the town. And now we have all set. So when we are done, we want to change the title to update. Okay, after change the title, then context menu.close. We want to close the context menu that we have opened. After closing it, then we want to click on show or add page to true, and now show main page to false. So this is going to hide the main page and now show the add or update page, and now set the title to update, and we're going to have all our data in there. Okay, that's what we're going to do for the edit. Now out of the next one, so we want to check this model. You can see when you check this edit here, it is solved. What in case I click on delete, and also view clicked, add to health, add overtime clicked, add sanctions, and also add vacation clicked. Let's handle one after the another. So the next one here, it is a delete. So if I click on delete, what can I do, or what is it going to do? Here, that's an edit clicked. So down here, I'm also going to have this delete clicked. So that is a delete clicked. We have been using this several times based on the creating these objects, department, general department, branch, city, and also town, etc. We've done the same thing. So what we're doing here is, as soon as I do that, the first thing is to close the context menu. Then we want to ask the person, are you sure you want to do this? So you can see we are confirming you want to do this. If false, return. But in case it is yes, then branch service.delete by ID, passing the selected ID in here from the object that we have selected, then passing the URL to, as you can see, API/employee to the API. And now if it is true, then set this selected employee to empty. In this case, it has been deleted, and so we don't want to hold the data again. You want to clear that and also load the employees, because when you do that, as soon as the employee is deleted, it means one is off. We have to load it and now get a whole employee again. That is what the delete here it is doing. Very simple one. Now let's see the next one, and that is a view click. So in case I click on view, what can this do, or what am I going to do? Let's see. So if I click on this view, we set this employee into this selected employee. Now with that, we have this context menu.close, because you have to close it so we can display the next one. Then show details page is equal to true, and now show main page is equal to what? False. And selected employee is equal to new. So we clear the content. Now we have a strange property here as show details page. Where from this? It is a property that we need to create, and that's what we're going to use to hide the details and also show the details in the same parent component. So let's have that property created. And where can we even put this so it won't get yourself confused? I believe you can put it beneath the context menu reference from this area. So here, where is it? Context menu, context menu, context menu. Where is it? We have the reference made or state up here, and I think it is around here. Or maybe you can decide to put everything there, but here I want to group them so you won't get yourself confused when when looking at this project. Okay, so show details page is set to false defaultly. So as soon as I click on view, I want to set show detail page is equal to what? True. So maybe we can move it, since it is related to this view. Let's put this on top of the view. Okay, So we have this set here. Let me clear this. Now this means that you're going to create a detailed component, very simple one. Okay, so we can just create something simple to handle this. So do you know what you're going to do? Where do you think we can create this component to? I guess you're saying that from this employee pages. That's right. You are correct. So let's create this component, and we're going to say this is an employee detail page. So inside this employee detail page, I did not have time to decorate this well. Okay, so I was able to come out with something small, and maybe you can actually advance this. Since it's just a detail that's going to display information, you can actually do something nicely over here. Let me take you through what I did. You see here is a container, and there's a row, it's a column LG12, as you know already. We have a card stated in here, and the title here is the detail, employee detail property that you're going to come in, name, then we have details. So if it is a Netcode-Hub details. If it's your name details. Okay. And when you come here, you see we have an image, and that image is what you set it to this. So you have a class in here, there's a border, and you have a style set in this, whether the height and etc. You can actually move all of these to a CSS or a style class, then you add it in here. But normally I really like inline. Okay, maybe let me put this to the next line. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Now when we check the next one, let me save this, close this, and open it again so I can get rid of that black and white. I think I must have the right thing now. Oh, it's the same. Whoa, still the same. Okay, so when I check, you can see we have the image state up over here. We have the same card, and you have this table in here. You can see we have the table body tr. So we have the name here. We have the title in there, telephone in there, then address. Then we have the next one. That's for department info, and that's very simple too. We have the same table, so tr, we continue with the tr, and I have department. General department, you have the name in here. So you see we are making a reference to the branch, which has a reference to the department, which has a reference to the general department dot name. We do same thing to the branch name and on the department name and on the branch name. Okay, that's what we're doing. When it comes down here, we have the same table down, and this for location info. So you see we are making a grouping. So from the personal information, from maybe job information or department information, then we have this personal information or the location information, we have country, we have city, we have town. Then in case I click on a button like close to the main, what can I do? So I call this method also to get it closed. Now we have this stated beautifully. What we can do here is we're going to specify this event callback and our methods to handle this as soon as the user close it up, and also the user retrieve the data from the parent. Okay, so in this we can have just 3 parameters to handle that. Now we have, okay, so I did not repeat this code again because it is already. That is one bad side of copying it. So you can see from here that we have this show detailed page, and now when you check the top here, it is saying if this is true, that is only when this is shown. Take note. Okay, so we're going to provide the value to this from the parent. Then we have employee details, and the event callback to also handle this. Okay. So this is an event callback, and I need not to provide new here. Okay, I did not see it, trust me. So we don't need to provide new in here. We are invoking the event callback as handle details page close button clicked. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Let's quickly go to the main page in here. You know, today we have a lot of work to do as what we did in the last video. So you don't have to waste time at all. Okay, but you can pause the video, take some rest, and I'll come back. Okay, but for me, I'm not tired yet. Okay, so we go to the employee page, and now in here we have to make a reference to this component that we have created. So where we have this, you can see we have this contest menu in here, and aside from that, you can see we have add and update. So maybe with the details, let's put it in the middle here as detailed component. So maybe middle here will be better for us to get the arrangement well, because if we add, then we can now show the details. So we need to provide this to the property as an object to this parameter. Also, we have this parameter as a Boolean expression that we need to also specify this. Then we have this event as handle page close button click. So in case I click on close from the chart to the parent, what am I supposed to do, or what should the parent do as soon as you hear your child crying, what are you going to do? Then we're going to respond to it, isn't it? Good. So let's also respond to this, and we can do that from this session. So from the detail page, we can do that after the view. So down here, if I see that, or if the parent hears a close event has been called from the chat component, then quickly the details, hide it, and I'll show the main page. That is exactly what you're going to do. Now that you have this set, let's have a look. You can see we have all the three here set. Let's go to the add health, the overtime, and also the sanctions and click event, and etc. But for now, we can just remove this. Okay, so maybe I don't want to remove everything because we're going to be using it soon. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste this here. Then you know what? I'm going to comment this because definitely going to be using it soon. Then I can now go ahead and I remove these guys. Okay. Alright, so now let's save this. And now let's run this application and see the output that we have, right? Okay, so the app is loaded back. See, we have this error here, and I believe it is coming from the fact that we have not logged in, because we have done a new migration. So maybe let's log out and try to log in again, and I'm sure user won't be found because there's no data in there. So let's create an account here. Then let's use this Netcode. Okay, so there's a password, 1 2 3. Nice one. Click on register. Account created. Then we can now sign in. Okay, so login successfully. Now you can see we have the Netcode, we have accounts login, and that error must be gone. Okay, alright, so you can see it is also gone as well. Now if I click on this, see what happens. If I click on this, you can see I have this a context menu that I'm talking about, or we created ourselves. And if I click on this view, see what happens. You can see I have this a view, right? This is it's not good at all. I'm going to do this later on for the company itself. But for now, you can leave this. Maybe you can modify it yourself. You have the department info, you have location info, you have the personal info in here, the job title, telephone number, address, and department info, IT management developer. We have the location as well. If I click on this, close notify the parent, and I can see it is off. Click on it again, and if I click on edit, see what happens. You can see I have the same info in here. Click on next, and let's see, yeah, I have the same data. So you see IT. Now the department here, I did not provide department. You can see the department is null. Branch to select branch, we did not. We have only the job title in here, and we need to provide the city, the country, and etc. This is a Ghana, so you must have it selected in there. Let's click on close and see. So edit this. We have the following IT, and now with the department you have to get that. So let's quickly check the code in here from this employee, not employee details, from this add or update employee. In here, we check it. If it is equal to null, then we have to set it. And now, whoa, so you can see, we have to pass in the name in here instead of passing in that. So you have to use the select country. And let's say select branch, we have to use this instead. So this is what we have to do, right? And also, let's have a look. Department, we have to do same to this department. I think we nearly forgot it. But it's good that we've seen. We've seen it earlier. Okay, so we have general department is already. We have department and it is there. Branch is here. We have location. So from country is over here. City must be around. So we have to pass in the city property as well. Okay. Then the next one is town. So let's also grab this. And now let's paste this as town. Yeah, so that is this one. Now when we save this, let's try to reload this application. Let's see what we have. Okay, so it is ready. Now if I click on, let's see, go to details and click on edit. We have this. Okay, so we are here. We have everything. Click on next. And you have here, we have IT, management, developers, and you have everything set up in here. But if I click on this, close this, And if I click on add new, see, we have the same thing, right? So on the close button clicked, we have to clear that container. We can actually do that. And I believe as for this, you can do it, isn't it? So where are we having to notify the parent? Let's search for from this employee page where we have this notify parent. It is coming from show, where is it? Notify. Let's see. Okay. So in here, after loading this, maybe you can clear this container also. And let's say selected employee is equal to new. Okay, so we do that, and that's going to clear that container off. Now when you click on update, let's see what's going to happen. So with this, you want to change the name. Maybe the first one, software developer, from this previous, this is Fred, right? So maybe let's change to Netcode-Hub. Then click on next. We have the name set up in here already. So if I click on save, yes, you must select this. Okay, so you have to select. Before you select this, you must also choose from this side. And we have only one, so let's use from first one here. It is what pam. So I'm going to use test channel in here, developer, and you can select from the IT field, select from management, and now developer, and now click on maybe here. Let's say modify. Click on save, and now let's see here completed. So if I click on close, you can see we have the data in here being modified or specified as well. And if I click on add again, you can see we have no name. Right, so this is working. Okay, so that is this one. Now when you check, have a look, you see we've done the view, edit, and delete. Not delete. So let's see if I click on this, delete this. I just want to do this. I want to delete ASA. Yes, or click on OK and complete it, and you can see it is off. So delete is also working. Let's have a look with the next one. The last three that we have, is it 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, vacation, overtime, health, and now sanctions. If I click on add vacation, we're going to have a text box, a dialog box, which is going to display maybe the day that the user wants to, the number of days, and etc. Right. So let's have a look on how to generate this. Based on the requirement that was given, we're going to have to do same according to the requirement given to us. Okay. So then let's go back to the source code in here. And remember when we got up here, we have to now uncheck this because we're going to work on the 3 left. And we can now remove this context menu here. Okay. So we have this set. Let me put it here a little bit. Okay, so let's have a look with the add health and the rest one. So in down here, let's go to down here. So there's an edit, and this edit is working. This delete is also working. Now let's see, this is a view also working. So the next one that you're going to have a look here, it is. There's a page close button down here. So we're going to create the various components that we can be used to just display the pop-up and also display the list of these various options that we have been given. So in that, we can do that from these other pages. Now let's create a folder in here. And I have to stop everything here because, you know, I can't rename the folder if I do not stop it. Okay, now stop. Now let's have a look. So you have to create, let me close this up. Close this. Now on this page, we're going to add a new folder. Now the name is going to be doctor pages based on the requirements. Supposed to maybe health pages or so, but yeah, doctor pages is what was given. So maybe we can actually have a look on that. Now the next one they're going to create here is we're going to create a component dialog. So here, let's add this component dialog. And now this is going to be a pop-up. It's going to be displayed anytime that the user or the administrator or the person, the manager wants to add vacation or health issue related to a specific employee. This is going to pop up. Okay. So in that dialog, you're going to have only few is it columns or text box specified. So here, let's see what you're going to do. We have just a dialog, and you know we have this add employees health. Here you are just only adding, you are not editing. And you can see this is a doctor. So here is a model that we're going to create. I like to save this and open this again so I can have everything colored, not this black and white. Okay. So that is this. So here, before we come to the, you see we have this is the doctor, and this is the model that we created. If I right click and peep definition for this, this has what? It has date, medical diagnosis, and recommendation. So these are the thing, the property that is supposed to. And now when you click on this other base, click on peep, it has ID, civil ID, and file name, file number, and other. But you know, we're going to remove all this because when we have all this related to the specific employee in the database already. So what we're going to do here is we're going to only link the employee ID to it. So maybe later on you can use a DTO to collect all the information and display if they want us to do that, okay? But for now we're going to do that. So let's try to modify this a little bit so we can use it in here. Let's go to the DTO, not the DTO itself, the entities. Now from the entities, you can see we have this an other base entity. We're going to remove all these and now accept only the ID. That's what we need. And we remove this and we add this employee ID. So let's add employee ID here. So this is going to be the foreign key in here, right? So you have employee ID. So when you check each, like the doctor model, so if I check this doctor model, you can see it has date, medical diagnosis, and a recommendation, and it has the two properties specified. When you also check the other models which inherit from this other base entity, you can see it has the same thing that you're going to be using. They are going to have this employee ID as a foreign key reference made to them. So you can see that's what you want to do. You don't want to be using or repeating the same property a couple of times in this table. Okay, you want to make this simple and it should be also nicely designed. Okay, so we have this. It means as soon as you made these changes, the migration is what is coming to your mind, isn't it? You're right. We have to do it. So let's save this. And now let's update this table. So I'm going to say maybe add migration. And I'm going to say update tables. Oh, so it's wrong. You see, we selected the client, and that is a wrong thing that we've done. So we're going to have an error. Although it's going to build this, but it's going to have an error here. So we have to make the server or a startup project, and we have to set the default project to the data access layer. That is a server library. Let's wait for this to get finished because you have nothing to do. Then we move on and do what you're supposed to do. So even build failed, and that's right. We like that. Let's set the server true as startup. And here we choose the data access. So we're going to do same, add migration, update tables, and I'm just going to run it peacefully and nicely. Then we're going to update it when it is done. Okay, so build failed. What's the reason? Let's see. Let's build it ourselves. Yeah, I know the reason, because of this. When you check this context menu employee page, you know we have this. Okay, so Control KC. Maybe we have to comment this. Let's do it again. I believe it is not only this, because we have created a new page now and we need to also rectify that. So this is what we're going to do. Let's finish everything, then we're going to run or build this, then you can run it and see what it's actually doing. So let's go to the, once we have this set, let's go to the doctor's dialog, and that is the health dialog. So pages, now go to this doctor dialog, and now in here we have this that we need to specify. So from the code section, we can just replace it with this. So when you check that we have a title in here, this we're going to make this available. Maybe if we decide we want to update it, then we can now change that. We have the doctor in here as a model, and we have when it is clicked, we want to invoke this passing, sending this doctor entity. And now when this is clicked, that is where we want to handle that. Defaultly, we set it visible to false. Now, if I click on open dialog, set this to true, and I'll call this state as change. We've been using this already, so I think you know what this is going to do. Then change title, so we're going to change the title for this. Okay, so let's save this. And once you're done here, the next thing I'm going to do here is let's go to the parent component, and that's going to be the employee page. So employee page will be here. And now from this add health, we go down there and now try to have definition for this add health. So that is this one, add health will be here. So if I click on add health, what am I supposed to do? That's the add health clicked. We call this method, and now doctor, we call that employee ID is equal to this selected employee ID. Remember that as soon as I click on show pop-up, I have this selected ID assigned to the employee or to the context. So in that, I'm going to close the context from the pop-up context, and I'm going to show this doctor dialog. So we have to make a reference to this doctor dialog, and so we have to make a reference to this object of the doctor model. So in that, we can actually have a look on it by setting it up on top. So let's go up in here, or well, we can decide to put it on top since it is related to only this. Okay, we set up in here, and now this is a doctor dialog. So control period, we need to use it from this doctor page. So in order to do that, you see, we don't want to include all the links in here. So we go to the import, and I'm trying to include all the various links that we're going to be creating in future. We're going to put them in there. So I'm going to have all this. Let me just grab all this, and in here you can see we have the content pages and everything. We're going to replace it with this. You know, we have this sanction pages, we have vacation pages and overtime pages, and now we have this doctor pages. Okay, so this is what we've created. We're going to create other threads in here. Okay, so let's leave them here before we have error in that again. Okay, now in the employee page, we have, when you check down here, let me just minimize this because you're done with that. Okay, so when you check down here, you can see that notify, so contest. Okay, so we have it. This is a doctor dialog. Okay, so we have this doctor dialog, and it is a dialog that we just created. This is a doctor dialog, and I believe this we've added already, or we have to make a reference to doctor dialog itself. So to make a reference, it means we have to use that component in this page. Okay, so in order to use that, we just have to copy this, or you just have to copy the name of this doctor dialog in here, because it is a component. So we can make a reference to that component here, where we have all these components. So the next one, I'd like to put it here, and that's going to be the doctor dialog. Because you want to use the dialog, you want to pop the dialog up as soon as we click on add health. Okay, so in that you can see these are the parameters that we need to provide doctor, and also this save event. If you check this doctor dialog, you see this, we have two parameters, and that is what we are providing to this doctor dialog component. Oh no, the employee page, we are providing it in here. Okay, so maybe you can also, but I like to make it in a straight form like this because it's not actually much. Okay, so we have this created as a reference that we can use to call the method inside this component. All right, so that's what we are doing. I think problem is solved now. When you check this, minimize this. When you check minimize this to the context, you see it is now sort. Yeah, so it is sorted in here, and this is going to be the doctor dialog. We have it set. Okay, so it's saying that the type of namespace in here, what's the issue? Could not be found. Are you missing the directive? Yes, so we have it already. So what is the issue? We have it state in here. Don't worry. When we close this and open it again, I believe everything is going to be all right. So from employees, from our client, and we have these employees in here, employee pages. Now when check down here, I think this is supposed to be, yeah, so it is solved now. So that's what we're doing. As soon as you pop the menu up, we have this selected to get a current context. Aside from that, when you click on add health, you want to set the employee ID to this selected ID, that's the employee. Then we hide it and now open this dialog context. So when you open it and try to save, pass and everything, add the date and do a whole lot that we're supposed to do. When you check here, you can see we have just a date, we have a medical diagnosis, and we have the recommendation. If I fill everything here and I click on save, that is submit button, what am I going to do? That is the next thing to do. We are going to handle this from this employee page. So let me close all this. We are done with them. Context menu. We are done with this too. Employee detail, you're also done here. User account, you're also done already. Authentication, done. Login, long time. Okay, employee 2, you don't need the module now. Okay, so anti-base 2, we are done. Setting up this, and I add an update 2, we are done. So we are onto this employee page. Alright, so we are going to work on how to handle the save method from this dialog. So before that, we're going to call an API to handle this. It means let's check if we have created the APIs or not. Do we have any doctor? We don't have. We are up to the department. So it means we have to create our controller, and also we have to create a repository for vacation, the whole overtime. What's the next one? Do you remember? Okay, so Sanction, vacation, overtime, and our health. Okay, so let's quickly work on that. Then we come to the UI and now work on this too. So let's create our doctor repository, and you can do that to that implementation. Since we have this generic interface, all of them are going to inherit from that. So doctor repository, and now inside this repo, we're going to have a class. We're going to inherit from this with the appdb context class, since we're going to have access to the database. Okay, so in here we have it set down already. And now with this, we're going to have a look on the first one, that is a delete ID. If I want to delete this, what can I do? We just have to return a general response, and also I'm going to search from the database doctors table. If it is found, delete it. If it is not, then return not found. Okay, so this is a private method that we created. Commit is also the same, and now success is also the same private method. Let's have these methods displayed down here. The first one is going to return general response, which is sorry, data not found, and also this process completed as well. Okay. So, and the success here is going to return this is a process completed, which is from the general response. Now, this is also the same. You know, we have to put common ones together, and we have to create class where you can use it a whole lot of time. Do not repeat yourself all the time. Okay, so that is for the delete. Let's also see if I want to get all, we can call this method to also get all data in this doctor's table. Now the next one here that we're going to do is we want to get by ID. So to get by ID, we can also use just a single line using this lambda expression to get it. Let me put it in the next line like this to make it very simple and clear for you. Okay, so get by ID and I will return it. The next thing to do here is to make an insert. So if you want to add a new, that's what we're going to do. You can as a doctor instance as a payload, then we add it and now commit and now return success. What are for update? Also very simple. We have to also get from the database, we map it, then we can now assign the old one to the new value coming in, and we can move on with it. Very simple one as well. Okay, so this is what we are doing. We save it and I return success. That's what we're doing for this doctor repository. If you don't mind, let's finish the rest. Okay, so we have the next one, and maybe you're going to have overtime repository to be created. Let's finish all the repos in here before we go to the UI. So right click on the same thing. Let's go to add new class, and it's going to be the overtime repo. You know, we have to still inherit from the same thing and inject this appdb context for our database. So we do same in here, and that's what we're doing. Interface from the generic type, we pass in the model. Here we need to provide some properties. So this is some method in here, and it's the same. Okay, so I'll just have to grab that and I'll paste it. Delete, because you're doing the same, just like here you need to change the table name. Very simple one. Okay, maybe later on we can just put all these three methods in one class, that we can call it and now use it. But for now, let's maintain this. You want to try as much as possible to make the work very simple. And now clear too. So we have to also get the same. So get all. We can also get all data. Then we have also get by ID. We can also return it using first or default to get by ID. And that is this one. And the last one, not the last, we have delete and insert. So the next one here, it is an insert. If you want to add, you do this to add it to the item from this overtime table. And now if you want to update it, then you can now go ahead, get it from database, map it, or just watch it. Once you get it, then make sure you map it to the current one that we have, return, save it, and I return success. Done. Okay, let's work on the next repo. We have the doctor set, we have overtime set, we have vacation also waiting for us, and we're going to have our maybe sanctions too. So let's have the vacation in here. Let's create the next repo. There's going to be a class as well, and I will say vacation repo. Now all this, we've created the models already. If you've watched the previous video, you know what we are doing. Okay, we created these models already, and that is the requirement from the company, and we want to work towards the requirement which has been given to us. So we have to do this, and it is the same thing. Okay, so we want to delete it. We get from database, and now we're going to delete. Aside from that, you want to return the whole thing to the user so you can display it in the table, and we are doing the same thing in here. For this, we want to get by ID, so we're also doing the same thing by using first or default to get by ID as well. Now the next thing that we're doing here is we want to insert it. So insert, and also call the save to save changes to database, and I return success to the user as a general response. Aside from that, in case I want to update it, then you can now go ahead and also update this. So get it, and I'll match it and set the current value to what we have from the previous one, and I'll save it. And in case if you have any issue that you want to return, we can return error. That is if it is not found, not actually an error. And also we can also call this to save it, and I'll do the same thing as well. We save that, and the last one, not the last one, we're also going to work on sanction repository. So from sanctions to, employee can be sanctioned, right? So you must have a table to also handle that. Let's add, and the same thing, sanction repository, whereby you need to provide the same generic repository, and do this. Yes, so they have the same, just that here you need to change the table name to sanctions instead of the other tables that we have been using. Get the list from the database in here. There's a list. General response, control period, I think we have to use this response reference. And also for this get by ID, we can also do same, and get by ID as well. From the next line, maybe get all, get by ID. This will work here. We also have insert, it is the same as you know. And we have update it, so it's the same. Here we're going to match it based on the property that this model has. Okay, so we do that, and at the end of the day, we are going to save this to the database. So we call this method to save it to the database, and also return not found, and that is all. If it is found, to do that. So we have the same thing, and it is set. Okay, so if you're not finding this, it is the same thing that we are doing. Let me put it on the next line like this for you to get it clear. Okay, now when you check it, you can see we have types. So each has type that we're supposed to specify. When you check this, the client library, check this, the entities, you can see we have overtime type, we have sanction type, we have vacation type. So we need to also create a repository for each of these types. Okay, so let's quickly do that. Let's create the same class interface for this. Not the interface, this is going to be overtime type repository, a class for this. And now it is the same thing that we are doing. So I need not to be explained again, okay? So as you watch, you're able to get the understanding in here. So from delete, that's where this, to handle the delete in here. We handle the delete. For get all, we handle the get all from this angle. Also for get by ID, we can also handle this get by ID from this too. Get by ID. Okay, now the next one is we want to insert. So this method is also going to make it possible for insert to be made. Let's see. Okay, so we have this insert in here, and this is going to insert it. Maybe a return. Okay, so we insert it, we check the name, and now here, this is what you're going to do. This is going to make it as an update. So for update, you're going to specify this as an update in here. Now this method, you're going to check if the name is not found or if the name is already found there. Then this is what you're going to do. You want to return something to the user. So we can create all of this down here. So you can see we have check name. It takes in the name, and now we're checking from the database if it is found. So let me just put this in the next line. If the name is equal to this, then return item is now that is true. In case it is found, then you're going to return false. So that's what we are using here. If it is null, return not found. That is, it is not found. You want to update it. In case it is there, then not this one. This for the insert rather. We check the name. If it is false, it means it has already been added. You want to skip duplicates. Okay. Yeah. So we have this set. We can close that. Now we have other two repositories left. We have the, what do you think with the next one? We have the Sanction type repository also. So we have to also create same. And let's also do same from the same folder. Then later on, you can decide to have a simple interface for this repository too. Okay, because you know we have a single interface, a generic interface for this. But for the repo, we have individual repos. So maybe we can plan to have, instead of us typing the whole thing, you can decide to make a single generic interface to handle that. Then, so we're going to have generic repo, interface and implementation, all generics. We're going to have controller also generic. Okay, then it's going to make this very simple as well. Maybe later on, the next project, we're going to try our hands on that too and see if it's going to work for us. If you can have all access to generics for the whole three system that we need to add. So we have get all, and you know what it's going to do, right? So this is going to get all. We have get by ID, and it's still going to do same. Get by ID too, it's going to do same. The next thing that we're doing here is, if I want to add, you know what it means, go and add it. That's for addition. If I want to update, it is the same. You want to update it, just that here we need to change the table name. Now we need to specify the same method that we did in the other one, so we have to do same in here for checkup and also for returns access, and in case there's error in there, we want to do that. Okay, so you see this is the same thing that we are doing here, right? It is the same thing that we are doing in here. So Control KD, let's save everything. We have one whole left that we need to create, and we have this wartime type, we have our Sanction type, so we have one left, that is a vacation type. So let's also have that created, and that will be the end for this project repository that we need to create. Okay, trust me, we're not going to create any repo again so that Kingdom Come. Okay, so from this, let's right click on the implementation. Let's add a class to this, and you know it's a vacation type repository, and you know what you're going to do already. Hope you know the drill, right? You're going to make a copy of this. Then here you have to just paste this. Then in here, maybe let me try to put this in the next line. Okay, so in here, let's implement the interfaces according to this, the generic one that we have. That's for delete. Then the next one, this is going to be for get all, and we have the next one, get by ID. So get by ID, this is going to return by ID. We have insert it. If I want to insert, add a new, I can do this, return. If in case the name is found already, then there's going to be an update. So we can also update this. No, this should be, okay, so let's see. Yeah, that is it. This should be inside the generic interface. It shouldn't be outside, so take notes before we do any mistake. Okay, so once you're done with this, we must have the base private model that we have created, or private method that we have created, and that is this one. Okay, so we've done this already, so that's why I'm not explaining this anymore. Now let's save this. So all our interfaces, all our repositories have been created. The next thing we're going to do here is we're going to create a generic controller for each. Okay, so let's handle that too. Alright, so let's create the controllers in here so we can close this implementation. Now when you go to controller, we're going to right click and add a new controller for this, and we're going to name this as Doctor Controller. Okay, so in that, we are inheriting from this generic repository, then passing the model as here, and I'm passing to the generic controller that we have created. So this is the interface. It needs a t value, and now the controller also needs t value, so you pass in, and that is all. It's going to inherit from all the controller method, the endpoint that we have created in the generic. So if I click on this and go to pip definition, this generic controller it's coming from this t value, and it has all delete, single ID, add, the update, and etc. Okay, so we are inheriting all the endpoints into that. Let's also create the next one. We have doctor. We're going to have overtime controller, so we also need to include this. So overtime controller 2, and we're going to actually do the same. So you see, make a copy and paste, then change the models. That is all. We have the Sanction controller, and we're also going to change the model to Sanction, and that will be all as well. So Sanction, and that is it. You see, very simple one. Aside from that, let's go to the types. So we have Sanction types. We need to do that too. So that is the Sanction types controller. You can see we are changing it to the Sanction type model. The same thing applies to this, and the same interface that is inheriting from. We need to have the vacation controller and the vacation type as well. So we have the vacation, and that's the vacation controller. You can see we are using the same model. Let's add the vacation type as well. So controller, then vacation type 2, we have that. Now which one left? That is going to be the overtime type. We have to include that controller as well. So we go to the controller to add a new controller as overtime type. So when you check, you have the doctor, we have overtime controller and the type, Sanction and its type, vacation and its type. Okay, so we have these controllers. Now when we run the API, we're going to have access to all of this. Let's have a look. But before that, before it gets run, we have to erase all of this in the program.cs file. It's good that you've remembered me. If not, we're going to have error when we try to have access to that. Okay, so let's actually have them registered. You go to solution, then in the program.cs, from the server section, server project, that's the program.cs. So this is a client, this is a server. So down here, we are going to include this here. So we have the agent interface, overtime repository, overtime type repository. So each corresponds with 8 repository, as you can see, and that's exactly what we are doing. Okay, so this saves. Now let's go to rerun this again, because when you try to have access to this, you're going to have an error with this. Okay, so let's see. That's fine. So you can see we have our all endpoint in here. Now this is authentication, so I can just close this. Branch, city, we know this already. Country, department, doctor is here. We have, and next one we have overtime is here. Overtime type is here. Sanction is here. Sanction type is here. We have vacation, and the vacation type is also here. So you can see we have for our endpoint that we can make a call to this endpoint to retrieve data. But for now, when you try to get data, you're going to have an error because you have not run migration yet to update the modification that we made. So we need to actually do that. All right, so now let's close this. Let's close the server because we are done. You can just right click and then close all tabs in here. And let's go back to the employee, that's the client. So for the client, you go to the same employee page, and now in there, when you click on handle this, save the health, we're going to call this endpoint and now save it in there. But before we do that, we need to register this, that's the endpoint URL route in the constant class that we created in the helpers folder from the server or from the server library. Okay, so this has to. All right, so did I say server? No, that's the client. So we have this constant class in the client, and that's what we are using to hold all the URL. So the route, so we need to specify that in there. So go to the client, and you can see we have from the client library where we have the service. You can see we have a helpers folder. We have a file called constants. That's where we are adding all our constants in here. Okay, so we have to include all our constants. That's the doctor base, overtime type, sanction base, sanction type, vacation base, and vacation type. Okay, so we have all the URL endpoints stored in here. So now let's go ahead and start using this. So let's go to the employee page in here now, where we have the save, and this is going to happen from add health. Okay, so if I click on save, this we're going to save this add health data to database. So in here we are going to, let's wait for this command to finish. We're going to save the health handler, and now you can see from save health event, we are the payload come in is an item, it's a doctor instance, and now in here we set the ID of it to the selected item ID, and you can see from here we call this API endpoint here. Okay, so doctor service.insect, we pass in the constant.doctor base URL. We check the response in here. Now we can check if it is true. If everything is working, we want to clear the container, clear the doctor instance, and also close this doctor dialog that we opened. Okay, now this doctor service, where is it coming from? Let's save this. We have to go to the import and now register this doctor dialog in there. So in here, maybe you can just name it as supplementary modules. So maybe what we have down here, we can say these are supplementary modules. We have this overtime type, vacation type, sanction type, and then we have doctor. Okay, each we have service attached to each, and that's the reason why we're able to actually get a service from this doctor type. Okay, now we're done with the doctor. Now let's have a look with the next one. So when you check, let's save this. This is going to be the next one in here. We have this, the doctor, and that's the health, add health, and now we have the save health to this. Let's see, when you check this model, you can see we have this overtime, sanction, and now vacation. We have done the health, so let's handle the three left here. But I think before we even go into that, we have to add the page. Now this page is going to allow us to display the whole list of employees. Okay, so let's complete it before you move to the next one. I think so. Now we go to the same other pages from the doctor pages, and now let's add a new component to this doctor page, and we're going to name this as doctor page. You know, the first one is doctor dialog, so this is a page. Now this page, what is it going to do? We're going to be using this data grid, and that's a simulation data grid to handle this. And in that, we want to actually enable search, Excel export, PDF export, and also print. We want to enable these features as well. Okay, so within that, I want to actually have us look. Let's have a look here with the code session first, so we can actually work on the UI. So from the code session, this is what that we are doing. We're going to have this SF grid, and this SF grid, it is coming from using this doctor model. We give it a name as default grid. Let me close this and open this again so you can see it well. Okay, so we have this doctor as a model. We have an instance created. We're going to provide a list of doctors in here. And now when the page initializes, you want to get the whole list of get health from the API. Then we are going to, this is the method get health, calling this doctor service and getting all from the API. If I click on add button, you want to clear this container, create instance new, then open this dialog. What does this open dialog going to do? You can see we are going to call this doctor dialog.opening, which is going to set is visible to true, and now apply status change to open or to pop up the dialog. So you can see we are creating one dialog, and this dialog is going to be used in the home page, that's for the employee page, and the same dialog is also going to be used in the separate or the other supplementary pages, such as the doctor page or the health page, the employee, not the employee, we have the doctor, we have the vacation, we have the sanction, and then the etc. Okay, now if I click on save, we want to get it here, so we're going to update it. Okay, so click on save, then we're going to update this. And if I click on edit, we want to get this content to the current item coming in here, then open dialog. So because we're going to provide this as a parameter to that component, so that's the reason why we assign it here, and defaultly, automatically, it's going to fill up with the various properties specified in this model inside the component that you're going to use. And here, if I click on delete, then we have this item. We want to ask the person, are you sure you want to do this? Confirm. If yes, then remove it from the API. As you can see, provide an ID and I'll pass in the database URL. And this is what you're doing, display the message, and I'll get the whole health since a new one has been removed or added. We want to get the whole list again, and that's what that we are doing. So it is also the toolbar click. So here you can see it's an Excel export, PDF export from the Syncfusion. Okay, so here if the text is equal to Excel export, then you want to export it. If it is a PDF, you want to export to PDF. Very simple one. Just one line of code, you're going to handle that. Now let's include our the dialog here, because you're going to also be using a dialog to update it. So the dialog can be here. And we provide the reference to this doctor dialog. We have the doctor object in here, and we have the save operation as has been specified in here as an update. Okay, now let's have the UI. We must first have the style created, and this is going to be a custom style. Who have been using this style since, and that is the character style as pointer. Maybe you can put this into the CSS class or the app.css, so you cannot be, so you won't be duplicating this all the time, but don't worry, I get it. So let's implement the actual UI that we need. Okay, so we set you are still going to use the state container to handle the opening and the close, the hide and the visibility of this. So we say that is the health information. We use this as a card. As you can see, the card header, and within this we want to use a card, but we want to use this SF grid. These are the tools which has the search, the Excel export, PDF, and the print, which is going to be displayed on top of the SF grid or the data grid. Okay. Aside from that, we have the list in here as stated beneath. We have the allow pagination or allow paging, allow sorting, and our toolbar. And also you can see we have allow Excel export to true, set the reference to this, and allow PDF export also true. Maybe if this is too long, I can just move to the next line, as you can see clearly. Yes, so we have the page settings. Page size is 5 initially, so maybe you can try to increase it to the number of page size you want. And here, if I click on any of this method is going to get fired. So we can now check and now execute what you want. And that is exactly what we've done down there. Okay, so for print, it's also doing the same. Allow print. Do you have allow print? We see we have allow Excel export, and now we have the print. So as soon as I click on print, it's going to print it out for us. We have the various properties specified in here: employee ID, medical recommendation, and the date. We have action, and we have this context as doctor, and that's where we have these two icons. So we have the trash and our pencil for edit and delete. If I click on any, this method must get fired. Let's have a look on how to write this method down here. And if I click on edit and now delete, we have this method specified here. Edit is going to handle this. Delete is also going to handle that. Okay, so that's all this page is going to do. We are going to make a duplicate of this and add the dialog a couple of times for the vacation, for the other ones too, sanctions, and also vacation and sanction, and overtime. Yes, we're going to have a copy of this and use it for all the three. Now let's save this. And let's see. Okay, so let's see. Now when you go to the employee page, you can see we are done with this add health. The next one is an add overtime clicked. So when this clicked, what you want to do, let's also handle that. So when you go to down here, where we have this, so this is save health, add health click, and now save health. The next one here, it is add overtime clicked. You want to set, so you create an instance of this overtime. And now we set the ID to this. So as we did for the add health, we're doing the same thing in here. Just that we set the model, to change the model to the overtime model. Okay. Then you close it and now open this overtime dialog. So this means you're going to also create the same dialog for this. Then the next one is we're also going to add vacation. So maybe we have vacation too that we can add. We can also do the same in here. Then we have vacation clicked. So that's an add vacation clicked. We also want to that. This is a sanction, as you can see. So we have to also include the vacation. So we're going to create separate component for each of these, and maybe that will be the end for, I think, this project, I'm sure. Yes. Okay. So once you have this, we need to create an instance of this. So let's first work on the overtime. Now the overtime, we have to create this. For the overtime, we need to provide the list of overtime type, because we have to select. We have a relationship in there, so we can actually just put them on top here. We have this overtime dialog, and we have this overtime instance that have been created. You see overtime, and that's why we are providing the employee ID to this selected employee ID. Then we're going to close the context here, and I'm going to show this overtime dialog. So this is overtime dialog, but we haven't created any overtime dialog yet. So quickly, let's go in there and create this dialog. So let's create a folder for this. For organization, I like to create separate folder inside this other pages. So add a new folder with this. And now let's stop this. And let's rename this to overtime pages. Okay, so in that, we're going to create this dialog component, overtime dialog. Let's also create that. So add a new Blazor component, and it's going to be overtime dialog. So inside this, what we're going to do, we're also going to specify the same code section as we did. So let me just put them here for you. We have these are parameters that we are specifying. Let me close this and open it again. So we have these are the parameters that we need to specify, a list of overtime types, and also we need to specify this overtime object as item model. In here we have an event callback to return this overtime instance as soon as it has been invoked. We set title to this, visible to false, and now when it is saved, invoke this, and now open dialog and close dialog. And now when the value changes, because you're going to have a drop down list of a type of overtime type, we want to use the overtime type ID, assign it to the item value here. Then change title, we're going to change title. So this is what that we are doing here, because it is very simple, right? Let's have a look with the UI. As you have basic knowledge for this, what we've done already is the same thing that I am also doing here. So we check this using this SF dialog, and we have this title employee overtime. This is an item model for this edit form model, in that when I click on submit or save, it's going to call this method. Then you can see we have the ID specified, and it's a disabled type, so you cannot edit it. We have the input date to select date as start date. We have end date. Then this is going to give us the number of days automatically. That's why I can say the disabled. So you know to write it, it's going to subtract this from that, and then we're going to have the date in here. Also, we have this item type. This for the update, and this for adding new one. Just that here we have the selected item here. Okay, so maybe we can actually put something here. If this is not null, you want to use this, or we can use that. Maybe you can try that and see. Okay, so if this is not null, we can do that. But also this is also going to work. Okay, we've done this already in the add employee form. So we use the same ternary operator here, and in this also going to work. But here you need to duplicate the component here twice. If you want to skip it, you can use the other approach as well. Okay, so that's all that we are also doing in here. We need to provide the overtime types as a list of this overtime type, and we do same in here. Okay, so that's what we are doing. Now let's go in there and I'll handle this also inside this employee page. So we need to, as usual, as we added the reference of this, we need to also add the same thing to it, isn't it? So we can have access to the dialog as well. So while we have this dialog, doctor dialog, we can also include this. Maybe it is too long, so let me put it in the next line. Okay, so you can see that from here, we have the reference overtime dialog. We have the model as overtime. We have the list of this type as overtime types. Then if I click on save, I want to call this event. okay, to get saved. Now this event is returning an object of what? Overtime. As you can see, returning this overtime object. Okay, so let's actually handle that. So we can just grab this. We go to this overtime, where we have the overtime saved down here. Where you have this is the add overtime. So here, on top of this, we have this overtime dialog we've done already. So you can see we are calling this, and now we can actually use it in here as an open dialog, right? So that's what we have in here, and it is actually working. Now when it comes to the save, what is it going to do? Let's handle the save event. So if I click on save, you know, we did for the add health, and now save health, and now this is going to be for the add overtime, and now save overtime. Okay, so you can see I am grouping them. So as soon as you get the source code, you can actually go through it a couple of times for you to get a better understanding, or even when you're watching like this, you can actually know what we are doing. Okay, so in here, this is going to be for save overtime handler. Now with the save overtime handler, like you see, we are accepting that's a payload. Then we assign the ID. Then we call an endpoint here. We save it, and that is all. So here we make a save here, and now from the list page, you're going to update it. Okay, or we're going to manage it there, either an update or delete. So here we're going to make only savings. Okay, this is what we are doing. You can now close this, and it's the same thing as I explained earlier on from this save health. So you know to explain this again. I believe you guys are smart and you understand what you're doing, isn't it? We clear the container here beside this selected employee. We clear it as soon as you are done saving it. Okay, so that is this one. Now let's see, the next one that you need to do here is we need to display this content. So we need to create this page, a page to display this, and also we need to actually add this overtime type. So who is going to add it? Maybe the manager or the administrator can add that, and we need to make it available for that person to add the types of the overtime that they want. They did not specify an overtime for me, so I have to make it generic that they can add it to the database, and anytime that they want to change it, it's going to be possible for them to also change as well. Okay, so in doing so, I have to come by create the same dialog and on the page to handle that. So we go to the same dialog, and in there, a very simple one, we're going to create the same overtime type dialog. So here we're going to create overtime next component and overtime type dialog. Take note, this is a type. Now this type we have is going to be a simple one. We have just our UI, a simple UI, which has only one input text as the overtime type name. Okay, and the type here is going to be the overtime type. So let me close this, and I'll open it again. So you see an overtime type, and now down here we need to actually specify the code so we can invoke it and now save into the parent component where we're going to use this. So we have this overtime type, and it's an event callback. We have title set to this, and are visible to false, and now we can now save it as you can see. So we could see we are invoking it in here. We're going to return the type of what? Overtime type to this main page. Okay, now let's save this. Let's go to the same component, and in there we have to create the overtime type page, which is going to display the list of the overtime tab that the user has now added. So let's see, I'm going to add a new component, and it's going to be overtime type.razor. Now in that here we need to only use table to handle this. Okay, so from the UI we're going to use table. And here we have this a container, row, column, reg12, and card. And here we have this button here as what? On click as open dialog. That is when you want to add a new dialog. Open it. You want to add a new overtime type. So you open dialog. Then there's a table head because you have an ID type and now the action. If the type is not null, we're going to loop through them, provide the value for each of the header, and we have the ID and now the name. If I click on any of this, edit and now delete, I want to call this method and pass in the object here to edit it or to delete it. That's what we are doing here, because it is very simple, isn't it? Very simple, and that is it. Now let's save this, and I can close this and open it again. So I'll get rid of that white color as you can see. So overtime type dialog, we have this, and that is the page itself. Okay, Now let's have a look with the code itself. So let me clear this. Normally we have to have our CSS style. As usual, you know this already. We've been copying this all the time. So from the code section, we can just make it work using the following code here. So you can see if I click on, take note, we're creating an instance of this overtime dialog. And as soon as you create an instance, it means you have to include this component itself. So we are going to include the component here, overtime type. You make a reference to this reference. Then when it is saved, you want to handle it by saving. This is what you're going to save. And now there's a model, the type that we're going to handle it. This type is an instance of this overtime type. We set title to add defaultly, so we can actually update it and now set to update anytime that we click on edit. Now take note, when the page loads, we're going to call all the types from the API. And now there's a type that we are calling. We're going to call all the types that have been added. Aside from that, if you click on open dialog, we're going to open the overtime type dialog. We do that from the button top here, open dialog, and to add a new overtime type. If I click on save, you want to check if the ID is greater than 1. No, ID is greater than 0. It means you want to update. If not, then you want to add. So that's what we're doing, update and now add. Okay. If it's successful, clear the container, get all the types because a new type has been added, and I'll change the type to what? The title to add. If it is clicked, we accept the incoming payload, and now change the title, assign it to the object, and I'll open the dialog. If it's deleted, then what you want to do, confirm. Then if it is false, returned. But in case it is true, call an API endpoint, passing the ID of the item and passing the base URL, and that is it. It's going to return the success of through and display it as a message to the user. Okay, so that's what we are doing in here. Very simple one as well. You know this, what we've done this already. So I believe you know what this is going to do, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so that's all that we're going to do for this page. We can now save that. So we are done with this overtype and now the overtime type dialog as well. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to create this overtime page. Since we have the dialog, we have the type dialog, we need to also create the page so we can display all the data from the employee to that component. Okay, so we have an overtime page, and now inside this overtime page, this is going to have a list of this. We need to include all these codes from this overtime page because this is what it's going to do. When you actually check the first one, we have this SF grade, and you know we're going to use data grade from Syncfusion, so you need to use this. Let me just clear this and open it again. I hate this black and white. Okay, so we create an instance of this overtime dialog that we created earlier on, and in order not to confuse you, I would like to bring it first, so it will be here. Because you have the reference, this is the item model that we're going to specify, and this is the overtime types. So this is going to be the list of overtime types to this. So as soon as the user wants to add, the user has to choose a list or item from this in the form of a drop-down list. Then this is saved. So we have one initializes, get all types, get all overtimes from the database from the API. So we have the two methods implementation down here. Okay, then open dialog to open the dialog, then save it to receive the item, and now save it in here to or update it to the API, as you can see from this. And we have, if I click on edit, I want to edit it, open the dialog, and I click on delete, confirm this. Then after that, we want to remove from the API, and I return it and I display this default message that we have been using. This is to export it to PDF, and you know already because we've done earlier on. If the text is equal to this, do that. If it's equal to this, then also do that. Now let's have a look with the UI. So with the UI, you're going to have a state. You're going to create a variable to hold the state here, which is going to be a boolean, true or false, to show and hide the overtime. So for now, we haven't created that. Okay, it's going to be a container, and then here you can see we have manage employee overtimes, and you can see this is just a tool, the same thing that we did from the SF grid, the same thing. And we need to specify the various columns in here, as you can see. Let me put this. So when you have a look at the first one, you can just make copy and paste, and now we can just move on with this. Okay. Then you have the toolbar, as you know, and that's going to have access to the print, the Excel export, and the PDF export, and the search as well. There is a field name, it's an employee ID. You're going to have the type name, and also you want to have the start date, end date, and number of days in here. Action, you're going to have the edit click and then the delete click as well. Okay, so if I click on edit, it means I want to edit it. If I click on delete, I want to delete it, and each has implementation down here. Edit is going to open a dialog, and now delete is going to give you an option that you should confirm it, then you want to delete it. Okay, so here when we are done, let's save this, go to the home page, and now in here we need to add the overtime page. So overtime page, and that is all. So we have this set. Let's save this. So you've seen what you've done. You're going to do the same for the sanction pages, and also you're going to do the same for the vacation pages as well. So let's go to the employee pages, and now in here we're going to work on the sanction and the vacation as well. So here from the sanction, you need to make a reference of the component that you're going to create, and also create an instance of this, and that's what you're going to assign the employee ID to it. After that, from that component that you're going to create, there's going to be a method known as open dialog. As you know already, we close the context menu which has been opened for us to select this sanction. Okay, now once you have this, you can now save this. Let's go to the page, and now from the import, we need to undo this. We have sanctions, we have vacation. These are the two pages that we need to create. Now let's copy this. So sanction pages, let's go to the solution. Then from the other pages, we're going to also right click, add a new folder to this. Then this is going to be sanction pages. Let's also create one for the other pages. That's for vacation pages. So right click on this, add a new folder for this, and this is going to be vacation pages. Okay. Now for the sanction, we're going to create a dialog for that sanction. So create a component, and now it's going to be sanction dialog. So for this dialog, this is what you also need to do. It is the same thing that you've done earlier on. Let me just close this, then open it again. So you can see it's just a SF dialog, and you're going to have an item model. Okay, and you know here we have an employee ID, we have an occurring date, then we have punishment date, and then the punishment itself as a test area. Then we have the type, select type for this sanction type. Then you know for update and also for adding of new type. So as you can see from here, we can just make a new type in here by selecting this. And if we are updating this, this is going to hold on the default or the selected one. Okay. Now when you go to the source or the code itself, we have the three parameters in here. For the object itself, and now we have a list of types. Then we have an event callback to return it to the parent to save it. And so we are doing the same thing. So we check when the ID is less than or equal to 0, it means type is not selected. In case it is not, then invoke it. Open dialog here, show is, and now close it is show to false, and now do that. Now here, on value clicked, that is if I want to select from the drop down, we want to assign the ID here to the object or the value coming from this. We convert it into string, and as you know this already, that's what we are doing. Okay, so this is the sanction dialog. We need to also create the sanction type dialog, and this is also going to handle for adding of sanction types only, so we can get them displayed as a list in here. So from the sanction pages, let's also add another component, and this is going to be the sanction type dialog. What it's going to do is just an SF dialog. It has the model type of what sanction type. It is bound to only an input text box, only one as a sanction type name. Then when you come down here, you can see we have two parameters, event callback and then the sanction type as an instance. And now in here, we are invoking as soon as we click on save, where it's coming from this edit form, save. We are invoking this to in here, and we check if it is not null, meaning the user has provided the data. Then we call this endpoint, not the endpoint, we invoke it. And now this is going to be change the title as well. So you can see this is also very simple as well. Okay, now let's create the various pages to display the list that we have for the sanction and also the sanction type. So for the sanction type page, we can just add it to the same folder for the sanctions, and now in here sanction type page. So it is just a table that we are displaying, and now we're going to set state to show sanction type. If this is set to true, meaning we want to display this. Open dialog is the same thing as you know. We're going to open dialog to add a new one. We have ID, type, and our action, so we can update and delete. And that's exactly what we are doing in here. Let me save this. Let me close this and open it again. Okay, and now here we have an edit and now delete. Okay, so we are looping through these types, as you know. And now when you come down here, we having this sanction type dialog in here and make a reference to this. We have the save in here and we have the sanction type that we need to provide. That is for the dialog. Now down here we have the dialog instance created, so we can have access to the method in this component. Okay, so when the page initializes, get all types, and now this is the type that it is getting from an API, sanction types, so you can display it in the drop down list. Not the drop down list, you can display it inside this table. Okay, because this is the type that you have created. Now if I click on save, you want to actually save this. You check if the ID is greater than 0, it means update, and now here add it to the new database, add it to the new table. And now if this is success, then click the container, get all types again, and now set the title to add. If edit is clicked, then change the title and also display the dialog. If delete is clicked, confirm, and as you know it is the same, then delete it, return, call this method to display the response using the dialog service from Sanction. And now that is it. Now let's have a look. The next one, that's going to be the sanction page itself, which is going to have access to the data grid, and it's going to also support print and also Excel export and PDF as well. So here we're going to add this here. So add a new component to this, and that's going to be a sanction page here. So we're going to have sanction page to this folder. So this is going to be sanction page, and now we are using this SF grid, as you can see from this. Let me close this and open this again. So using this SF grid, which have the same tool that we specified earlier on. I hope you know what we are doing here. Just that all you need to do here is provide the sanction as a data source, and then you need to specify the properties for each of these. Okay, and that is it. That's all thing that we are doing for this. We make an edit and it is the same. Okay, so we call this sanction dialog. So as soon as we click on edit, this sanction dialog can pop up. We create a reference, then we provide the sanction types in here. So for us to get the sanction types, you know, we have to call an API endpoint, and that's exactly what we are doing here. So call the sanction type in here from an API endpoint, then return it. Get sessions also from the same API endpoint, and also return it as well. Okay, we create an instance of this sanction dialog, then we can have access to some method in this, like open dialog, because you want to open dialog from this sanction dialog, so we can open the dialog in here. Then if I click on save, you know the payload that is coming out from the dialog, we call an API as an update, because the page is going to actually help us to only update. We add it from the employee page, then we update it from the same or from its own page. Okay, then we do that, and now if I click on edit, we do same. Delete to, we're also going to do same in here. And I believe you know what you're doing with this, isn't it? Because we've been doing it a whole couple of times, so we know exactly what it's going to do. We have the same thing, Excel export and our PDF export. We have it set in here as well. Okay, now once you're done with this, we go to the home page, and now once you have this doctor page, overtime page, we have to add this sanction page too. And now here we have to add a sanction type page. Okay, so let's save this. Now let's go to the employee page. So when you go to this employee page, where is it? Employee. Let's have a look. So that's the employee page. Now in here we have this sanction dialog that we need to make a reference here. So where can we make the reference? We can put it down here. Where we have this code this side, we have to put the reference, that to make that reference in there. So let's see how to add that. So for that, we need to specify the sanction dialog in there. Maybe it is too long. Let me minimize it. So we have this sanction dialog, and because we are creating a reference of this, we have this item model as sanction, and now the type, that is the list that we need. We're also providing the list in here. Then when it is saved, is clicked, we want to handle the save in here to this employee list. And let me actually leave a space between. And that's exactly what we've done here. So you can see, if I click on sanction dialog, what is it? This is the overtime, save overtime, and that's the sanction dialog. So you can see we have it set in here. Then there's an add sanction clicked from the context menu. We open it, and as soon as I click on save, what should happen? You want to handle the save option in here, right? So let's have it done here. So here we can just insert into the database. We are calling this database from this sanction service endpoint. Then we have to call the response to display the message to the user, and that is all. You can see this is a payload that is coming from the invoke method in here from this dialog. Okay, so we have it set in here, and that is all. We close the dialog when we are done. All right, so that is for save. The next one here is on the vacation. So we have to create vacation page, then vacation dialog. You need to create vacation type dialog and also the vacation type page. Then we call it a day. All right. So let's also handle that as well. But I wonder why this has the same red line. Maybe we can just close this and let's try to open it again and see if we have the same issue. So yes, so that is it. We have it. It is gone. Overtype, it is gone. Then sanction is also gone. So we have this set up here. Okay, so that is save sanction. Let's handle the next one, vacation. So we have this, and now if I click on save vacation, what do I want to do? You can actually add the method in here. Then we go in there to create the component. So we have the vacation. So save vacation here. It is going to come in as a payload of an item of vacation. Then we set the employee ID. We call the vacation service insert. Then we display the response here, and I will clear the container in here. Okay, so we need to also create the component for this. Maybe we can reference the component in here before we try to create it. Okay, so let's see what we can do. Let's reference the component. So we're going to add that one to this component, and all these are going to be the dialogues. As you can see, these are all dialogues which are going to pop up as soon as we click on the context menu. Now in this, we can have access to this. We have the vacation dialog, and making a reference to this vacation dialog in here. We have the item model specified, this vacation type, and now the handle. That is if I click on save. So we need to create this dialog here quick. We go to the same process. We go to the vacation folder, and I'm going to create the dialog in there. So that is this vacation dialog. We can create the component in here. Can just save this, close this component, and now open the component again. Okay, so it's the same thing that we are doing. That is a dialog that we are creating. We need the employee ID, we need the start date, the number of days, and now the end date. Okay, we need the type. So when you check this model, the vacation model, these are the models that were specified or we created earlier on in the first or the second video. So we have that, and this is the type that we need to also specify for update and also for adding of new entry. So we have it set in here. What we did here is to change the data source, to vacation type and our vacation types as well. Okay, so that's all that we are doing. Very simple one. It is the same as we've done already. And now we have three parameters that we need to specify for vacation types and also for item model and for save event as well. We do same if everything is working. We invoke it to the parent, then open and unclose dialog, get a value of and assign it to this. Anytime the drop down value changes, you want to assign it to this vacation type ID. Okay, let's save this. And the next thing that we need to do here is you're going to create the vacation type dialog itself. So we can keep adding the type itself. Then that type is going to make a reference or going to be referred into the vacation page or vacation dialog when creating the vacation for a specific employee. Okay, so we do that in here, and that's the vacation type dialog. It needs only one property as a name. Okay, and the type here is the vacation type. Now if it is clicked, we want to invoke it in here to this vacation type to save it to the parent, and that's exactly what we are doing. So when you check the vacation page, you're going to do that in there. Alright, so you need to provide vacation type to this as a parameter, and also you're going to handle this as a parameter from the parent component. Alright, so that's what we are doing. Very simple one, and as usual, you know this already. Now the next thing we're going to do here is we have the types already, so we need to create individual pages for each, for the vacation page and also the vacation type page. We need to also do that. Alright, so let's create the vacation dialog page, and that's the vacation type dialog page, which is going to handle the list of the vacation types. Okay, so in here it is the same. We have a table that you can see from this. Now inside the table we have this button as on click to add a new. We have the various table header as you can see from here. Then this is the type of list we are going to loop through and now set in here. We also have this TD as an edit click and also delete click, which is going to be handled down here. Okay, so that's exactly what we are doing, the same thing. Now when you come to the down here, we have the dialog box, which is going to be used as soon as I click on add new type. And you know, we have properties such as we have to get the reference of it. We want to handle the save type and also want to handle the vacation type as well. So this is going to be an instance of vacation type that we're going to pass in there to hold the value or the model for us. In here we're going to retrieve it, and as you can see we call this get types to get all the type service and vacation types. We open dialog in case I click on add new. Then when saved, we want to check if it is greater than 0, that's an ID. We want to update it, else we're going to add it. We call the service, then we can now call it and use it here. The response here we check. If it is true, we want to click the container, get all types again, then change the title to add. And if it is edit, then change the title and also set the item object coming here as a payload to what you have in here, the content, and now it's going to set to the dialog content or dialog component. Aside from that, that's a delete. Delete here, we're going to call an API first. We confirm, call an API if it is true, then pass in the URL, and it's going to delete it. After that, get the whole types again, and we're going to have the current or updated content. Alright, so this is going to display the message using the dialog service from Sanction, and then that is all. Okay, so the last one here is going to be the vacation page. And now this vacation page is going to also handle all the vacation lists of an employee. And then in that you can export to pdf.excel and so print it out. Let's have a look on how to work on that as well. So we add a new component, we name it as vacation page, and now we see we have this state container, we are having this show vacation. If it is only true, we want to display the following content in here. Let me close this and open it again. Yeah, so in here you can see we have an SF grade with the same to specify as you've seen. We have it on top, and in here it is the same thing as we've seen. Just what we did here is to change the type to vacation, change the list data source, and also specifying the column type. So you can see we have vacation, we have start date, end date, number of days, and we have the edit click and also the delete click. So in case I want to edit, in case I want to delete it, I call this method and passing the model in here. When it comes to down here, we have the dialog component displayed here such that you can actually update it. And you know, we have the SF grade instance created. We have the vacation dialog also instance created, so we can have access to the method inside this dialog component. We also have the instance of this vacation model, which has an item model, and that's what you are passing it through this as a value. Then also we have the list of vacation to display it, and we have a list of vacation types so that we can supply it to the vacation dialog. So as soon as we can see here, we can make a select from this. Okay, so we get the types, we get the vacation, and these two methods are going to work on that. Aside from that, here we open a dialog in case I want to add a new one. In case we want to save it from the dialog, then we're going to call this method. We're going to update it from data to the database, passing the vacation base URL. And now here from the response, we can now set this item to a new content if the operation was accessed. Okay, so that is for edit clicked. Then open a dialog and then set this model to the current item coming in. Delete item, confirm the person. That's the confirmation message. I just want to do this. If yes, then you want to delete it to the endpoint. Then display the message. Get the vacation list again, so you can have other lists in there. And now this is going to display the message within the alert. Alright, so here we're going to convert it to PDF and also an Excel export. Okay, so we have this also done. Let's go to the home page and now let's make a reference to this. So we have the overtime, we have Sanction, and you're going to have vacation. So vacation page, we have this. And also when it comes to the type, you have vacation type as well, type page. So you can see all the dialog boxes are found as a chat component inside the various pages. So that's why we did not include them here. You're going to call them from that parent page. Alright, so once you have this, let's see, it seems everything is alright. When you go check the home page, let's see what you can do from the employee page. And now in here we have this vacation dialog. We've made a reference here, and that is the model coming in here. So this means when it comes down here, we have to specify on top of the vacation, we have to handle that. And here we have the save health. It is the add overtime clicked, and that's the save overtime. We have add sanction click, and then the save sanction clicked. There's an add vacation. So on top here, we need to also specify the reference of this component. So on top here, let's specify the property in here. So you see we have the component, we have the instance, and we have the instance of the vacation model. And in here we can call check if nullable as well. All right. So everything is in order, and I think everything is okay. So we have each has the add, and also it has the save vacation handler as well. All right. So once you have this, we can check. Let's go to the state container. That is from the all state, and in there we're going to add. You see here it's going to display department, it's going to display the branch, and accordingly it's going to display them as you can see from here. We want to actually also add the supplementary tables, vacation type, and also all the other various components that we have created. We want to add them here as well. Alright, so let's see, this is going to be the doctor's table. That's going to be the health one. You can see we set all to false. Then here we are going to set only the show health to true. That's for the doctor. This for overtime. And in that we also going to do same. So overtime we show this, we set the rest to false. And we're going to have this overtime type as well. So we also have to show the overtime type. And as you can see, show overtime type is set to true. We set the rest to false. Then the next one is the sanction table. So for the sanction, we're also going to do same with it. We set the same thing to true, and the rest is set to false. Now the sanction type 2, we're going to also implement the same thing in there. So according to each, we're going to set to true. We first set off to false, then we set the specific the current one to true. That's what we want. Now when you have we have vacation and the vacation type also left that we need to actually add. So vacation and a vacation type, that's actually we have to add both here. Okay. Now the next here is that is a reset. We have to add all the property that we've created. You have to add all of them, and we have to set them to false defaultly. So they are set to false. As soon as you call this method, you're going to set all to false. Then it's going to stand this up. Okay, yes. So are going to be lie down. There's going to stand only this up. That's what we're going to do. Okay. So we have this models. This state container created and injected, and now we are good to go. Okay, I think everything is set. Is that so? Okay, let's give it a try. Let's try to run this application, and now let's see what else we can do. But first of all, I want us to build this, and let's see if we have not. Let's build it first and perform database migration, because we have some migration to be made, so we can make modification based on the tables that we modified. Okay, so we have an issue here. Sanction type does not contain sanction type ID. So let's say it's coming from the sanction dialog. Let's have a look. Okay, so if item dot sanction type ID. So let's see sanction type ID. Now this is sanction, and what does it contain? You can see we have this employee ID. We have sanction type. Okay, so we need to also add. It means this as an error that we need to fix it up. Let's check the sanction type. Now you have the list of sanctions. So when you go to the sanctions here, for the relationship that is a many to one, you must have sanction type ID. And there's going to be sanction type ID. Yes. What else again? Let's see. I think that is all. Now let's try to build it again. Okay, so 5 succeeded, everything is working. Now let's perform the migration. So I'm going to clear, then add migration. But you make sure that the server is being selected as a default. So let's select that. And the server library is selected. So add dash migration. Then you say updates all. Yeah, so this is done. Let's update the database. So update dash database. Okay, so this is still running. Now let's wait and see. Okay, so this is done. All the changes have been made. And now let's see. So let's try to check it out. We have server ID over time. Okay, all removed. Yeah, that's fine. So let's now run the server. So we set the client to the startup projects. Let's run the server here. Then we run the client. So let's run the client. So whilst you're running it, let's see, we did not specify the drop downs, that is the content here in the nav bar. So when you check the layout, the nav menu, it doesn't have this, right? So let's include this nav so that we can have access to the types, vacation types, to add vacation types, also to add the doctor, not the doctor in our part, to add vacation, to add sanctions, and add the overtime. So we have to add that. Now let's wait and see it first, then we work on that. Alright, so we have an error here. Let's check it up and see. So there's no registered service for the type, service contract, interface. Okay, so let's, I think I've seen it. Okay, let's go to the program.ts file from the client. Okay, now let's check it up and see. Do we have a country, city, town, employee? No, we don't have any of them. So we have to add this. So let's add the overtime with the type, vacation, type, sanction, type, and add the doctor. I think this is what we need to do. Also, let's quickly check the navigation. That is the nav bar. So solution, there's a nav bar in here. So for this nav bar, we are going to, let's comment this. Maybe we don't want to include this here. We can do it somewhere else. We have just the home button displayed in here. And on this, we have to include, let's say this, we have to include the authorize, yes, authorization. And I think you can have that link in here. Let's go to the not the program. Let's go to the import, and in here we can include this. So it is Microsoft.netcode.authorization. So that is this one, and it's going to make this nav menu is going to make this work. Okay, so we have the home, we have the button on top, and that's going to be the home button. Okay, on top in there. Now in here it is for only admin, that is for the user. So administration, you know, is to manage user. So that's where user can change the role, can delete the account. Okay, it is for only user. This means that only user can have access to this, and that's what we did in the I think previous video. And what we're going to do here is to add just an authorized view, and now include the row here. And also that is it. So with this we have the margin top, and that is exactly the same. Okay, just that when you come here, you can see from this down we have this also included. These are the country, city. We've done this already. We just make a copy of this, then we change this to overtime clicked, sanction type, and also the vacation type. Okay, so I added these 3 lists in here, then I added the method here, And when you check down here, we have the same method, and that's what we are invoking from this allState, the state container that we created. So you can see allState.vacation type clicked as we specified earlier on. Then also we invoke any of them as well. Okay, so we can hide and show them based on which one that we click. All right, so that is it that we need to also do. Now let's run this application and let's check it out. Okay, so the app is now ready. Now let me open it while and let's see. So that's administration. So you can see we have the home button here. We have our administration, and in here we can have access to the users. And here it is for only the admin can do that. Let's see. So admin can add and now change the row. And also for the management, you can see we have all these in here for the departments. We have for locations, and also we have the types. Wow, so check here, we have the overtime type and etc. So you can see we don't want to overtime section and etc. Let's remove all the types, or we can shift this to this a little bit. We can actually do that modification in there, right? So in here, where we have that is coming from which one? There's an admin. Aside from that, we have this top margin, and let's see which one that we are talking about. This is enough. Okay. And if I click on this page gets, so here it is left is, let's make it as 2. Okay, so when you save this, let's rerun this again. Alright, so the app is ready, and as you can see from this, we have everything here. Now with this, we have these users, and we can now manage an user because we're an administrator. Let's log out here. Now let's try to create an account and see. So maybe this is what you're going to do next. Maybe later on, this feature that we can add, you're going to have only the login. So we're going to have a default login, and maybe you have to create an account. But before you create an account, even when you create an account, the admin must authenticate you before you can have access to the login. Alright, so it is not like today that I create an account here and I can just log in. No, we don't do that. Maybe we can modify that in the near future. But for now, let's stick to this. So this is just a user or just a manager, and I'm going to say this is going to be user 1. We have the password 123. Click on register. Okay, so user 1, 2. I think you need 5, more than 5. So account created. Now let's log in. User 1. Okay, so we are logged successfully, and it's going to open this for us. Now take note, the first one, since we was an admin, I was able to see the user. You can see from here, I have only the home and the management, right? Have you seen? So where is the administration? It is off because I'm not an administrator, so I cannot have access to that. What I can do here is I can just manage these ones in here. I can go for the employee, that's what is shown defaultly. I can check the vacation type, and that's vacation type. For now, nothing is added. We can just add a new one. So vacation type, let's add. Maybe this is going to be, I don't know what kind of type that everyone. So it is a full, and I'm going to say full is going to be added in here. But you see it has been added twice. Let's see. Click on delete this. Completed. Add the next one. If I type in half, what's going to happen? Okay, so it has been added as well. We have half in here. Now when you go to sanctions too, let's see, maybe do you have premium in sanctions? I want to say premium, right? Okay, so I have this. Well, so maybe I can decide to delete this one instead of this premium. Maybe I can decide to sanction type is you can just say this absolute. We can just save that, and that has been replaced there. When you go to the vacation type, we have overtime. Okay, this is an overtime type, right? So we have full night and half night, right? So vacation type, we have this absolute and the vacation type, not the sanction type. Now for vacation, we can have there's a holiday. So there's holiday that you can go in for vacation, or this your off day. Okay, so for off day 2, we can actually handle that. Since we press on the enter key, that's the reason why we have double off day. So we have these ones. And let's see if I decide to, if I click on this vacation, I have to get the vacation. We did not bind that, so we have to actually work on that as well from this table. And maybe the count of employees that you have, you can actually display them over here as well, right? But here, if I click on this, if I click on this, I'm going to have this pop up. I can just click on view and I can view this, click on OK, and I can click on this again. I can click on edit and I can edit every stuff in here. As you can see, I can edit this and I'll save it again. I can also close this. Now if I click on the same thing again, I can go to add vacation. I have this form that I can add a vacation to it. You can see start date, and as soon as I pass in the start date, maybe 2024, take note, you can see defaultly I'm going to have the number count in here, right? So for this end date, okay, so I'm going to add the number of days that you want to for the vacation. If I say 10 days, it's going to automatically be added to this. If I click on this, because you have the 10 days added, so end date has been automatically calculated for you. Select the type, and currently we have no type. Is that so? Maybe we've added a type, but we need to refresh this up. Yeah, let's see. So it has been refreshed. Unless with data is loaded, click on this again. So add vacation. Now click on this vacation type, no record. But are you not having vacation type in here? Management, vacation type. You have two types in here, right? Vacation types. And if I click on that drop down, a call is not made, meaning that we did not call this when the page loads. We have to check it up and make a reference to it in case here we could not find that. Let's see. Add vacation type. Site type. Okay, it is not there. Let's have a look at the next one. Click on this. Add overtime, and I select this. We do not have. Okay, fine. It means you haven't called them. Let's say add sanctions type, and also it is not available. So let's have a look on that quickly and see what we can do to complete this project. So come to the employee page, and in here we have to see we have all of them instance created as a list. Want to check this from the add health. From this overtime, we see we have the list created here, but we did not call an API to handle that. So maybe on top here, before we have this add issue, we can put it here. So you can see that with this, we are calling an endpoint to assign the list in here. Okay, so this is the first one that we call. For the sanctions, we have overtime and we have the vacation. And then we have to call all this method here inside the page load event. So when the page loads, or when the page initializes, we want to call these three methods here. Let's check the initialize async method. And that is this one. So when the page loads, we have to call them here so we can have access to the list of these various properties or the models that we have created. Let's refresh this page and see. Alright, so let's check it up. So if I click on this and if I click on add vacation, I'm going to have the form here. So this is the 2023. Let's say this is 2024 this year, and I want to spend 10 days. So maybe 10 days would be okay. I'm going to have it set. Now the type here I have, you can see how this is a holiday, this is an off day. So this is holiday. Click on save, and then this is going to save to the database. Alright, so we have this. Let's also add one to the overtime. Maybe you work overtime. This is your ID, and at the date here is 2024, and I could see. So choose the end date. So this 2024, and now but instead of this day, it is around 10th. Okay, so 270 days, or maybe this could be 01 and this could be 10th. In here we have 9 days. Okay, so select the type. This is full time, so full night. Click on save, and then this has now saved. Now click on go to the next one and add health. Maybe have you visited the hospital recently? Yes. What's the date? 2024. Or you can click on this to select the date as well. And now what's the medical condition? Maybe sick, and let's say maybe rest. So with that rest, click on save, and now this also saved. Alright, so the last one here is what are sanctions. So what is the sanction date? You have the occurring date is 2024 January. Maybe punishment date actually is going to be 2024 too, and this time around is going to be we're going to come to work on February. Then what is the punishment date? Maybe let me say fight. Then the type here is going to be an absolute, so click on save and you can see yes, saved. All right, now but you are not seeing anything here. If I click on employee, vacation, overtime, and doctor, I must have access to this, and I must even have the count of the various employees which have been added to this. All right, now let's see how to handle this as well. So let's go to the list, go to the source code, and where you have the other pages, folder, you can see that we have table banner. We want to handle this in here. So in here, when the page loads, we want to, let's have the code section. Okay, so from the code section, we want to have a list. Now within the list, when the page loads, we want to subscribe to this. Okay, so you want to subscribe, then call this default method. What is it going to do? This method is going to load all this. So you can see we get all the data in here, then we can now count them and now display in there. Very simple. So anytime the page loads, we're going to call this once and it's going to work. Also, the next one here is we want to navigate between hide and show. So with that, we have to implement this. So if health check is called, then we want to show this, and I'm just going to set this to true as we did in the state container. Okay, when the page is dying up, we have to unsubscribe to this action that we've done with the dispose method. Okay, so in here, the next thing we're going to do is we have to specify the count of these items inside this. So we're going to use from when you check the department. This is a department. So with this department, we are going to add, then get a count of the department and now assign it to this. So maybe let me put the next line. Then in here, you're going to have it as a batch, then department.count. Very simple one. You're going to do the same thing to the sanctions too. You want to count the sanctions. As soon as the page loads up, you want to count it and on display. Also, let's have the health count. So that is the health is in here. Okay, so instead of the doctor, maybe you can change this to health. Then let's add the count here. Also for the overtime too, let's do same. There's an overtime. We get a count and our display. Then we can also have access to the vacation as well. Okay, so the vacation count. Now the last one here is going to be the employee. If I want to count the employee, let's count it and display it in a batch form as we've done for the others. Okay. Now if I click, let's wire this to the click. So that's the vacation. If this vacation is clicked, I want to, let's use this the card. If I click on this, I want to call this method. If I click on overtime, I want to display the overtime component. Okay, and if I click on health, I want to display the health component so I can have the list of employees which have been added to the health factor. And also the next one is the sanctions. I want to also open the sanctions table, and now within this table I can make a search. I can also print it out, export to Excel and now PDF as well. Okay, so that is this department, and for employees we're not going to do that because you have the table linked in already. Let's refresh this and see. Okay, so when the app loads, that is what we have in here. You can see we have employee one data added, and that's what you see over here. Vacation, overtime, health, and everything. We have 111, right? If I click on overtime, it's going to display manage employees vacation. That's vacation. And in that, you see I can export to Excel, to PDF, and also I can print it out. Let's say I can also make an edit. So this is the start date and end date, the number of dates. I can also make an edit in here, and it also supports pagination, as you can see in here as well. Okay, now if I click on Excel export, you can see exported to Excel, as you can see export 3. If I click on PDF, it is the same to PDF, as you can see to PDF. And if I click on print to, let's see, I can also print this out. I hope you can see that. I can also make this print available using this Infusion data grid. This is available and easy to implement as well. Okay, so it is loading the preview. Maybe you can wait for this preview to be loaded, then we can print this out as well. So this is available, and as you can see, we have this set. Okay, so when you check this employee, we did not include the print and now the Excel export and etc. Right, we did not. So we can do that in a simple way, as we've done to the others. We can also do that. Let's have a look on how to work on that. So on top of the employee page, let's navigate to this employee page. Now where we have this on top of the SF grid, maybe on top here we can specify the tools, right? So maybe let's specify the tools here, search, Excel export, PDF export, and now print. And in that, we need to specify pagination, allow sorting, and also a whole lot, right? So let's specify these properties here as well. Okay, so maybe I'll put this in the next line, and that is it. So once you have this set, you can see we are allowing Excel export to true, allow PDF export also true. Now when you come down here, we have to make a reference to this SF grid. So go down to the code section, and down here let's have this SF grid where we're passing the employee model, and in that we can specify the method here for the print and also the Excel export and etc. You can do that very simple way. So down there, let's go and do that magic in here. And maybe you can put it here. Okay, so we have this set, and that is all. So let's save this too, and now let's run this again. And now let's see that we're going to have these features on top of our SF data grid. Alright, so you can see we have this Excel export, PDF, and also print, and it's the same thing as we've seen from the vacation. You can also make the same print from the overtime too. You can also do same, right? From the health, we have also same, and from the sanctions too, we have the same. You can make a search from here. Pagination is also available, and as you can see, you can do any of these as well. So that's what we need to do for this. And I think this project is scalable, meaning you can add more. You can add more features, and it is also you can modify this. Okay, it's open for modification. So only that you can grab the source code, you can actually go through it and also modify to suit what you want. But this is what we've built so far for this video and for this project. Alright, so that is it. Thank you so much for watching this. If you want to get a source code, check the video description. I'm going to catch you up in the next video.